Chapter 1 Landing on Qianxian Star. Beep beep beep. Your combat number, 7735. Landing soon. Landing soon. Please prepare for battle. The piercing mechanical shriek, and the emotionless cold female voice continuously disturbed Lin Nian's ears. He suddenly opened his eyes. The suffocating gas made him instinctively gasp for breath. Lin Nian wanted to move his body, but he found himself inside a coffin-like landing pod. In front of him, there was a small transparent observation window. It allowed him to peek at the situation outside. Bright orange flashed outside the pod. He was rapidly free-falling downwards with this landing pod, plummeting towards some orange-yellow planet. Besides his falling landing pod, there were many other similar landing pods nearby. All of them had a shuttle-like appearance. All were dropped down by a passing interstellar fighter jet. Whoosh! A large high-speed missile, unknown where it came from, adjusted its angle a couple of times, dodging the interstellar fighter's guided missile. It directly struck the interstellar fighter jet. The interstellar fighter exploded violently, then turned into countless fragments, all falling towards the orange-yellow planet beneath Lin Nian. It was only at this moment that Lin Nian remembered his situation. He had crossed over, not a soul transfer, but a fetal transfer. At this moment, the memories of his two lives began to merge gradually in his previous life. After becoming an adult, in order to make a living, he directly chose to join the Human Empire Army, becoming a glorious soldier of the Imperial Army. Then, he was immediately thrown onto this Qianxian star. Before the battle, like everyone else, he was injected with a powerful biochemical agent. Under the influence of the injected biochemical agent, Lin Nian suddenly recalled the fact that he had crossed over. System? Golden Finger? Do I have anything special? Lin Nian thought in panic, but nothing responded to him. Lin Nian felt despair. What happened to the promised benefits for crossers? Not even a hair. Boom, boom. At this time, explosions continuously erupted in the sky. The landing pods falling in front of him were constantly hit and exploded by ground anti-aircraft fire. The nearest landing pod to him was scratched by one of the explosions and quickly caught fire. The soldiers inside desperately pounded on the P.O.D. at the same time. They looked at Lin Nian with pleading eyes. Just as Lin Nian was about to say something, a massive explosion instantly engulfed that landing pod. A bloodied metal shard slammed against the observation window in front of Lin Nian. Then it was swept away by the intense airflow outside the landing pod. That bloodstain, however, remained extremely eye-catching. Lin Nian knew it represented a once-living person. This is the battlefield. Lin Nian sighed in his heart, feeling a bit helpless. He only had the identity of Crosser. At present, he had nothing to control his own fate. Lin Nian could only pray in his heart, praying that he wouldn't be so unfortunate. Thinking of the memories of his previous life, Lin Nian didn't expect this life to be worse. Opening his eyes, he was about to report to the King of Hell. In the sky, the landing pods that entered with Lin Nian were constantly exploding. But Lin Nian found himself quite lucky. Countless gun emplacements on the ground were aimed at him, but none of these dense artillery fire hit him. 100 meters from the ground, 50 meters, 10 meters. The cold female voice continued to announce. The surviving landing pods broke through the anti-aircraft fire defenses one after another, as they were about to plunge straight into the orange-yellow ground. The landing pod Lin Nian was in began to generate a huge retro thrust. Lin Nian looked at the observation window outside. The bottom of the opposite landing pod was also spewing a strong pale blue glow. Soldier 7735. Congratulations on successfully landing on Qianxian planet. Your current objective is to find a way to survive. Wait for us to complete the new data positioning for Qianxian Star. A deep male voice came from the landing pod communicator, reporting the situation to Lin Nian. At this moment, Lin Nian finally remembered his first battle objective. The landing pod door slowly opened. Lin Nian glanced at his feet and discovered 2 kinetic guns, 1 machine gun, 1 rifle, and several types of throwable objects. He promptly equipped them all onto his kinetic battle armor. Fall back. Corporal Chun. Everyone quickly fall back with me. Those cultists must have already discovered our landing point. A soldier in battle armor, holding a kinetic machine gun, loudly urged everyone to follow him. Lin Nian also glanced at Chun Chen's stance. Immediately mimicking the same posture, he advanced while holding his gun. He quickly reached the side of this corporal. He remembered very clearly, Because he had signed up directly, he belonged to the lowest rank of private. Privates listening to a corporal's orders was reasonable. And the cultists that Chun mentioned were originally called the Cult of Ruin. They were a cult organization within the human empire's star domain. They liked to carry out destructive activities within the empire. This time, they were here to suppress the chaos on Qianxian Star by force, as he gathered with the successfully landed soldiers. Lin Nian scanned the area. After experiencing the intense baptism of anti-aircraft fire, only dozens of people remained. Very good. Everyone follow me. Seeing that the people were basically gathered, Chun waved his hand, pointing in a certain direction. Lin Nian immediately saw Chun's location from his helmet, as well as various coordinates and map information. Lin Nian opened the map with his eyes, but found the map was entirely white. It should be due to those cultist rebels conducting large-scale signal interference. Chun led the way. The others followed closely behind. Lin Nian took a few extra seconds to react because he opened the map, but those few seconds saved Lin Nian's life. A tracking missile whistled down. It exploded directly at Chun's feet. All the soldiers within the vicinity of Chun were instantly killed, turning into a pool of blood red. Enemy attack. Me foot. The cultists are coming. Everyone run. The small squad of dozens of people immediately fell into chaos. Various shouts could be heard. Lin Nian's temporary leader hadn't led for long before he was taken out. He remembered the position from where the missile had just come. Quickly turned around to look back. The visible icons in his helmet immediately captured the target. At the same time, it magnified and marked IT.I in the desert behind him. A large number of four-wheeled vehicles emerged. A group of plainclothes soldiers in black, armed with weapons, began to fire at them. A small number of soldiers held long-barreled cannons, continuing to shoot at them. Damn it! Run! Lin Nian watched the new wave of missiles coming in, no longer hesitating. He activated his kinetic battle armor and quickly turned to flee. On the way, he picked up a fellow soldier who was screaming with one leg blown off, taking the other with him. Warning! Shoulder-mounted missile locked. The cold female voice continuously emerged from Lin Nian's battle armor. He turned his head to look. Several missiles were whistling toward this side. In fact, only one missile was truly targeting him. With his speed, he definitely couldn't outrun this tracking missile. Damn it! Ill fight. Lin Nian gritted his teeth. He stopped and released the colleague he had dragged. Quickly took out his kinetic rifle. Lin Nian knew the situation. The tracking missile had a guidance device at its front position. As soon as the device is damaged, it will no longer lock. The only difficulty lies in hitting it. Running is death. Lin Nian decided to take a gamble. He quickly crouched down and steadied his rifle. The aiming point of the rifle immediately appeared on his kinetic armor helmet. Lin Nian could already see the incoming missile clearly. The metallic structure of the missile and the white smoke trailing behind it. Every detail was crystal clear. Lin Nian took a deep breath. Time seemed to slow down in that instant. Lin Nian pulled the trigger. The kinetic bullet flew out. Unexplainably, Lin Nian felt he could hit that missile. Chapter 2. First Show of Power. The tracking missile briefly flashed on the surface. Then it lost its aim completely. It began to fly erratically. It directly plunged into an open area. Boom, an explosion. Lin Nian felt joy in his heart. How had his combat reflexes suddenly become so off the charts? But Lin Nian didn't think too much about it. He kept pulling the trigger. He quickly took out the remaining guided devices of the tracking missiles. Explosions rang out. Awesome, bro. The legless Empire soldier beneath him couldn't help but praise, with Lin Nian displaying such skills. The Empire soldiers who had initially chosen to flee were all inspired. They readied their kinetic machine guns, shooting at the incoming cult of the wild soldiers. The exchange of fire was intense. The wild soldiers had no armor. They fell to the ground when hit by kinetic machine guns. On Lin Nian's side, everyone was armored. The bullets from the opposite side couldn't penetrate their defenses. Stay steady. We can win. Lin Nian shouted to everyone, seeing the small pipes in their hands. They were putting in futile efforts. The wild soldiers kept falling under the fierce firepower. Lin Nian felt exhilarated. He never thought he could be a god of war on the battlefield, engaging in a passionate exchange of fire. However, just as Lin Nian swept down a group of wild soldiers, several fully armored vehicles suddenly emerged from behind a four-wheeled vehicle. The enemy cannons roared, unleashing even fiercer firepower. In an instant, a large group of Empire soldiers was taken down. The kinetic armor couldn't protect them against such firepower. Lin Nian was also caught in the crossfire. He quickly rolled to dodge, just as Lin Nian planned to continue running with his legless comrade. He suddenly realized the legless soldier was silent. A bullet had pierced through his head. Lin Nian no longer hesitated. He immediately turned and ran. The Empire soldiers, sensing danger, also stopped lingering. The wild soldiers behind them continued to pursue relentlessly. After Lin Nian's earlier counterattack, the wild soldiers on the four-wheeled vehicle held a grudge against him. Various bullets rained down on Lin Nian. He quickly zigzagged to evade. At the same time, he activated the acceleration feature of his armor. He barely managed to dodge successfully. He followed the Empire soldiers ahead and dove into a dense forest. Lin Nian felt unlucky, not to mention wanting some system cheat. The Empire army had thrown them here. Was there not even a bit of covering fire? Were they just sent to die? Anger surged in Lin Nian's heart. Occasionally, he turned back and shot at the pursuing wild soldiers. He took down quite a few. The armored vehicles accelerated again. They charged straight ahead. A large swarm of drones flew out from the front of the vehicle. Buzzing and howling, they attacked the Empire soldiers. As soon as the drones reached the range of the Empire soldiers, they triggered numerous explosions. Thick trees broke and collapsed. Dead bodies of Empire soldiers were everywhere. Lin Nian was fortunate. He was not targeted by the first wave of drones. He glanced back. He saw a new wave of drones taking off. This time, Lin Nian felt a chill. At least half were coming for him. Just when Lin Nian thought he had nowhere to hide, he heard a cold voice again. Warning, you have been locked on by a large swarm of drones. Please use electromagnetic interference bombs immediately. It can significantly increase survival probability. The female voice was still mechanical and cold, but to Lin Nian, it sounded like music to his ears. He remembered the throwing objects he took before leaving the landing pod. Among them were electromagnetic interference bombs. He quickly opened them, throwing them into the sky. The explosion burst forth. Electromagnetic brilliance filled the sky in an instant. The swarm of drones surged in, but as soon as they entered that area, they fell to the ground immediately. Explosions rang out continuously. The smoke screen obscured the battlefield. These could no longer affect Lin Nian. Lin Nian accelerated and continued to run. The sound of machine guns rattled behind him. Lin Nian felt his armor making noises, but there was no heavy firepower sound that he feared the most. Not long after, Lin Nian suddenly halted because he saw a 100-meter river suddenly appear outside the forest in front of him. The surging river water rolled up and down. With a momentum that swept everything away, it rushed downstream. 7735, what do we do? The few surviving Empire soldiers looked at Lin Nian in unison. Having witnessed Lin Nian's outstanding performance earlier, they instinctively regarded him as their new pillar of support. Lin Nian remained silent. He stared at the surging river water. Their retreat had been cut off. Were they supposed to turn back and fight? But there were so many enemies, and their equipment was fierce. How could they fight? Just as Lin Nian was thinking this, the cold female voice rang out again. Enemy commander detected. Target has been marked. Killing it can improve current survival chances. Lin Nian was taken aback. He immediately turned to the Empire soldiers beside him. Did you all hear that? Lin Nian spoke to them. 7735, hear what? The Empire soldiers looked panicked. They looked around, thinking Lin Nian was warning them about an enemy attack. But the previous drone explosion had obscured their vision with black dust. The wild soldiers hadn't rushed forward to search for them. They probably knew their escape route was a river. They had nowhere to flee. Lin Nian quickly realized that voice was only audible to him. System? Or a cheat? Lin Nian didn't dwell on it. He switched his machine gun back to a rifle. You guys shoot with me in a moment. Just shoot wherever I shoot. Lin Nian no longer got caught up in the issue of the voice. He took a deep breath. In his helmet's view, smoke and dust filled the air, but it didn't prevent him from seeing a humanoid outline mark. Bright and clear, the opponent was relaxed. This person didn't even have a gun, but was holding a cigarette, pointing in the direction they were in. Lin Nian immediately understood. This person was most likely the commander of the wild soldiers. He didn't hesitate any longer. He fired directly. The next second, in front of him, the humanoid outline's head exploded like a watermelon. The Empire soldiers beside Lin Nian quickly followed suit and opened fire. The sound of gunfire erupted. With the enemy commander killed, the wild soldiers were thrown into chaos. Next, high-value target detected. Enemy ammunition depot. Blowing it up can significantly enhance current survival chances. The female voice spoke again. Lin Nian didn't hesitate anymore. He continued firing at the only bright spot in front of him. With one gunshot, boom, several vehicles exploded, triggering a series of chain explosions. Wild soldiers were sent flying into the air. Nice shot. Amazing. So fierce. The Imperial soldiers around Lin Nian praised him. The dust raised by the drone swarm was already dissipating. They could clearly see the situation ahead, especially Lin Nian's godlike shot. The Imperial soldiers quickly followed up with their own fire, continuously shooting down a large number of enemies. Smoke grenade. Lin Nian saw the dust disappear. The soldiers from the wilderness army across began to exchange fire with them, also throwing grenades. Lin Nian no longer hesitated and quickly got up from his spot. While deploying smoke grenades, he led the Imperial soldiers to take cover behind another hill. New enemy commander detected. Target has been marked. Eliminating them can significantly increase survival chances. Lin Nian noticed a new mark appear before him once again. He did not hesitate and fired again. The gunshot rang out, hitting the target in the head. Chapter 3: Support from the Empire in the outer space of Qianxian Star. An Imperial Star fleet quietly hovered, waiting for the ground reconnaissance teams to relay information. On the flagship's bridge, the Chief of Staff asked, "What's the situation now? Hasn't any reconnaissance team sent back any news?" When Rome, dressed in a crisp Imperial military uniform, strode in. He was a colonel of the Empire, the highest commander of the entire fleet. His father was even more distinguished, a major general of the Empire. Colonel Wen Rong. The people from the Chaos Church set up an ambush in advance. Our airdrop reconnaissance teams suffered heavy losses and are still verifying the situation, the Chief of Staff explained cautiously. This Wen Rong, relying on his father's status as a major general, had quite a temper. The Chief of Staff hurried to the front line to urge the soldiers to collect data quickly, focusing on identifying all the frontline reconnaissance teams deployed. The soldiers scanned the area, and the dozen or so infiltration points were eerily silent, all under the control of the Chaos Church soldiers. "Sir, we found traces. At coordinates X8123, Y5678, there is a surviving reconnaissance squad. Only 9 of them left." A soldier excitedly reported to the Chief of Staff. "Very good. Let me see." The Chief of Staff began to lean forward to check the situation. "That's not necessary. Just display it on the central screen." When Rong interjected, already speaking from the bridge, his demeanor impressive. The soldier stared blankly at the Chief of Staff. "Follow the orders." The Chief of Staff said helplessly, nodding to the soldier. The soldier immediately went to work, and a real-time high-definition feed soon appeared on the large screen. The image was in black and white, in the woods beside a large river. 9 soldiers bearing the Imperial insignia were engaged in fierce combat with nearly 1,000 Chaos Church soldiers. Surprisingly, the 1,000 Chaos soldiers were not able to eliminate the remaining Imperial soldiers, and instead seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Whenever the Chaos soldiers used heavy equipment, one of the Imperial soldiers would immediately shoot them down, causing panic among the Chaos troops. An Imperial soldier had emerged as a killing god, and the more they fought, the more Chaos soldiers died. The more deaths there were, the less courage the Chaos soldiers had to fight, and their formation began to crumble. Everyone on the bridge was momentarily stunned. "What is going on?" The Chief of Staff exclaimed. "What is happening?" When Rong's eyes lit up, he was indeed the son of a general, but if there were available talents, he would also choose to take action, recruit them under his command, and improve their treatment to cultivate them as loyal subordinates. This should be that soldier number 7735. He seems exceptionally capable. The Chief of Staff wanted to say that when Rong could see for himself, and that it didn't require him to explain, but given the hierarchy, he could only reiterate the situation on the screen, because Lin Nian's performance was the most outstanding. "Very well. Immediately contact the starfighter units. Provide long-range fire support right away. Focus on the area around coordinates X8123, Y5678. Establish a new landing point at the location of soldier 7735," when Rong ordered. As long as there were surviving Imperial soldiers landing, the Chaos Church strongholds and the areas already firing would breach the signal jamming of Qianxian Star, completing coordinate synchronization and information positioning, securing a safe landing point for their starfleet. Soon, several starfighters with yellow tails zipped past the transparent portholes on both sides of the bridge, heading straight for Qianxian Star below. On the main screen, Soldier 7735's squad continued to attack the Chaos soldiers, and then a large number of precision bombs fell from the sky. In an instant, explosions erupted across the battlefield, sending Chaos soldiers flying into the air. On the ground, Lin Nian had just killed another Chaos soldier, according to the female voice's instructions, when a sharp whistling sound came from above. Suddenly, a brilliant explosion erupted right in front of Lin Nian. Nearly 1,000 Chaos soldiers were annihilated in the intense bombardment. 7735. It's the Empire's aerospace fighters. We're saved. One of the Imperial soldiers shouted excitedly at Lin Nian. The feeling of escaping from death was not pleasant, but his voice was largely drowned out by the explosions. Lin Nian could only piece together the meaning. They were saved? He breathed a sigh of relief. If dealing with a rebellious cult within the Empire had no means of display, allowing these forcibly landed soldiers to die in vain, then the Empire would be quite pathetic. Fortunately, that was not the case. After several rounds of bombardment, the battlefield was in disarray. The surviving Chaos soldiers began to surrender, lying on the ground. Lin Nian led the remaining Imperial soldiers to bind the surrendering ones. At this moment, dozens of giant transport airships rapidly descended from the sky, landing near Lin Nian. These transport airships were the proper landing equipment, unlike the previous shuttle-shaped landing pods, which were all makeshift equipment with a high casualty rate, officially referred to as battlefield fillers. And due to their death rate, Lin Nian and his group were also jokingly referred to as Imperial cannon fodder. However, surviving would come with substantial rewards. Lin Nian did not understand why he had previously acted impulsively to join the high-casualty filling soldiers. But now, he had no chance to start over. His true self-awareness had awakened too late. That girl? System? Golden Finger? Lin Nian now had a bit of time and hurriedly called out in his heart to the cold female voice, only to find no response. As if the voice that had previously helped him never existed, merely a figment of his imagination. Who is 7735? At that moment, the first transport airship opened its hatch, and a military officer in black and white armor jumped down. Lin Nian instinctively glanced at the armor of his comrades, which was all in gray and white. The officer approached Lin Nian directly. Lin Nian looked at the insignia on the officer's armor, second lieutenant. He was already a superior officer, not just a soldier. Lin Nian, as an Imperial private, normally had no opportunity to directly interact with a second lieutenant. Report, second lieutenant. I am 7735. Private 7735 greets you. Lin Nian saw the officer coming straight toward him and could only salute in the posture of a subordinate facing a superior, based on his memory. The Imperial soldiers that descended numbered more than 10,000, all well-equipped, far beyond what he could handle alone. The second lieutenant looked serious as he circled around Lin Nian. Good job. 9 against nearly 1,000, and you didn't fall behind. You did not disgrace the Empire's bravery. Tell me your name. The second lieutenant had an appreciative look on his face. Who would like to have capable subordinates? In the military, one's glory is shared, and one's losses are shared. Lin Nian was his subordinate. If Lin Nian could fight and achieve merit, then it was also his own merit. The second lieutenant could not wish for Lin Nian to be stronger, as that would allow him to rise through the ranks faster. Lin Nian. Lin Nian told the second lieutenant his name. Chapter 4, Return of the Starfleet. Good name. My name is Liao Fan. You know, you're about to become famous. Liao Fan heavily knocked on Lin Nian's chest armor and whispered to him. Lin Nian hadn't reacted yet when Liao Fan had already turned around and shouted loudly to the more than 10,000 Imperial soldiers behind him. SEAL Team, this is our battlefield line-filling regiment, accomplishing the feat of 9 against 1,000 without any support. Now, let me introduce you to the hero who did this. His name is Lin Nian. After Liao Fan finished speaking, the entire battlefield erupted with shouts of Lin Nian. Lin Nian. The Imperial soldiers were instantly in an uproar. excitedly calling out Lin Nian's name. They had eyes to see. After all, when Rong had put the original video footage on the main screen, meaning the entire fleet could see it, Lin Nian's previous performance was indeed impressive. He didn't expect to receive such a heroic treatment and was momentarily dazed, accepting the cheers in a daze. All right, everyone check your equipment. Now, let's go hit those cultists hard. We can't let the brothers' hard-earned advantage go to waste. Seeing that morale was high enough, Liao Fan raised his fist in front of the neatly lined-up Imperial soldiers, silencing everyone. All right, quiet down. Lin Nian, we're going to carry out the mission now. You can withdraw to the rear to rest. Liao Fan turned back to Lin Nian and whispered a few words before patting him on the shoulder in appreciation. Then he walked towards his subordinates, unloading dozens of heavy war vehicles from the transport airship. As they moved through the desert, dust flew everywhere. Lin Nian watched as Liao Fan and the more than 10,000 soldiers began to board the war vehicles. Meanwhile, the crew of the transport airship, who had just emptied it, were at the edge of the airship, continuously waving to them, urging them to return to the star fleet above. Lin Nian, let's go. The 8 survivors beside Lin Nian looked at him, already considering him their leader. Okay, Lin Nian nodded. After all, he hadn't expected to survive the forced landing on Qianxian Star and facing the onslaught of the cult of the wasteland. He had actually made it out alive. As Lin Nian jogged into the empty transport cabin, the crew immediately gathered around him. You guys are amazing. You survived all that. You know, all the other line-filling soldiers who charged in with you are dead. You're the only survivors from those 3,000. The transport crew praised Lin Nian and the others. The transport airship is about to take off. Everyone please take your seats. A voice came over the intercom. Inside the cabin, the lights switched from white to flashing red. The transport crew hurriedly indicated for Lin Nian and the others to take their seats in the available spots, and they secured safety belts on each of them. A few survivors, huh? Lin Nian muttered to himself. He turned to the open rear hatch. Several starfighter jets roared past, and wherever they went, the ground exploded. Liao Fan's SEAL team was also rapidly advancing towards a stronghold in the desert, engaging in intense gunfire without pause. But as the hatch closed, Lin Nian could see nothing. After a period of turbulence and weightlessness, the transport airship successfully left Qianxian Star and slowly entered the Star Fleet with the escort of several starfighters. All right, we've successfully returned to space. If you want to move around a bit, you can unbuckle your belts now. At this time, the transport crew member had relaxed, unbuckling his own belt, and after giving Lin Nian and the others a few instructions, he went off to attend to other matters. Hearing this, Lin Nian immediately unbuckled his belt and felt himself floating up. This sensation was very strange to him, a mix of familiarity and unfamiliarity. Familiar because he had experienced it before, and unfamiliar because it was foreign to his previous life. Lin Nian floated to the transport airship's porthole and grabbed the edge of the handrail. An orange-yellow planet occupied 60% of the view, while the remaining area was filled with countless starships. Lin Nian looked at the big and small warships, one of which was a behemoth that accounted for half the size of the entire fleet. Lin Nian, what are you looking at? At this moment, his former comrades also crowded around him. That largest warship is... Lin Nian pointed at the biggest and most eye-catching warship. That's a Dreadnought-class super battleship, the largest in the Imperial Navy's current fleet. Generally, it's the flagship of the fleet. Lin Nian, that's common knowledge, one of the Imperial soldiers said. Yeah, I just couldn't remember for a moment, Lin Nian briefly explained, then continued to watch the super battleship in front of him. It had countless hatches open, transferring large amounts of supplies with surrounding warships. Suddenly, Lin Nian noticed a very conspicuous space shuttle in the busy transport flow. It came out from the largest flagship battleship and headed straight for their transport airship. The shuttle quickly approached the side of the transport airship and made a spatial connection. The entire transport airship trembled slightly. Before long, several high-ranking Imperial soldiers escorted a woman dressed in a neat Imperial military uniform. The woman scanned the empty interior of the transport airship and finally locked her gaze on Lin Nian and the others huddled together. You, who is Lin Nian? Fleet Commander Colonel Rong wants to see you. After sweeping the room, the woman directly fixed her eyes on Lin Nian because when she asked who Lin Nian was, everyone looked at him. I am. What should I call you? Lin Nian asked, puzzled. He didn't understand why he was given the opportunity for a direct audience with the fleet commander. Lin Nian noticed the woman's military rank was actually a lieutenant, even higher than Liao fans on the ground. You don't need to know what to call me. Now, Private, take off your armor and weapons, and come with me immediately. The female lieutenant's attitude was cold. After speaking, she directly returned to the shuttle she came from. The soldier she left behind started helping Lin Nian take off his armor and then search him thoroughly to prevent any hidden explosives. Before long, Lin Nian was pushed into the shuttle like a prisoner. Private, perhaps you performed well on your previous mission, but I hope you remember not to make any requests of Colonel Wenrong. You have no right to make demands of him. You only need to quietly accept the accolades and then pledge your loyalty to Colonel Wenrong. Do you understand? The female lieutenant leaned close to Lin Nian. Despite her good looks, her condescending attitude made Lin Nian uncomfortable. Understood. Lin Nian nodded. He was now surrounded by several strong men and had no room to refuse. Chapter 5 From Private to Second Lieutenant. As a door was pushed open, Lin Nian was brought into a magnificent room. The decorations and furnishings here were very exquisite. A young man who looked to be about the same age as him was sitting on a sofa, watching a floating light screen in front of him. The screen repeatedly played Lin Nian's previous counterattack, especially the scene where he shot the commander, which was replayed over and over. Colonel Wenrong, the person is here, said the serious and respectful young lieutenant, whose attitude was in stark contrast to how she treated Lin Nian. Oh, you're Lin Nian? Nice to meet you. Colonel Wenrong seemed to just realize something, rising from the sofa. Every move he made was very cultured, which surprised Lin Nian a bit. A fleet's highest commander was actually so polite to a low-ranking private? Yes, sir. Lin Nian saluted Wenrong, meticulously following the form he remembered. Whether Wenrong treated him well or not was irrelevant to him. It was not something he could decide. Lin Nian wanted to live another life in this world. Very good. I watched your battle. Surprisingly brilliant. Despite the difficult conditions, you did not choose to give up. Your spirit is commendable. The Empire needs people like you. Wenrong's words were also very courteous, directly praising Lin Nian, then gestured for him to sit down and talk. Thank you for your praise, sir. This is what we should do. Serving the Empire is our honor. Lin Nian continued to recite the slogan he had memorized in his mind. Then, under the watchful eyes of Wenrong and the young lieutenant, he carefully sat down in a spot on the sofa. Second Lieutenant Lin Nian, I called you here to explain some of your on-the-spot judgments. I'm very curious about them. Wenrong's tone remained kind, but Lin Nian was more focused on the title of Second Lieutenant. When did he become a Second Lieutenant? With confusion, Lin Nian turned his gaze to the young lieutenant beside him, but she shot him a glare, urging him to answer Wenrong's question quickly. Second Lieutenant Lin Nian? Wenrong quickly noticed the small actions of the two, looking up at them. Oh, good. Sir, please go ahead. I will speak honestly. Lin Nian immediately focused, letting Wenrong state what he wanted to know. Wenrong nodded, gently waved his hand, and the light screen floated in front of Lin Nian. The video began to play. Here, Wenrong pointed to the first point, which was the scene of Lin Nian shooting the commander of the Wild Heaven. Given the complex situation on the battlefield, how did you accurately capture this commander and successfully kill him? Wenrong posed his question. He didn't lack snipers. In fact, he had many soldiers who could shoot a fly at 100 paces, but he lacked people with brains. Lin Nian's shot revealed a lot of information, especially in life-and-death situations, where true character is revealed. Intuition, Lin Nian said, a term that sounded mystical. He couldn't say that at that moment. A voice in his head was directing him to do so, and it even kindly highlighted the instructions. Intuition, huh? Wenrong was taken aback for a moment, then fell silent for a while. He then switched to several different scenes, all moments when Lin Nian was guided by the voice. After watching, Lin Nian broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, when his adrenaline surged, his mind didn't think about anything. He was just following the female voice's commands, taking action repeatedly. Now, viewing it from a completely third-person perspective, he saw entirely different meanings. The guidance of that voice for him at that time was doing the right thing at the right time. If he had been even a second slower, he would have been blown up or killed for various reasons. The Wild Heaven soldiers were killed one after another due to critical communication nodes being taken out, plunging them into organizational chaos, giving Lin Nian the opportunity to survive. It was still intuition. Sir, in that situation, I didn't have time to think too much. I just wanted to survive, Lin Nian said sincerely. Understood. I have no more questions. Thank you for coming, Second Lieutenant Lin Nian. Now go have a good rest. The Empire still needs you. My third interstellar fleet also needs talents like you. When Rong's expression remained warm, and he even extended his hand to Lin Nian, which made him feel a bit honored. After all, this was his direct superior. He didn't expect to be valued like this. Yes, sir. I will swear to serve the Empire and the Third Interstellar Fleet. Lin Nian immediately saluted and said loudly, not reaching out to shake Rong's hand, knowing he wasn't qualified yet. He didn't have any super abilities. It was best to honestly hold onto the thigh of the higher-ups. He repeated all the flattering words he had memorized. All right, work hard. I have high hopes for you. Seeing Lin Nian so compliant, Rong smiled even more happily, solemnly patting Lin Nian on the shoulder. Before long, Lin Nian was led out of Rong's study by the young lieutenant. She remained silent all the way, taking him to the hangar they had entered. The huge outer space doors were wide open, with large cargo ships continuously landing. They were key to ensuring the effective operation of this large fleet. This time, there were no armed soldiers guarding Lin Nian from behind. When they reached the boarding passage of the space shuttle, the young lieutenant suddenly spoke. Second Lieutenant Lin Nian, consider a good thing you didn't do anything extra. Colonel Rong values you highly. As long as you continue to achieve results, it may not be impossible to advance further with your current status. The young lieutenant crossed her arms, exuding a majestic air, which, even hidden under the military uniform, still felt palpable. Thank you for the reminder, Lieutenant. Lin Nian nodded. He could feel the other person's attitude had clearly softened, but he didn't intend to say much. Being respectful at first and then arrogant was ridiculous. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Wen Huayan. Wen Huayan took the initiative to extend her hand to Lin Nian. Lin Nian hesitated for a second. After all, he needed to get along in this fleet. If he offended this woman, he feared it would lead to trouble. Lin Nian didn't want to complicate things. Since the other party took the initiative to ease the relationship, there was no need for him to tear the facade. All right, Lieutenant Wen Huayan. My name is Lin Nian. This time, Lin Nian extended his hand. He didn't have the qualification to do so with Rong, but he did with Wen Huayan. Second Lieutenant Lin Nian. Your new position and rank updates are all in the military system. You can check it through the wrist device. Then goodbye. Wen Huayan reminded him one last time, then stood there watching Lin Nian board the space shuttle. As Lin Nian settled into the space shuttle, he glanced at his left wrist, where a watch he had been ignoring was worn. He touched it with his right hand, and a small light screen popped up, displaying a half-body avatar of Lin Nian, along with his new rank and new position. Name, Lin Nian. Rank, Second Lieutenant, updated. Position, Captain of the 10th Mobile Unit, Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet Marine Corps. Updated affiliation, Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet, number 1455 class, a medium warship, updated. Chapter 6, The Undercurrents of the Human Empire in the Vicinity of the Changxian Star. Within a silent star domain, there exists a large fleet composed of members of the Huatian sect, the main force of the rebellion against the Empire. On the bridge of the largest flagship, the founder of the Huatian sect, Sect Master Han Tianzhu, wore a gloomy expression. They had fought hard to occupy the entirety of Changxian Star, but the Empire's 3rd Interstellar Fleet responded quickly, pursuing them relentlessly and swiftly suppressing the rebellions in various star domains, nearly biting at their heels. By the time the Imperial Fleet reached Changxian Star, they employed the same old tactics, using those filling soldiers to forcibly tear open a breach, rendering the interference fog ineffective and providing the 3rd Interstellar Fleet with an opportunity to locate a landing point. Sect Master, should we continue to support Changxian Star, or choose to abandon and retreat? We need to make a decision quickly, the Chief of Staff said to Han Tianzhu. Let's retreat. The Imperial regulars are already here. We have no chance left. Han Tianzhu shook his head, feeling helpless. Although the Huatian sect had grown rapidly, the strength of the attracted followers was quite weak, almost like chickens, and they had no means to counter the Imperial regulars. Understood, Sect Master. The Chief of Staff no longer hesitated and immediately executed the retreat order. They would head straight to the next star domain, the Kongyun star domain. The Kongyun star domain belonged to the undeveloped outer regions of the empire, areas that the empire could not control. The empire's power here was weak and unaware that the headquarters of the Huatian sect was located there. They planned to go there to simply resupply with materials and personnel, and then launch a new round of rebellion against the empire. As the Huatian fleet of 300,000 slowly withdrew from Qianxian Star, leaving Qianxian Star also meant completely departing from the Hongyun Star domain. After confirming that they would not be detected by the Imperial Interstellar Fleet, Han Tianzhu issued the jump transmission order. Initiate jump. With the energy infusion, a portal slowly unfolded, and all the fleets entered it, quickly disappearing from sight. Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet, Flagship Bridge. Colonel Wenrong, based on reports from the deployed ground forces, stated, Qianxian Star and the Hongyun Star domain has been recaptured. The Chief of Staff said to Wenrong, good. Report this to my father immediately. Wenrong issued the order. Yes. The Chief of Staff nodded repeatedly. Wenrong's father, General Wen Yuren, was also the highest commander leading the suppression of the rebellion. The wave of rebellion instigated by the Huatian sect within the empire had essentially come to an end with the imperial military's recapture of Qianxian Star. Reply to the imperial military headquarters. This is the Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet. Colonel Wenrong has already eradicated the last stronghold of the Huatian sect. Ordinary sound waves transformed into chaotic data codes through a series of complex encryption device conversions, and were then transmitted via special long-distance communication methods across star domains to the core planet of the Hongyun star domain, Shui Chung Star. The joint command center of the 3 interstellar fleets responsible for suppressing the rebellion was temporarily set up here, on one of the top administrative stars in the empire. General Wen had just received the latest report from the front line of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet. An aide, after obtaining permission, hurriedly pushed open Wen Yuren's office door, holding an untranslated telegram. Translate it first, Wen Yuren said, not raising his head from what he was writing, but his tone was steady. Yes, General Wen. The aide nodded and, with this permission, immediately used Wen Yuren's translation device to translate the message. The translation progress quickly showed 100%. The translated result was directly delivered to Wen Yuren's wristwatch, without passing through a third party, maximizing the prevention of critical intelligence being stolen by those nearby. General 1. The translation is complete. The specific information is in your wristwatch, the aide said respectfully. Okay, thank you. After receiving the information, Wen Yuren quickly opened it to take a look. The light screen displayed on his wristwatch was only visible to his own eyes. So Wen Yuren reviewed the message in front of the aide. Not bad. That kid didn't embarrass me. A smile appeared on Wen Yuren's face. This last battle to encircle the Huatian sect stronghold was specially tailored for his son, Wenrong, aiming to give his son a golden reputation. And Wenrong did not disappoint his training. Aide, polish this message for me. Send a report back to the Imperial Regent Prince as soon as possible, informing the Empire that the Huatian sect's rebellion has basically been quelled. Wen Yuren's expression turned serious. Yes, General 1. The aide solemnly saluted and then opened his wristwatch screen, where he had already received the message transmitted by Wen Yuren. In the capital of the Human Empire, as the Emperor of the Human Empire, Zhu Renhe sat on the throne that symbolized the highest power of the empire. However, at just 5 years old, Zhu Renhe could not understand the discussions of the high-ranking officials below. Candy, I want candy. Zhu Renhe complained to the nurse beside him. All right, Your Majesty. After you have candy, you must sit here quietly, the nurse gently reassured the clueless young emperor. She cautiously glanced at a young man dressed in luxurious attire, sitting nearby. Who was Zhu Renhe's cousin, Zhu Xianda. He was the son of the previous emperor's younger brother and had taken control of the current human empire. Although he was not the emperor, he wielded power that surpassed that of the emperor. Zhu Xianda had just received the latest report from Wen Yuren. With the recapture of the last rebellious star domain, the vast interstellar territory of the human empire seemed to have regained peace. However, the leader of that evil cult, Han Tianzhu, had yet to be captured, remaining a hidden threat. Yet compared to the Huatian sect, which was like a weed, Zhu Xianda was more wary of another person, Lu Yili, a governor of the empire who had always been resistant to central control. Previously, He had united with two other governors to frequently issue statements against Zhu Xinda, expressing dissatisfaction with the prince's control over the central power of the human empire and threatening to take military action against him. Fortunately, these three factions were not united in purpose. To appease Lu Yili and his followers, Zhu Xinda had already paid a considerable price. Of course, regarding the recently victorious Wen Yuan, Zhu Xinda also harbored deep vigilance. He turned to look at Zhu Rinhe on the throne, his gaze sinister. He too wished to sit in that position. The entire human empire was like a delicious cake, and everyone wanted a bite. The premature death of the previous emperor and the youth of Emperor Zhu Rinhe had created a power vacuum in the empire, leading various power holders to aspire to be the one in control. Prince, since the surrounding Qianxian star domain has been pacified, who should be sent to garrison the Hongyun star domain? We must remain vigilant against the Huatian sect's resurgence. An imperial official stood up and addressed Zhu Xinda. They had gathered here today to discuss how to handle the post-war affairs regarding the Huatian sect. Let me think. Zhu Xinda walked among the officials, deep in thought. Prince, why not let General Wen Yuan garrison there directly? A minister suggested. Not possible. General Wen Yuan commands the three most elite interstellar fleets of the empire. This kind of power is best not to be let loose. It can easily become a new Lu Yili. These fleets need to be brought back to the center as soon as possible. Another person quickly intervened. Chapter 7. Return to the Central Star region of the Empire, Your Highness. I have a recommendation. Major General Shen Liang. His father was General Shen Wei of the Empire, one of the few heroes who resisted the invasion of the Human Republic. He comes from a lineage of famous generals. He might be suitable. Another person spoke up. Shen Wei has already passed away, and his son Shen Liang has been promoted to the rank of Major General due to his father's great achievements. Where is Major General Shen Liang? Is he present? Zhu Xian showed a flash of surprise on his face. It is not appropriate for Wen Yuan to continue to command the three elite interstellar fleets in the central region. This Shen Liang has a good background and experience. Shen Liang's rank as Major General also allows him to be directly appointed to the Hongyun Star region. As for whether Shen Liang can fight, Zhu Xian felt there was no need to worry. Han Tianzhu has already been defeated. In the short term, there should be no concern about the resurgence of the Haotian sect. Your Highness, I am here. Shen Liang suddenly heard Zhu Xian calling his name and hurriedly stepped out of the crowd, saying loudly. He never felt that there was anything wrong with his abilities. Yet he had been sidelined in the Central Star region without any opportunity to command troops. Shen Liang looked down on people like Wen Yuan. His family, the Shen family, is a prominent family in the empire. What is Wen Yuan? Just a lucky mud leg who got promoted. Give him the three elite interstellar fleets of the empire, and he could still quell the rebellion of the Haotian sect. All right, I will now recommend to the emperor that you be appointed as the governor of the Hongyun Star region and also command the empire's 7th interstellar fleet, stationed in the Hongyun Star region to deter the remnants of the Haotian sect. Zhu Xian immediately said to Shen Liang, Thank you for the recommendation, Your Highness. Shen Liang's face showed joy. The so-called recommendation is essentially no different from a direct appointment. Then, let the Central Military Command issue orders to recall Major General Wen Yuan and his 3 interstellar fleets of the Empire. Zhu Xian finally revealed his true intention. 5 months later, Lin Nian, along with the fleet of the Empire's 3rd Army Corps, was returning to the capital of the Central Star region by Mang Star. The massive fleet moved slowly. If one did not look closely, it seemed that the fleet was not moving at all in the vastness of space. Among them, a medium-sized battleship was unremarkable. On the hull number of this battleship, the numbers 1455 were written in large, prominent white font. Lin Nian was on this medium-sized battleship. He looked out the window at the unchanging scenery. The initial excitement for interstellar travel had long been worn away over the long period of time. Lin Nian, what are you looking at? At this moment, Liao Fan, drenched in sweat, sat down beside Lin Nian. With the eradication of the rebellious Haotian sect, the entire Empire's 3rd interstellar fleet had received promotions. Lin Nian was very fortunate. He was first promoted to 2nd lieutenant by Wen Rong due to merit, and now he was promoted again to lieutenant, effectively making a leap from private to lieutenant, a significant jump. Countless people had struggled for years in the ranks of corporal or sergeant major, unable to cross that line to become an officer. Liao Fan. I'm looking at the starry sky. Lin Nian simply replied. Liao Fan had already become friends with him. During this time, Lin Nian had been training in combat on this medium-sized battleship and learning about squad command. His mobile combat squad had 3,000 people. Because Lin Nian was promoted out of turn, he had to learn a lot of officer knowledge and did not directly become the commander of a Marine battalion like Liao Fan, leading 20,000 people. The two were both assigned to the 1455 starship and frequently ran into each other. Aren't you tired of looking? Liao Fan leaned over to take a look and then pulled back, wiping the sweat off with a towel on his shoulder. Liao Fan had just been working out in the officer's gym here and was quite sweaty. Not really, Lin Nian nodded. After all, he considered himself to have lived another life. Many things were new and unfamiliar to him in this unknown future world. His experiences from his previous life were largely useless, but he was better at dealing with people and wouldn't recklessly charge him like a fool. Lieutenant Liao Fan, do you know anything about the Central Star region of the Empire? Lin Nian also withdrew his gaze from the porthole and asked about something he was more interested in. Not much. I just know that the Empire is very chaotic now. After the old emperor died, those provincial governors holding military power all want to get involved. Lieutenant Lin Nian, this is not something at our level that we can inquire about. Liao Fan didn't say much and instead advised Lin Nian. Lin Nian nodded, accepting the advice and not pursuing the topic further. Suddenly, the entire ship began to shake. The vibration from the engine acceleration. What happened? Lin Nian immediately turned to the porthole. Through the porthole, he saw the fleet that had been unchanging outside. All the variously sized battleships began to ignite their thrusters and accelerate. Let me see. Liao Fan also leaned over. It's nothing. It's probably the energy accumulation time for the teleportation has ended. The teleportation gate is being reopened for the fleet's jump, Liao Fan said to Lin Nian. Lin Nian nodded, indicating he understood. He had experienced a teleportation jump once. The teleportation gate could only be opened once in a short time. The next opening would require time to recharge. The entire Empire's third interstellar fleet was accelerating uniformly to successfully complete this jump. If the teleportation gate did not complete the traversal within the time limit, it would be equivalent to being left behind. It would not be easy to catch up with the main fleet later. This jump should lead us to the Central Star region of the Empire, Lin Nian said to Liao Fan beside him. About that, we might be able to go home for a visit, Liao Fan suddenly said. Lin Nian was taken aback. Home. Some memories surfaced in his mind. He had parents here, but his mother died in childbirth. Later, Lin Nian's father remarried, bringing him a stepmother and a half-brother. However, when Lin Nian was in his teens, his chief father also died of illness. In the end, it was his stepmother who raised the two brothers. Their home was on a planet called Huiguang Star in the Central Star System. As the related memories were unlocked, Lin Nian suddenly realized many things. For example, why his previous self chose to sign up for the most dangerous job as a frontline soldier. Because money was needed. Lin Nian's adoptive mother was seriously ill, and to fully cure her, a lot of money was required. To raise funds, Lin Nian gritted his teeth and chose to be a frontline soldier. Choosing this type of soldier would immediately grant him 300,000 star coins, equivalent to an advance on the compensation. Moreover, if he died in battle, the designated heir would receive another 300,000. His adoptive mother's illness could be cured with 300,000. In the designated heir section, Lin Nian directly filled in his brother's name, Lin Feng. Although the family was not complete, to Lin Nian, this was home. At this moment, he has also made a name for himself. If what Liao Fan said is true, they have a short vacation. Lin Nian doesn't mind going back to take a look, to see his only remaining family in this world. What's wrong? Liao Fan asked when he noticed Lin Nian was silent for a long time. I miss home. After Lin Nian finished speaking, he looked again out the porthole. Their ship, the battleship number 1455, also began to traverse the enormous portal. Chapter 8. The Return of the Desolate Heaven Cult to the Kongyun Star Domain. A massive fleet roars out once again. Han Tianzhu has completed resupply. The Kongyun Star Domain has all kinds of resources, except for food. The followers of the Desolate Heaven Cult that Han Tianzhu has rallied number in the millions. He cannot support so many people on his own. It would be better to directly raid the Empire's administrative planets. That makes more sense. After all, a few months ago, the Empire's central interstellar fleet had already retreated. Han Tianzhu has gathered quite a bit of information. The current commander of the Empire's Hongyun Star Domain is named Shun Liang, a rear admiral. However, he is not well known compared to Wen Yuan. He is likely just some guy with mixed qualifications. Han Tianzhu likes this kind of person the most because he can take a big haul. Advisors, report on the movements of the Empire's interstellar fleet. Where should we strike first? Han Tianzhu said loudly to his advisors. Master, according to the spy's report, the newly appointed Rear Admiral Shun Liang has sent his 7th Interstellar Fleet to patrol and guard the border of the Hongyun Star Domain. However, he himself finds military life too hard and has chosen to stay behind on Shui Chung Star instead of accompanying the 7th Interstellar Fleet. I suggest our first target should be Shui Chung Star, the advisor said loudly. It sounded reasonable, making Han Tianzhu nod repeatedly. Very good. I order the entire fleet. Target Shui Chung Star. Han Tianzhu stood on the command platform, waving his hand to the crew below. The desolate heaven battleships immediately surged forward, heading straight for the administrative planet of Shui Chung Star in the Hongyun Star Domain. On Shui Chung Star, in an extremely luxurious mansion, Shun Liang was leisurely lying on a deck chair, surrounded by beautiful women with ample bosoms and curvy figures. He was enjoying himself thoroughly. For months ago, he had already arrived at Shui Chung Star from the Central Star System through the planet's teleportation device. Compared to the cramped life aboard the interstellar fleet, Shun Liang preferred this life surrounded by beauties and fine wine. Sir, a telegram from the 7th Interstellar Fleet has arrived. It is said to be urgent military news. Shun Liang's steward suddenly rushed in, speaking respectfully to Shun Liang. What is it? I'm not looking, Shun Liang said, drunk and not fully hearing what the steward was saying. He waved his hand repeatedly. Now he was the governor of the Hongyun Star Domain, and there were too many unknown officials wanting to curry favor with him to gain promotions through his connections. Shun Liang had no time to deal with these matters. He rejected them all. Sir, this is a report from the commander of the 7th Interstellar Fleet. It says it's urgent military news. You must take a look, the steward repeated. What? News from the 7th Interstellar Fleet? Then I want to see it. At this moment, Shun Liang's face turned as red as a monkey's, but his eyes almost unable to open. Just as his hand was about to reach for the telegram, it was immediately pressed down by the hand of a beauty next to him. Sir, didn't you say today that you wouldn't handle government affairs? Didn't you say you would accompany us all day? One beauty whispered in his ear. That's right, that's right. Sir, are you going back on your word again? The other beauties chimed in as soon as they saw someone speaking up. For a moment, there were a chorus of voices around Shun Liang. All right, let us put it aside for now. I'll look at it tomorrow. His outstretched hand turned from reaching to waving, signaling the steward to step aside. Sisters, I'm coming. Shun Liang's expression momentarily froze before quickly transforming into a silly grin. The steward could only helplessly retreat. On board the flagship of the Empire's 7th Interstellar Fleet, the fleet's commander paced anxiously back and forth. Chief of Staff, what's the situation now? Has Rear Admiral Shun Liang not replied? The commander looked anxious. He had just received intelligence that a large number of desolate heaven cult fleets had suddenly appeared from the eastern side of the adjacent Hongyun Star Domain, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. These fleets were rushing towards Shui Chung Star in the Hongyun Star Domain, and the defensive forces there were completely insufficient to stop Han Tianzhu. The most terrifying part was that Rear Admiral Shun Liang was still there. If Shui Chung Star fell, he would not be able to escape blame. Major General, there is no news. The Chief of Staff shook his head. There's nothing we can do. Order full speed ahead to Shui Chung Star. We hope we can make it in time. The commander heavily struck the command platform. The 7th Interstellar Fleet had just made a spatial jump and had only reached the western side of the Hongyun Star Domain. The next spatial jump would require time to recharge. Who knew that after lying low for 5 months, the desolate heaven cult would make a comeback, perfectly timing their attack on the fleet? Right now, they could only use the most primitive method to inch their way back. The commander prayed in his heart that they could make it in time. In the outer star region of Shui Chung Star, a large number of desolate heaven cult warships were crossing through the teleportation gates, arriving in the area. They then spread out in droves, approaching Shui Chung Star. What the hell? What is this? The observer at the outer defense space station of Shui Chung Star was the first to notice these warships, his face showing panic. The observer hurriedly woke his dozing colleague. Wake up. Something big is happening. We need to notify Shui Chung Star's surface immediately and activate the space station's defense systems. The observer shouted anxiously, but a thick beam of light was already heading towards them, arriving in the blink of an eye. The outer space station cluster of Shui Chung Star was suddenly hit by a fierce attack. Explosions erupted continuously in the starry sky. The vast fleet surged forward like a stampede of wild buffalo, destroying all the space stations and orbital cannons that obstructed their path without exception. Just before reaching the low Earth orbit of Shui Chung Star, the large warships halted, while the medium and small warships dove headlong into the atmosphere of Shui Chung Star. Thousands of medium and small warships surged in at once, creating a spectacular scene. The sharp tips of the warships glowed fiercely red. It was only at this moment that the ground defenses of Shui Chung Star began to react, launching concentrated fire against the incoming medium and small warships in the sky. The booming sounds of heavy artillery rang out incessantly, shattering the invading fleet one by one. But soon, the large warships of the desolate heaven cult lingering in outer space began to deploy their massive main cannons, targeting the ground defenses one by one. Beam after beam, like divine punishment, descended from the sky, instantly penetrating and melting down the heavy artillery on the ground. As the defensive forces of Shui Chung Star rapidly diminished, the invading medium and small warships successfully landed. A large number of desolate heaven ground troops, driving various vehicles, surged like a black tide towards the largest city of Shui Chung Star. Anyone resisting would be swiftly eliminated. The residents, who had been living normally, were in a state of panic, trying to hide, but were soon captured by desolate heaven soldiers and shackled with electromagnetic cuffs. People were the best resource for the desolate heaven cult, and the more, the better. As for whether they can afford it, the cult of the wild sky has never considered this question. If they can't afford it, they can simply take it by force and seize the next planet. Chapter 9. The killed General Shen Liang with the flag of the Water Orange Star government house falling. It was then set ablaze by the soldiers of the wild heaven. This officially announced the fall of Water Orange Star. The highest military commander of Water Orange Star, General Shen Liang, was also captured alive. He was escorted in front of Han Tianzhu. Don't kill me. I'm a general of the empire. My family is very wealthy. You can get a lot of rewards. Don't kill me. Shen Liang kept shouting in panic, but the masked soldiers around him said nothing, until Shen Liang noticed Han Tianzhu. Brother, is this the so-called governor? I never expected that one day we could capture a governor. A strong man stood beside Han Tianzhu. His name was Han Tianzhu, Han Tianzhu's younger brother. Han Tianzhu had a smile on his face. Wow, there's so many beautiful women. What fun guy. Han Tianzhu's gaze shifted back. He quickly noticed the bikini beauties who were also being escorted. Han Tianzhu immediately approached and began to touch them indiscriminately. The women screamed, frantically trying to escape. Bang! Han Tianzhu fired a shot into the sky. Whoever hides again, I'll shoot her. Han Tianzhu had a fierce expression. The beauties immediately became obedient, silently enduring Han Tianzhu's humiliation. All right, Tianzhu, this is not the time to play with women. Bring this imperial governor over. Han Tianzhu said to Han Tianzhu. Then he turned to Shen Liang. Shen Liang was immediately pushed to his knees in front of Han Tianzhu. What can you give me? Han Tianzhu leaned down. Master, I can give you money. A lot of money. And what do you want? As long as I have it, I can give it. Shen Liang looked panicked. Is it just money? Do you think we lack that? Han Tianzhu turned to Han Tianzhu beside him. The two brothers exchanged a smile. Then what do you want? Tell me. I just want to live. Shen Liang looked up at the two brothers, pleading desperately. He knew that these two were the key to deciding his life or death. You may be rich and powerful, but it's useless to us. First, we can't claim your bounty. Second, we can't take over your power. So, to us, you are useless, Han Tianzhu said softly. Meanwhile, Han Tianzhu slowly raised the gun in his hand behind Shun Liang, aiming at the back of Shun Liang's head. But Shun Liang was oblivious, still pleading with Han Tianzhu. Wait, I can. Shun Liang's words were cut off by the gunshot. Shun Liang's head exploded, and his body fell heavily. Oh wow, so this is what it feels like to shoot an imperial governor. It's exhilarating, better than sex. Han Tianzhu shouted excitedly. Han Tianzhu also smiled. What a pity. That one Yuren who chased us out in disgrace isn't here. Otherwise, Han Tianzhu would definitely take revenge. At this moment, Han Tianzhu's chief of staff hurried over. When he got out of the car and saw Shun Liang's corpse on the ground, his expression changed drastically. Master, why are you in such a hurry? Shun Liang can't be killed. The chief of staff immediately pounded his chest in despair. Is it really necessary? Chief of staff? It's just an imperial official. We've killed people like this before. Han Tianzhu replied displeased. Sigh, you don't understand. Do you know what a governor is? The highest commander of a star region. Killing him is like slapping the Empire in the face. The Empire will soon send a large army to hunt us down. The chief of staff kept explaining why Shun Liang couldn't be killed. All right, we've already killed him. As for the Empire hunting us down, we've dealt with that before. We can just escape again. Han Tianzhu replied indifferently. He never intended to establish a so-called base. As long as he, the leader of the Wild Heaven sect, was alive, he could easily gather a new group of followers elsewhere. Fine then. The chief of staff saw that he couldn't persuade them and stopped trying. Master, we need to pack up and evacuate Water Orange Star quickly. The Empire's 7-star fleet will definitely chase after us. The chief of staff began to make new plans for Han Tianzhu. You're right. Everyone get moving. Follow the chief of staff's instructions. Han Tianzhu said decisively. He had many shortcomings, but one of his strengths was listening to advice. The soldiers of the Wild Heavens sect began to act. In the capital of the human empire, White Light Star, Prince Zhu Xian held another imperial meeting. The young Emperor Zhu Renhe was still coaxed onto the imperial throne, with candy in his mouth and a mini mechanical dog in his hand. He looked engrossed, constantly playing with the AI machine. Prince, General Shun Liang of the Red Cloud Star region has been killed. The Wild Heaven sect has once again stirred up riots within the empire. We need to send someone to quell it immediately, a senior official said solemnly. Who to send? Zhu Xian immediately looked at everyone, speaking very bluntly, his gaze sharp. The ministers exchanged glances. Prince, what about General Wen Yuren? One minister suggested. Zhu Xian remained silent. This silence was deafening. The ministers were all clever people and naturally knew that Zhu Xian feared Wen Yuren. Previously, Wen Yuren had successfully quelled the Wild Heaven sect's rebellion, and Zhu Xian no longer knew how to reward him. He was unwilling to give him the rank of general, and it was even more impossible to assign him as governor. In the end, he only gave him a nominal position and a few verbal commendations. However, the military power commanding 3 Imperial Star fleets was directly stripped away. It was a case of promotion in name only. Now to send Wen Yuren to quell the rebellion. Would the military power that had just been stripped be returned? If it was returned, and if he won again, how would the central authority reward Wen Yuren? Would they give him real power? Would they raise another Lu Ili? Were there no other options? Zhu Xian's voice was low. The ministers fell silent for a long time. Just as Zhu Xian was growing impatient, another minister stood up. Prince, I suggest sending Major General He Zhuo and Major General Lin Nian. The two of them will lead the 10th and 11th Star fleets, respectively, and join forces with the 7th Star fleet of the Red Cloud Star region to jointly eliminate the Wild Heaven sect. As soon as this minister finished speaking, Zhu Xian's gloomy face finally eased a little. He really didn't want to give the military power of the 3-star fleets under Wen Yuren. Zhu Xian preferred to keep such strong forces in his own hands. All right, I will suggest this to His Majesty. You two immediately go notify Major Generals He Zhuo and Yin Wan, Zhu Xian said with a righteous expression. However, he wasn't very confident. Although both were major generals, they basically rose to this position due to their father's influence. They couldn't really be considered capable. But fortunately, that desolate day, Lord Han Tianzhu is actually quite the incompetent. Last time, he almost incited a massive rebellion across 3 star domains. But it was easily quelled by Wen Yuren. Chapter 10, Sanitation Space Station number 007, Central Star Domain of the Empire. Not far from the White Radiant Star, there is a planet named Silver Sky Star. The residence of Lin Nian is located on this planet. At this moment, Lin Nian has returned home. He had just received an order from the Empire, relieving him of his military powers. However, his son Wen Rong still holds the command of the Empire's 3rd Interstellar Fleet. As long as he has this, Lin Nian is not worried about not being able to make a comeback. As for Zhu Xian's subtle demotion, Lin Nian is actually very angry, but he has no way to counter it. He himself once had a very dishonorable past, directly betraying his superior twice. Anyone in his position would be wary of him. Lin Nian does not have the capital like Lu Yili to directly confront the Empire when dissatisfied. He can only persuade himself to endure this anger. My lord, the Central Command has just sent news that the Huan Tian sect has led 1 million rebel troops to strike again. Major General Shun Liang has been killed. The entire Empire is in shock. The steward personally took off Lin Nian's coat and relayed the news. What? Shun Liang has been killed? When did this happen? Surprise flashed across Lin Nian's face. He had just returned home, planning to lie low for a while, not expecting that Han Tianzhu of the Huan Tian sect would deliver such good news. The Red Cloud Star Domain is actually not far from the Empire's Central Star Domain, just separated by the Shadow Cloud Star Domain. It is possible that one day, Han Tianzhu could directly jump from the Red Cloud Star Domain into the Shadow Cloud Star Domain. If that happens, it would be a great opportunity. Zhu Xian would definitely not be able to suppress him then. Has the Central Command selected someone to quell the rebellion? If so, who are they? Lin Nian immediately inquired of the steward. He had just learned the news from the steward. It was obvious that this time Zhu Xian had no intention of utilizing him and had definitely chosen someone else to suppress the rebellion. If Han Tianzhu were to be suppressed again, he would have no chance left. My lord, the Empire's Central Command has already selected candidates. A notice has just been issued. It is Major General He Zhuo and Major General Lin Nian. The steward quickly replied. It seems there will be a good show to watch. Lin Nian snorted coldly. He immediately contacted Wen Rong, instructing him to prepare the troops for battle at all times. We may have another opportunity. Lin Nian added. Yes, my lord. The steward immediately withdrew to carry out his duties. The Empire's 3rd Interstellar Fleet, after another transportation, has arrived at the Empire's Central Star System. Returning to White Radiant Star, the fleet is slowly entering the sanitation circle of the Imperial capital. This area is composed of multiple levels of sanitation space stations. From the outside, it looks similar to Saturn's rings, but instead of meteors, it is filled with densely packed, large defensive space stations. They serve as the core force to protect the Imperial capital. Within the sanitation belt, there is a very conspicuous, artificially constructed giant spherical space station. It is the mother port of the Empire's 3rd Interstellar Fleet, Sanitation Space Station number 007. This is our station. After we arrive at the mother port, according to the usual practice, we should have about 15 days of leave, Liao Fan said to Lin Nian through the porthole. Lin Nian was staring unblinkingly at the giant sphere outside. The gray-white exterior revealed a large number of complex mechanical structures, creating a kind of indescribable mechanical beauty. Against the backdrop of the starry sky, it looked quite spectacular. This mother port looks so grand. I couldn't see this before, Lin Nian nodded. He was previously a private, and didn't he have many portholes to look out of? With thousands of people crammed into one room, it was not like now, where Lin Nian could have his own independent quarters. The ship is about to dock. Please, all personnel, immediately find a place to sit and fasten your seatbelts. At this moment, the battleship began to issue alert sounds. Lin Nian and Liao Fan exchanged glances and quickly found a nearby spot to sit. There had been accidents during docking before, so there were such rules. Liao Fan casually explained to Lin Nian, who had been asking many questions before, which had become an instinctive response for Liao Fan. Ah, I see, Lin Nian nodded. He listened to the continuous safety announcements, but his thoughts wandered elsewhere. For example, that mysterious female voice. He heard that voice again. Lin Nian recalled the times the voice appeared. It was mostly when he was in danger. Did she only come to help him when he faced life and death pressure? Lin Nian thought silently, but came up with no conclusions. He needed new tests. Lin Nian was not worried about not having that opportunity, as they had just seen the news. The Huan Tian sect, which had been silent for months, was striking back again, appearing in the Red Cloud star domain. He heard that an imperial governor had fallen. However, their interstellar fleet had already begun its return journey and should not be mobilized to the war zone in the short term. At this moment, the entire ship began to change color, shifting to a muted yellow tone. It was about to connect with the military port. All personnel, please immediately find a fixed position and do not move around. We are currently docking. The mechanical female voice repeatedly requested. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Prepare for impact. Lin Nian quickly felt a powerful vibration coming from the ship's body. He and Liao Fan were both being shaken by the immense force. Fortunately, they were secured with seat belts, or they would have been thrown into the sky. What is going on? It's shaking so much. Lin Nian said to Liao Fan beside him. It's the vibrations from the motherport's docking clamps. There's no way around it. It's said to be like this when docking. Just bear with it. Liao Fan shouted back to Lin Nian. Okay, Lin Nian nodded. Before long, the shaking stopped, and the dim yellow lights switched to normal white lights. Liao Fan had already unfastened his seatbelt. Seeing this, Lin Nian followed suit. All right, we should be able to leave the battleship now. If there are no tasks in the short term, we can move freely. I've been cooped up for so long. I want to let loose a bit. My desires are soaring. Liao Fan winked at Lin Nian and even let out a loud shout. Lin Nian, are you coming? I know a good military bar with plenty of beautiful girls. Liao Fan invited Lin Nian, offering something every man would enjoy. Forget it. I want to go home for a bit. My mother is seriously ill. Since I made it back by luck this time, I want to check on her condition. Lin Nian smiled and shook his head. I didn't expect you to be such a filial son. No wonder with your abilities, you would choose to be the most dangerous line soldier. Since that is the case, I want to go to that military bar. I'll take you to the fixed-point teleportation array here. You can use it to reach the hub white radiant star first, and then transfer to your home planet. Radiant star. This fixed-point teleportation array, ISNT, found everywhere. Only important planets and large space stations have them. The flagship of the Starfleet can't even install this thing. Liao Fan explained to Lin Nian as they walked. The two left the lounge they were in and moved towards the battleship's docking port. Suddenly, both of their wristwatches started vibrating. Military news. Liao Fan glanced at his watch. Lin Nian saw him nod slightly, clearly operating his watch. However, Lin Nian couldn't see Liao Fan's display. Lin Nian also stopped and touched his own watch. Lieutenant Lin Nian. Colonel Wenrong has issued the latest orders. Due to the resurgence of the entire army is on standby. Without special reasons, no one is allowed to disembark. Chapter 11. The flagship of the 10th Interstellar Fleet explodes. Lin Nian reads through the information quickly. His mood inexplicably turns a bit restless. Clearly, home is just within reach. Yet he cannot return. Damn it. The holiday is canceled. Lin Nian, there's no way out. It seems we all have to stay on this battleship. Liao Fan lowers his head, rubs his forehead, and mutters, Liao Fan, can we contact our families here? Lin Nian asks a new question. No, we are currently on a mission. We must strictly adhere to military confidentiality regulations. Liao Fan replies directly, dashing Lin Nian's hopes. Fine. Lin Nian sighs. Don't lose heart. Lin Nian, there are advantages to being on the battleship. There will be flower boats coming by every night these days. Liao Fan suddenly says mysteriously. What is a flower boat? Lin Nian is taken aback. Liao Fan blinks. He immediately understands. Wow, the glorious imperial military has such treatment. Got it, right? Liao Fan sees the change in Lin Nian's eyes and knows he understands. It's an imperial benefit. His Majesty the Emperor has already paid for us. It's the real deal. Certified and all. Each officer gets their share, while the squad leaders get a bit less. 10 people share one. Lower-ranking soldiers get even less. They get nothing at all. Liao Fan shakes his head and says, all right, they say it's enhanced training, but it's actually the same old stuff. We should be able to rest for a few days now. They won't schedule us for training. Go rest now. Liao Fan straightens up, pats Lin Nian on the shoulder, and walks towards his private quarters. All right. Lin Nian sighs softly, watching Liao Fan's figure disappear. He shakes his head helplessly and walks into his own quarters. As the automatic door opens, the originally dark room senses Lin Nian's entry and lights up. This is the future? Lin Nian lies down on a soft bed and picks up a photo placed on it. It features three people: his adoptive mother, Lin Feng, and himself. Lin Nian looks at his somewhat unfamiliar face. The soul is still the same soul. It's just that the body has become new. At the border of the Red Cloud Star region and the Shadow Cloud Star region, the million-ship fleet of the Arid Sky sect advances mightily, directly invading the Shadow Cloud Star region, charging into the formations of two Imperial interstellar fleets. Previously, Han Tianzhu launched a fierce assault, penetrating multiple Imperial planets, plundering vast resources and populations, forcing new recruits to become bandits, and then continuing to the next planet, repeating the process. As long as the Imperial forces are not strong enough, Han Tianzhu will lead his Locust army and slaughter all the way. Now, they have finally encountered a capable regular force of the Empire. But Han Tianzhu is not afraid. The Arid Sky sect has undergone significant changes. After capturing numerous Imperial planets, they have seized countless Imperial warships, giving them the capability to fight. Chief of Staff, report the situation immediately. Han Tianzhu's expression is serious. Their fleet is about to confront the Imperial 10th Interstellar Fleet head-on. Meanwhile, on their right side, the Imperial 11th Fleet is also closing in, clearly aiming to crush their million-ship fleet in one fell swoop. Master, the enemy intends to encircle us from three sides. However, the Imperial 7th Interstellar Fleet is lagging behind significantly. For the time being, our rear is secure. What we need to do is continue the strong assault. As long as we break through the frontal Imperial Interstellar Fleet, the advantage will be ours. The Chief of Staff's eyes are filled with excitement as he pounds the table heavily. Very well. All troops follow orders, attack. Han Tianzhu does not understand the Chief of Staff's words, but he knows the Chief of Staff will not harm him. With a wave of his hand, he gives the order. The million-ship fleet of the Arid Sky sect accelerates simultaneously, overwhelming the enemy. In interstellar warfare, due to the presence of energy shields on warships, neither laser attacks nor missile tracking can quickly breach the energy shields. It's better to engage in close-range artillery duels or forcefully jump into combat. Therefore, each round of interstellar warfare is extremely brutal, resulting in massive casualties. But for Han Tianzhu, he currently lacks nothing but people. As both fleets engage in battle, it immediately becomes intense. Various attacks surge forth, but they are all blocked by the translucent, eggshell-like shields of the opposing ships. Eventually, both sides enter a phase of mutual collision. From time to time, the shields of warships are rapidly depleted in the dense clashes. Meanwhile, the swarm of starfighter jets, like a mass of mosquitoes, rushes towards the warships, dropping numerous boarding troops to launch the bloodiest boarding assault. The two largest flagships of the 10th and 11th Interstellar Fleets become the prime targets for the Arid Sky Fleet's attacks. Waves of various types of Arid Sky warships surge towards these two flagships. The originally sturdy energy shields are ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer number of warships, depleting all shield energy. A large number of Arid Sky boarding troops are thrown onto the Imperial flagship. At this moment, on the flagship of the 10th Interstellar Fleet, Major General Hizwa, we need to retreat immediately. Multiple compartments of the flagship have already been breached by the Arid Sky rebels. If we don't leave now, there will be no chance. The Chief of Staff desperately holds on to Major General Hizwa, trying to force him to leave the battleship. The number of Han Tianzhu's rebels is greater than they anticipated. Moreover, Han Tianzhu is very cunning. He did not make the largest Arid Sky warship his flagship, but instead mixed it among numerous smaller warships. This led to the failure of their elite boarding unit strategy to decapitate Han Tianzhu, while the enemy's surprise strategy succeeded. No, this is the Imperial flagship. I cannot escape. I absolutely cannot leave this flagship to the Arid Sky rebels. That would be the greatest disgrace to the Empire. Hizwa's expression is twisted, like a gambler who has lost but refuses to leave the table. Major General Hizwa, it's most important to keep your life. Don't waste it in vain. His Majesty would not want to see you like this. The Chief of Staff continues to persuade, wanting to forcibly pull Hizwa away with other staff members. But Hizwa pushes him away. At this moment, the compartments outside the bridge suddenly erupt in intense gunfire. Everyone in the bridge is momentarily stunned. Then their expressions vary. Some are fearful, others despairing. They know in their hearts that the arid sky rebels have already breached their core area. It won't be long before they are either killed or captured. Chief of Staff, self-destruct. Hizwa suddenly calms down. Major General Hizwa. The Chief of Staff's words turn into a murmur, leaving no sound. Give me the keys now. I want to self-destruct the battleship. Hizwa roars. This voice sends a shudder through everyone, akin to pronouncing their death sentence. The Chief of Staff hesitates for a long time, ultimately handing over his keys to Hizwa. Hizwa acts quickly, inserting 2 keys in succession, finally opening the self-destruct program cover. He places his hand on the large red button. I'm sorry. It's my fault that it has come to this. I owe you all, but I cannot let down His Majesty. I'm sorry to the Empire. Glory belongs to the Empire. Hizwa shouted loudly. Glory belongs to the Empire. The Chief of Staff and all the crew members on the bridge also stood up together, heavily striking their right shoulders. The flagship of the 10th Star Fleet suddenly erupted in a brilliant light at the center of the battlefield. A silent explosion engulfed everything around it. Chapter 12, The Defeated Imperial Starfleet. Hizwa chose to self-destruct the flagship, immediately triggering a chain reaction. The 10th Star Fleet fell into a state of leaderless chaos. There was confusion everywhere. Some captains chose to continue attacking the cult of the Wild Heaven, while others, seeing no hope of escape, chose to surrender. More captains were attempting to break through. On the other side, the 11th Star Fleet was also in a dire situation, especially for the fleet's commander, Major General Lin Nian, whose face was filled with panic. The original 3-way siege on Han Tianju had turned into a situation where his side was being beaten due to the late arrival of the 7th Star Fleet and the destruction of the 10th Star Fleet flagship. For Lin Nian, this was simply unacceptable. Chief of Staff, what are our chances? Lin Nian glanced at the chaotic battlefield. The heavy pressure of the battlefield, following Hizwa's demise, weighed entirely on his shoulders. Major General, the initial estimate is less than 3%. Major General, we must retreat from the battlefield immediately. The Chief of Staff spoke quickly. The 10th Star Fleet had already been shattered, and they were left in a precarious position. As for finding the crucial Han Tianju flagship among the cult of the Wild Heaven forces and destroying it to turn the tide, the Chief of Staff dismissed that thought with a glance at the countless Wild Heaven warships outside. It could be said that if they continued this battle, they would be completely annihilated. Very well. I declare that due to the changing situation, our forces are outnumbered, and we will retreat immediately. Lin Nian did not possess Hizwa's foolish loyalty. Seeing the situation was dire, he immediately planned to withdraw from the battlefield and preserve their strength. Following the order, the flagship of the 11th Star Fleet was the first to lead the retreat. They were slightly better off than the 10th Star Fleet. The energy shields of the 11th Starfleet flagship had not yet vanished. Bearing heavy fire, they accelerated madly towards the rear. However, having just defeated Hizwa's cult of the Wild Heaven Fleet, their morale was high, and they were unwilling to let Lin Nian escape. Under Han Tianju's command for a full-on assault, they charged toward the retreating 11th Starfleet. A more brutal chase began. The warships of the 11th Starfleet were continuously having their energy shields destroyed, and reckless Wild Heaven boarding troops surged into the warships, launching extremely bloody internal purges. Occasionally, warships chose to self-destruct rather than be captured, taking everyone down with them. But the Wild Heaven Fleet did not pause. One by one, they swallowed up the lagging Imperial warships, ultimately pursuing and biting at the flagship of the 11th Starfleet. The energy shield of the 11th Starfleet flagship flickered continuously until, in a desperate collision with a Wild Heaven warship, the energy shields of both ships simultaneously flickered. In the next moment, the energy shields shattered. Originally hidden behind the shields and attacking recklessly, the flagship of the 11th Starfleet fell silent for a moment. At that time, a large number of Wild Heaven starfighter units, like sharks sensing blood, quickly surrounded them. A massive number of boarding pods were launched, and countless Wild Heaven troops jumped in to attack the interior of the large warship. Although this Imperial flagship's various weapons were still roaring, it resembled a struggle before death. Ultimately, with nowhere left to escape, Lin Nian led all the officers and soldiers of the Imperial flagship to surrender, lowering the original Imperial flag and raising a large white flag. At this moment, the flagship of the cult of the Wild Heaven was in a state of jubilation. Master, we've captured it. The chief of staff was extremely excited. They had defeated 2 imperial fleets with 1 against 2, relying on their numerical advantage, and had continuously crushed 2 regular imperial forces. The 10-star fleet was completely devastated. The flagship self-destructed, and the supreme commander, Hizwa, committed suicide. The 11th-star fleet was entirely broken, and the flagship surrendered. The supreme commander, Yin, was captured. This was an unprecedented victory. The Imperial Shadow Cloud, Star Domain, would completely lack protection. If they were bolder, it might not be impossible to take a tour of the Imperial Central Star Domain. Yes. Han Tianzhu's hands were trembling. They had really defeated 2 Imperial Star Fleets. As long as they digested the surrendered 11th Star Fleet, their combat power would rise to another level. Han Tianzhu dared not think of what came next. But a win was a win. We won. Han Tianzhu suddenly raised his fist, shouting hoarsely. The entire flagship bridge echoed his sentiment. White Light Star, Imperial Council Hall. Local time, 5 a.m. Zhu appeared to stride in with authority, but his expression was extraordinarily gloomy. He had just received an urgent message from the Shadow Cloud Star Domain. The Imperial Army had suffered a major defeat on the front lines. 1 major general was dead, and another had surrendered. 3 Imperial Star Fleets had 1 shattered, 1 captured, and 1 fled. The most outrageous was the 7th Star Fleet, which was responsible for the rearguard but hadn't even reached the front lines. By the time the news of the defeat of the frontline Imperial fleets reached them, they had already retreated. Zhu's anger surged, but he did not rush to vent it. He stood silently in the center of the Imperial Council Hall, repeatedly clenching and releasing his fist. Milkmaid, I want to sleep. I don't want to go to the council hall. The young emperor struggled, crying and making a fuss. But the milkmaid, at Zhu's insistence, coaxed the young emperor into the emperor's position. Zhu glanced at his cousin, his eyes flashing with malice. If it weren't for the many governors of the empire openly and secretly opposing him, Zhu would have kicked Zhu Renhe aside long ago and sat on that throne himself. Gradually, imperial dignitaries began to arrive. How could this happen? Hizwa and Yin have betrayed the country. 3 against 1, and they lost this badly? The imperial army has become rotten. Now, the cult of the Wild Heaven could no longer be contained. They gathered in small groups, continually discussing the previous battles. The defeat of 2 Imperial Star Fleets on the front lines had a tremendous impact, threatening the very foundation of the empire and potentially allowing the cult of the Wild Heaven to escape suppression entirely. Zhu remained silent throughout, watching the imperial officials discuss animatedly, until everyone had arrived at the Imperial Council Hall. Ahem. Zhu finally cleared his throat. The discussions gradually quieted down. You all have seen the latest battle report, right? If you haven't seen it or don't know the situation, that's fine. You can see it now. Zhu waved his hand forcefully. A massive holographic screen appeared, continuously displaying the self-destruction of Hizwa's flagship and the moment when Yin raised the white flag. Simultaneously, on the sides of the 2 videos, there were lengthy text introductions. At the last sentence, it was made bold. An unprecedented catastrophic defeat for the empire. Is this the person you recommended? Incompetent. Negligent. The entire situation of the empire has become this rotten because of you. You hold such high positions and salaries in the empire. Is this how you repay the empire? Zhu unleashed the suppressed anger in his heart, shouting hoarsely at all the imperial officials. Milkmaid, I am scared. The originally sleepy young emperor, who had been crying and fussing, immediately clung tightly to the milkmaid's arm, shrinking back behind her. After Zhu vented his anger, the entire Imperial Council Hall fell into complete silence. Especially a few heavyweight ministers looked at each other. They all knew in their hearts that the current situation was actually caused by Zhu Xin's actions. When the Huangtian sect re-emerged, they could have just used Wen Yuan directly, but Zhu Xindo was unwilling to do so. Chapter 13 Virtual Training Operations. Now, they were directly blaming them. The ministers were very indignant. However, they did not have the courage to confront Zhu directly. They could only choose to remain silent. Zhu vented his anger on Hizwa and Yin, as well as the acting commander of the 7th Interstellar Fleet and the Vice Admiral Shen Liang, who let everything get out of control. Just because Shen was addicted to pleasure, He was directly hit in the face by Han Tianju. The Empire subsequently dispatched 3 interstellar fleets, all to clean up Shun's mess. However, after the previous defeat, it only made the forces of the Arid Heaven cult grow stronger, sweeping through the Red Cloud and Shadow Cloud star regions of the Empire. Are you going to speak? Are you all mute? Are you waiting for the Arid Heaven cult to reach the Central Star region of the Empire before you're willing to say something? Zhu vented randomly, trying to steady his own emotions while also trying to motivate these imperial ministers. Your Highness, blaming anyone at this point is futile. Finding a way to deal with Han Tianju's Arid Heaven cult is the priority. We absolutely cannot let him enter the Central Star region of the Empire. The current situation requires a strong general to stabilize it. I recommend one person, Major General Lin Nian. When a senior official spoke up, Zhu finally heard that name. He wanted to directly reject Lin Nian, but compared to letting Han Tianju enter the Central Star region, it was still better to employ Lin Nian. Allowing the Arid Heaven cult to grow while suppressing Lin Nian, Zhu understood the weight of these choices. Indeed, at this point, he had no choice but to call upon Major General 1. I originally wanted to let Major General 1 and the 3 elite interstellar fleets of the Empire rest for a bit, but the current situation is urgent, and that is no longer possible. Zhu nodded and agreed, as if he had always been on Lin Nian's side. This scene made all the ministers think of 2 words: hypocrisy. Now, immediately summon Major General Lin Nian. Zhu immediately issued the order. On the outskirts of White Light Star, aboard the 1,455th warship in the 007 Sanitation Space Station, a small team, led by Lin Nian, quickly infiltrated the enemy's warship. Killing all the way, Lin Nian, leading his mobile squad, took control of the bridge. Out of the 3,000 infiltrators, only a little over 100 remained, with a very high casualty rate. As the environmental lights around Lin Nian lit up, he heard, "Good, the exercise is over." Lin Nian's immediate superior, Captain Xue Wujiu, shouted, "All members of the 10th Mobile Team, take off your combat helmets." Every one of them was sweating. They had just undergone the most realistic battlefield drill in a virtual world. Lieutenant Lin Nian stepped forward. Xue Wujiu called out to Lin Nian as the exercise ended. His gaze icy. Yes. Lin Nian stood tall and saluted Captain Xue. He knew why Xue was calling him out. His performance in this virtual battle was simply too poor. Without the assistance of that female voice, Lin Nian was no different from an average person. Though he held the rank of lieutenant, which was relatively high, he had not demonstrated the corresponding strength. Captain Xue's expression darkened as he took Lin Nian into a room. On the other side, outside the training observation chamber, through a one-way glass, when Huayun had witnessed the whole scene, Captain Xue had reported Lin Nian's situation to her multiple times, wanting to replace him, but she had vetoed all replacement suggestions. Lin Nian was personally promoted by Wenrong. It was not wartime, and Lin Nian had not committed any serious mistakes. So when Huayun would not strip him of his military position. Lin Nian's position as the captain of the 10th Mobile Team was essentially a high rank with a low position. The mobile team Lin Nian was part of was essentially no different from the Empire's fill line troops. Once the enemy warships' shield energy disappeared, they would be directly deployed for landing or used to fend off enemy incursions against their own warships. This was a high casualty, all-purpose position and the only military post with a vacancy. With Lin Nian's lieutenant rank, he could only be assigned to this position. For other better positions, Lin Nian had neither the qualifications nor enough convincing battle achievements to warrant a different placement. Switch to the surveillance feed for me, when Huayun instructed the soldier beside her. Yes, Lieutenant 1. The soldier quickly pulled up a light screen showing the room where Xue Wujiu and Lin Nian were, making the 2 of them clear to see. Lieutenant Lin Nian, if this is your level of ability, I cannot accept it. With your current capability, you are completely unfit to serve as captain of the 10th Mobile Team. Do you know what our mission is? It is the most dangerous, with the highest casualty rate for infiltration operations. How can you complete the mission with such performance? Protect your subordinates? Captain Xue slammed the table heavily as he spoke to Lin Nian. Captain Xue, if you have any objections to me, you can raise them to the 3rd Interstellar Fleet's headquarters. As for your belief that I am unfit for this position, I'm sorry, but I believe your words do not count. Simulation battles do not matter. The battlefield is the only true measure of strength. Lin Nian replied firmly. Captain Shui seemed unaware of the situation. He always made Lin Nian feel targeted. Lieutenant Lin, you performed well on Qianxian Star, but in my eyes, you are merely lucky. You survived without being killed by a ground defense artillery shell on Qianxian Star, which is how you got this position. I don't know what your relationship with that one Huayun is. Perhaps you have some affair with her, which is why she keeps protecting you. However, I can guarantee you that if you perform like this in the next battlefield, you will definitely meet a grim fate. After saying this, Shui Wujiu glanced at the camera in the room and took a step back. Lieutenant Lin, remember, you won't always be lucky. Captain Shui shook his head, adjusted his military cap, and turned to leave. Lin Nian silently watched Captain Shui's back. The mention of Wen Huayun made him wonder if there was some issue between the two, and he was caught in the crossfire. However, Lin Nian also knew that his current performance was indeed too poor. Lin Nian sighed. If he had that female voice as assistance, how could he be performing like this now? He truly was poor at commanding operations, but his marksmanship skills were still excellent. Lin Nian's thoughts were troubled as he exited the small room, only to find Wen Huayun waiting for him outside. Lieutenant 1, Lin Nian saluted her. There was no choice. Military ranks were strict. Lin Nian's rank was still lower than Wen Huayun's, so he had to salute. Otherwise, she could put him in confinement. Confinement was not a pleasant experience. Lieutenant Lin, Wen Huayun returned the salute. Captain Shui seems to be very dissatisfied with you. What have you done? Wen Huayun looked in a certain direction, from where she could still see Captain Shui's retreating figure. Chapter 14, returning to the battlefield. I don't know. Lin Nian shook his head, not wanting to continue the topic. What does Captain Wen want? He shifted the conversation to Wen Huayun's purpose. Major General Wen Rong promoted you before and suddenly wanted to understand your current situation. I'm here to check on you for him, Wen Huayun explained to Lin Nian. Well, as you can see, it's not exactly harmonious, Lin Nian shrugged nonchalantly. At first, he had quite a reputation in the fleet and was respected. But soon things changed. Because Lin Nian's virtual training combat results were unsatisfactory, many people began to question him, especially regarding the inconsistency between his training results and the actual performance of Qianxiang. Lin Nian understood why in his heart. He was promoted too quickly and had no background, yet went from a regular soldier to an officer. This made many people who were still grinding through their years of service unhappy. In their eyes, one success was not truly a success. It was merely luck. Luck was what allowed Lin Nian to have everything he shouldn't have. Surviving on Qianxiang was one thing, and gaining Wen Rong's favor was another. They might think that if they were in his position, they could also receive the same treatment and easily become a lieutenant. What these people hated was not Lin Nian himself, but the fact that the person who became a lieutenant was not them. Moreover, his recent poor performance in virtual training provided them with a target. Lin Nian could feel his reputation rapidly declining aboard the warship. Lieutenant Lin, jealousy is the first hurdle you need to overcome. However, I see your current mindset is good. Still, I must remind you that the road ahead must be walked by yourself. Major General Wen Rong's favor is limited to this. Don't expect him to help you further, Wen Huayun said seriously. Then she touched her wristwatch and began tapping the air repeatedly in front of Lin Nian, clearly operating her own holographic display. Well, this visit is over. It was nice to see you again, Lieutenant Lin. I look forward to your future performance. Wen Huayun extended her hand to Lin Nian. Yeah, me too. Lin Nian shook her hand lightly before letting go. Her touch was a bit cold. Wen Huayun nodded slightly at Lin Nian and walked away slowly. Lin Nian, how did she end up here? Liao Fan suddenly popped his head around a corner and whispered to Lin Nian. She said it was a follow-up visit. Lin Nian briefly explained. Liao Fan was one of the few on the 1455 warship who were still willing to support him. I see. I heard your commander scolded you again? What's wrong? Did your virtual training encounter issues again? Liao Fan asked after seeing Wen Huayun disappear around a corner. I can't help it. I'm being envied. Lin Nian sighed, not wanting to discuss the topic further. He increasingly felt that it might be the biochemical enhancement agent he was injected with that caused him to hear things, thinking there was a female voice helping him. But it didn't make sense, as the voice really did help him. Lin Nian thought again about the biochemical enhancement agent, which was somewhat similar to a stimulant that could enhance a soldier's reaction time and physical endurance. Of course, the side effects were significant. It was usually only used for extremely dangerous missions. In fact, many people speculated that it was the biochemical enhancement agent that allowed him to exceed expectations. Lin Nian, don't lack confidence in yourself. I have high hopes for you, because you're different from those who just shout about luck. I've seen how you fight. Plus, they seem to forget that during the initial reconnaissance battle on Qiangxiangsing, out of the thousands of fill-in soldiers deployed, only 9 of you survived. Such a high mortality rate is not something just anyone can come back from, Liao Fan said as he put his arm around Lin Nian's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Liao Fan, I didn't expect you to be quite good at comforting people. But save that for your girlfriend. I'm not buying it. Lin Nian laughed, brushing Liao Fan's hand away. Liao Fan's comfort was indeed appreciated. Ha, you just realized that? Let's go. Training is over for today. I'm starving. Let's get something to eat. Unfortunately, the benefits from a flower boat are over. Who knows when next time will be? By the way, Lin Nian, have you been active these days? You're not still a virgin, are you? Liao Fan became excited at the topic of women and even teased Lin Nian. Get lost, you're the virgin. Lin Nian kicked Liao Fan. Meanwhile, when Huayun had already disembarked from the 1455 warship, she got into the waiting vehicle, passing through the busy military port where goods were being hoisted. Everything here was controlled by artificial intelligence, fully automated, with only a few personnel stationed at certain locations. The Empire's production end had widely adopted artificial intelligence systems. However, such intelligent systems did not work in warfare due to the strong electromagnetic interference environment on the battlefield. The hovering vehicle quickly came to a stop in front of a dock. A massive Imperial flagship was quietly anchored there, with an enormous amount of goods being exchanged without pause, accompanied by the sharp warning sounds of hoisting. Wen Huayun saw Major General Wen Rong standing in front of the warship. Major Wen Huayun immediately approached and saluted him. Ah, Captain Wen, I've read your report. So, do you also agree with Captain Shui Wuju's view? Wen Rong asked with a smile. Yes, considering various factors, I believe Lin Nian cannot adapt to the position of a lieutenant. When Huayun expressed her lack of optimism about Lin Nian. In her eyes, Lin Nian was extraordinarily lucky, so lucky it was ridiculous. His achievements on Qiangxiangsing could at most qualify him as a sergeant or a level 4 warrant officer. He absolutely could not be promoted to an officer. Captain Wen, we're about to set sail again, when Rong suddenly changed the subject, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. Huh? When Huayun's expression froze. I'm sorry, I was rude just now. Major General Wen, are we going to war? She quickly apologized while raising her question. After all, they had just returned to the home port not long ago, and they were about to set sail again in such a short time, clearly indicating something significant was happening. It's nothing, when Rong shook his head, exhaling a puff of white smoke that quickly dissipated, absorbed by the home port's excellent ventilation system. We are indeed going to war. I just received news from the Central Military Command. The rebellious sect is making a comeback and has defeated the 10th and 11th Imperial fleets in the Yingyun Star Domain. Wen Rong continued to explain to Wen Huayun. Wen Huayun instinctively pressed her lips together. Another major battle was on the horizon. The Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet was going to the battlefield again. As for whether Lin Nian was a useless person, Wen Rong thought, the war will tell me the answer. However, I've always been confident in my judgment. Wen Rong quickly finished his cigarette, then threw it to the ground and extinguished the remaining glow with his foot. Let's go. The fleet is setting sail, and there's a lot of work to do. Wen Rong didn't look back at Wen Huayun, instead joining the waiting guard soldiers and starting to walk towards his flagship. In front of this steel behemoth, their figures were as small as dust. Numerous white lights flickered faintly on the surface of the giant beast, resembling stars. Chapter 15 Enemy Strategy 001 Sanitation Space Station. Wen Yuan personally boarded the flagship of the Empire's 2nd Interstellar Fleet, compared to the 3rd and 4th Interstellar Fleets. The 2nd Interstellar Fleet returned the fastest and was also the first fleet to complete resupply among the 3 fleets. The captain of the flagship saluted Wen Yuan. Colonel Chun, immediately notify the 3rd and 4th Interstellar Fleets. We must set off at once and reach the Shadow Cloud Star Domain as quickly as possible to reclaim the core planet. Yinlan Star. Wen Yuan nodded slightly and then issued an order to the flagship's captain. Yes. Captain Chun immediately straightened up, The orders were quickly disseminated, and countless crew members began to spring into action. As the ship's locks detached from the Motherport space station, the battleships of the Empire's second interstellar fleet began to depart from the 001 sanitation space station, turning towards the direction of the Shadow Cloud star domain. This time, the Arid Sky sect had infiltrated the Shadow Cloud star domain, which meant Wen did not have to travel far. After all, the central star domain was adjacent to the Shadow Cloud star domain. A single space transfer was enough to quickly reach Yanlan star, saving a transfer compared to Qianxian star, the edge of the Red Cloud star domain. The tail of the fleet's battleships began to emit blue and white flames. Wen quickly arrived at the flagship's bridge. The bridge was very spacious, accommodating 3,000 dedicated crew members. A large amount of real-time data flowed through their hands. Finally, they gathered in front of the highest commander. Because Wen personally boarded the ship, the highest commander here shifted from the flagship's captain to Wen. Chief, we just received communication from the 3rd and 4th interstellar fleets. Should we connect? The communication officer suddenly stood up and spoke loudly to Wen. Connect. Wen stood on the second level of the bridge, hands gripping the railing, overlooking the busy crew below, and nodded slightly. Yes, the liaison officer nodded. Soon, 2 massive light screens popped up. The screen displayed the faces of General Wen and another Major General. Chief, both saluted solemnly to Wen. General 1, General Ning, what's your progress? Wen returned their salute. Report, Chief. The Empire's 3rd interstellar fleet has left port. General Wen answered first. Report, Chief. The Empire's 4th interstellar fleet has left port. General Ning followed up. Very good. I will now open an interstellar transmission gate in the longest maintenance mode, 3 hours. You must arrive as quickly as possible and pass through. No digas. Wen's expression was serious. Yes. The two saluted in unison. The light screens then disappeared. The energy for the interstellar transmission gate was accumulating. 20%, 40, 100%. Energy loading complete. Chief, should we open the interstellar transmission gate? The flagship's chief of staff asked loudly. Open. Wen's expression was stern as he immediately gave the order. As his words fell, everyone looked towards the transparent portholes on both sides. 2 massive launch devices slowly emerged from the sides of the flagship's hull, firing 2 beams of different colors, 1 red and 1 blue. The beams intersected at a point in the starry sky directly in front of the flagship, beginning to create a distortion in space. As the energy poured in, the spatial distortion grew larger, gradually expanding to several hundred kilometers in size before stopping. Once the spatial distortion stabilized, everyone could see the unfamiliar star domain on the other side. All members of the Empire's 2nd interstellar fleet accelerate. Wen waved his hand. Yes, the entire Empire's 2nd interstellar fleet accelerated in unison. Wen also sat down in his position and fastened his seatbelt. With the fleet's engines outputting at full power, a massive tremor resonated from within the ship's hull. One by one, they traversed through the enormous void in front of them. Wen glanced at the map's positioning display on the side. They almost instantaneously flashed from the central star domain to the vicinity of Yanlan star in the Shadow Cloud star domain, with the flagship safely passing through the transmission. Wen unfastened his seatbelt and waved to the captain and the fleet staff. A dozen people quickly gathered in front of the conference table. The 3-dimensional star map clearly displayed the current situation of the star domain. Chief of Staff, please explain the current situation, Wen said to the Chief of Staff. Yes, Chief. The Chief of Staff immediately saluted, then began to manipulate the star map in front of him. Since the 10th Fleet and the 11th Fleet were defeated, the Arid Sky sect's momentum has surged. Currently, a large number of planets in the southeastern region of the Shadow Cloud star domain are being plundered by the Arid Sky sect, including the core planet, Yanlan star. The Chief of Staff drew a circle with his hand, quickly displaying it on the star map, encompassing the entire center of the Shadow Cloud star domain and the entire southeastern area. I suggest that our primary task is to immediately reclaim Yanlan star. The Chief of Staff proposed the first course of action. Wen and the others nodded in agreement, with no objections. The Arid Sky sect has no fixed strongholds. If we send out scattered forces to pursue, it likely won't yield good results. Han Tianju's ability to advance and retreat like the wind relies on the mobility of his battleships, which in turn depends on resources from resource stars. Therefore, Han Tianju's possible next move is quite clear. The Chief of Staff continued to draw on the star map. Dozens of energy-type resource stars turned red, winding up along the northeastern side of the Shadow Cloud star domain, roughly forming a line. The first star began to flash continuously. The name displayed was Huangyan Star. We need to quickly deploy forces to resource stars like Huangyan Star, especially the leading Huangyan Star. I believe the Arid Sky sect will definitely come. The Chief of Staff emphasized Huangyan Star. In short, we should do our best to fortify defenses and clear the area. Once the Arid Sky sect is unable to plunder resources, population, and food and lacks reinforcements, even if the Arid Sky sect is currently very strong, it will quickly decline. At that time, whether it's driving the Arid Sky sect out of the Shadow Cloud star domain or pursuing them to the Red Cloud star domain, it won't be difficult for us. The Chief of Staff looked at Lin Nian. His strategy was essentially to fortify defenses and wait for internal problems within Han Tianju to erupt. Once the timing was right, they could engage in a decisive battle with the Arid Sky sect. Hizwa and Yin Wen's previous defeat was due to their overly aggressive approach, planning to create a pocket formation for a three-way encirclement. However, before the pocket was even properly set up, they hastily tightened it, resulting in a chaotic battle. Chief of Staff, I basically agree with your strategy of fortifying defenses and clearing the area, but there is one issue. Han Tianju may not choose to start from Huangyan Star. He could select any point among these resource stars for plundering. When Yuan pointed out the shortcoming of the Chief of Staff, the Chief of Staff fell silent for a few seconds, looking a bit helpless. Chief, it was my oversight. Then we will switch to a lookout mode. The Chief of Staff understood that having defenses everywhere might mean having no defenses at all. However, it is feasible to set up outposts. At each point, a small number of troops can be stationed for monitoring. The main fleet patrols outside. As soon as one side confirms the appearance of the Arid Sky sect's main force, troops can be dispatched from multiple directions to encircle and attack them, aiming to annihilate the invading Arid Sky sect fleet to the greatest extent possible. Chapter 16. Huangyan Star Defense Arrangement. The Empire's 7th Interstellar Fleet is on its way. With 4 Imperial Interstellar Fleets, we have ample strength for defense. The Cult of the Wild Sky will definitely show vulnerabilities. The Chief of Staff emphasized this point again, reiterating the importance of scorched earth policy. All right, let's take the first step. Let's take back Yanlan Star before discussing anything else. When Yuan made a decisive call, yes, everyone saluted in unison. Cult of the Wild Sky Flagship. Report. Master, we just received information from Yanlan Star. The Empire's 2nd Interstellar Fleet has arrived and successfully taken it. An officer shouted. Damn it, how did Yuan get here so quickly? Han Tianju slammed the table, his face filled with frustration. He hadn't had enough fun plundering, and now his old rival had come back. Moreover, he had taken back Yanlan Star, which Han had painstakingly conquered. Chief of Staff, luckily, I listened to your advice. Otherwise, if we had moved north, we would have faced Yuan directly. Han Tianju's face showed a hint of relief. Master, now is not the time to relax. We are currently plundering in the southeastern region of the Yingyun star domain. There is indeed little resistance, but we have brought too many unnecessary people and supplies. These will become our burden, the Chief of Staff said with concern. What should we do then? I'll follow your lead. Han Tianju had no ideas and relied entirely on his Chief of Staff for strategies. Plundering here has no significance anymore. What is most important to us now is warship fuel. Without fuel, we will lose the speed necessary for survival. The Chief of Staff traced the star map with his hand, switching the display mode. A series of resource stars appeared before them. Here, the Chief of Staff pointed at Huangyan Star. Chief of Staff, what do you mean? Han Tianju was confused. Master, we can start with Huangyan Star. We can first send a small number of troops for landing operations. If the Empire has no heavy defenses here, we can officially enter on a large scale, loot, and then escape. If there is intense resistance, we withdraw early and move to another location. There are plenty of resource stars we can target. The Chief of Staff explained to Han Tianju. Oh, I see. Han Tianju pretended to understand, but his mind was a mess. The chief of staff sighed inwardly, knowing his superior was clueless and just pretending to be knowledgeable. Chief of staff, should we gather everyone immediately and head straight for Huangyan Star? Han Tianzhu asked again. No, we need to split our forces. One group will head north, while the other continues south. The southern group will act as bait to attract Wen Yuan's attention. This way, the northern group will have a better chance to secure resources. The chief of staff shook his head. My suggestion is for me and the master to take an elite force north, while your brother Han Tianzhu continues to lead the main force to plunder extensively in the eastern area. As long as Wen Yuan doesn't come over, we want to reveal ourselves. The chief of staff continued to explain. Chief of staff, what about my brother? He can't handle Wen Yuan. Han Tianzhu began to worry about his brother's safety. As long as he listens, your brother will be fine. Master, please make sure to remind him. In case of unfavorable circumstances, he should abandon everything and retreat to the Huangyan Star domain. He must not hold onto those bottles and jars. They should be discarded if necessary. Wen Yuan won't be able to catch up to him. Never think he can defeat the Empire's fleet. It's best not to even entertain that thought. This time is different from Hezwa and Yinwan. Wen Yuan is the Empire's true elite force. The chief of staff continued to advise. All right then, I'll contact him immediately. Han Tianzhu nodded. The chief of staff looked back at the star map, his gaze resting on Huangyan Star, Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet. Flagship Bridge. Yes, Commander. I will proceed with the deployment immediately. Wen Rong respectfully nodded to his father. He did not address him directly, but referred to him as Commander according to protocol. With the holographic screen disappearing, Wen Rong turned to his staff team. Major General 1, our task is to guard this line of resource stars. The chief of staff spoke first, pointing at the star map. Based on reliable intelligence, the Cult of the Wild Skies fleet is currently causing disturbances in the southeastern region and has no intention of moving north. Wen Yuan immediately decided to send the 4th and 7th Fleet south to gradually reclaim lost ground while compressing the activity space of the Cult of the Wild Sky. It's best to push the cult back to the desolate Huangyan Star domain, which has already been ravaged. We're not worried about them causing further trouble there. That's right. The Cult of the Wild Sky will definitely come to plunder the warship's energy. We need to deploy sentry forces on these resource stars to constantly monitor the movements of the cult. Once we discover a major attack from the cult, it will be our fleet's main force's time to take action. The 2nd Interstellar Fleet stationed near Yinlan Star will also send us support. Wen Rong nodded. All right, back to the main topic. With so many resource stars, we need to arrange specific sentry troops for on-site defense immediately. Wen Rong turned towards the line of resource stars, all of which could potentially become Han Tianzhu's attack targets. They cannot commit too many forces to a single planet. Otherwise, they won't be able to respond to other resource stars being raided. Only by confirming the main fleet of the Cult of the Wild Sky can they truly decide to engage. The first target is Huangyan Star. Wen Rong directly pointed at Huangyan Star. The face of Lin Nian flashed in his mind. Let me see if your strength is just luck. This thought crossed Wen Rong's mind as he looked at the chief of staff beside him. Major General 1, do you have a candidate in mind? The chief of staff, familiar with Wen Rong, immediately understood the situation from his expression. Yes, indeed. I've decided to dispatch the 10th Mobile Team of Warship 1455, led by Lieutenant Lin Nian. 3,000 men. Just enough to serve as an early warning force, Wen Rong said. The chief of staff considered for a moment. Huangyan Star is not large. It's a common planet. 3,000 men is indeed about right. Good. Major General 1, next one. The chief of staff nodded in agreement, allowing Wen Rong to select the personnel for the next resource star's defense. As each star was confirmed with personnel, the 3rd Interstellar Fleet had nearly every ship manned, aggregating a total of close to 100,000 personnel. There are 30 resource stars, which spread out their combat power significantly. However, a fully staffed fleet consists of 101 warships, 10 large warships, 30 medium warships, and 60 small warships, plus 1 super-large flagship, requiring at least 120,000 personnel. Chapter 17, leaving the battleship 1455 in an instant, a 12th of the power was divided out. General Wen confirmed it. The chief of staff looked at Wen Rong. All right, now go notify them to land on their respective garrison planets. Wen Rong immediately issued the order. Yes. The chief of staff saluted and stepped back. In a cramped space, the red lights above Lin Nian's head flickered continuously. Charge! We have 3 minutes left. We must take down this battleship. Lin Nian shouted at his subordinates, continuously pulling the trigger in his hand. Bullets shot towards the enemies in front of him. However, the enemy's counterattack was also extremely resolute, launching ambushes and counterattacks from every corner. Lin Nian felt anxious. He did not want to fail his mission again. The remaining time for this mission was running out, and he was getting closer to failure. But the enemy's resistance was exceptionally fierce, causing Lin Nian to suffer repeated setbacks. Damn it! Lin Nian cursed under his breath. During this time, he had been pointed at from behind. Everyone gets angry. He wanted to prove himself. Lin Nian gritted his teeth, no longer hiding behind cover. He charged out from behind the cover, wanting to carry out a forced assault. However, several bullets flew directly towards Lin Nian. His helmet screen turned black instantly and then reappeared. The difference was that he was now in a spacious training hall. Xue Wujiu and several lieutenants were present, many with gloating smiles on their faces, whispering to each other and laughing even more joyfully. Lieutenant Lin Nian, your training performance today is unsatisfactory. As a squad commander, why did you run out from behind cover? Do you think you can be a hero? Xue Wujiu's expression was exceptionally cold, holding a clipboard with Lin Nian's final training score marked with red crosses, glaringly eye-catching. Lin Nian took off his helmet and did not refute Xue Wujiu's words because he was right. His training performance was indeed terrible, incomparably bad, but he felt very unwilling. Lin Nian thought it shouldn't be this way. As long as he could awaken that female voice, he could retaliate against everyone in the strongest posture. Lieutenant Lin Nian, are you listening to me? Xue Wujiu suddenly raised his voice, causing the previously chaotic training hall to fall silent. Everyone looked at Xue Wujiu and Lin Nian. Captain Xue Wujiu, whatever you say, Lin Nian replied stiffly, equally defiant. He was also quite displeased by Xue Wujiu's constant confrontations. If possible, Lin Nian did not want to stay in a mobile squad. He could even go back to being a line soldier. At least there, no one would care about him. He could do whatever he wanted. Lieutenant Lin Nian, do you know what you were saying? You are the captain of the 10th mobile team of our battleship 1455. Do you know how many people are under your command? 3,000 people. Your attitude will only endanger everyone. These are 3,000 living lives, not just numbers. It's not a game. If you still don't understand how to change on the battlefield, you will endanger even more people. Xue Wujiu suddenly slammed his electronic pad to the ground, pointing at Lin Nian and shouting, "Don't point at me like that. I haven't killed anyone." Lin Nian felt a surge of anger and retorted, "Very well, Lieutenant Lin Nian, since you are so unconvinced, let us have a fight." Xue Wujiu tore his shirt, revealing a body covered in scars, with several areas already replaced by machinery. Lin Nian was taken aback. Such injuries could only come from battles. For a moment, Lin Nian felt he had gone a bit too far. If he performed like this in a real battle, he would indeed lead all his subordinates to hell. What's wrong? Lieutenant Lin Nian, where's your momentum? Don't hold back, it's just fists. There's no distinction between superior and subordinate. I just want to use my fist to tell you that you are wrong. And the cost of the battlefield is not something you can bear. Xue Wujiu's gaze was sharp, and his voice suddenly became low when he spoke the last sentence. Lin Nian took a deep breath, knowing that this fight was unavoidable. Just as he raised his fist and prepared to take a stance, his wrist vibrated continuously. Lin Nian was stunned. A light screen popped up automatically. Emergency mission. Lieutenant Lin Nian, captain of the 10th mobile team of battleship 1455. You and your subordinates have been assigned a new combat mission by Major General Wenrong. The mission objective is to garrison Huanyan Planet. From now on, please take your combat necessities and proceed to the designated battleship boarding hatch within 10 minutes. No delays. Lin Nian quickly read the message. When he looked up, Xue Wujiu was also checking the light screen, presumably having received the same message. Lin Nian turned to his subordinates and found their faces were not looking good. Lin Nian quickly realized the reason for their poor expressions. This was a solo mission, and it involved a garrison task away from the fleet. There was a high possibility of going without returning. If the enemy launched a forced landing on the planet they were defending and they could not hold out, it would mean total annihilation. The fleet would not spend a great deal of resources to rescue just a few thousand of them. Most importantly, their commander, which was himself, was still a super person with a training score marked red all the way. Lieutenant Lin Nian, if you want to prove yourself, do well in this battle first. Shui Wuju's expression remained cold, arms crossed. All right. Lin Nian was silent for a few seconds before softly saying a word. Although he had been saying that training did not represent real performance, when war truly came, Lin Nian began to feel palpitations. The shadow of death approached unexpectedly, without giving him any chance to prepare. 10th Mobile Team, everyone follow me. Lin Nian quickly composed himself and shouted to his subordinates. The 3,000 team members looked at each other, but still silently formed a line. After all, military orders are like mountains. They followed Lin Nian out of the training hall. Lin Nian and his subordinates completed their personal armament in the shortest time and then arrived at the boarding hatch of Battleship 1455. Here, Lin Nian saw Liao Fan. Brother, come back alive. Liao Fan said nothing, just stepped forward and extended his right hand. Lin Nian shook his right hand and bumped shoulders with Liao Fan. I'm glad you could come. Lin Nian released his hand and looked at Liao Fan seriously. Of course, brother. How can I not come? Let us go. Liao Fan turned towards a giant transport compartment with an open tail. Lin Nian stopped talking and, along with his subordinates, hurriedly boarded the plane. Chapter 18. The central city of Huangyan, Huangyan Star. Several large troop transport ships slowly descended under the escort of interstellar fighters. Lin Nian was the first to step out, fully equipped in Imperial energy battle armor, holding 2 energy guns in his hands. This was essentially Lin Nian's gear for landing on Synopsis Star. Overall, Huangyan Star looked quite desolate, but like any ordinary planet, it also had a central city. Since Huangyan Star was resource-rich, the central city was not on the surface but underground. Report to the commander. The mobile team has a total of 3,000 personnel. Expected 3,000, actual 3,000. Please give instructions. An Imperial soldier jogged up to Lin Nian and shouted. Lin Nian turned his gaze back to the large troop transport ship and noticed that his subordinates had already assembled, all in a state of readiness. At least in terms of discipline, they were quite orderly. Lin Nian looked at the soldier. He knew this person was his deputy captain. Lin Nian hadn't given any orders. Yet the deputy captain had directly taken care of everything for him. This was good, but Lin Nian felt it had a sense of overstepping authority. Deputy captain? Lin Nian tried to ask. Yes, commander. Please give instructions. The deputy captain straightened his chest and shouted at Lin Nian, his tone quite formal. There was no intention of defying Lin Nian, but also no hint of familiarity. When Lin Nian was on the 1,455th warship, his deputy captain had initially respected him and had a bit of closeness. However, after Lin Nian's training results started to shine, the relationship gradually became distant and unfamiliar. Perhaps he regarded Lin Nian as a young master with some background, intending to elevate him, especially with the recent action of organizing the troops for him. This was not something a deputy captain should do. Lin Nian was very certain that if he had any dangerous orders, these people might not be willing to follow him. If it evolved into that, he would be no different from being sidelined. Lin Nian couldn't say anything at the moment because the other party had not exhibited any sidelining behavior. All his thoughts were based on feelings. Deputy Captain, how much heavy equipment do we have? Lin Nian shifted his gaze to the large troop transport ship. After all the members of the 10th Mobile Team disembarked, 12 various types of vehicles also slowly moved down. They did not require anyone to drive them, as they all had automatic docking modules. As the back of the large troop transport ship gradually closed, it began to head towards outer space, with 2 interstellar fighters continuing to accompany it. Report. We have 2 types of heavy equipment. For defense, we have mine-laying vehicles and magnetic storm cloud vehicles. For attack, we have strong strike beam vehicles and strong strike missile vehicles. 3 of each type, the deputy captain said loudly. As the name suggests, mine-laying vehicles are used to deploy aerial floating mines and ground concealed mines. The magnetic storm cloud vehicle is used to generate magnetic storm clouds, creating a wide area of magnetic storm clouds to obscure the entire planetary surface and cut off external warships from probing the planet's surface. effectively creating a fog of war. Only by dispatching landing soldiers to the ground for ground signal calibration can the status of the planetary surface be illuminated. Similar to Lin Nian's previous actions when landing on Qianxian Star. The Strong Strike Beam vehicle fires lasers, while the Strong Strike Missile vehicle fires missiles. There isn't much more to say. Deputy Captain, Class 1, immediately deploy all defensive vehicles. Class 2, establish a signal channel with the fleet. Class 3, follow me into the central city here and connect with the local defense forces. Lin Nian's 3,000 personnel were also divided into 3 classes, with one class consisting of 1,000 people. Yes, Captain. The deputy captain immediately took orders to arrange the defense matters. At this moment, dozens of mini four-wheel vehicles arrived, which were part of the equipment dropped by the large transport ship. These lightweight transport tools were not counted among the heavy weapon vehicles. Lin Nian boarded one of the simple four-wheel vehicles, taking 1,000 of his subordinates straight to the nearby entrance of the central city. Lin Nian raised a simple telescope, receiving a lot of visuals. 1 kilometer ahead, there was an entrance resembling a tunnel, which extended downward. Near the entrance, a number of local people were already standing, likely imperial administrative personnel of Huangyan Star. Lin Nian put away the telescope. The air on Huangyan Star was breathable. Lin Nian had removed the mechanical faceplate of his helmet, inhaling the somewhat mixed local air. Is it you? While waiting to arrive, Lin Nian suddenly noticed the soldier driving for him was one of the 9 survivors from the last round, his former comrade, second-class Sergeant Chen Xiao. Greetings, Commander. Chen Xiao quickly reported his name to Lin Nian. Chen Xiao, I remember, Lin Nian nodded. At this moment, there were not many willing to be friendly with him. Captain, don't take it to heart. The deputy captain is also worried that you might lead everyone into a pit. They don't believe in your strength. We ain't believe in you after all. You personally led us to survive, Chen Xiao said earnestly, also hoping that the 2 captains would not have conflicts. Lin Nian smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't have such confidence. After all, he still hadn't figured out what was going on with that female voice. If it were just his auditory hallucinations and delusions, he really might lead his subordinates into a pit. However, on the other hand, Lin Nian felt it was not fake. Everything that happened after that female voice appeared could not be explained by hallucinations. After all, he had indeed killed those who came to encircle him from the cult of the ruined heaven. Since the distance was not far, the vehicle quickly arrived. Before it had even come to a stop, the welcoming party had already approached them. Commander, you have finally arrived. We are truly happy to hear that the Empire is willing to send personnel to garrison a resource-rich planet like ours. The leader was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, constantly bowing to Lin Nian. Get up. No need for such formalities. We need to take over the local defense system of Huangyan Star immediately. What's your name? Lin Nian got out of the vehicle and pulled up the person who kept bowing. Commander, my surname is Huang. You can call me Huang Zhongshu, Huang Zhongshu said. Lin Nian understood that the title Zhongshu behind this name was similar to that of a city lord or mayor. I am the administrative chief here. The entire Huangyan Star has only about 100,000 people. Hearing that the cult of the ruined heaven is coming, everyone is anxious. Now that you have arrived, we can finally feel at ease, Huang Zhongshu said reassuringly, but Lin Nian did not share the same view. He knew that his 3,000 people were actually only serving as a lookout. Once the main force of the cult of the ruined heaven arrived, their most significant role would be to send information to the 3rd Interstellar Fleet. As for resisting the cult of the ruined heaven, they could only do what they could. After all, 3,000 people were not many. Chapter 19. The ambitious vice captain guided by Huang Zhongshu. Lin Nian quickly arrived at the core area of Central City on Huangyan Star. The situation here was previously one of development, with industrial workers remaining to control the mining machines. After the completion of Central City, a series of supporting facilities such as schools, hospitals, and shopping malls gradually emerged. Workers slowly brought their families here, forming a new human gathering point. As Lin Nian led his team through the core area, he occasionally caught sight of the fearful and worried gazes of the local residents. The soldiers behind Lin Nian began to jeer, whistling at the residents. Order! Everyone! Do not disturb the locals. Upon seeing this, Lin Nian issued his first mandatory command through the light screen of his wristwatch. The discipline of the imperial soldiers was not particularly good. Many were not much better than bandits. Listen up. We are here to garrison against the cult of the wild sky. Anyone who causes trouble here will not be able to blame me for turning hostile. Lin Nian said to the 1,000 men behind him. Yes, Captain. Everyone replied softly. Lin Nian was unsure how many of them were sincere, but this was all he could do for the local residents. Commander, this way. Huang Zhongshu observed everything, and his attitude toward Lin Nian improved. Soon, Lin Nian entered an underground control room. As the lights turned on, the defense control console became visible. Lin Nian pressed the activation button on the equipment above, and a hologram of Huang Yan's star immediately appeared. Numerous defense artillery pieces were displayed, densely packed. The defensive firepower here was more than Lin Nian had anticipated. However, many areas were marked in red, indicating they were inoperable. Chen Xiao, get started on connecting to the system, Lin Nian commanded. Yes. Chen Xiao immediately began to set up. Vice Captain, the damaged defense points have been marked. You all take your personnel to make repairs. Lin Nian continued to issue new orders. Yes, Commander. The Vice Captain's response was filled with white noise. The signal began to deteriorate. In a nearby star region of Huang Yan's star, a fleet was quietly advancing, with Han Tianzhu among them. Chief of Staff, what is the situation now? He looked at his Chief of Staff. Master, as per the initial plan, your brother has attracted a large amount of imperial military attention in the southeast. Even when Yuren's second interstellar fleet is moving south, they have come to believe that we will not move north again and plan to block us in the southeast corner for a full encirclement. The Chief of Staff pointed at the star map. The southeastern area of Ingyun Star region has already turned into chaos. Now is their best time to invade the resource star. Rumor has it that the third interstellar fleet is here. It's not good for us to snatch resources, right? Han Tianzhu's face was filled with worry. Master, it's not a big problem. They're at most stationed at multiple points. As long as we evacuate with the resources we have before the main force of the third fleet arrives, we don't need to stay for long. The Chief of Staff remained confident. How many core planets had they breached and taken? Small planets like Huang Yan's star were surely easy to handle. As for the possibility of not being able to win, the Chief of Staff did not believe such a thing could happen. All right, Han Tianzhu knew it. He had experienced the Chief of Staff's abilities many times. He chose to continue believing. So where's our first attack target? Han Tianzhu inquired about the primary target. The fleet he brought this time was not large and could not rely on the absolute numerical advantage as before to crush the enemy. But compared to before, there were still advantages, elite soldiers. It's still Huang Yan's star. The Chief of Staff emphasized a location on the star map. The marker for Huang Yan's star was particularly conspicuous. Very good. Let's go. Han Tianzhu waved his hand. The cult of the wild sky fleet immediately started up, no longer moving at the slow speed of silent flight. The thrusters ignited, accelerating towards Huang Yan's star, which was not too far away. Deep underground on Huang Yan's star, Lin Nian was organizing his subordinates to establish defensive works. Because he had enforced military discipline, many local residents voluntarily came to help, greatly speeding up the progress. Of course, Lin Nian also heard many members of the mobile team criticizing him, for example, for not providing the usual benefits to the soldiers under him. His vice captain's attitude toward this matter was vague, or rather, the vice captain took this opportunity to use it as a means to rally people's hearts. Lin Nian increasingly sensed that the vice captain was undermining his authority. The soldiers below were generally more willing to listen to the vice captain than to their upright captain. Lin Nian temporarily endured it all and did not choose to explode immediately. Dealing with the vice captain now would only push everyone towards him, while he would be isolated instead. Lin Nian hurried to the defense system control room, intending to conduct another weapons check. Serial number 7735. Please prepare for battle. At that moment, a cold female voice suddenly echoed in Lin Nian's mind, causing him to tremble. It's here. It's really here. It was not his hallucination. Hey. Lin Nian tried to call out to the female voice in his heart, but there was no response. Still no luck? Lin Nian shook his head helplessly. However, the appearance of the female voice provided him with a lot of information. For example, the enemy was coming. Damn it. So soon, Lin Nian slammed the control console heavily. He quickly pressed the communication button in his armor helmet. Vice Captain, where are you? The cult of the wild sky is coming. You all need to come back immediately. Lin Nian shouted anxiously. The vice captain often took half of the mobile team out under the pretense of inspecting and repairing the armory. Lin Nian didn't really believe it, but among his subordinates, there were too few who truly wished to belong to him, making it impossible for Lin Nian to understand what the vice captain was doing with 1,500 men. Report, Commander. Encountering surface signal interference. I can't hear clearly. Please repeat. The vice captain's voice echoed in Lin Nian's helmet. Vice Captain, I said the enemy is coming. You better return immediately. Vice Captain, did you hear me? Respond to me immediately. Lin Nian shouted repeatedly, but there was no echo from the headset. Lin Nian fell silent. At the same time, on the other side, on the desolate surface of Huangyan Star, the wind howled through the sand. Did you hear me? Respond to me immediately. The vice captain took a drag from his cigarette with his right hand, enjoying a puff. His helmet hung on the frame beside him, with Lin Nian's voice continuously coming from inside. Did I tell you to stop? Keep smoking. The vice captain held a pistol in his other hand, the muzzle aimed at a young woman beneath him. A look of enjoyment appeared on his face. At the same time, he surveyed his surroundings. In a vast wilderness, the 1,500 men he led were all disheveled. They had found a refugee settlement outside. Since Lin Nian Wun-Ti let them touch the people of Central City, then it should be fine to deal with the women here, right? A smug smile appeared on the vice captain's face. Chapter 20. The Offensive of the Wild Heaven Sect Brothers. Are you feeling good following me? The vice captain suddenly shouted at the others. Good. So good. The Imperial soldiers all showed proud smiles on their faces. To find women, they had killed quite a few people. As for the military orders issued by that rookie Captain Lin Nian, they had long thrown them to the back of their minds. Now they understood who their real comrades were. The vice captain took another puff of smoke and leisurely blew out a smoke ring. Sworn loyalty to the vice captain. These Imperial soldiers shouted in unison, intensifying their actions. Next, all we have to do is kill that Lin Nian kid. Anyway, the failure on Huangyan Star has nothing to do with us. After all, he's the head here. The vice captain thought about the next arrangements. When the Wild Heaven sect comes, they would find a way to kill Lin Nian and then hide somewhere. Huangyan Star is so big. The Wild Heaven sect can't search every inch for them. Once the Wild Heaven sect leaves, they would contact their affiliated Third Interstellar Fleet and smoothly return to the fleet. Then they would push all the blame onto this mobile team captain. Not only would they have no responsibility, but they might even gain the position of the mobile team captain. Lin Nian's training results had always been unsatisfactory, which actually had a lot to do with them. If they didn't tarnish Lin Nian's reputation, how could he rise to power? The vice captain's eyes flashed with ambition. Previously, it was because of this paratrooper Lin Nian that he had spent a lot of money to secure his position, only to be directly robbed by Lin Nian. Now, it was time for Lin Nian to pay the price. Suddenly, the vice captain felt something. He closed his eyes and shivered. After a long moment, the vice captain turned to look at the other Imperial soldiers. All right, brothers, it's time to go back. The vice captain, with no expression, shot at the woman beneath him. The bullet passed through the woman's head, her expression forever frozen in shock. The other Imperial soldiers were the same. With no mercy, they began to kill, because they would not lack women. Once they returned to the base, it would be Lin Nian's death day. Once Lin Nian was dead, the underground Central City would be their territory. At that time, they would not lack women at all. Just then, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the sky. A massive beam struck down towards them. Where the beam landed, all the Imperial soldiers instantly turned to charcoal. The vice captain stared blankly at the sudden beam of light. Lin Nian's earlier communication with them suddenly flashed through his mind. It's the enemy. The Wild Heaven sect has really come. The vice captain looked up at the unbreakable interference clouds above him, then saw countless missiles piercing through the clouds, launching a saturation bombardment on them. It's thermal tracking. Quick, put on your battle armor immediately. Everyone, get in the vehicles and spread out. The vice captain, experienced in combat, understood the reason in an instant. They had vented their frustrations earlier and had stripped their battle armor clean, losing the thermal shielding effect. The vice captain couldn't think too much. Right now, survival was the priority. He snatched a four-wheeled simple vehicle, turned the steering wheel, and quickly evacuated the area. The vice captain directly abandoned his subordinates. After all, when disaster strikes, each must fend for themselves. He couldn't save those brainless subordinates. The intense bombing continued without pause. Many four-wheeled vehicles were blown into the sky by the missiles from above. At the same time, in the outer space of Huanyan Star, dozens of medium-sized Wild Heaven warships continuously bombarded the surface of Huanyan Star indiscriminately. These medium-sized warships did not dare to force their way into Huanyan Star without dispelling the fog of war. However, it was acceptable to bombard with lasers and thermal guidance. The Imperial soldiers stationed underground found it strange. They had actually gathered together on the surface and were not hiding their forms. This was perfect for their indiscriminate bombing. General Feng, the surface has been initially cleared. The scattered Imperial soldiers have lost track. Should we execute the incursion mission? A soldier from the largest, medium-sized Wild Heaven warship asked his commander. Bombard a few more rounds. Allow me to consult the sect master. General Feng shook his head. As a general of the Wild Heaven sect, he was quite cautious and decided to ask for his sect master's opinion first. After all, Han Tianzhu had only instructed him to conduct surface bombardment and had not sent him to drop line fillers to break through the enemy's interference clouds and dispel the fog of war above Huanyan Star. Communication was quickly established. Han Tianzhu's face appeared in front of General Feng. General Feng, Han Tianzhu said calmly in a hologram. Secmaster, I have conducted an initial sweep of visible targets as per your orders. What should we do next? Please advise. General Feng stood up straight and said to Han Tianzhu, Very good. What should we do next? Han Tianzhu in the hologram paused for a moment, subconsciously turning to his side. Outside the frame, whispers from the chief of staff could be heard. Oh, right. Deploy line fillers to dispel the fog of war. Finally, sending ground troops to control the central city of Huanyan Star. Do I have to teach you such things? You are one of the many generals of the Wild Heaven sect. You should have your own opinions. I look forward to good news from you. After Han Tianzhu finished speaking, he directly closed the hologram. Come here. General Feng immediately turned to his subordinate. Yes, please instruct. A Wild Heaven soldier rushed over. Immediately prepare the interstellar fighter jets. Deploy the Wild Heaven line fillers. First wave, 3,000 people. General Feng ordered. Yes, the Wild Heaven soldiers quickly retreated. Several medium-sized Wild Heaven warships hovering in the outer space opened their fighter jet hatches. Interstellar fighter jets continuously flew out. Each interstellar fighter jet carried 100 line fillers. 30 interstellar fighter jets roared out, then quickly lowered their profiles, breaking through the atmosphere of Huanyan Star. The intense friction with the air caused many parts of the interstellar fighter jets to glow red. Once the interstellar fighter jets reached the designated altitude, the first round of deployment began. A large number of shuttle-shaped landing pods were dropped in a free-fall manner, plummeting towards the Huanyan Star shrouded in thick white clouds. Meanwhile, underground, in the central city of Huanyan Star, the entire underground city was flashing warning red lights. Chen Xiao, haven't you contacted the vice captain yet? Lin Nian was very annoyed. The vice captain had taken away half of his personnel, leaving many defense positions unmanned. The most critical thing was that their fates were unknown. Report. There is still no news from the captain. Just after Chen Xiao finished reporting, another person suddenly stood up. Captain, the Wild Heaven sect is deploying a large number of line fillers. They are trying to re-establish surface communication. Should we use ground firepower? The person loudly reported the situation, just monitored. Move. Lin Nian had just uttered one word when he immediately swallowed the rest of his words. Don't use it. Maintain standby. Lin Nian chose to cancel his thoughts. He did not hear the female voice's reminder. It was clear that this was not the time yet. The enemy's key target had not arrived. There was no need to prematurely expose the surface defense fire points. Chapter 21, The First Battle as Commander Captain. If that's the case, our carefully arranged interference cloud will have no effect. The defense system operator was stunned, then anxiously said, I know. Lin Nian nodded firmly. He was waiting for a more critical moment, confident now that there would definitely be support from a female voice. Send me the real-time defense map. I'll command the ground defense firepower at the front line. Lin Nian issued a new order. Yes, Commander. The soldiers in the defense operations room nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, real-time defense information came through Lin Nian's helmet. Outside the atmosphere of Huangyan Star, landing pod for the line-filling soldiers fell one after another. There were generally two solutions for these landing pods. One was to intercept them with planetary firepower from the ground, which was extremely difficult. Given the size of the planet, it was practically impossible to completely prevent them. The basic approach was a joint control using ground firepower combined with floating mines. Of course, there was a second method, which was to estimate the landing points and send ground maneuvering troops to eliminate all the enemies upon landing. The enemy's incursion was aimed at rebuilding the signal network, continuously broadcasting their positions, making them very easy to lock onto. At this point, they were live targets. Ground vehicle troops would be deployed at close range, and aerospace fighters would take to the sky. The Imperial military had aerospace fighters ready on Huangyan Star. Aerospace fighters were not the same as interstellar fighters. They could not operate in space, but their firepower and armament were sufficient. Lin Nian planned to use the second method to intercept. Chen Xiao, immediately send my order to extract 300 people to board the local aerospace fighters. I'm going to unlock the fighters right now. Lin Nian commanded through his helmet. Yes, Commander. Chen Xiao's voice quickly came through the helmet. Lin Nian intended to reuse the 8 survivors who had initially followed him. These were the people willing to stay with him at present. Cultivating his own loyal faction was important, but even more crucial was winning this first battle. Lin Nian began pulling up a large number of holograms in front of him. Countless verification commands needed his signature. Not everyone could unlock the ground aerospace fighters. Only officers registered with the Imperial Central Intelligence could sign the unlocking commands. Once marked as missing, dead, captured, or surrendered by the intelligence, one's identity would be locked in the system and rendered ineffective. This was also the reason Lin Nian did not encounter aerospace fighters during the previous incident at Synopsis Star. The soldiers of the line-filling organization did not have the authority to unlock them. Finally, when the last document was signed, Lin Nian received the temporary key to unlock the aerospace fighters. Chen Xiao, the key has been sent. Immediately, let the aerospace fighters take off. There are 3 coordinates: 77, 21, 23, 15, 79, 31, 35, 75, 82, 78, 16, 55W. Lin Nian continuously reported the coordinates. In front of him was a holographic map of Huangyan Star. 3 red dots were flashing continuously, marking the initial landing positions of the line-filling soldiers. Lin Nian placed his hand on the map, pinched with 2 fingers, and then expanded it, synchronously enlarging it. The front still displayed a 3D map, while the back showed real-time images from nearby monitoring points. The first wave of 3,000 landing pods, after passing through the floating mine array, only a little over 1,000 successfully landed. If Lin Nian had launched ground defense firepower, that number would have been even smaller. Lin Nian still did not intend to expose his ground firepower position. The line-filling soldiers were just an appetizer. The real tough battles were yet to come. The ground firepower was reserved for interstellar fighters and the enemy's large-scale transport ships. Aerospace fighter units. What position have you reached now? Please synchronize your location immediately. Lin Nian continued to call the already departed aerospace fighter units. Report, Commander. We are uploading our current location. We will reach the first target location in 5 seconds. The words of the maneuvering team members came quickly. A few seconds later, the first-person perspective footage from the aerospace fighters was transmitted back. It was a desolate area where about 500 line-filling soldiers had gathered. Lin Nian was quite lucky. The enemy's drop zone was not in a rugged mountainous area. If they had landed in such a place, Lin Nian would have had no way to find and eliminate them all. Commander, we have identified the target. Should we open fire immediately? One of the maneuvering team members said. We have marked valuable targets. Killing them can increase survival chances. Just as Lin Nian was checking the real-time images, the female voice unexpectedly came through. Several yellow dots were highlighted in front of him. Lin Nian immediately felt a sense of reassurance. With the information in hand, the world is mine. He quickly transmitted all those highlighted figures to his subordinates. These people couldn't escape. They were definitely the grassroots commanders on the battlefield. Aerospace fighter units. Key targets have been marked. Prioritize elimination. The rest are free to fire. Lin Nian said quickly. Received. Commander. Engaging. The maneuvering team members responded immediately. Compared to the uncertain status of the vice captain, Lin Nian felt incredibly relieved. In the desolate area of Huangyan Star, the line-filling soldiers of the line-filling organization were still in shock. They had just experienced a life-and-death moment. Despite no ground-based air defense fire, a terrifying number of floating mines had claimed the lives of countless teammates during the descent. Smiles appeared on their faces. They considered landing successful. And as long as they could survive, they would all be promoted. The death rate for line-filling soldiers was high, but so was the promotion rate. This was the case everywhere. All right, everyone gather around me. Our next goal is to survive. The enemy's defensive firepower is not strong. This means their forces are also limited. This is our opportunity to achieve merit. For the master, for the overthrow of the empire. A line-filling centurion stepped forward and shouted. For the master, for the overthrow of the empire. The line-filling soldiers shouted in response. Whoosh, boom, boom, boom. Before their voices faded, a shrill missile attack sound came from the sky. The first missile struck the line-filling centurion, obliterating him into a pool of blood on the ground. The line-filling soldiers were suddenly left leaderless, screaming in panic and fleeing in all directions. A few squad leaders tried to reorganize, but the next target for the Imperial aerospace fighters was them. A series of explosions erupted, sending people flying into the air. In no time, over 500 line-filling soldiers on the ground were completely annihilated. Report, Commander. The line-filling soldiers at the first landing point have been completely eliminated. A sergeant on the aerospace fighter immediately reported the situation to Lin Nian. This was the first time the sergeant had fought such a smooth battle without having to consider anything. Lin Nian had already marked the key figures for them in advance. The sergeant didn't know how Lin Nian managed to do it, but at that moment, Lin Nian's command performance was a world apart from during training. Chapter 22, The Aggressive Attack of the Cult of the Wild Day received. Continue to the next location. The next coordinates have been sent. Please eliminate the enemy forces there as soon as possible. Lin Nian's voice came through. Yes, Commander. The sergeant did not hesitate any longer. He waved his hand towards the other pilots of the aerospace fighters. Arriving in the interstellar era, all vehicle controls are highly automated. Ordinary people can easily get the hang of it with simple training. Not to mention, they are members of the Battleship Maneuver Unit. Dozens of aerospace fighters once again formed a formation, whistling straight towards the next location. Soon, they completely eliminated all the soldiers of the Cult of the Wild Day. When the last infiltrator from the cult was killed, they all maneuvered their fighters back to base. All members of the maneuver unit had smiles on their faces. This was the easiest battle they had fought. The enemy's key command personnel were all killed in the first wave of firepower. The subsequent infiltrators, having lost their command, became mere targets picked off one by one. In outer space above Huangyan Star, General Feng's face was grim. He stood in front of the communication station, holding a headset. General, the enemy's firepower is fierce. The commander was killed immediately. Everyone is leaderless. General, the squad leader is dead. Requesting support. We are requesting bombardment. The communicator finally emitted a dense noise with no further echoes. This was the last wave of infiltrators that successfully landed. Contact soldier. Immediately tell me if their signal sources are still active. General Feng turned to the contact soldier on the other side. Report, General. They're all extinguished. It should. The contact soldier hesitated halfway through. Speak clearly. General Feng shouted. Yes, General. Everyone has been killed. The contact soldier clutched his chest. Damn it. General Feng angrily threw down the headset in his hand. The situation of the first wave of infiltration was very strange. He had received no effective information at all. The Imperial Army on Huangyan Star had completely opened up, allowing them to deploy the infiltrators. Apart from the necessary floating mines, nothing else was used. Not a single anti-aircraft cannon was fired. This made General Feng completely afraid to let the interstellar fighters approach for deployment. What if the enemy was waiting for their interstellar fighters? Advisor, what should we do now? General Feng turned to his battleship advisor. General, the current situation is very strange. We must understand the situation on the ground of Huangyan Star. I suggest deploying another wave of infiltrators. However, this time we should send 4 times the force, that is, 12,000 people. The advisor had no better ideas. The flagship was just outside, not far away. If they could not handle this matter well, losing their position would be minor, but losing lives would be a big deal. All right, I'll follow your suggestion. General Feng had no better options and instructed the advisor to proceed. Yes, General. The battleship advisor immediately started to act. Soon, multiple locations on Huangyan Star were once again dropped with a large number of infiltrators from the cult of the Wild Day. General Feng watched as the landing pods disappeared from sight. He could only hope that this batch of people would be effective. He had clearly communicated all the key points to each and every one of them. They must understand how the first wave of infiltrators was killed. In the underground command center of the central city of Huangyan Star, there was a jubilant atmosphere. Great victory! We won! Chen Xiao kept shouting excitedly. Others joined in the cheer. Lin Nian let out a heavy sigh of relief. He had successfully defended against the first wave of attacks from the cult of the Wild Day. This was a good start. Most importantly, Lin Nian was full of confidence, certain that the female voice would help him make decisions at the most critical moments. This feeling was simply wonderful, equivalent to having battlefield perspective. The enemy's key points had all been pointed out in advance. As long as Lin Nian did not make foolish moves, he could not lose. All right, that's enough. The enemy will definitely launch a second wave. They might already be underway. We need to immediately supply combat resources and prepare new defensive deployments. Lin Nian clapped his hands, his smile fading as he urged everyone to get moving again. Having only eliminated 3,000, the cult of the Wild Day would not back down easily. With Lin Nian's claps, other maneuver unit soldiers nodded in agreement, working with unprecedented enthusiasm. They had originally thought following Lin Nian would lead to their deaths, but now they realized they were here to gain merit, naturally feeling invigorated. Lin Nian immediately sensed the change in attitude from others. As he demonstrated that following him could lead to victory, these maneuver soldiers quickly accepted his leadership, shedding any underlying contempt they had harbored. Lin Nian sighed silently in his heart. This was reality. When he had value and could provide value to the soldiers, everyone was willing to listen to him, even humbly. When he had no value or even displayed negative value, these people would simply disregard him. Where are the deputy team leaders? Why haven't I heard from them? Lin Nian recalled his deputy leader, who had taken half of his people out and had not responded to communications. At this moment, their fate was uncertain. Report, Captain. There is still no news from the deputy leader. It's estimated. The contact soldier suddenly stood up and said, Captain, this is the deputy leader. We have suffered heavy losses from the cult of the Wild Day's external strike, with only over 300 survivors. We are rushing towards the central city. Please ensure aerospace fighters escort us. The deputy leader's voice suddenly came through the wireless transmitter, tinged with a tremor of having survived a disaster. The interference clouds did not cause indiscriminate disruption. They only opened communication signals for specific channels. Lin Nian's internal communication and satellite detection were unaffected. Deputy Leader, the enemy's first wave of attack has ended. You can return safely during this time. The aerospace fighters have more important tasks. Over. Lin Nian directly soft refused the deputy leader. It would be better if these disobedient guys perished. This deputy leader, who had somehow survived such a heavy fire attack, had naturally seen the external strike from the cult of the Wild Day. He also saw these people gather in a monitored dead zone, not knowing what they were doing. What? The first wave has ended? Yes, we understand. We are returning quickly. Over. The deputy leader's voice returned, filled with surprise. But Lin Nian could no longer pay attention to them, as the defense system continuously issued multiple warnings. A large number of landing pods were being dropped. Report, Captain. The cult of the Wild Day is launching another attack. This time it is expected to exceed 10,000 in scale. Should we activate ground air defense forces? The operator shouted anxiously at Lin Nian, while everyone else immediately became busy in an instant. Chapter 23, the returning Vice Captain Lin Nian immediately controlled the star map in his hand. A large number of marked red locations densely appeared. Continuous alarms from floating mines triggered. Multiple high-value targets were discovered and marked. This could significantly increase the chances of survival. The cold female voice sounded again, which made Lin Nian pay even more attention. The phrase significantly increase survival chances could either not appear at all, or, if it did, it meant something serious threatening his survival. Lin Nian quickly pulled up the holographic display. In the sky over the marked red areas, dozens of interstellar aircraft emerged, circling back and forth above. They were likely preparing to deploy landing pods in that area. In addition, Lin Nian's eyes also caught sight of 6 brightly lit interstellar spaceships. Clearly, these 6 ships were the high-value targets that Lin Nian needed to deal with. The numerous interstellar ships and the landing pods being deployed earlier were merely bait from the enemy to draw Lin Nian's ground fire. Captain, the enemy is breaking through the floating mine defense line in large numbers. Should we activate the ground defense system? The operator spoke very quickly and anxiously. If the landing soldiers completed signal calibration and broke through, the first line of defense on Huangyan Star would be completely dismantled. They would face the long-range firepower strikes from outer space. The firepower of the interstellar battleships could not be compared to the ground firepower of Huangyan Star. They would be bombarded terribly. Even without the interference clouds, whether they could hold on was a big question. Activated, but only partially. Lin Nian did not hesitate this time. Compared to the first round of the female voice's prompts, the consequences of this second round were clearly much more serious. For the 6 targets, use the most powerful tracking missiles. Target information has been sent. You will execute the order immediately. Lin Nian quickly sent the 6 high-value targets to the operator. Captain, is it worth exposing our strongest defensive weapons just for 6 interstellar fighters? What about after we take them down? Our few weapons capable of targeting interstellar battleships would be exposed. The vice captain suddenly interrupted. Upon seeing Lin Nian's intention to use their ultimate firepower, he hurriedly spoke out to stop him in fear. He did not trust Lin Nian. Seeing Lin Nian waste their resources like this made him want to scold him for being wasteful on the spot. The operators paused, repeatedly looking between their captain and vice captain, unsure of whom to follow, especially since the vice captain's long-standing authority still held. After all, the vice captain had always been a member of the 10th Mobile Team, while Lin Nian was just an airlifted captain. Smack! Lin Nian's gaze was extremely cold. However, he did not bother to explain to his vice captain. He directly bypassed the operator and heavily pressed the launch button. With the command input, the missiles that had long been on standby were suddenly launched into the sky. Because they used electromagnetic catapults, their speed instantly reached maximum, heading straight for their preset targets. Crazy, crazy, you're a damn lunatic, the vice captain exclaimed in anger. Ready to grab Lin Nian. Realizing the danger, he dodged left and threw a right hook. But Lin Nian quickly calmed down. The female voice prompted him, and without any hesitation, Lin Nian immediately followed the prompt. He dodged left and then swung his right fist heavily. Although Lin Nian's action seemed more like he was swinging at the air, the vice captain perfectly positioned his face to meet Lin Nian's fist. Boom! The vice captain's muscular body was directly slammed against the wall by Lin Nian. All the Imperial soldiers around them were dumbfounded. Previously, whether in training or public competitions, whenever Lin Nian faced the vice captain, he was always the one being beaten. But now, Lin Nian's reaction and explosive power shocked them. Listen, I am your captain. After I give an order, I do not want anyone to question my commands. Do you understand? Lin Nian shouted, his sharp gaze sweeping across all the surrounding people. Everyone's body shook as they understood. Then they all stood straight and saluted Lin Nian. All right, you, take the vice captain to get treatment. Lin Nian gestured to the vice captain's loyal subordinates outside. The enemy was coming, and it was his moment to establish personal authority. He had been holding back just to wait for this moment. Vice captain. The vice captain's sycophants hurriedly stepped forward to assist the fallen vice captain. Lin Nian directly locked eyes with the vice captain, who remained silent, staring at Lin Nian with a deeply resentful gaze. Lin Nian was not scared at all. As long as he won this battle, the vice captain would merely be a passerby. Upon returning to the battleship number 1455, Lin Nian would definitely kick this vice captain out. bringing half of the mobile team soldiers out and only returning with over 300, and then wanting to negate his orders and seize his power? This time, Lin Nian must establish his authority. Fortunately, the female voice's prompt came in time. The effect of his authoritative action was far better than what he had calculated in his mind. Sergeant, tell me the results. Lin Nian once again turned his attention back to the launched missiles. Report, Captain. All 6 missiles hit their targets. None missed. The operator turned to Lin Nian and said solemnly. Lin Nian looked at the large screen and indeed saw the 6 interstellar fighters being shot down. Meanwhile, the thick interference clouds in the sky also heavily shot down equivalent beams, directly destroying the 6 precious launch platforms. Chapter 24. The leader of the unruly sect takes action, immediately dispatch the aerospace fighters and ground armed forces. Continue the attack. Lin Nian continued to issue new orders. He did not know what was inside those 6 interstellar fighters. But by destroying them, Lin Nian knew he had secured another moment of safety. The female voice continued to mark multiple valuable points for him. Lin Nian quickly went to arrange and execute. These were not high-value points for the enemy, but it was necessary to get his remaining subordinates moving. Otherwise, they'd be pulled aside by the vice captain to form small cliques. In outer space, above Huangyin's star. Why do the Imperial soldiers on the ground now? My most elite warriors. General Feng was extremely furious. The 12,000 troops he had deployed included not only regular line fillers, but also higher-value, fully armored elite troops, all of whom were extremely formidable fighters, as well as the most important frontline commanders. I clearly used those cannon fodder soldiers as bait. Why were they discovered? Is there a traitor among us? General Feng surveyed the entire bridge of the warship. General, calm down. There won't be any traitors here. If there are, then the enemy we are about to face is not just the garrison of Huanyin Star, but also the Empire's 3rd Interstellar Fleet. The staff officer urged General Feng to calm down. Perhaps the flight trajectory and speed had revealed their anomalies. The staff officer proposed a more plausible possibility. I don't believe it. How could anyone notice these details? General Feng shook his head. In the past, dealing with these resource stars was basically a piece of cake. Report. General Feng. Our ground forces are being rapidly eliminated by the Imperial Army. The situation is not good. At this moment, the communicator shouted again. General Feng and the staff officer quickly turned to the large screen in the center of the bridge. The greened-up markers were rapidly decreasing. Batch after batch was being wiped out. Tell me immediately, are there any exposed ground fire points? The staff officer's face was filled with anxiety. The losses this time were genuinely significant. The 15,000 line fillers that were deployed were not for nothing. Most of these people were veterans. Losing so many at once was something they couldn't bear. Who was in command on the ground? The staff officer looked at the planet still shrouded in interference clouds. Deep in thought, General, we need to upload the battle report to the sect leader and the chief of staff. Let them make the decision. The staff officer said to General Feng. Seeing the serious expression on his staff officer's face, General Feng also restrained his emotions and nodded solemnly. Before long, Han Tianzhu and the chief of staff on the flagship received the news. Chief of staff, what should we do? We deployed 15,000 people, and yet we couldn't even break through the interference clouds. Could the main force of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet be below? Should we retreat first? The commotion here is a bit too much. Perhaps the Empire's 3rd Interstellar Fleet has already sent people here. Han Tianzhu's face was filled with worry because their warship didn't have much energy left, and the situation on his brother's side was also quite bad. The 3 fleets of the Empire were pressing down on Han Tianzhu, making it hard for him to breathe. It is indeed not suitable to stay here for long, but it's not yet time to evacuate. We can make one last push. This time, I will personally take command. The chief of staff said to Han Tianzhu. Perhaps the news of the attack on Huanyin Star had already spread. From receiving the news to arriving, it would take at least some time for when Rome. If they leave now, they would not know the position of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet. The Empire would lock onto their position. Conversely, everything would be different. They could stay on Huanyin Star a little longer, allowing when Rome to confirm they were indeed a Huanyin Star, leading the 3rd Interstellar Fleet to come. At that point, it would turn into them maneuvering the Imperial Army, rather than the Imperial Army maneuvering them. On the battlefield, whoever can take the initiative has the advantage. All right, then let's make one last push. Chief of Staff, you give the orders. I'll let them follow your command. Han Tianju still couldn't understand what his Chief of Staff was thinking, but it didn't matter. He trusted the Chief of Staff. Thank you for the trust, sect leader. The Chief of Staff said respectfully, then began to carefully review General Feng's frontline battle report. The more he looked, the more furrowed his brow became. What's wrong, Chief of Staff? Han Tianju quickly noticed something was off with the Chief of Staff and hurriedly asked. There may be capable individuals on Huangyan Star. This 15,000 soldiers deployed didn't even create a splash. The Chief of Staff sighed. However, the Chief of Staff must have a way, right? Han Tianju had great confidence in his Chief of Staff. Of course. The Chief of Staff smiled. Since the line fillers can't break through, let's send in smaller warships with better defenses. Anyway, our warships don't have enough fuel, and these small warships will have to be discarded sooner or later. Let's just drop them. The positioning of Huangyan Star would definitely not have too much air defense power. Just let me see what that Imperial commander has left to do. The Chief of Staff smiled. For the Imperial fleet, small warships were very precious equipment and were reluctant to use them for infiltration. However, for the line fillers, the Empire had plenty. For the unruly sect, they currently had the most of these because they had defeated 2 Imperial fleets and captured a large number of small warships, which were just right to utilize for a bit of extra heat. Good. Han Tianju immediately praised. He understood this strategy. Then let's act. First, deploy a few empty ships and see how the ground reacts. The Chief of Staff was very interested in Lin Nian, especially how Lin Nian knew their most threatening points. With the Chief of Staff's orders issued, Han Tianju's fleet quickly sprang into action. Several empty small warships without fuel were directly deployed to Huangyan Star. As these small warships penetrated the atmosphere, violent explosions were heard from the hulls, and floating mines triggered in succession. The floating mines deployed by Lin Nian's mobile team were directly neutralized by more than half. There was no reaction. Wise choice. The Chief of Staff muttered to himself. Order to continue sending in small warships. Fully armed. Follow the trajectory of the previous empty ships. The Chief of Staff continued to give orders to the unruly sect soldiers. This time, the ground forces on Huangyan Star still made no moves. Those air defense forces and ground defense capabilities seemed to have disappeared. As the subsequent small warships landed smoothly, the effects of the interference cloud were also lifted. The entire surface situation of Huangyan Star was gradually illuminated. The position of the central city of Huangyan Star was quickly pinpointed. Han Tianju was momentarily stunned. The difficulties that General Feng had mentioned earlier, was that really resolved so easily? Chapter 25 Intense Offensive Master. There should be no problem now. Let General Feng take over from here. The Chief of Staff said with a smile. The ground commander did not activate the air defense forces, which indicated that either they had none or had chosen to give up. Oh good. Han Tianju nodded, quickly sending someone to relay the message. It wasn't long before General Feng received the news that the interference cloud over Huangyan Star had ended. As expected of the Chief of Staff. Swift as lightning. General Feng praised. Exactly. The fleet staff frequently nodded in agreement. Bring someone in. I want to lead the team down personally. We must root out the rats hiding underground. General Feng's face was filled with anger, having made up his mind to vent his frustrations. General, isn't that a bit too risky? After all, Huangyan Star is still not safe. The Chief of Staff quickly intervened. No need. The surface of Huangyan Star is completely open. The Imperial Army has even given up on the interference cloud. They're already at the end of their rope. This is my chance to shine. General Feng had his own calculations. The Master and the Chief of Staff must be watching him now. If he didn't go to the front line, how could he demonstrate his value? He directly rejected the Chief of Staff's cautious suggestion, planning to go down to the surface himself. It would be even better if the Imperial Army below gave them a bit of firepower to make his courage shine even more. Order. Everyone in my unit. All troops. Storm Huangyan Star. Any obstacles encountered must be eliminated. General Feng was extremely bold. After all, they had already gained air superiority. Dealing with the defense forces of a resource star was a piece of cake. With General Feng's order, the starships under his command began to descend. The battleships continued to fire relentlessly, taking out the floating mines in the sky. Incredible, General Feng is really going for it. Han Tianju remarked as he watched the magnificent scene of the battleships storming in. Isn't this exactly where his value lies? The chief of staff nodded slightly. It was actually a good thing for the generals under him to be willing to charge forward. I hope everything is safe. Han Tianju nodded. Just as the two were leisurely waiting for good news from General Feng, several large surface-to-air attack devices suddenly rose up from the surface of Huangyan Star. Intense beams of light shot out in rapid succession, directly targeting the medium starship where General Feng was located. The medium battleship was caught off guard, instantly pierced in multiple locations. Then came an incredibly fierce self-detonation, lighting up the sky like a massive firecracker. The terrifying explosion even affected the smaller starships around that medium battleship. It was only at this moment that the other synchronously descending battleships seemed to awaken from a dream. In a hurry, they raised their energy shields and then looked up, hastily accelerating away from the surface of Huangyan Star. Their large size made them easy targets. Chief of Staff, was this something you anticipated? Han Tianju quickly looked at the Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff's face turned pale. He hadn't expected the enemy to turn the tables on them, creating a false impression. They had even given up the most valuable interference cloud to conserve their defensive firepower for the last moment, targeting General Feng's medium battleship. Master, let us launch a strong attack. The commander below is no simple character. We cannot let this person go. The Chief of Staff's expression was serious. The enemy had been precise in their restraint during his probing and had chosen not to strike while establishing their ground network. But when General Feng's substantial battleship descended, the enemy made their move, showcasing a steady, precise, and ruthless strike. It was also a sign of his own carelessness. All right, Han Tianju rarely saw his Chief of Staff at a loss. Since the Chief of Staff proposed a strong attack, then they would attack. Han Tianju remained compliant. With several long-range bombardments from the Huangtian sect's large warships, the previously exposed attack platforms of the Imperial Army were all blown up. The Huangtian fleet deployed a large number of troop, transport airships, and escort starfighters. This time, the Imperial Army on Huangyan Star no longer held back. The surface firepower opened up completely, continuously blasting those large transport airships trying to penetrate. Explosions followed one after another, with some ground fire points exploding and some starships attempting to force their way and being blown up. In this exchange, the Huangtian sect, with an absolute numerical advantage, completely took control of the sky and surface. Any Imperial defensive fire point that dared to show itself would be immediately eliminated. A large number of Huangtian soldiers began to gather on the ground. They were about to launch an attack on the last stronghold of Huangyan Star, the underground central city. As long as they could capture it, the Imperial forces left here would no longer be a threat. The Chief of Staff remained on the flagship, watching the surface progress without blinking. In the underground central city, Chen Xiao, has Lieutenant Shui Wuji responded to our distress signal? Lin Nian had achieved several victories in a row, but he was not happy at all because the enemy was simply too numerous. This was no longer a test to the enemy's firepower. Since discovering the Huangtian sect, Lin Nian had sent information to the fleet. However, just recently, they had only received the first round of responses, asking them to continue holding their ground and confirming whether it was the main fleet of the Huangtian sect. Lin Nian now looked out into space. The numerous silhouettes of ships were already very clear. They were indeed facing the main fleet of the Huangtian sect. Before the medium battleship that had stormed in was destroyed, those ships had been invisible. It was only when the enemy chose to go all out against them that they became visible. Captain, there has been no response, whether photos or videos. I've already sent them, one member of the mobile team said. Captain, what should we do now? Inside the defense system room, all the members of the mobile team were seriously watching Lin Nian. His earlier display of powerful command had completely won their trust, especially since he had managed to see through the Huangtian sect's deception plan. Despite everyone's opposition, he had still insisted on the most correct choice. Deputy Captain, what do you think? Lin Nian turned to the silent deputy captain. Since taking a punch from him, this deputy captain had not said a word. However, during the Huangtian sect's deception plan, the deputy captain still couldn't help but want Lin Nian to accept everyone's views. Of course, in the end, everyone had been proven wrong, leaving the deputy captain silent and unable to speak. Lin Nian was now the highest authority in this central city. No one dared to defy his orders. Report, Captain. I have no opinions. After all of the captain's decisions are correct. But I was wrong, the deputy captain said loudly, carrying a hint of resentment and irony. After all, Lin Nian was in complete control now. The deputy captain was waiting to see Lin Nian make a mistake in his decision. Just once. And that would be his moment to counterattack Lin Nian's authority. Chapter 26. Urban Warfare Underground. Everyone, prepare for defense, Lin Nian ordered. The Arid Heavens sect was powerful, and at this moment, they could only choose to hold the underground entrance to prevent Arid Heaven soldiers from invading Central City and taking control of the resource mining operations. Commander Lin Nian, there are so many Arid Heaven soldiers outside. What should we do? What about Central City? Huang Zhongshu looked anxious, constantly searching for Lin Nian's figure. The Arid Heaven sect was notorious within the empire. He was just a low-ranking resource star central officer. If Lin Nian retreated with his imperial soldiers, it would essentially declare their fate of being plundered by the Arid Heaven sect, leading to a tragic outcome. Even if they survived, they would face two paths: join the Arid Heaven sect and become traitors, or die. The empire did not care whether the traitors were forced to join. As long as there was a record of rebellion, it would affect them and their families. Huang Zhongshu did not want Lin Nian to leave and hurried over to check the situation. Huang Zhongshu, we are not leaving. It is our responsibility to guard this place. Lin Nian shook his head, clearly expressing his stance. All right. With Commander Lin's words, I can rest assured. The residents of Central City can also be at ease. I will bring you food and drink. Commander Lin, feel free to ask if you need anything, Huang Zhongshu said seriously, looking at Lin Nian. All right. I will start deploying the combat mission. You should go and reassure the residents of the city. As long as Central City remains calm. That is the best news for me, Lin Nian replied. He did not plan to mobilize the residents here to become his soldiers, as they were not professional soldiers and could easily cause issues in the defense line. Lin Nian looked at the vice captain, who he actually did not want to assign a task to. However, there were two entrances to Central City on Huang Yin Star, one large and one small, and someone had to be assigned to guard them separately. Everyone gather, Lin Nian commanded. Soon, all the scattered soldiers assembled neatly in front of Lin Nian. There were only about 1,800 left, and it was quite challenging to hold off the more than 30,000 Arid Heaven soldiers outside. Vice Captain, you take your previous 300 men to guard the smaller entrance, Lin Nian instructed directly. Yes, Commander. The Vice Captain was somewhat reluctant, but Lin Nian's rank was higher. After regaining the authority in the soldiers' hearts, the vice captain had no choice but to obey Lin Nian's orders. The rest of you, guard the large entrance with me. Is that clear? Lin Nian shouted at everyone. Understood. They all saluted in unison and quickly dispersed to their defensive positions. Lin Nian, like Huang Zhongshu, had no way out. If he chose to abandon Central City, it would mean he had severely derelict his duty as a lieutenant, and losing his rank would be the least of his worries. He could very likely be taken to a military court, ruining his future. However, staying behind to fight and losing was also very dangerous, potentially costing him his life. Nevertheless, Lin Nian remained confident. As long as the female voice provided prompts, he had nothing to fear. On the contrary, as long as he could hold his ground, he could gain not only the respect of his subordinates, but also promotions in rank and position. Lin Nian quickly dismissed his wandering thoughts. All benefits could wait until he secured this victory. Multiple high-value targets detected. Marked. Quickly eliminate them to significantly improve survival chances, the cold female voice suddenly said. In front of Lin Nian's eyes, multiple high points began to appear, densely scattered on the surface. He could see that the Arid Heaven soldiers had gathered and were advancing toward the two entrance positions. Everyone, the enemy is about to arrive. Prepare to follow my orders and open fire, Lin Nian communicated through his helmet. Yes. Soon, the response from everyone came through the helmet. Lin Nian silently observed those high-value targets. Many were human, but more were heavy vehicles. The enemy cautiously entered the underground entrance. And the long corridor made the Arid Heaven soldiers tread carefully. A large number of drones were deployed by them, but within a second, all these drones fell and became ineffective. Central City had strong interference against unmanned devices, which directly pushed both sides back into a primitive and brutal urban warfare. Prepare. Everyone at the large entrance. Wait for me to open fire, then shoot freely. Lin Nian held the controller for the heavy strike missile vehicle in his hand, making slight adjustments as the missiles locked onto a high-value target. Beside him were several skilled snipers and infantry. Lin Nian had already synchronized the primary kill target information to them, and he aimed at a heavy assault vehicle of the enemy. A high point kept flashing in his eyes. The bright outline was changing from a white edge to a yellow edge. If he ignored it any longer, the yellow edge would turn red. The arid heaven soldiers cautiously stepped into the darkness, each step taken with extreme care. Open fire. Lin Nian no longer hesitated. He heavily pressed the remote control in his hand. The heavy strike missile vehicle he controlled launched missiles in succession, directly hitting that vehicle and causing a massive explosion that instantly vaporized the surrounding arid heaven soldiers. The arid heaven officer was killed in the first round of attack. The few targets that missed were quickly locked onto by Lin Nian. Missiles swept the ground, and kinetic sniper rifles aimed. Gunfire erupted in the large underground corridor. Anyone who took over frontline command was immediately targeted and killed by Lin Nian's focused fire. The same went for threatening points. Under the barrage, the arid heaven soldiers lost their organization and morale, crazily fleeing with their heads down. The first wave of enemy attacks was easily eliminated. Wow, wow, wow. The Imperial soldiers cheered. They had never fought such an easy battle. They just had to follow Lin Nian's commands and did not even need to think. Victory was thus secured. All right, the enemy's second wave is coming. Lin Nian immediately told his subordinates as he heard the female voices prompt. A new batch of high points reappeared in front of him. This time it was 3,000 people, 3 times more than the first wave of 1,000. However, to Lin Nian, these people were like chickens and dogs. As long as he killed the frontline commander, the enemy would soon collapse due to lack of organization. The underground Central City had its advantages. At least Lin Nian did not have to deal with both aerial and ground artillery simultaneously. The enemy could only send waves of troops to push forward. Lin Nian quickly noticed the difference in these 3,000 soldiers. They moved with trained precision. Perhaps more elite soldiers, but to Lin Nian, they were all the same. The most high-value individuals among them were all in Lin Nian's sight. Those people were well hidden, but as long as he pushed forward, they would inevitably show vulnerabilities. Open fire. Lin Nian once again initiated the attack. Chapter 27. Unexpected performance of the flagship of the Storm Fleet Bang. The Chief of Staff slammed his fist heavily on the command platform. This was their 40th attack, and they still hadn't succeeded. A full 30,000 men had gone in, only to wander around aimlessly inside and essentially come back. The main issue was the extraordinarily high casualty rate among the frontline officers, which demoralized the ground commanders behind them. One after another, they were unwilling to go in and command because commanding inside meant real death. This was different from past ground battles. The foot soldiers had a higher survival rate. Once the officers died, there was no discipline, and they simply chose to stop fighting and fled back in droves. In contrast, the officers faced a one-way trip with no return. There was no way to organize an effective attack. Fortunately, the Imperial Army did not pursue them, allowing them to continue to hunker down underground, which kept their casualties from being too severe. Nuclear bomb. Chief of Staff, let's use a nuclear bomb. Han Tianzhu loudly suggested to his intelligence officer. After all, there was nothing to protect on Huangyan Star. Just drop a nuclear bomb and level those damned Imperial soldiers underground. Your Holiness, we can't do that. The Chief of Staff directly shook his head in refusal. Why not? Han Tianzhu didn't understand. The Chief of Staff sighed heavily. This is a fuel mine. If we drop a nuclear bomb, it will be meaningless. The semi-finished and finished fuel on Huangyan Star will be blown to the sky. Then what are we fighting for on Huangyan Star? Moreover, the Central City Underground is also a nuclear-resistant structure. It can't be destroyed. The Chief of Staff shook his head. Using it wouldn't kill anyone. It's better not to use it. However, nuclear bombs were used extensively in interstellar battles. The missiles launched by those warships were all equipped with nuclear warheads, just with different yields. Even nuclear bombs couldn't penetrate the energy shields of warships. They purely became bombs that consumed energy shields and could not change the course of a war. Let us retreat. The chief of staff suddenly said with great reluctance. There were still 40,000 unused storm church soldiers on the ground, but he suddenly lost confidence in taking down those imperial soldiers underground, especially that commander. If he still had so many options, there was no need to stubbornly stick to Huangyan Star, especially after so many days had passed. The main force of the Imperial Third Interstellar Fleet should also be on its way here. Staying here was meaningless. What? Retreat? Chief of Staff. We've expended so many resources. Is this the result? I can't accept it. This time it was Han Tianzhu who jumped up in anger. His troops had suffered at least 20,000 casualties inside, along with many junior officers. After such a high cost, they had gained nothing. Han Tianzhu was completely unwilling to leave and directly reached out to issue an order to continue the assault. Be rational. Your Holiness, do you think your life is more important or killing the people inside is more important? Don't forget, the Imperial Third Fleet is coming. The Chief of Staff immediately pressed down on Han Tianzhu's hand and shouted at him. After hearing this, Han Tianzhu barely suppressed his gambling instincts and realized that he had become overly reckless. Everything had gone smoothly so far, which had made him somewhat arrogant. All right, I understand, Han Tianzhu said reluctantly, taking one last look at the star not far away. Let us go. He issued orders to his fleet. The Storm Church soldiers invading Huangyan Star also began to quickly withdraw back to the landing small warships and large troop transport airships. In the underground central city, Captain, they are retreating, Chen Xiao announced loudly with a happy face. Oh yeah, we won. The entire garrison erupted in celebration. Lin Nian was surrounded by his subordinates, who excitedly tossed him into the air repeatedly, allowing Lin Nian to enjoy the feeling of flying. All right, put me down. Lin Nian laughed happily. He hadn't expected that he would truly hold the line. The contribution of the cold female voice was significant. Of course, Lin Nian was also aware that he had taken advantage of the situation. The Third Interstellar Fleet was on its way. The Storm Church could not continue to dally here with him. Captain, the fleet's communication is from Major General Wenrong. He wants to speak with you directly. At this time, the communications officer suddenly said to him, hearing that it was the highest commander of the fleet. The soldiers around Lin Nian quickly distanced themselves to give him space. Connect. Lin Nian nodded to the communications officer. A holographic screen quickly popped up in front of Lin Nian, displaying Wenrong's half-body image. Battleship 1455, captain of the 10th Mobile Team, Lieutenant Lin Nian. I have seen the commander. Lin Nian performed a standard military salute. Good, Lieutenant Lin Nian. We are on our way and expect to arrive in 3 hours. You need to report the current situation immediately. Is the central city of Huangyan Star still in your hands? Is the main force of this Storm Church fleet still in the alien domain of Huangyan Star? Wenrong asked seriously, firing off a series of questions. Reporting, Commander. We have held Huangyan Star. The enemy has retreated. Just an hour ago, we detected that there are no traces of the Storm Fleet in the alien domain. Lin Nian quickly reported the current situation. Good job. We will be on our way immediately. Wenrong nodded habitually, then suddenly seemed to realize something as he widened his eyes at Lin Nian. Wait, did you just say you've held Huangyan Star? And that the Storm Church fleet has also retreated? How did you do that? Wenrong felt pleasantly surprised, not expecting Lin Nian to truly exceed his expectations. Wenrong's highest expectation for Lin Nian was to manage to stall the Storm Church and even be forced to retreat from the central city, then conduct sabotage behind enemy lines until their main fleet arrived. But now, looking at the situation, Lin Nian not only held the central city of Huangyan Star, but also repelled the Storm Fleet. Of course, Wenrong also understood that the Storm Church fleet retreated probably because his side was approaching. However, Lin Nian's performance exceeded his expectations, even reaching a surprising level. Reporting, Commander. Yes, we did it. I have already transmitted the detailed situation back to the fleet. Lin Nian answered loudly. This was his achievement, one that was enough to silence those who had criticized him. He had withstood multiple fierce attacks from the Storm Church. Even the deputy captain, who had previously had objections, had later become taciturn and executed his orders properly. Because no one was foolish. Accomplishing a mission and failing to accomplish it were two different matters. The former could earn military merit, especially with such an unexpected result. Chapter 28: The Revealed Truth. With the roaring sound of the tail flame jets, the space shuttle quickly descended. It landed very smoothly on Huanyuan's star. As the hatch opened, Huanyuan was the first to step down the ladder. After confirming that there was no danger around, Rong followed. Lin Nian and his deputy stepped forward to salute. "Greetings, Commander," Lin Nian shouted loudly. However, Rong did not rush to respond to Lin Nian and instead looked at the devastated battlefield. He had just watched the frontline combat video and had a deeper impression of Lin Nian's command abilities. Lin Nian was undoubtedly a command-type talent with a strong sense of smell for battle. His actions were steady, precise, and ruthless. Rong truly felt he had struck gold with such a powerful subordinate. With someone like Lin Nian under his command, he could divert his attention to many other matters. However, Rong felt he still needed to test Lin Nian further. "Lin Nian, you did very well. You far exceeded my expectations. I did not misjudge you. You may be able to take on greater responsibilities." Rong did not refer to Lin Nian's military rank this time, expressing his appreciation and closeness to Lin Nian very plainly. Rong did not know that, as soon as he spoke, both Huanyuan and Lin Nian's deputy looked at him with a hint of surprise. They knew Rong thought highly of Lin Nian, but they did not expect it to be to this extent. "Please give the order, Commander. I, Lin Nian, will not hesitate to go through fire and water." Lin Nian noticed the expressions of others out of the corner of his eye, especially Huanyuan and his deputy, who had previously not thought highly of him. Now, with his absolute strength, he was slapping their previous remarks in the face. Lin Nian felt a sense of exhilaration. "Good, very good." Rong, hearing Lin Nian's flattery, smiled even more happily. He took the initiative to step closer to Lin Nian and patted Lin Nian's shoulder heavily. "Lieutenant Lin Nian," Rong suddenly said solemnly. "Stand at attention." Lin Nian immediately straightened his body and shouted, "Yes, sir." "In recognition of your outstanding completion of the defense mission on Huanyuan's star, I officially promote you to captain. I appoint you as the acting captain of Ship 1455. Led 10 small warships to engage the Huatian Sec fleet and prevent them from seizing any resources. Provide timely support to the brother forces on various resource planets." Rong issued orders to Lin Nian, not only directly promoting Lin Nian's rank, but also giving him the position of acting captain. Lin Nian was a bit stunned because the leap was quite significant. He was going from a member of the Marine Corps to an acting captain. In Ship 1455, didn't he even have a formal captain? Many questions crossed Lin Nian's mind, but he quickly brushed them aside because Rong was waiting for his answer. "I guarantee to complete the mission," Lin Nian shouted. "Good." Lin Nian, our highest commander, Major General Yuan, is mobilizing the 3rd Interstellar Fleet to head south to participate in blocking the Huatian Sec's main forces at the southeast corner of the Yun Star region. The defense of the resource planet here can only rely on your temporary fleet. I will leave Captain Wen with you. She will serve as your advisor. You can ask Captain Wen for more detailed information," Rong said seriously to Lin Nian. "Understood." Lin Nian nodded earnestly. Then he turned to Huanyuan. "Please advise me." "Captain Wen." Lin Nian saluted Huanyuan solemnly. Huanyuan did not respond, but returned the same gesture. "All right, I need to set off immediately." "Lin Nian, don't let me down. I have high hopes for you," Rong said, looking at Lin Nian one last time. "Yes." Lin Nian said nothing more, just nodded firmly. With the help of the mysterious female voice, Lin Nian felt fearless now. Rong did not linger and boarded the space shuttle, quickly returning to the flagship of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet. "Captain Lin Nian, you should be the fastest promoted filler soldier I have ever seen," Huanyuan said without reservation as soon as Rong left, looking Lin Nian up and down. She truly could not understand. Wasn't Shui Wuju saying that Lin Nian's practical training was lacking? How could Lin Nian, after actual combat, display such an abnormal and explosive performance? Huanyuan had seen the reconnaissance intelligence of the Huatian fleet. The enemy encircling Lin Nian was indeed an interstellar fleet, although not numerous. With only about 20 or 30 warships, all types of fleet configurations were present. How did Lin Nian manage to hold his ground so strongly at the enemy's last moment? Huanyuan clearly understood how crucial it was for Lin Nian to achieve such results at this critical juncture. It directly bought Major General Wenrong a lot of time to move south. Thank you for the compliment, Lin Nian nodded. He then turned to his former deputy. By the way, I have something to ask the deputy captain. Lin Nian then turned to the deputy beside him. Captain Lin, please ask. I guarantee to tell you everything. At this moment, the deputy captain wore a new face, full of flattery and sycophancy, constantly patting his chest to pledge loyalty to Lin Nian, fully displaying the traits of a petty person. First, watch this video. See how much you can remember. Lin Nian pulled up a holographic screen and opened it in front of Wen Huaiyun. Inside was a battlefield in ruins. Among the numerous corpses of imperial soldiers, there were also mixed bodies of women. The state of the imperial soldiers was also very strange. Their clothes were disheveled, and some even had no pants on their lower halves. The deputy captain's face immediately stiffened. He did not expect Lin Nian to find that place. That should have been a dead zone for his home satellite surveillance. The Huatian fleet found them through large-scale thermal source tracking. But what did Lin Nian rely on to find them? These people were already corpses. They could not possibly have any heat left. What's wrong? Don't you remember? Lin Nian's tone gradually turned cold, and when Huaiyun's gaze towards the deputy captain also became sharp, even carrying a hint of contempt that was greater than Lin Nian's. This. Captain Lin, is there some misunderstanding? This absolutely has nothing to do with me. It was all those guys doing things privately. We were at another place at that time. Remember? We even interrupted the signal for a while. We had no idea what these people were doing. The deputy captain kept explaining, gesturing wildly. Chun Xiao, show him the evidence. Lin Nian sighed and turned to Chun Xiao behind the deputy captain. Chun Xiao then produced a personal recorder. Captain, this was found from one of the corpses, a personal recorder. A soldier secretly recorded everything. Everything the deputy captain did was captured very clearly. Chun Xiao handed the personal recorder to Lin Nian. What do you say? Should I release it publicly? Lin Nian held the item in his hand and gently placed it in front of the deputy captain. He had already seen it. He was very clear about the deputy captain's sordid deeds, even knowing that this deputy captain wanted to kill him. He could not keep such a ticking time bomb beside him any longer. Seeing Lin Nian put the item in front of him, the deputy captain immediately reached out to grab it, but was quickly pulled back by Lin Nian. Lin Nian, give me the item. It's fake. You are framing me. I want to tell Lord Wenrong. I will report it to the military court. The deputy captain became hysterical. He tried to snatch the item from Lin Nian's hand, but failed. He even directly pulled out his kinetic gun. Chun Xiao hadn't reacted yet when Huaiyun had already acted. Bang! Draw the gun, fire. A series of swift movements. A hole appeared in the deputy captain's head. He collapsed with a thud. Chapter 29, New Mission. Lin Nian was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Huaiyun to directly eliminate the vice captain. The action seemed as if it was not killing. He deserved to die. Did you see anything? Huaiyun turned to Lin Nian and Chun Xiao, his expression calm. Lin Nian and Chun Xiao exchanged glances, both remaining silent. The remaining accomplices of the vice captain were quickly captured. A group of people escorted to the large transport airship on the ground. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic Huang Zhongzhong and others, Lin Nian successfully returned to the Imperial 3rd Star Fleet's warship 1455. Salute. I have met the acting ship captain, acting warship staff. In the hangar, Liao Fan and his subordinates shouted in unison. Lin Nian was taken aback, but Liao Fan quickly blinked, his expression still serious. Lin Nian immediately understood that this was not the time for idle chatter and saluted the soldiers who had come to greet him. Lin Nian and Wen Huaiyun made their way to the bridge of warship 1455. Captain Lin, you should consider yourself fortunate that Major General Wen has taken a liking to you. You better seize this opportunity. If you can perform excellently in this mission, you might be directly promoted to a command position. The major rank may be a bit harder to achieve, but captain positions at the rank of lieutenant are extremely rare. Most lieutenants hold ground command positions. It is very rare for someone like you to become the head of ship directly, even if just acting as captain. It is quite impressive. Wen Huaiyun whispered beside Lin Nian, reflecting on his rapid promotion. Does that mean many people will have a bad impression of me? Lin Nian thought of people like the vice captain, as long as you understand. However, on warship 1455, there is no such issue yet. The positions of the former captain and staff are both vacant. Previously, it was Major General Wenrong personally commanding. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say this warship is Major General Wenrong's direct flagship. You really have struck a stroke of luck. Wen Huaiyun looked Lin Nian up and down, marveling at his promotion speed. But this time, she had no contempt for Lin Nian. In Huangyin's star, Lin Nian indeed performed excellently. At least after the Ardent Heaven Sec's fleet launched a large-scale attack, he managed to hold the line. Even though the Ardent Heaven soldiers were somewhat lacking, they had a clear numerical advantage. When Huaiyun retracted her gaze, the bridge was open ahead. "Commander!" Soldiers inside stood in formation, saluting to welcome Lin Nian. "Good. Continue your work." Lin Nian quickly nodded to them, signaling everyone to return to their posts. "Lieutenant Lin, can you talk about the current situation? As long as we can hold back those Ardent Heaven fleets, right?" Lin Nian and when Huaiyun arrived at the second-floor command platform, a star map had already been displayed. "Acting Captain, I'd prefer to hear you call my position." When Huaiyun nodded and gestured at the star map. "Our highest commander, Major General Wen Yuan, has confirmed the location of the main Ardent Heaven fleet. They are rampaging in the southeast area of the Shadow Cloud star domain." When Huaiyun highlighted a three-dimensional space, the area looked small, but to encircle this large batch of Ardent Heaven main fleets, 2 Imperial star fleets were not enough. To be cautious, our Major General Wenrong has also been dispatched to prevent these Ardent Heaven forces from fleeing north. In case there are any major issues on the resource star side, Major General Wenrong can come to support at the first opportunity. Therefore, our mission is not too difficult. The main task is to delay and stop this Ardent Heaven fleet. Wen Huaiyun explained the current situation to Lin Nian in detail. "I see." Lin Nian nodded. For the first time, he had an understanding of the current situation. Initially, he planned to just muddle through and be a regular soldier. However, it seemed now that he had to climb higher. The incident with the vice captain was a clear indication. He was indeed being valued by Wenrong. But it was also a double-edged sword. If he didn't perform well, there would immediately be people trying to bring him down. The vice captain was a case in point. When the Ardent Heaven forces attacked, in order to avoid responsibility, they even conspired to kill him, pushing him out to take the blame. Their intentions were malicious. Fortunately, he relied on the help of the female voice to win this battle. Otherwise, the outcome would have been hard to say. Lin Nian recalled the vice captain's control over the 10th mobile unit at the beginning. With even a minor defeat, the entire mobile unit might not follow his orders. "Staff Officer 1, I have a question. With so few of us, can we stop the opposing fleet?" Lin Nian thought of the power Wenrong had given him. Just 1 medium-sized warship and 10 small warships. Could such strength really defeat the enemy? "Captain Lin, you don't think that becoming a captain comes without a cost, do you?" When Huaiyun wore a faint smile. "Now is the time for you to prove your worth." When Huaiyun looked intently at Lin Nian. "All right, I understand. Give the order. Continue chasing the Ardent Heaven fleet ahead." Lin Nian immediately adjusted his mindset and spoke to everyone in the bridge room. "Yes." A chorus of responses echoed. Then, everyone focused on operating the warship. Having just experienced the Battle of Huangying Star, Lin Nian had basically grasped the situation of the female voice appearing. It was only when he was in life-threatening situations that she would appear. Thus, Lin Nian had basically bid farewell to a peaceful life. During the training battles, Lin Nian had already seen very clearly what his level was without the assistance of the female voice. Only on the battlefield, in the midst of threats, could he showcase his uniqueness. He could retaliate against those who looked down on him with strength. Lin Nian looked up at the transparent porthole in front of the warship. Wenrong throwing him into the captain's position already meant that he had no way out. It was either to move forward or to be pulled down from this position by those envious of him, falling into the dust and having no chance to rise again. Lin Nian did not want to become like that. On the flagship of the Ardent Heaven fleet, Han Tianzhu was gathered with his chief of staff. "Chief of staff, where should we choose next?" Han Tianzhu asked his chief of staff. "Red casting star. We should aim for a quick resolution. The Imperial garrison here should not be as formidable as the previous commander." The chief of staff had a deep impression of Lin Nian. If it weren't for the fear of the main force of the 3rd Star Fleet approaching, he wouldn't have let that disaster remain. Even if it meant using a human wave tactic or nuclear bomb to wash the ground, he would try to kill Lin Nian. However, the chief of staff knew in his heart that even if they did so, it was highly likely they would still fail to kill him. If the ground troops couldn't win, everything would be for nothing. This conclusion also applied to interstellar battlefields. In this era where starships were more defensively strong than offensively, infantry were the main characters. Jumping battles relied on interstellar filling soldiers, and attacking planets still required interstellar filling soldiers. Where is Red Casting Star? Han Tianzhu looked at the vast expanse of planets, looking confused. Here, Commander. The Chief of Staff sighed internally and pointed out a planet to Han Tianzhu. It was not far from their current position and could be reached in one interstellar travel cycle. Of course, the fastest way was to open a transition portal. The door-opening action is too fuel-consuming. Moreover, once used, it cannot be used again in a short period. It is generally only chosen in emergencies when one needs to escape. The Chief of Staff would not be as extravagant as the Imperial Army, using teleportation to travel. All right, I see it. Everyone, accelerate towards the Red Casting Star. Han Tianzhu ordered directly. The Haotian Sect fleet accelerated in unison, rushing towards the Red Casting Star. In the sky above the Red Casting Star, a large number of Haotian Sect landing pods were dropped. Despite the ground firepower being fully unleashed, it still couldn't stop the Haotian Sect from continuously clearing out the floating mines and interference clouds. In the underground central city, the third mobile team of the Imperial battleship number 1688, Captain Han Ping, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. They could only rely on the last line of defense, the underground central city, to resist. However, Han Ping was not optimistic about this. How he contacted the fleet? Quickly tell them that the Red Casting Star is about to fall. We urgently need the fleet's support. Han Ping was very anxious, repeatedly urging the communicator. The communicator could only nod continuously, continuing to transmit information to the starry sky. At that moment, the entire central city shook violently. Han Ping and the Imperial soldiers around him hurriedly looked at the light screen. The screen displayed the Haotian Sect's large warships using long-range heavy weapons, continuously clearing the fire defense points visible on the ground. Due to Han Ping's previous defensive actions, all exposed fire points were completely wiped out in this wave. Han Ping was shocked and terrified. He was very panicked now. The light screen clearly showed that the Haotian large transport airships had already landed, and a large number of Haotian ground soldiers poured out. They began to gather and move towards the underground central city of the Red Casting Star. As long as they captured the central city, the Haotian Sect would have achieved its goal. Captain, should we retreat first? Han Ping's deputy officer had already suggested. Unlike Lin Nian's deputy officer, Han Ping's deputy was sincerely advising him. Commander, if you leave, what about us? What should we do? Li Zhongshu couldn't help but panic. Their homes were here, and there was no way to escape. Han Ping hesitated. On one hand, there was his own safety, and on the other, the safety of the local residents. Han Ping constantly weighed the value of both sides in his conscience and his own life. Captain, if we don't leave now, we may not be able to avoid the Haotian Sect pursuit. Commander, you can't leave. The central city of the Red Casting Star needs you. Both the deputy officer and Li Zhongshu were urging Han Ping. Cough, cough. Red Casting Star, do you hear me? This is battleship number 1455. I'm acting Captain Lin Nian, over. At this moment, the communicator heard a response from the communication station and immediately stood up in surprise. I hear you. I hear you. This is the third mobile squad of battleship number 1688. Has the main force of the fleet arrived? Over. The communicator was exceptionally excited. Meanwhile, the conflicted Han Ping hurriedly leaned closer to the communicator. Others moved closer as well. The communicator saw it was Han Ping and directly made way for him. At the same time, in outer space, Lin Nian looked at a deep red planet not far away. The Haotian Sect's fleet was already circling above. Please report your current situation. We are on our way. Our forces are limited. Only a medium-sized battleship and 10 small battleships. Over. After replying, Lin Nian looked at his new staff officer, Wen Huayun, or military supervisor. Because Wen Huayun was tugging at his clothes, only females would do such small gestures. Staff Officer Wen, what are you doing? Lin Nian was puzzled. No, Captain Lin, you can't just contact the ground like this. What help can we provide? Just 11 battleships. The enemy's number is clearly not small, plus a large battleship. This is not a battle we can intervene in. When Huayun rolled her eyes at Lin Nian. It doesn't matter. Just follow my orders and command the battleships. I know nothing about battleship control. This job is up to you. As for combat command, just listen to me. Moreover, the enemy has already discovered us and is coming towards us. Lin Nian's face was filled with immense confidence. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? You madman. We're going to be killed because of you. Wen Huaiyun was taken aback by Lin Nian's words and immediately turned to the large screen in front of her. She only saw on the radar a few medium and small Haotian battleships already breaking away from the main force and charging towards them. They had identified the location of the enemy Commander-S battleship, marking a medium-sized battleship. Taking it down could significantly increase their survival chances while weakening the enemy's combat morale. A cold female voice echoed in Lin Nian's mind again, making him clench his fists tightly. Good. Staff Officer 1, concentrate all firepower on the medium-sized battleship I marked. Once in range, fire immediately. Lin Nian issued the order without hesitation, showing no signs of timidity as a first-time commander. Wait, Captain Lin, why this battleship? Focusing fire on one battleship is very dangerous. It will leave us unable to deal with the enemy's other battleships. Wen Huaiyun couldn't understand. Although Lin Nian was her temporary commander, she wouldn't easily back down when unreasonable requests arose. Trust me. Lin Nian glanced at the approaching Haotian battleships. Not many, just over 30, but they only had 11 on their side. The basic strength was disproportionate. However, for Lin Nian, these are not problems. A large number of high-priority targets had already been marked in front of him, with different highlight colors indicating the priority of disposal based on danger levels. Captain, this is the information just reported from the Red Casting Star. At this moment, a communicator handed over the report from Han Ping. Lin Nian quickly scanned it and grasped the general situation. Similar to before, they had lost the sky and the surface, leaving only the underground central city. Captain Lin, I can't agree to your request just because you said trust you. Your reasoning does not convince me. I think a better suggestion is to retreat immediately and stay away. At least avoid the sharp edge for now. Wen Huaiyun still chose to refuse. Then you are the staff officer, and I am the captain. Lin Nian directly shook his head. Wen Huaiyun still did not see the situation clearly. Chapter 31, First Command of the Warship. From the moment we were discovered, there was no turning back. We had to appear bold and confident to make the opposing Arhantian cult wary of us, to make them think we had reinforcements and that more Imperial fleets were on their way. Facing these Arhantian warships, we couldn't even retreat. We had to charge in and take them down. If we retreated, our deception would be exposed, and we would be the ones facing disaster. Lin Nian shook his head repeatedly, trying to express his thoughts more clearly. The bright spots in his eyes were turning red rapidly. If he couldn't eliminate these threats, he would undoubtedly die. Lin Nian did not want to take that gamble. Everyone, I am your captain. At this moment, you all follow my orders. The priority targets for attack are now displayed on the big screen. Please execute immediately. Lin Nian opened the broadcast and addressed everyone in the bridge room. The crew looked stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Wen Huaiyun beside Lin Nian. Wen Huaiyun had been moved by Lin Nian's words and nodded with great difficulty. Wen Rong had directly appointed Lin Nian as the acting captain, clearly testing him. She was both a pawn to monitor Lin Nian and someone who was in the same boat as him. If Lin Nian failed, she would also be doomed. Wen Huaiyun had no choice but to trust Lin Nian this time. With Wen Huaiyun's nod, the others quickly got into action, beginning to operate the weapons. Soon, various lasers and missiles were fired, but they were blocked by a bright shield on the approaching Arhantian medium warship. What is this? Lin Nian had never seen anything like it. He turned to Wen Huaiyun with wide eyes. An energy shield? You didn't know? There are these things on Huangyan Star. How could you not know how to defend Huangyan Star? Wen Huaiyun's expression was even more vivid than Lin Nian's. Lin Nian had no idea that an energy shield could actually defeat the Arhantian cult. He had no clue. So how do we break it? Lin Nian quickly shook his head and began to inquire about how to crack it. Looks like you do have something special about you. Wen Huaiyun exhaled, hiding her surprise. An energy shield, as the name suggests, will disappear once its energy is depleted. Just keep attacking. Of course, long-range weaponry attacks are not very effective. The quickest way is to fire powerful cannons at close range, and then when the enemy's shield breaks, send out our starfighter to drop line troops for a direct jump support attack. Wen Huaiyun kindly explained to Lin Nian. I see. Everyone, keep increasing firepower. As long as we break the energy shield and take down the largest medium warship, the enemy will no longer collapse. Lin Nian reiterated to all crew members. 1. What is the name of the troops for the jump support? Who should I contact? Lin Nian turned to his advisor again. Just contact Captain Shui Wuju of the 9th Mobile Team on Warship 1455. Lin Nian, you're the captain now. You should understand the basics. When Huayun was a bit irritated. Understood. Lin Nian nodded without saying more. Captain Shui Wuju, I need your 9th Mobile Team to be ready to board the largest Arhantian medium warship. Lin Nian didn't explain much and directly brought up the communication screen to address Shui Wuju. Yes, Captain. Shui Wuju had no objections, completely changing his previous attitude towards Lin Nian. He wasn't foolish, even though they held the same rank. Lin Nian had been directly promoted to acting captain by Wenrong, which was a statement in itself. Shui Wuju wouldn't want to bring trouble upon himself, and readily accepted his subordinate status to Lin Nian. On the front line, the shield of the Arhantian medium warship suddenly flickered and then shattered. Lin Nian's command was clear. All firepower was directed at the enemy's medium warship. However, the Arhantian warship was able to fire freely. The 11 warships on Lin Nian's side almost evenly distributed the enemy's firepower, although the enemy had a slight advantage in numbers. It wasn't overwhelming. As the two fleets quickly closed in on each other, Lin Nian shouted, now, all firepower aimed at the upper left position of the enemy's medium ship. This command seemed nonsensical, but the highly focused crew executed it without hesitation. Soon, there was a violent explosion at the designated target. The Arhantian medium warship appeared to be severely hit, immediately entering a state of paralysis and losing all firepower. Meanwhile, Shui Wuju's 9th Mobile Team had already followed the starfighters and swiftly boarded the enemy's medium warship. Captain Lin, what is happening? Wen Huayun looked at the scene in shock, and suddenly turned to Lin Nian. I don't know, Lin Nian shrugged. You don't know? Wasn't he at your order to bombard? Wen Huayun couldn't believe it. I ordered the attack, but how could I know the outcome? Lin Nian explained. He lied. The target he had just bombarded was indeed one of the key points. Lin Nian knew very well that it was a vital area of the warship. He certainly wouldn't disclose his secrets to Wen Huayun. Then Lin Nian continued to issue new orders to deal with the other small Arhantian warships. The Arhantian small warships were practically no match for Warship 1455, especially with Lin Nian commanding under the influence of a female voice, targeting the most dangerous points. More and more Arhantian warships were captured by the Empire's small forces using jump support tactics. Captain, we successfully captured the entire enemy fleet. Your command just now was very effective. Their captain was killed in the first round of bombardment, leaving the fleet leaderless and easily captured, Shui Wuju reported back. He was also amazed by Lin Nian's incredible luck in knocking out the enemy's flagship. In this brief battle, their fleet achieved a great victory. Very good. Take control of the enemy ship and transfer the captives. Lin Nian continued to issue orders while swiping the screen in front of him to the next page. This was the captain's self-regulation. Lin Nian directly learned and applied it, writing down his questions to get answers. Yes. Shui Wuju nodded immediately. Captain, we won. Suddenly, the bridge room erupted in cheers, everyone shouting in unison. Huh? Oh. Lin Nian had just pulled himself away from the learning screen and realized that on the front line, all the Arhantian warships were either destroyed or captured by the Empire's line troops using jump support tactics. Very good. Everyone enter a state of level 1 alert. Lin Nian's gaze shifted to the sky over Hongzhou Star, where the Arhantian fleet was still making no further moves. Chapter 32. The Retreat of the Haotian Sect Fleet Haotian Sect Flagship. Damn, the enemy is a bit strong. Clearly, we have more warships. Why can't we win? Han Tianju's chief of staff shouted frantically. He couldn't accept the result in front of him. It felt like they had been hit in their weak spot, crushed by the enemy. Chief of staff, should we press forward and fight? Han Tianju quickly asked. No, we need to retreat. The chief of staff gave an unexpected answer. Retreat? Chief of staff, we clearly have the advantage. Plus, Hongzhou City is about to be captured. Are we just going to retreat like this? Han Tianju couldn't understand. His tone suddenly raised. Yes, we have to retreat. You heard me right. and we need to get everyone back on the ground immediately. The chief of staff nodded seriously. The reason was not complicated. This small troop of the Imperial Army was the vanguard of the Imperial Third Star Fleet. Their purpose was to delay us. I sent out a dozen warships to test the enemy's strength. From the enemy's reaction, it was clear they were not afraid. They had something to rely on. We can't drag this out any longer. Let's go, the chief of staff said firmly. Hearing this, Han Tianzhu had no way to refute. He didn't understand the intricacies involved. All right, order a retreat. Han Tianzhu waved his hand. All crew members immediately began to get busy. The offensive momentum of Hongzhou Star came to an abrupt halt. They quickly withdrew and boarded their ships. As one warship after another gathered around Han Tianzhu, he no longer hesitated. He increased the speed directly. Within a few dozen minutes, they retreated completely. On the other side, Lin Nian was just silent, watching the Hao Ian Sec fleet retreat. Captain Lin, why did the enemy suddenly retreat? When Huayun couldn't quite understand. The enemy was clearly stronger than them, but after Lin Nian defeated a small portion of the Hao Ian Sec fleet, they chose to retreat directly. It's simple. The enemy thinks we have someone behind us. This was a case of the fox borrowing the tiger's might. Lin Nian said to Wen Huayun, all right, we need to follow up immediately. But before that, we need to bring back the third mobile team from Hongzhou Star. We need more strength. Just in time, the Hao Ian Sec just returned a lot of warships to us. Let their people and Captain Shui Wuju's people control them separately. Lin Nian explained his thoughts. Okay, you're the captain, you decide. I have no objections. When Huayun nodded, Lin Nian's subsequent arrangements were reasonable, and she had no need to oppose. Soon, several interstellar warships landed on Hongzhou Star. It wasn't long before Han Ping and his group had been picked up. In the bridge of the warship 1455, two screens lit up. Captain Lin, I'm Lieutenant Han Ping. Thank you for your timely rescue. Han Ping introduced himself again and thanked Lin Nian. Without Lin Nian's appearance, they would have basically been finished. Captain Lin, on the other side, Shui Wuju was much simpler. He saluted Lin Nian directly. I am the temporary commander of the current fleet. Major Wenrong's order is to hold on to the Hao Ian Sec fleet in front of us. Under no circumstances can we let the enemy touch any resource star. Therefore, we need to pursue the enemy fleet immediately. You will control the recently captured Hao Ian Sec warships. Follow me. Understood? Lin Nian's expression was serious. Yes. Both of them saluted Lin Nian. The screens went dark. Lin Nian turned to the command platform behind him, looking at Liao Fan. Liao Fan, why don't you plan to take over the command of the warship? I actually prefer you to do it. After all, you have experience as an acting captain. Wouldn't the chances of transitioning to fleet command be higher? Lin Nian called out Liao Fan's name, not understanding why Liao Fan chose to continue following him. Given the opportunity, Lin Nian preferred to help his brother out. Troublesome. Forget it. Liao Fan directly shook his head in refusal. But I appreciate your kindness. If you need anything in the future, just call me. I'm heading back. Liao Fan smiled, patted Lin Nian's shoulder, and then walked away. Compared to Lieutenant Liao Fan, I feel your ambition is much greater, Wen Huayun suddenly said. Lin Nian shrugged, not intending to respond. 1455. All ships accelerate. Lin Nian focused his thoughts on the more critical matters at hand, continuing to pursue the Hao Ian Sec fleet according to orders. With the orders given, the tails of the warships burst forth, quickly reaching the maximum speed of interstellar travel. Lin Nian didn't know how it was done, but looking at the distorted starry sky around him, he still felt a strange yet beautiful sensation. Lin Nian shifted from the transparent portholes on both sides to the front radar. The Hao Ian Sec fleet had not managed to escape his reconnaissance range. Deputy 1, why do I feel there are very few unmanned devices and weapons here? Is there none? Lin Nian thought that entering the interstellar era would mean unmanned intelligent devices should be quite common. But instead, they were rarely seen. What's wrong? You don't know? Oh, right. You were just a line filler before. Wen Huayun's expression froze for a moment, then thought of something. All right, I'll keep it simple. Unmanned devices are too easy to damage. Electromagnetic and microwave can quickly incapacitate them. Plus, they can't penetrate energy shields. Eventually, they were basically eliminated, returning to a more primitive combat mode. Wen Huayun briefly explained the situation. Oh, what about energy shields? Why can we launch attacks from the inside, penetrating the energy shield, but the enemy's attacks are blocked outside the shield? Lin Nian had no knowledge of these concepts. As a line filler, he wouldn't have had contact with this knowledge. I don't know the specific principles either. Just think of it as a one-way street. It can only pass through from one direction. If it comes from the other direction, it can't enter. When Huayun continued to explain, "Okay, I understand." Lin Nian nodded. "Report to Captain Lin. The enemy fleet's speed has suddenly slowed down." At this moment, a crew member stood up and said to Lin Nian, "What is going on?" Lin Nian was taken aback. Logically, if the Haotian sect thought they had someone behind them, the best choice would be to run as fast as they could. This sudden stop was quite strange. Lin Nian didn't have the time to continue asking Wen Huayun about the weapon situation and hurriedly turned to the crew member for inquiry. "Report, Captain. The situation is unclear. We have no answers." The crew member shook his head. Chapter 33. The two who seek credit communications officer connect me to the other two captains. Lin Nian immediately gave the order. "Yes." The crew responded promptly. Soon, Lin Nian met again with Han Ping and Xue Wujiu, the high-ranking officers under his command. Including himself, there were a total of 5 people. The other 2 were Liao Fan and Wen Huayun. The 2 beside him mainly followed his opinions. However, he did not have the same feeling towards Han Ping and Xue Wujiu. He could sense that both of them had their own thoughts. The enemy fleet is slowing down. "I'd like to hear your opinions." Lin Nian briefly explained the situation and then asked for their input. "Captain Lin, I suggest we continue the pursuit. Since the cult of the Wild Sky is so weak, it's clearly our moment to earn military merit. My opinion is to accelerate and eliminate the enemy." Han Ping's previously timid attitude from the Red Casting Star had changed dramatically, now filled with boldness. He saw how easily Lin Nian defeated the small faction of the cult of the Wild Sky and believed he could do the same. Currently, he commanded 6 warships, essentially acting as a temporary fleet commander. Han Ping also wanted to wear a captain's hat. "Indeed, I also agree with Lieutenant Han Ping's opinion." Xue Wuji nodded. His warship was even better than Han Ping's, possessing a medium-sized battleship. Although one side had extensive damage, the armory was completely intact. Xue Wuji wanted a change of hat for himself as well. The cult of the Wild Sky appeared so weak. Since Lin Nian could be the acting captain, why couldn't he? Ambition flashed in Xue Wuji's eyes. After listening to them, Lin Nian remained silent for a long time before finally looking at Wen Huayun. "Advisor Wen, what do you think?" Lin Nian asked. "I have no opinion. I trust Captain Lin's command ability will lead us to a good outcome." Wen Huayun did not argue this time, as she had no ideas of her own. Lin Nian's strategy in defeating the cult of the Wild Sky had opened her eyes. Of course, whether the enemy was too weak, making Lin Nian appear too strong, was something she still needed to observe. "All right, then let's continue the pursuit." Seeing a 3-to-1 agreement, along with Liao Fan's abstention, Lin Nian chose to proceed. "Yes." Han Ping and Xue Wuju saluted in unison. The holographic display then vanished. On the flagship of the cult of the Wild Sky, Chief of Staff, what is the purpose of this slowdown? Han Tianju looked perplexedly at his Chief of Staff. "Chief, we just received news that Chief of the cult Han Tianzu is about to arrive," the Chief of Staff suddenly said. "Really?" Han Tianju sprang up from his command seat, his face filled with surprise. "Yes, but there's still some distance. I plan to deal with the tail behind us first. Those Imperial troops are really annoying. If they keep following us, we won't be able to escape." A sinister look crossed the Chief of Staff's face. The enemy had been continuously victorious. Perhaps it was the time for pride and complacency. That would be their opportunity. "Then it all depends on you, Chief of Staff." Han Tianju sat back down, acting like a hands-off manager. The Chief of Staff nodded, turning his gaze to the radar star map. He could see the outermost circle of the reconnaissance range. 23 warships were rapidly closing in on them. The enemy, upon noticing something unusual on their side, did not choose to slow down and observe the situation. The Chief of Staff sharply sensed this was his opportunity. "Order all ships on the flagship to go silent. Send out 23 warships to lure the enemy," he shouted. He dispatched a small force to engage while the flagship appeared to be anchored. If the enemy won another round, they would undoubtedly underestimate the situation and rush in to seize more military credit. Even if not, As long as they could hold these people off until their own reinforcements arrived, they could either severely damage or completely annihilate them. As the orders were conveyed, soon, the cult of the Wild Skies warships dispatched another portion, similar in number to the previous one, while their flagship quickly entered a cooling state, as if it had suffered a severe mechanical failure. Surrounding the flagship were the remaining warships, seemingly trying to protect it. On the other side, the first to reach the cult of the Wild Sky warships, Han Ping, saw through his telescope the largest warship of the cult. All the lights on this battleship were off, indicating a high probability of a serious issue. A wave of excitement surged in Han Ping's heart. This might be their opportunity for merit. However, he quickly noticed that numerous cult warships were rapidly approaching them. They had to eliminate these cult warships first before reaching the large warship behind. Prepare to engage. Han Ping shouted to his crew. Yes. The members of the third mobile team responded in unison. Beside Han Ping's fleet, Xue Wujiu was also observing the largest flagship, noticing its unusual state. However, Xue Wujiu had a bit more calculation in mind. Seeing Han Ping charging ahead, he held back slightly, wanting to assess the strength of the cult warships coming to intercept. As both sides entered range, the battle erupted instantly. Various missiles and beams were unleashed to break through the enemy's energy shields. Soon, the energy shields of some cult warships flickered once before being rapidly breached. The cult warships chose to retreat, showing no further fighting spirit. Seeing this, Han Ping was overjoyed. The cult of the Wild Sky was indeed as he had thought, weak and vulnerable. Charge! Wealth and glory are right in front of us. Everyone, get in position and kill the enemy. Han Ping ruwarit. His mobile team members became excited and energized. The small warships under Han Ping's command surged forward like they had received a boost. On the other side, Xue Wujiu also saw the enemy retreating and quickly set aside his doubts. Chase! Don't let Han Ping take our military credit. Faced with such a huge temptation, Xue Wujiu couldn't maintain his usual calm. He quickly issued orders. Both mobile team captains began to scramble to pursue the retreating enemy warships, fearing they would fall behind. At this moment, the last ship, number 1455, discovered a large number of enemies. The current strength comparison was extremely disproportionate. Please withdraw immediately to significantly increase survival chances. Lin Nian heard the voice of a woman in his ear. This voice made him, who was initially hesitant, instantly understand that there was a trap ahead. Lin Nian's heart sank in fear. If it weren't for the woman's reminder, he might have genuinely thought the enemy's large warship had suffered a mechanical failure and joined Han Ping in Xue Wujiu's pursuit. Lieutenant Han Ping, Lieutenant Xue Wujiu, there's a trap ahead. Please withdraw immediately. Please withdraw immediately. Lin Nian shouted to the two. Chapter 34. Entering the asteroid belt, Lin Nian waited for a while, but did not receive any response from the two. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. An incident had occurred. I feel that there's a trap ahead. Well, what do you think? Lin Nian turned to Wen Huayan beside him. I don't know. I've never made such judgments before. Wen Huayan shook her head plainly. Let her talk about the data and the situation. She's good at that. But when it comes to battlefield decisions, she struggles, especially in the current situation. I order. The fleet reduce speed. Since Wen Huayan couldn't provide him with support for combat decisions, Lin Nian did not hesitate and directly issued the request to reduce speed. The 11 Imperial warships under his command all chose to obey the order. However, the two detached mobile task forces did not listen to him. Their captains likely felt they were not true ship captains, as their ranks were the same as his, which made them somewhat resentful. Lin Nian could roughly understand the motives of Han Ping and Xue Wujiu. The positioning of the warship mobile teams was akin to firefighters. They could do anything from operating warships to piloting fighters and jumping in to fill gaps. Since Han Ping and Xue Wujiu were unwilling to listen to him, Lin Nian planned to consider his own options. As the 11 warships gradually reduced speed, the 12 warships ahead had already engaged in a fierce battle to seize the initiative. Before long, they had reached the main fleet of the Huangtian sect. Just as the two intended to press their advantage and spread the chaos into the enemy's main fleet, the Huangtian fleet behaved unusually. They no longer shrank back. Instead, they began to form a formation. Han Ping and Xue Wujiu immediately sensed something was wrong. Retreat! They shouted angrily from their respective bridges. But it was already too late. The enemy's concentrated firepower descended upon them. The shields on their warships shattered one by one, and then the warships were torn apart. Some were destroyed by close-range jumps, while others were blown up by long-range weapons. Lin Nian, who had fallen far behind, wore a stiff expression. In the communicator, Han Ping and Shui Wuju's desperate cries for help echoed. But Lin Nian knew very well that he could not save these people. It was indeed a trap. Withdraw! Lin Nian issued the order again. The 11 warships no longer hesitated. They all turned around and accelerated to flee. Huangtian's sect flagship, Chief of Staff, the enemy is trying to escape. As soon as Han Tianzhu saw that Lin Nian had not fallen into the trap, he exclaimed in alarm, "Don't worry, they can't get away. I just interrogated the captives. The main force of the Third Fleet is not here. The captain on the opposite side is Lin Nian. He is also the one from Huangyin's star. We must seize this opportunity to find a way to eliminate him." The Chief of Staff's face revealed a fierce expression. Knowing there was a chance for revenge, he would not hesitate to take it. Previously, they had been cautious in their approach due to fear of Lin Nian's backing from the Third Fleet and even other Imperial Fleet main forces. Now that they realized Lin Nian had merely been bluffing, the Chief of Staff felt increasingly enraged, hating himself for being deceived by this unknown figure. With the Chief of Staff's orders, the Huangtian fleet, except for a few warships left to round up captives, immediately accelerated. They quickly charged toward the direction Lin Nian was retreating. Laser beams and long-range missiles were unleashed, continuously bombarding Lin Nian's fleet. The energy shields of these warships flickered and shook. At the same time, is there anywhere to hide? We need to shake off the pursuers quickly. The voice of a woman urging him to retreat echoed in Lin Nian's mind. He knew this warning was not a joke. The urgency was palpable. Unless there was another threat, Lin Nian immediately thought of the situation in the southern area of the Shadow Cloud star field. Could that large Huangtian warship ahead be the flagship of the Huangtian sect leader? A wildly absurd thought suddenly crossed Lin Nian's mind. But upon reflection, he felt the possibility had greatly increased. After drawing the main Imperial fleets into the Shadow Cloud star field, they could regroup other main fleets and head north, launching a feint attack. In any case, Lin Nian now had to find a way to shake off the pursuers behind him and let the Huangtian fleet chase after him. Once the energy shields ran out, doom would be imminent. Wait. Wen Huaiyun quickly entered the zone. She may not be good at making critical decisions, but presenting data was her strong suit. The star map controlled by Wen Huaiyun quickly unfolded. A specific area was locked in, then rapidly magnified. Here, the 017 asteroid belt. But the risks are also high. This is the only place where we have a chance to shake off the pursuers. Wen Huaiyun spoke succinctly and rapidly. All right, order the entire fleet to enter the 017 asteroid belt. Lin Nian did not hesitate for a moment and directly issued his command. The Imperial warships followed Lin Nian's 1,455th warship into the 017 asteroid belt. Numerous irregularly moving asteroids continuously bombarded the energy shields of the warships, rapidly depleting their energy. But Lin Nian had no other choice. He had to endure this difficult juncture. On the other side, the Huangtian fleet slowed down, hesitating at the outskirts of the asteroid belt. Chief of Staff, the captains are reluctant to take the risk of entering the 017 asteroid belt. A crew member stepped forward to speak to the Chief of Staff. No, give me the order. We must send the fleet in to pursue. Let the Huangtian First Fleet handle this. I know the 017 asteroid belt well. The asteroids inside will quickly consume the enemy's energy shields, destroy their largest warship. The Chief of Staff was very adamant at this moment. Han Tianzhu did not voice any opinions. He did not understand these matters. Seeing that the leader had no objections, the crew member could only execute the Chief of Staff's orders. Soon, nearly 30 small and medium-sized warships charged into the asteroid belt. However, they did not go far before the medium-sized warships began to retreat. Their fuel was already low, and they could not maintain energy shields for long. Entering the asteroid belt felt like a suicidal act. Before long, they were battered by asteroids, their hulls becoming uneven, and numerous airtight compartments were severely damaged, forcing them to withdraw from the battle. Some managed to successfully enter the asteroid belt and immediately collided head-on with Lin Nian's 1,455th medium-sized warship. Lin Nian had not gone far. Here, he immediately felt like a fish in water. Under the continuous guidance of the female voice, Lin Nian quickly understood which asteroids posed a significant threat to his fleet. Before the asteroids could bombard them, he used the overpowering firepower of the Imperial warships to destroy them all, forcefully creating space for himself. Everyone, fire at the targets according to my instructions. Lin Nian pulled up a holographic screen and continuously indicated strike targets to his subordinates. Meanwhile, when Huayun was completely stunned by this scene, do you have some kind of precognition ability? Why can you blow up the threatening asteroids ahead of time? Chapter 35, Crushing Victory. When Huayun looked at Lin Nian as if she had seen a ghost. Instinct. Lin Nian glanced at Huayun and casually dropped 2 words. Identify high-value targets. They were already highlighted. Please eliminate them as soon as possible to increase current survival chances. The female voice echoed in Lin Nian's mind again, letting him know what to do next. Everyone stop the fleet. Turn around and prepare for battle. Lin Nian quickly issued the command. In his eyes, the few highlighted targets were incredibly clear. He promptly input the attack targets to his subordinates. The battleship 1455 slowly turned its massive body. The other 10 battleships followed suit. Lin Nian's command style was gradually being accepted by them, especially since all the orders he had given along the way had proven effective, with strong foresight and specificity. Moreover, there were the cautionary tales of Han Ping and Xue Wujiu. When these 2 mobile squad leaders rushed in, they thought Lin Nian was intentionally trying to suppress them. After all, it was still a favorable situation. The ships of the Cult of the Wild Sky appeared so vulnerable, but the subsequent results shattered their expectations. The truly vulnerable ones were Xue Wujiu and Han Ping, who did not follow orders. The recent defeat showcased Lin Nian as a powerful battleship commander. Most importantly, it prevented them from ending up like Han Ping and Xue Wujiu, either captured or dead. This was especially crucial. Lin Nian's reputation was quietly spreading among everyone in this small fleet, little by little. Lin Nian was even unaware of this. He was focused on the issue of survival. There were not many attacking ships from the Cult of the Wild Sky. Compared to the previous numbers, this gave Lin Nian the idea of a counterattack. Moreover, the female voice's prompt supported this idea. The ships of the Cult of the Wild Sky were very fast. In no time, they broke through with firepower, reaching the attack range of Lin Nian's fleet. Fire! Lin Nian shouted loudly. The hull of 1455 suddenly launched its large attack weapons. The long-range weapons directly bombarded the highlighted targets he specified. At the same time, the starships swiftly took off like mosquitoes from the 1455 and the other 10 smaller battleships, attacking the task targets Lin Nian had issued. Before long, after breaking through the energy shields, the enemy's ships were hit in their weak spots, resulting in violent explosions on their hulls. Each of the enemy ships Lin Nian had pointed out seemed cursed. They either tore through their defensive shields or were struck down instantly, bursting into flames in space. Wen Huayun watched those vulnerable ships of the Cult of the Wild Sky and couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand. The once formidable fleet now seemed so fragile. She turned to Lin Nian again, who had no expression on his face, as if everything was a matter of course. His hands moved quickly, continuously issuing new combat orders to his fleet. These commands were rapidly being validated by the results, proving to be very effective. Wen Huayun was well aware that, as an advisor, she had not provided Lin Nian with many meaningful decisions. She had mostly acted as a silent observer, monitoring Lin Nian's command abilities. However, the more she observed him, the more she felt Lin Nian was a natural commander. From her understanding, Lin Nian had no systematic training as a commander and wasn't even a student at the Empire's military academy for battleship commanders. Yet, he managed to deliver many brilliant performances under pressure, something many commanders could not achieve. Report, Captain. The enemy ships have all been destroyed or captured. At this moment, a crew member stood up and loudly reported to Lin Nian. Wen Huayun snapped back to attention, noticing the significant change in the crew member's attitude toward Lin Nian. They truly regarded him as their captain now, rather than treating him as a temporary substitute. Very good. Help me contact Captain Liao Fan, Lin Nian nodded. The enemy had been quickly eliminated, which was beyond his expectations, yet it felt like a cleanup. The female voice had pointed out the situation and the enemy's weaknesses. He had no reason to lose. In a truly unwinnable situation, the female voice would have ordered him to retreat without hesitation. Captain, Liao Fan appeared on a screen, looking serious unlike before. Yes, Captain Liao. I need you to immediately take command of the captured ships from the cult of the Wild Sky. Even though your subordinates are ground troops, given the current situation, we still need to consolidate all available combat power, Lin Nian explained to Liao Fan. Understood, Captain. I will upload the command system of the captured ships, and you will command them personally, Liao Fan nodded. There is such a system? Lin Nian was taken aback. Liao Fan nodded seriously. Seeing this, Lin Nian confirmed that Shui Wujiu and Han Ping were up to no good. If he had known about this integrated command system, he would never have allowed those two to act up. Okay, I understand. I look forward to the good news you send back, Lin Nian nodded. After Liao Fan saluted, he voluntarily closed the communication screen. Advisor Wen, why didn't you tell me about this? Lin Nian turned to his advisor, feeling more like a burden than a support. I thought you knew and were intentionally keeping quiet. Of course, given Captain Lin's current performance, it seems I don't need to say much when Huayan shot back, placing the blame on Lin Nian. Lin Nian was speechless for a few seconds. However, when Huayan not arguing with him during battle was a major reason he could quickly take over this small fleet. Lin Nian had observed that originally, crew members would subconsciously glance at Wen Huayan before executing his orders. He did not believe it was because she was beautiful, but rather because the authority of the military was represented by Wen Huayan on this ship. As the battle progressed, this situation began to reverse. Crew members started executing his orders with complete confidence, no longer harboring any doubts. Captain Lin, what should we do now? Wen Huayan, seeing Lin Nian's strength, was also eager to delegate authority. She knew her own abilities and just wanted to survive. Lin Nian had proven his capabilities. It was better for him to lead the fleet than for her to do so. The enemy is coming again. Lin Nian turned to look at the main screen. In a corner of the radar, he could see the cult of the Wild Sky fleet making another incursion, and this time, there were more of them. Chapter 36, Tug-of-War Operation, Flagship of the Cult of the Wild Sky Brother. What's the situation on your side? Have you managed to secure the fuel? Han Tianju looked at his brother in the light screen. Big brother, one of our forces is being surrounded by the Empire from 4 directions. Luckily, thanks to the Chief of Staff's brilliant strategies, I've managed to avoid being trapped by those Imperial guys, Han Tianzu said with a relieved expression. As for the fuel, we have enough for the short term. However, we have lost most of our prisoners. They've become a burden, and we've returned them to the Imperial Army. What should we do next? Han Tianzu continued. Han Tianju did not respond, but looked at the Chief of Staff beside him. The Chief of Staff, who had been studying the star map, realized the situation. Master, since our main force is on its way to regroup, the main forces of the Empire must also be heading this way. We can almost evacuate this star region. Regarding the acquisition of fuel and energy, I have prepared 2 plans. The results here have been poor, but Han Tianzu's side has made significant gains, enough for them to continue their voyage to the next location. However, before we leave, I have a grudge to settle. The Chief of Staff paused. That's right. That Lin Nian is too despicable. He must be eliminated. Han Tianju jumped up immediately. Lin Nian had destroyed all the fleets he sent into the asteroid belt. At this moment, Han Tianzu's advanced fleet arrived, providing new strength. They planned to invest significant forces this time to completely eliminate Lin Nian. Since the Master thinks so as well, let's take action. Let's eliminate Lin Nian as soon as possible before we regroup. The Chief of Staff waved his hand. The crew quickly received the orders and sprang into action. A new fleet was once again sent into the asteroid belt. However, the same problem persisted. Medium-sized warships could not enter, and while small warships could, they required highly capable crew members. The cult of the Wild Sky happened to be lacking in such talents. Being a military force known for its bare feet, the ability to operate warships was already a result of high integration and intelligence. Chief of Staff, we'll go ourselves. We'll clear the way. Han Tianju could not help but speak up, noticing the previous situation repeating itself. Traversing the asteroid belt was a challenge for medium and small warships. but large warships could manage it. Due to their larger space, their defensive equipment was also more substantial, and their energy shields lasted longer. All right, let's go then. The chief of staff unusually did not oppose this time and nodded in agreement with Han Tianju's idea. The flagship of the Cult of the Wild Sky began to enter first, followed by the medium and small warships. Suddenly, the fleet of the Cult of the Wild Sky advanced rapidly within the asteroid belt, quickly closing the distance with the Imperial fleet on the radar. However, not long after, the chief of staff noticed something unusual. Aside from medium-sized warship ahead, the other Imperial fleets seemed to have vanished. Doubts arose in the chief of staff's mind as he glanced at the 50 or so medium and small warships following behind him. He immediately felt reassured. Continue to accelerate and pursue. The chief of staff urged again. The flagship of the Cult of the Wild Sky accelerated once more. However, what the chief of staff did not know was that behind the path the Cult of the Wild Sky had taken, cloaked Imperial small warships began to appear. They started secretly laying various interstellar mines and kept a safe distance while following the Cult of the Wild Sky fleet. Even if they were battered by asteroids, they worked hard to complete their mine-laying tasks. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Nian was continually issuing orders to his main ship. He had transferred the crews of other small warships to the number 1455 ship. With a long-range remote control system, there was no need for personnel to operate them, converting the small warships into unmanned vessels to lay mines for the Cult of the Wild Sky. He relied on voice prompts to continuously destroy the most threatening asteroids, maintaining high mobility within the asteroid belt and elongating the enemy's pursuit team. During the chase, Han Tianju's warships began to gradually split layers, either choosing to reduce speed and regroup with the other Cult of the Wild Sky warships that couldn't keep up or continuing to pursue relentlessly, gradually becoming isolated. One-on-one, Lin Nian felt that with the assistance of the voice prompts, he might still be able to confront the enemy's large warships with his medium-sized warships. He had long wanted to destroy the flagship of the Cult of the Wild Sky, which was densely packed with bright spots. Because they were all white halos, they were even less threatening than the asteroids crashing around them. Lin Nian did not plan to act hastily. Mark, destroy the asteroids, Lin Nian shouted repeatedly. Meanwhile, the No. 1455 ship was advancing at high speed. On the command platform, Liao Fan and Wen Huaiyun stood together, both looking astonished, especially when they saw Lin Nian's command, which made the most accurate judgments before the asteroids arrived. It should be noted that the danger of the asteroid belt lies in the irregular motion of the asteroids, which are constantly colliding and crashing into each other, resulting in unpredictable trajectories. Each asteroid is an independently moving object, but Lin Nian managed to do it. Is this talent? Liao Fan silently asked Wen Huaiyun beside him. It should be. He saw the chaotic model that even artificial intelligence could not manage, Wen Huaiyun replied, slightly more composed than Liao Fan, having seen more. Captain Lin, the enemy is reducing their pursuit speed. A crew member suddenly shouted. Good. Let's reduce speed too. Lin Nian immediately understood that the enemy had sensed the issue. He planned to conduct further tests. The number 1455 ship slowly reduced its speed. However, this time, the enemy's large warships did not follow. The front line transformed into the rear line, and the rear line became the front line, directly turning back. This is our opportunity. Warships, turn the bow. Attack. At maximum attack range. Lin Nian's excitement surged as soon as he saw this situation. He remembered that he had laid a large number of densely packed interstellar mines behind his fleet, just waiting to drive the Cult of the Wild Sky fleet onto those mines. Captain Lin, be careful of the enemy's counterattack, Wen Huaiyun suddenly said. I understand. Lin Nian nodded. His chief of staff finally played a role, patching his thoughts. Did you hear the chief of staff? Be ready to disengage from combat at any time. Lin Nian continued to shout at the crew in the bridge room. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. They were now incredibly impressed with Lin Nian. Just the ability to traverse the asteroid belt without injury was beyond what an ordinary captain or fleet commander could achieve, let alone Lin Nian showcasing this extraordinary operation on a medium-sized warship. Such relatively larger ship types are not easy to maneuver perfectly. Chapter 37, The Retreat of the Haotian Sect. Again, this was quite difficult. Lin Nian didn't know how his subordinates viewed him. He was quickly marking targets, especially highlighting key positions, which were continuously pointed out by Lin Nian. Crew member number 1455 was also rapidly implementing Lin Nian's marked targets. Waves of attacks were launched from the ship's body. The space environment made these long-range attacks slow, taking about 2 to 3 seconds to reach their destination. However, the battleship used by the Haotian sect as a rearguard was the flagship, which saved Lin Nian a lot of effort. The larger the ship, the more highlighted points appeared in Lin Nian's eyes. The key red dots were being revealed. Tilt the ship 30 degrees to the left. Then initiate a new round of weapon loading. After that, realign the ship and quickly tilt 10 degrees to the right. Lin Nian hurriedly issued new orders because he also saw the enemy's counterattack. For any powerful attacks that could be dodged, Lin Nian would try to control the battleship to evade, minimizing his own damage while making the enemy take hits. Lin Nian watched as all his attacks were ineffective, landing on what still appeared to be a thick energy shield. However, he did not feel discouraged and continued to order his subordinates to attack. As the Haotian flagship did not turn back, Lin Nian had already roughly deduced through the female voice and his own judgment that the energy shield of this large battleship was reaching its limit. Haotian sect flagship, Chief of Staff, this one-sided beating isn't sustainable. Should we turn back and fight? Han Tianju was currently very displeased. The Imperial Fleet flagship behind him was constantly harassing them, which was quite annoying. The key point was that every time they planned to slow down and turn back to fight, that Imperial medium battleship would not engage, maintaining its distance like an eel. This was very frustrating, making Han Tianju want to capture the enemy at any cost. Chief, don't act impulsively. We already fell into the enemy's trap when we came in. It's crucial to quickly withdraw from the asteroid belt. The Chief of Staff quickly reassured Han Tianju. After repeatedly losing to Lin Nian, he did not expect to have also committed a major battlefield taboo by letting the enemy control their emotions and directly plunging into the asteroid belt. Using a large battleship to carve a path was indeed a good method, but under the excellent control skills of that Imperial medium battleship, it was a clear mistake. The Chief of Staff soon realized that his energy shield was being rapidly depleted. They might not even have a chance to fight back before they were forced to expose themselves. Once the flagship's energy shield was gone, it would mean a massive assault from the enemy's interstellar fighters, followed by infantry and bombers. At that point, it wouldn't be a matter of winning or losing, but rather survival. The Chief of Staff could only grit his teeth and choose to give up the pursuit of Lin Nian. They couldn't win. If they sent out too few ships, they would be devoured. If they sent out more, the enemy would escape. The enemy always had a way out. Most importantly, their battlefield instincts were extremely sharp, and they did not fall for traps. He currently had no good solutions and could only resort to the 36 strategies, retreating as the best option. Just as the Chief of Staff was contemplating how to withdraw the fleet from the small asteroid belt and settle the score with Lin Nian later, a crew member suddenly stood up. Chief of Staff, urgent communication from the front captain. Should we connect? The crew member said loudly. Connect. The Chief of Staff felt a bad premonition flash through him and quickly responded. Soon, a screen popped up showing the faces of several frontline captains. Chief of Staff, something big has happened. The Imperial Fleet has laid a large number of interstellar mines on our return route without us knowing. We've already lost nearly 10 small battleships in succession. Our energy shields are being rapidly depleted and are no longer effective. The remaining ships are basically bombarded and heavily damaged. What should we do? Several captains spoke at once, but their meaning was similar. The rear was filled with interstellar mines, and they were doomed. They requested support from the flagship or a way out. What? How could they lay mines so quickly? Han Tianju exclaimed upon hearing the report. Didn't this mean their retreat was also cut off? How could this ambush turn into a life-and-death battle? Immediately, all of you evacuate from the battleships and return to the flagship using shuttles. Before leaving, set your respective battleships to automatic navigation. We must find a way out as soon as possible. Staying any longer means certain death. The Chief of Staff's expression became extremely serious. After repeatedly engaging with Lin Nian, he had lost confidence in defeating him. The enemy seemed to have an extraordinary insight, always managing to outmaneuver them. If that were the case, it wouldn't be so bad. The key issue was that they had never successfully fought Lin Nian head-on. This was quite frustrating. His subordinates appeared like fools against Lin Nian, allowing the enemy to swiftly disable their most threatening weapons and then be simply eliminated. Lin Nian had no unexpected tactics, yet they couldn't win in direct combat. The enemy made effective use of all available resources and was adept at seizing opportunities, quickly identifying weaknesses and neutralizing threats with precise and forceful attacks. After you leave, immediately activate maximum all-frequency interference. The Chief of Staff quickly added a new order. All-frequency interference meant disrupting all remote control signals within a certain range, with unmanned devices losing connection indiscriminately. The Chief of Staff had already understood Lin Nian's mine-laying tactics, which must involve the stealth of small battleships operating outside their radar detection range to lay mines from a distance, most likely using unmanned devices. Knowing this, the Chief of Staff quickly implemented targeted countermeasures, instructing his subordinates to prepare. With the issuance of these two orders, all the small battleships of the Haotian Sect fleet were abandoned and treated as pure cannon fodder. They accelerated forward according to the preset commands, exploding and creating sparks along the way, forcibly carving a new path for the Haotian Sect. The losses were significant, but everything was worth it. Han Tianzhu and his Chief of Staff finally broke through the dangerous asteroid belt, escaping with the last remaining dozen battleships. The Chief of Staff turned to look through the transparent porthole at the back of the flagship and saw that the Imperial battleship number 1455 had stopped pursuing them, quietly lingering in a not-so-distant asteroid belt, seemingly watching them. The Chief of Staff felt helpless. Once again, they had suffered greatly. Lin Nian's cunning and ferocity exceeded his imagination. It seemed the Imperial Army had produced a new war general. He had no doubt about that. Chief of Staff, why isn't he pursuing us? Han Tianzhu also looked at the 1455 and couldn't help but speak up. A battleship chasing after a group of us is indeed a fierce one. The enemy definitely won't come out. This Lin Nian knows very well when his dominance is at its peak. Chief, we need to leave. The Chief of the Haotian Sect has already arrived, the Chief of Staff said. He no longer thought about the previous failures. Anyway, they can afford to lose. He turned his gaze to the radar. A fleet of an extremely large number of warships, at least 10,000 ships, was slowly approaching them. Chapter 38. The fleet of the Wasteland Church heads to the Central Star region leave? Why leave? The celestial ancestor is here. Isn't it time to take down this despicable guy right in front of us? Han Tianzhu was confused. He just wanted to kill Lin Nian. Master, don't forget about Wen Yuren and the 4 Imperial fleets. Don't lose big over small things. The Chief of Staff provided another reminder. Upon hearing this, Han Tianzhu immediately understood. Oh, almost forgot. So where are we headed next? He asked quickly. Master, we are heading to the Imperial Central Star region. I've heard it's very prosperous. Moreover, the most powerful fleets of the Empire are in the southeastern region of the Shadow Cloud, Star Domain. This is a great opportunity for us to strike. If we don't seize it, wouldn't it be a shame? The Chief of Staff suddenly pulled up the star map and pointed at the Central Star region, which made Han Tianzhu's eyes widen. His Chief of Staff truly had guts, even more so than him. What a ruthless person. Understood. Let's set off. Thinking of the vibrant world of the Central Star region, Han Tianzhu no longer cared about his defeat to Lin Nian. After all, the Wasteland Church had lost to the Imperial Army before. Victories were the exception, as long as they weren't surrounded. It was still all within the realm of Han, the Great Master. All right. The Chief of Staff nodded, but couldn't help glancing back at the asteroid belt. The Imperial warship was no longer visible there. Numerous irregular asteroids quickly filled the passage they had just opened, leaving behind the familiar chaos. However, Lin Nian's name had already been deeply etched in the Chief of Staff's mind. On the 1,455th warship within the asteroid belt, the ship's large-caliber guns fired incessantly to destroy the incoming asteroids. The entire warship was in high spirits. They had won again, and this time the spoils were even richer. They had defeated a fleet of nearly 50 warships. Although it was achieved through terrain advantage, it did not detract from their accomplishments. As long as they could return to the 3rd Star Fleet, they would at least be promoted by 1 rank. Even if they couldn't be promoted, there would be incredibly generous bonuses, enough for their families to live without worry for the rest of their lives. Unlike the crew on the bridge celebrating, Lin Nian's expression was extremely serious. He noticed the densely packed ship shadows on the radar screen. This could only indicate the true main force of the Wasteland Church's warships. The enemy's main force was not in the southeastern region indicated by the intelligence, but rather in the northeastern star region. This intelligence was explosive. Wen Liao, the current situation is off. Lin Nian pointed at the star map. The Imperial main fleets are in the southeastern area of the Shadow Cloud star domain, while the Wasteland Church's main force is near us. If they head north quickly, Lin Yan's finger slid across the star map, from the Shadow Cloud star domain to the Central Star region. When Huayun's expression changed the fastest. The Central Star region. Damn, we must immediately relay this information back to Major General Wen Rong, or even to Lieutenant General Wen Yuan. When Huayun could no longer sit still, her fingers constantly zooming in and out on the star map. The more she manipulated it, the more anxious and terrified her expression became. If the Wasteland Church defeated the Imperial First Star Fleet and invaded the Imperial capital by Mang Star, they would all be held accountable. I don't understand this. You all decide. Liao Fan had no expression, just shook his head, letting Lin Yin and Wen Huayun decide for themselves. When you contact Major General Wen Rong, we need to continue following the main fleet of the Wasteland Church. We absolutely cannot let the enemy disappear from our sight. We are one of the few forces here. At the same time, we need to recover those small warships abandoned by the Wasteland Church, as well as our own warships. We need to form a new fleet. Lin Yin planned to take the warships left behind by the Wasteland Church, as well as the dozen or so small warships he had scattered for laying mines. Regardless of their condition, he wanted to take them all. They could at least piece together a dozen or 20 small warships. All right. When Huayun nodded seriously, I'll start arranging it immediately. Lin Yin returned to his post, overlooking his crew below. The originally cheering crew had already heard his and Wen Huayun's discussion. Lin Yin actively turned on the microphone so everyone could know the situation. Do you all understand the situation? Lin Yin said to them. Understood. Captain, please give the orders. The crew responded with a strong spirit. Following Lin Yin, they had won battle after battle. Even in the most critical moments, they had managed to retreat unscathed. Now, whatever Lin Yin asked them to do, they would do without a hint of hesitation. All right, recover all small warships and then leave the asteroid belt. Next, we will most likely have to continue following the enemy. But this operation will be very dangerous. Everyone, do you have confidence? Lin Yin addressed everyone. Yes. The response was a powerful shout. Very good. Let's move. Lin Yin nodded. The morale was usable. On the flagship of the Third Star Fleet, Wen Rong was analyzing the star map. According to reports from the front lines, the 4th and 7th Star Fleets had joined forces and were pushing the Wasteland Church back relentlessly. More and more individuals were surrendering from the Wasteland Church back to the Empire. To claim credit, his father, Wen Yuan, personally led the 2nd Star Fleet to the southeastern star region to command. Meanwhile, the 3rd Star Fleet had replaced the 2nd Star Fleet in garrisoning Yinlan Star. With the recovery of a large amount of lost territory at the front, the previously powerful Wasteland Church would be completely eradicated here. Excitement flashed across Wen Rong's face. If they won this battle, he and his father could rise to the next level. In this era of numerous powers within the Empire, having troops means having power. Especially now, when the Emperor is young and cannot handle affairs, it is the best time to seize power. It would be impossible for them to win family, to claim they did not want to progress. If it weren't for the chaos over the past few decades in the Empire, families like theirs without a solid foundation would hardly have the chance to rise to such high positions. But now it was different. They would have the opportunity to become a rapidly rising new family within the Empire. Report. Major 1, there is an urgent telegram from Captain 1. A liaison soldier suddenly rushed up from the first floor of the bridge to report to Wen Rong seriously. Bring me the original telegram. Wen Rong extended his hand. An original telegram was handed over. To prevent leaks, the translation keys were only held by Wen Rong, the flagship captain, and the chief of staff. The three of them scanned the telegram with their wristwatches, which quickly transformed into a video material playback. Wen Rong saw Wen Huayun. After listening to her account and viewing the video materials, radar images, and various pieces of evidence, Wen Rong's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 39, The Vibrating Central Star Region, immediately send someone to contact my father. The main fleet of the Cult of Desolation has already entered the northeastern star region of Yingyun. Wenrong immediately ordered those around him. Yes, the liaison quickly left. What should we do? The captain and chief of staff both looked at Wenrong. Wenrong did not rush to answer. He quietly studied the star map in front of him, constantly calculating distances. If we use spatial transmission, can we stop them? Wenrong suddenly spoke. Perhaps Han Tianzhu is just waiting for us to use spatial transmission. The chief of staff was the first to respond. Right? We shouldn't use our trump cards before the enemy does. Moreover, we still have to defend Yanlan Star. The flagship captain also disagreed with Wenrong's idea, emphasizing that they could not act without authorization. Damn it, don't we have any other mobile forces? Wenrong couldn't help but pound the table and said, General 1, ISNT, there's still a Lin Nian acting captain? From the messages we've received, his performance has been quite good. Let's see if he can come up with a solution. The chief of staff offered his suggestion, which was to have Lin Nian find a way to delay the enemy. As for whether he could do it, they were also uncertain. After all, the number of starships was vastly disproportionate. Come here. Immediately give Lin Nian an order. Let him do whatever it takes to delay Han Tianzhu's army. If he succeeds, I will personally promote him to major. Wenrong suddenly shouted. These words left the flagship captain and chief of staff stunned. Lin Nian's rise was indeed very rapid, almost like a leap forward, mainly due to the excellent timing of his achievements. Of course, in the end, it still depended on Lin Nian's performance, whether he could delay the Cult of Desolation. If he succeeded, it would be a tremendous credit. If he failed, he might be stuck as a captain for life, unable to reach the rank of major. The difference between a lieutenant and a major is similar to that between a soldier and a lieutenant. Without a significant opportunity or backing, there's almost no way to advance further. The flagship of the second star fleet. When Yuren received Wenrong's message immediately, he was tapping on his command console, his expression not looking good. He had always prided himself on being a famous general, but now he had been outmaneuvered by the Han Tianzhu he had always looked down upon. Immediately relay the message back to the Central Star region. We must urge His Majesty to strengthen defenses. Wen Yuren quickly instructed his adjutant to convey the message. He was reluctant to send this message, fearing it would make him seem incompetent. However, if the old officials in the Central Star region found out that Han Tianzhu had broken through, the consequences of concealing the message would be severe. Presenting the truth would only lead to a few accusations of incompetence. When Yuren understood that it was better to choose the lesser of two evils. Yes, the adjutant hurriedly left. When Yuren then walked to the center of the bridge. We just received news. The main forces of the Cult of Desolation are not here. We have all been deceived. All the crew members looked up at Wen Yuren on the second floor. Immediately called the commanders of the 4th Star Fleet and the acting commander of the 7th Star Fleet. We need to rush to the Central Star region to defend the core area of the Empire and protect His Majesty. When Yuren shouted to everyone, Can we do it? Yes. The crew members saluted in unison and then quickly began to act according to Wen Yuren's orders. In space, 3-star fleets of various sizes began to converge, forming a massive fleet group. They all turned towards the Central Star region and entered the highest speed of travel. At Bema Star, in the Imperial Council chamber, bunch of useless fools. They're all a bunch of useless fools. Zhu Xianda was raging in the hall, while other high-ranking officials of the Empire fell silent, waiting for Zhu Xianda to vent his anger. After shouting for a while, Zhu Xianda turned to the others in indignation. What the hell is Wen Yuren doing? How could he let the Cult of Desolation enter the Central Star region, and then tell me they cannot provide reinforcements? Zhu Xianda had no intention of letting Wen Yuren off the hook. He had trusted Wen Yuren to quell the rebellion of the Cult of Desolation, which was why he had allowed him to lead troops. And this was the result Wen Yuren had delivered. Zhu Xianda repeatedly called on other ministers to criticize Wen Yuren, but the ministers remained calm, none of them intending to say anything. Only when they learned that Han Tianzhu's over 10,000 warships were heading straight for the Central Star region did they feel a moment of shock. After that, they quietly watched Zhu Xianda's performance. Prince, given the current situation, we should find a way to respond to Han Tianzhu's surprise attack. The Central Star region only has the Empire's 1st Star Fleet left. This fleet should be drawn from the 001 Sanitation Space Station for defense in the outer space of Bema Star, one minister suggested. That's easy to say. But what about the sanitation space stations? There are a large number of warships under construction there, as well as a vast stockpile of weapons and fuel. Are we just going to ignore those? Zhu Xinda was more worried about those military resources falling into the hands of the Cult of Desolation than Bema Star being besieged. Once Han Tianzhu obtained those resources, it would immediately strengthen the forces of the Cult of Desolation. Prince, for the Empire and for His Majesty. We have no choice but to do this, another minister added. The implication was clear. The Empire's first star fleet must remain at Bema Star and would not be deployed elsewhere, even if it meant leaving the crucial sanitation space stations unguarded. Your Highness, urgent intelligence. The Cult of Desolation has already entered the Central Star region and is heading towards the sanitation space stations. At that moment, a minister rushed in, loudly speaking to Zhu Xinda. What? So soon? Zhu Xinda and the ministers were shocked. The crucial point was that they no longer had the strength to stop all of this. In the flagship bridge of the main fleet of the Cult of Desolation, Han Tianzhu wore an unprecedentedly relaxed expression. After disregarding Lin Nian, they were once again up against the Imperial Army, and it was a complete rout. Wherever they went, the enemy surrendered without a fight. This made Han Tianzhu feel that his previous struggle against Lin Nian was foolish. The Chief of Staff shared a similar sentiment. Had they known the defenses of the Central Star region were so weak, they wouldn't have needed to tussle with the Empire over those resource planets. However, the Chief of Staff thought differently. They still needed to hold their ground there to draw away the Empire's third star fleet. The price to pay had to be exact. It was a case of misfortune turning into fortune. Like Han Tianzhu, the Chief of Staff also did not want to encounter Lin Nian again, mainly because he felt he was unable to defeat him. This thought was quickly suppressed. How could he have such an idea, especially when his forces were much larger than Lin Nian's? If it weren't for Lin Nian using various tactics, they might have been destroyed long ago. The Chief of Staff encouraged himself in his heart. Chapter 40. The attacked 012 Sanitation Space Station Chief of Staff. Where is our next target? We won't be heading straight for the Imperial capital by Mang Star, will we? Han Tianzhu turned again to his only think tank expert. No, the place we are going is here. The Sanitation Space Station in the Central Star region. The headquarters of the Imperial Fleet. Right? Major General Inwan. The Chief of Staff turned to a timid figure beside him, the former highest commander of the 11th Interstellar Fleet, also the highest rank captured by their cult, the Lord. Chief, I've told you everything you want to know. Please don't kill me. If you let me go back, my family will prepare a ransom for me in advance. I'm begging you. At this moment, Inwan showed no demeanor of a major general, constantly begging for mercy. Come, take him away. The Chief of Staff neither said to let him go nor not to let him go, but directly ordered someone to take Inwan away. Lord, you can give the order now. The Chief of Staff respectfully said to Han Tianzhu. Han Tianzhu was most satisfied with his Chief of Staff's courtesy and wisdom. He immediately stood at the announcement position of the bridge. Order. Target the Imperial Sanitation Space Station. First attack the nearest 012 Sanitation Space Station. With Han Tianzhu's command. Everyone saluted in unison. In space, nearly 10,000 cult warships immediately began to move. Their tail flames lit up again, accelerating towards the 012 Sanitation Space Station. At the same time, inside the 012 Sanitation Space Station, as the most peripheral military base of the Central Star region, it served as the outermost defense base. The entire military base was flashing with red light. All stationed Imperial soldiers were mobilized. Hurry! We've spotted a large fleet of the cult. We must act immediately. Everyone back to your posts. Those who leave their posts without permission will be severely punished. In the command room, the highest commander of the Sanitation Space Station kept shouting. The silhouettes of the cult's fleet quickly appeared densely on the radar. Multiple monitoring satellites quickly transmitted clear video images, but were soon destroyed by the warship's microwave attacks from a distance. Lieutenant Colonel Lang, the enemy has entered range. Should we fire? The fire control soldier had already entered the operating system, waiting for the final command. Fire. Lieutenant Colonel Lin did not hesitate. He could not hesitate. His family was in the Central Star region. If the cult managed to plunder the warships and fuel within the Sanitation Space Station, he would be held accountable. And most importantly, his family would also suffer. No matter what, he had to stop the enemy here. Activate the orbital cannon. Activate the strong magnetic disruptor. Activate the large energy shield. Lieutenant Colonel Lin kept issuing more new commands. The huge metallic sphere exterior of the sanitation space station began to unfold a massive energy shield, along with various weapons. However, the enemy's warships swarmed towards the 012 sanitation space station like ants attacking an elephant, exploding and bombarding continuously against the enormous energy shield. The sanitation space station's counterattacks were also very sharp. Thick lasers shot out continuously, and the enormous beams of energy caused the targeted warships to break through their shields and hulls. They were either detonated on the spot or turned into unresponsive space debris. The super-large caliber of the orbital cannon could detonate the energy shields of large warships with just 20 shots. The power of the orbital cannon was indeed great, but its firing rate was too low, allowing the cult's large warships to withdraw from the battlefield before their shields were exhausted. The cult continuously used a will tactic, sending wave after wave to deplete the energy of the 012 sanitation space station shields. As long as they could break through, capturing this important Imperial military base would not be far off. In space, in a medium-sized cult warship far from the core of the battlefield, Han Tianzhu and his chief of staff quietly observed. During major battles, Han Tianzhu would follow the chief of staff's advice to move from large warships to medium-sized warships. This not only avoided the risk of being targeted by the enemy, but also allowed him to act according to the situation and escape at any time. After all, the probability of being targeted on a medium-sized warship was much lower than on a large warship. Han Tianzhu was already quite skilled at escaping, and he didn't need to give on-site commands. He left the remaining matters to the generals under him. Chief of Staff, how long will it take to capture this sanitation space station? After looking around for a while and feeling a bit bored, Han Tianzhu began to survey the surrounding situation. There were only 20 small warships left to guard the medium-sized warship he was on. The other warships were either in his brother's hands or with the frontline generals. He felt very safe now. According to the Chief of Staff, this was called hiding in plain sight. No one knew they were here, and they would not be the first target to be attacked. Lord, this is the Empire's core military base. It won't be quick. Once captured, we can immediately obtain fuel, weapons, ammunition, and even warship supplies. Then it will be up to you to decide whether we raid a planet in the Central Star region or head to the next star region of the Empire. The Chief of Staff urged Han Tianzhu to be patient while continuing to paint a bright future. A smile appeared on Han Tianzhu's face. He could already imagine himself leading 1,000,000 banners, sweeping through the Empire's territory. Whether it was wealth, women, or power, he would have it all. Report. Abnormal radar signals detected. Right behind us. At this moment, a crew member responsible for radar monitoring suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "What? How could there be a fleet behind us? Is it the third interstellar fleet?" Han Tianzhu's expression froze, and he immediately perked up. "Give me the relevant information." The Chief of Staff, however, was calm and composed, directly instructing the crew member to send the information to him first. He wanted to see the situation for himself. Yes, the crew member quickly operated the equipment. The Chief of Staff soon furrowed his brows. Han Tianzhu was also watching with concern. According to pre-battle simulations, the Empire's main fleet would take some time to arrive no matter how fast they were, unless the Empire's main fleets were willing to use space teleportation to rush back. If when Yurin really did that, Han Tianzhu would be grinning from ear to ear. Within a teleportation cycle, he could escape to a place where the Imperial fleet couldn't reach in a short time. It wasn't the Imperial main fleet, but that annoying fly, that Lin Nian. After analyzing for a while, the Chief of Staff discovered that it was a medium-sized warship leading over 30 small warships from the Imperial fleet. The Chief of Staff almost immediately recognized the person on the opposite side. Chapter 41. La Quingonto Antianzu, Imperial Warship No 1455. Some time ago, Lin Nian received a new order from Rome, demanding that he stop Han Tianzhu at all costs. "Captain Lin, you can choose not to carry out this order." As soon as Huaiyin heard this command, her face turned pale. Outnumbered, their makeshift fleet had no chance against the enemy. Han Tianzhu's warships were densely packed. There were surely thousands, if not tens of thousands. The disparity in military strength was too great. It simply cannot be a match. When Huayan didn't want to die, she suggested that Lin Nian retreat for now. Besides, it's normal for orders to be disregarded in the field. It's only human to take on tasks that can be accomplished and avoid those that cannot. After listening to Wen Huayan, Lin Nian didn't rush to express his thoughts, but instead looked at Liao Fan beside him. Liao, what's your opinion? Li Xiao also wanted to hear his good brother's thoughts. Captain Lin, you decide. I will support you unconditionally. Liao Fan hesitated for a second, then said to Lin Nian. From that moment of hesitation, Lin Nian understood Liao Fan's true thoughts. He didn't want to fight either. The risks were too great. They had no way to stop the enemy. He just didn't want to speak the truth because he was the captain. Lin Nian suddenly let out a breath. I want to fight. The voice was not loud, but it was very firm. The reason Lin Nian wanted to fight was simple. Huiguang Star was not far from here. He absolutely could not allow his family to be swept into the flames of war. Wen Huayan and Liao Fan immediately exchanged glances, their expressions complicated. Lin Nian opened his microphone and walked to the podium on the second floor of the bridge. Everyone, I want to fight this battle. I understand the fear in your hearts, but I want you all to think about it. If we do not stop them, and the ruined Sky Sect captures the Imperial Sanitation Space Station, even if it's just one, the cost is something we cannot afford. Why? Because our families are here, in this central star field. Do you want your families to be caught in the chaos of war? When we have a chance to do something, shouldn't we do something? Lin Nian's tone rose with each word, and the crew's initial panic gradually transformed into a kind of determination. I urge everyone to trust me. I will do my best to bring you all back alive. We are not going to die. We can accomplish Major General Wen Rong's new orders. For the Empire. For our homeland. Lin Nian clenched his fist tightly and raised his right hand. For the Empire. For our homeland. The crew stood up in unison, loudly echoing Lin Nian's call. Lin Nian's words awakened them. This battle was not for anyone else. It was for their families. They were all from the Central Star Field. Along the way, they had seen too many regions tormented by the ruined Sky Sect. They absolutely did not want their own home to become like that. Good. Everyone, get to your posts immediately. Lin Nian issued his new order right away. Yes. The crew straightened up and saluted Lin Nian. Lin Nian turned to the transparent viewport at the front of the bridge. He could already see the massive fleet of the ruined Sky Sect. Wen Liao, are you ready? Lin Nian turned to his decision-making circle. Give the order, Captain. Both of them saluted Lin Nian simultaneously. Radar operator, immediately give me the current battlefield data. Have the starfighter units on standby at all times. Activate all long-range firepower. Targets await my designation. Lin Nian continued to issue commands. His eyes already showed a bright focus directed at a single massive point, a medium-sized warship on the outermost edge of the ruined Sky Sect's fleet. Captain, all fire control systems of the fleet are ready. Captain, the starfighters are in position. Captain, the filling line troops are in position. One by one, crew members stood up voluntarily, reporting their status to Lin Nian loudly. Good. Our first attack target is that medium-sized warship. Lin Nian pointed out the uniquely highlighted warship. Yes. The crew did not question why and immediately got to work. Warship number 1455 began to accelerate, along with its attached small warships, all speeding up. These are the small warship wrecks Lin Nian had salvaged from the asteroid belt. After rescue, these warships were now operational. This time, they were not unmanned. There were Imperial crew members personally operating these ships. They all raced towards the target designated by Lin Nian. Captain Lin, why that warship? The crew didn't have to think about it, but Wen Huayan did. She needed to know Lin Nian's reasoning. My intuition tells me that Han Tianzhu might be there. As soon as Lin Nian said this, Wen Huayan and Liao Fan widened their eyes. How do you know? Wen Huayan blurted out. No, I don't know. But I have reason to suspect this. Lin Nian shook his head, his gaze firm. He pulled up a light screen. I took some time to analyze a recent battle report, the one where the Imperial forces lost 2 star fleets. There are some details worth pondering in the report. Major Hizua and Major Yin when both sent their elite assault troops. But why was the result of the report a failed assault? At that time, the Imperial filling line troops had already penetrated into a few large ruined sky warships. The Imperial fleet should have had the absolute upper hand. But the result was a complete defeat for the Empire. Lin Nian pointed to the battle report on the light screen, which had detailed records and numerous frontline combat images. When Huayan quickly started operating, the more she looked, the brighter her eyes became. She had already understood what Lin Nian wanted to express. You mean, Han Tianzhu is not on the large ruined sky warships. He's hiding on an inconspicuous medium-sized warship. This, how did you think of that? Shock appeared on Huayan's face as she couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Nian again. Such sharp battlefield intuition was terrifying. If they could find the warship where Han Tianzhu was, perhaps they could indeed fulfill Wen Rong's command. Awesome. Bro. Liao Fan couldn't help but give Lin Nian a pat, his surprise flashing through. While they were still clueless, Lin Nian had already grasped the key point. Don't rush to be happy. We haven't confirmed it yet. Lin Nian humbly replied. He wouldn't say he was putting the cart before the horse. The female voice had already given him the answer. This was his reverse justification. All right, back to business. If I were Han Tianzhu and not on a large warship, I would choose a medium-sized warship, and it would be the one on the outer edge of the battlefield, the most convenient one for escape. Currently, the only warship that meets these conditions is one. As Lin Nian said this, he firmly slapped the command table. The star map in front of him expanded simultaneously with his words. In front of them, there was a medium-sized warship that perfectly met the conditions, hidden among many small warships on the periphery. Chapter 42. The Escaping Han Tianzhu, the flagship of the Cult of Wild Skies. Master, the enemy is rushing towards us. A crew member stood up and reported loudly. Chief of Staff, what should we do now? Should we immediately recall some of the frontline troops? Han Tianzhu felt a bit flustered. He felt like Lin Nian was an inescapable plague, always clinging to him. Master, don't panic. Perhaps Lin Nian just wants to harass us, accidentally targeting us. What we need to do now is to contact the frontline troops and send some forces for support. Then we can pretend to be a normal peripheral unit and continue fighting as usual. The Chief of Staff said not to panic, but he was still a bit worried. Without a decisive advantage in numbers, the interstellar forces of the Cult of Wild Skies were definitely no match for the Imperial forces, especially not for Lin Nian. This person was simply outrageous. Ever since they had confronted him, they had never won. He could see through their weaknesses too well. Now that Lin Nian's fleet was taking the initiative to approach, their numbers weren't large, and if they fought normally, they still had a good chance of victory by dragging it out until the main fleet could return. However, if they shrank back in fear, their fate would be uncertain. If Lin Nian accidentally captured both of them, the morale of the millions of troops in the Cult of Wild Skies would instantly collapse. They would truly become a laughingstock. Send the order. The small fleet is to engage. The Chief of Staff hurriedly commanded the crew on the bridge. Yes, the crew of the Cult of Wild Skies immediately began to carry out the orders. The small warships guarding around the flagship of the Cult of Wild Skies began to move out in succession. The Imperial warships also charged forward. In an instant, both sides clashed. Their respective energy shields activated, and long-range weapons were fired as if they were free. All of them were blocked by the opponent's energy shields. However, Han Tianzhu's face quickly turned pale. Their small warships were indeed more numerous than the enemy's, but they simply couldn't win. The concentrated attacks from the enemy were extremely disciplined and efficient. In just a few concentrated strikes, they quickly blew up key command warships, disrupting their chain of command and throwing the Cult of Wild Sky ships into chaos. Then, they continued to repeat this tactic, constantly creating situations where they were outnumbered in small areas. The pace of the battle was rapid and efficient, with each strike hitting their soft spots. They charged directly towards his flagship. Regardless of whether Lin Nian had seen through his location, Han Tianzhu felt that he could no longer stay here. Chief of Staff, retreat. Quickly retreat to our supporting forces. For the first time, Han Tianzhu bypassed his Chief of Staff and spoke directly to his crew. Master, we can't retreat. If we retreat now, we'll be bitten to death. We must face them head-on. The Chief of Staff understood the situation better than Han Tianzhu. Once they had engaged, it was a matter of courage and determination. The Chief of Staff also felt unfortunate. According to their usual arrangements, they wouldn't have any problems. They had nearly 10,000 warships and millions of troops. Who among the Imperial forces would dare to engage? Since they entered the Central Star domain, hadn't they always swept through? Yet this Lin Nian, for some unknown reason, was stubborn enough to engage. Out of so many peripheral patrol warships, he had chosen their flagship. It was simply ridiculous. Chief of Staff, are you joking? We still need a fight. Can't you see that our warships are utterly incapable of withstanding this? They've been crushed all the way. Retreat. Immediately retreat. I don't want to be a prisoner. Han Tianzhu shouted at the top of his lungs. He was thoroughly frightened by Lin Nian. He simply couldn't win and didn't want to take the risk. Wouldn't it be better to join his reinforcements directly? Seeing the Supreme Master issue the order, the crew quickly began to act. The flagship of the cult of Wild Skies immediately abandoned all the small warships that had gone into battle, quickly turning the ship around and increasing the engine's thrust to retreat from the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield, the originally desperate warships of the cult of Wild Skies saw their master fleeing, and their already low morale instantly crumbled. They scattered in all directions. On the other side, aboard warship 1455. Good. Don't pay attention to those small warships from the cult of Wild Skies. Focus on that medium-sized warship. Continue attacking. Hit hard. Lin Nian's expression was excited. The female voice was as powerful as ever. When the strength of both sides was not significantly different, his side was absolutely crushing the enemy. All high-threat targets from the enemy would be his primary attack targets in the first round, as long as he took down those key threats. The next step will be targeted strikes at their weaknesses. Lin Nian had never seen a unit from the cult of Wild Skies that could withstand these two tactics. Captain Lin, the enemy is really retreating. We're going to win. Are we really right in our gamble? When Huayun's face was filled with excitement, flushed with an indescribable joy, especially in this life-and-death war, feeling the thrill of having bet correctly. It was even stronger than the pleasure brought by certain sports. When Huayun looked again at the tall man in front of her, Lin Nian's command ability was truly remarkable. She had never seen such a terrifying battlefield commander. Whenever he engaged in battle, it was a crushing victory. Even if the enemy was slightly stronger, they simply couldn't win against Lin Nian. Commander 1, don't be hasty in your conclusions. Lin Nian slightly tilted his head, his tone calm. He said this, but in his heart, he had already confirmed that Han Tianzhu was aboard that medium-sized warship. The bright spot in his eyes was like the sun. Yes, yes. When Huayun felt a bit shy for a moment. Just now, she had been too out of line, her tone too excited. She wasn't normally like this. Fortunately, when Huayun quickly noticed that no one was paying attention. After Lin Nian finished speaking, he no longer looked at her. Order. Fleet d'information. All accelerate. Chase them. Lin Nian waved his hand, pointing at the fleeing flagship of the cult of Wild Skies, urging his subordinates to pursue. Report. There are a large number of new cult of Wild Skies warships coming towards us. The numbers are huge, impossible to count. At this moment, a crew member suddenly stood up to report, his tone laced with panic. If they continued to chase, they would fall into the enemy's heavy encirclement. Ignore it. Follow my orders, continue the pursuit. Keep concentrating fire on that medium-sized warship. Lin Nian didn't care about that. Now is the time to fight desperately. As long as they took down the energy shield of that medium-sized warship, Liao Fan's team could launch a surprise attack with the interstellar fighters and capture Han Tianzhu alive. On the battlefield, small warships from the cult of Wild Skies were constantly being sent back for support. The main large and medium-sized warships had all been concentrated around the 012 sanitation space station. Instead, outside the battlefield, it was mainly small warships from the cult of Wild Skies. As soon as these small warships got close, they would immediately be targeted and have their energy shields blasted away by concentrated fire, then quickly taken down. Continue to bombard the fleeing Han Tianzhu. Chapter 43. A final gamble. As Han Tianzhu's warship continued to be attacked, its energy shield gradually showed signs of instability. Captain Lin, please let my unit launch an attack. I can help you take down this warship. Liao Fan proactively said to Lin Nian, eager to seize this rare opportunity to achieve merit. Let me think. Lin Nian did not rush to agree. Liao Fan was part of the regular ground combat unit of the 1455 warship, a dedicated force that only medium-sized warships would have. If it weren't for Shui Wuju's reckless behavior, such an important jump assistance mission would generally not be assigned to ground combat units. It was mainly executed by ordinary line fillers or their higher-level substitutes, the warship's mobile combat team. Lin Nian, I have confidence. Please deploy the starfighter and my unit for the jump assistance operation. Liao Fan urged again, even directly calling Lin Nian by name. All right, remember, you only have 1 hour to try. If you go over that time, do not linger. Just abandon the jump assistance mission, Lin Nian said very seriously to Liao Fan. He did not want his good brother to die on the battlefield due to greed for achievements. Understood. Liao Fan immediately straightened his back and saluted Lin Nian, then left the bridge without looking back. Lin Nian glanced at Liao Fan's excited back, then turned his gaze to the light screen on one side of the bridge. The radar display showed a large number of Wild Sky warships. They were leaving the 012 Sanitation Space Station area and heading toward their side, including several medium-sized and large warships. The good time for Lin Nian to chase was about to come to an end. In no more than an hour, they would enter the firing range of those warships. Under the firepower of those Wild Sky warships, the energy shield of the 1455 warship could not possibly hold for long. Captain, a large number of enemy warships are rushing toward us. Please give instructions. A communication officer stood up and looked at Lin Nian, their captain, waiting for new mission orders. 1. Has there been any response from the 012 Sanitation Space Station? Lin Nian immediately turned to Wen Huaiyun beside him. Captain, they don't believe we are pursuing Han Tianzhu, Wen Huaiyun said. Continue to contact the 012 Sanitation Space Station. 012 Sanitation Space Station. We are the Empire's third interstellar warship. The medium-sized warship 1455. We have locked onto the Wild Skies leader, Han Tianzhu. Requesting support. Requesting support. Wen Huaiyun spoke rapidly, calling the highest commander of the 012 Sanitation Space Station. Damn it. Lin Nian was a bit annoyed and heavily knocked on the command console. Let them open their eyes and see. Can't the swarm of Wild Sky warships rushing this way indicate something? He was genuinely afraid of his incompetent teammates. The situation was already so clear, yet they were still unwilling to dispatch a fleet for assistance. His forces were too few and were rapidly diminishing. Small warships under his command were constantly being blown apart by the enemy's firepower. The 1455 was also bearing a significant amount of firepower attack. The energy shield was being consumed rapidly and did not seem to last much longer. The entire battlefield situation had actually been stirred up by them. The heavy pressure from the 012 Sanitation Space Station had disappeared, all attracted to their side. As long as the commander over there engaged and delayed the footsteps of those enemy forces, Lin Nian's chances of winning would immediately increase. Captain, our energy shield is in critical condition. It's down to 43. Another crew member shouted. Wen, has there been any response? Lin Nian urged Wen Huaiyun again. Wen Huaiyun shook his head slightly, looking somewhat dazed. Captain, how about we retreat while we still have energy shields? Wen Huaiyun weakly suggested. The other crew members also looked at Lin Nian, their lives already in his hands, bound to life and death. We can't retreat. Don't you understand? Our only chance of survival is to defeat this Wild Sky medium-sized warship in front of us. Announce to all surrounding Wild Sky warships that Han Tianzhu is dead. This will intimidate them all. Lin Nian resolutely rejected Wen Huaiyun's proposal. Running away would only hand over their chance of survival. Once Han Tianzhu was no longer in danger, their small infiltrating fleet would be completely torn apart by the massive number of Wild Sky warships. Since they joined this battle, there had been no retreat to speak of. Lin Nian took a deep breath. Order. Maximum speed. Crash into the enemy warship. Lin Nian waved his hand fiercely. Once the crew understood the situation, they no longer hesitated and all followed Lin Nian's command. The rear of the 1455 burst forth with a strong glow. The massive acceleration propelled the entire warship forward, rapidly closing the distance to Han Tianzhu's medium-sized warship. Both warships were firing at full capacity at this moment, but most of the attacks were intercepted by each other's energy shields. Countless starfighters were continuously entangled between the two warships, with explosions occurring without pause. Lin Nian gripped the handrail tightly in front of him. In his eyes, the Wild Sky flagship was getting closer. A collision was imminent. 3, 2, 1, shouted the crew. This was a silent crash. However, both medium-sized warships' energy shields shattered simultaneously. The metal hulls of both sides twisted and folded as if they were made of paper. Lin Nian was also propelled by the tremendous impact force, nearly thrown to the first floor. Fortunately, when Huayun, from his fixed position, reached out to pull him back. "Captain, a large number of starfighters are rushing toward the 1455. We have no mobile combat team soldiers left. What should we do?" When Huayun's expression was frantic. The mobile combat team had already been dispatched entirely, and even Liao Fan's ground forces had been pulled to do the mobile combat team's work. What's there to panic about? Don't we still have 10,000 ordinary line fillers? Let them take the front. Right now, it's all about fighting spirit. Whoever can hold out until the end will win. Lin Nian stood up, pulling on a handrail. His gaze pierced through the bridge's front window, fixated on the Wild Sky warship that was within arm's reach. Even as the two warships collided, they continued to fire at each other. The outer skin of the warships was constantly being blown off, or ammunition depots were hit, triggering violent explosions. Terrifying vibrations echoed through the bridge. Lin Nian remained unfazed. He was watching a light point quickly fleeing from the Wild Sky flagship. Lin Nian knew who it was. Han Tianshu. Lin Nian. We are infiltrating. We are about to open the enemy's bridge. The entire bridge began broadcasting Liao Fan's voice. Intense gunfire mixed in with the speech. Liao Fan's proactive engagement had indeed yielded results, allowing them to board the enemy flagship first. Lin Nian sighed inwardly. He knew he had won, but not completely. The enemy's bridge did not have Han Tianzhu. Han Tianzhu had slipped away before him, most likely using a high-speed shuttle. Lin Nian currently had no means to keep Han Tianzhu behind. If he directly stated that he knew where Han Tianzhu was, it would be too suspicious. Lin Nian had no choice but to watch the light point representing the enemy vanish into the distance. "Captain, the bridge has been breached and no targets have been found." "Repeat, no targets found." "Over." As Liao Fan's voice finished, Lin Nian immediately ordered the communicator. "Command, inform Liao Fan and to detonate the bombs and completely destroy this medium-sized warship. At the same time, announce throughout the Star region that Han Tianzhu is dead. Let the Huan Tian fleet surrender." Chapter 44. Achieving Victory in Space. The public frequency of Battleship 1455 continuously transmitted. All the Ardent Heaven warships immediately received Lin Nian's announcement. Han Tianzhu and the Chief of Staff on the space shuttle also heard the news. "Lin Nian, Han Tianzhu ruwariet in frustration." He couldn't hold on until his fleet arrived for reinforcement. He was forcibly driven out of the flagship by Lin Nian. "Commander, we're in big trouble." The Chief of Staff's face turned pale. They were forced to flee and had no time to inform their subordinates of the situation. Nearly 10,000 Ardent Heaven troops could potentially find themselves leaderless. "Chief of Staff, what do you mean?" Han Tianzhu couldn't understand the Chief of Staff's words. The flagship is in the hands of the Imperial Army. If they blow up our flagship, the army will collapse instantly." The Chief of Staff hurriedly explained to Han Tianzhu. "No way." Han Tianzhu's expression also became anxious. On the other side, a large number of Ardent Heaven fleets began to panic. They immediately went to verify the authenticity of Lin Nian's message. But all the messages sent out vanished without a trace. There was no response from their flagship, which remained silent. This caused many Ardent Heaven captains to feel a sinking feeling in their hearts. They believed Lin Nian's words more than before. If the commander were dead, they had no reason to continue fighting the Empire here. However, some Ardent Heaven captains were unwilling to give up and continued heading toward the Ardent Heaven flagship, even launching attacks on Battleship 1455. A dazzling light suddenly flashed in the vastness of space. The Ardent Heaven flagship in their eyes was completely blown to space debris by the Imperial Army. As the silent brilliance gradually faded, everything was over. All the Ardent Heaven captains were completely disheartened and rushed a retreat toward the western snow cloud star domain, which was their preset evacuation rendezvous point. Meanwhile, inside the high-speed space shuttle, Han Tianzhu and the Chief of Staff silently watched the massive light cluster. The Chief of Staff's worst fears had come true. "Commander, Lin Nian will become our greatest threat." The Chief of Staff sighed. From Lin Nian's strong entry, insisting on attacking their medium-sized warship, to now driving them away and blowing up the flagship that symbolized Ardent Heaven's confidence. Basically, as soon as they were discovered by Lin Nian's weakness, they would immediately face a heavy blow. Every action was exceptionally fierce, leaving them no room to breathe. Forget it, forget it. If we can't beat this guy, can we just hide? Let's head to the preset rendezvous point first. Han Tianzhu was also feeling a bit deflated. Throughout his encounters with Lin Nian, he had never won. Yes, Commander. The Chief of Staff's tone was equally low, but he was more focused on Han Tianzhu. From the start of this battle, the first step taken by their commander was a wrong move. If Han Tianzhu hadn't chosen to flee and confronted Lin Nian head-on, in the end, it would have been Lin Nian who needed to retreat. Han Tianzhu's retreat directly exposed the identity of their flagship and allowed Lin Nian to achieve a major victory by taking down their commander amidst the chaos. With the flagship blown up by Lin Nian, it directly shattered the morale of their entire fleet. The Chief of Staff wanted a curse, but the person who did this was Han Tianzhu. Could he blame Han Tianzhu for being afraid of death? The Chief of Staff couldn't do that, nor did he have the authority. All he could do was sigh. At the 012 Sanitation Space Station, on the edge of the battlefield, a flash of light suddenly appeared. What is going on? Major Lin immediately turned to the operator in charge of monitoring. Sir, we just received an interstellar report from our allies. It said that Han Tianzhu is dead, followed by a major explosion of a medium-sized Ardent Heaven warship. The related information cannot be verified at the moment. However, the movements of the Ardent Heaven fleet are indeed in retreat, the operator reported to Major Lin. Major Lin was taken aback. He immediately looked at the external monitoring of the 012 Sanitation Space Station. Sure enough, he saw a large number of Ardent Heaven warships turning their heads. Originally, these fleets were heading toward the location of that medium-sized Ardent Heaven warship, but now they all turned in one direction. He remembered that person who claimed to be a staff member of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet, Battleship 1455. Major Lin had previously doubted whether they were allies and had received requests for fleet support. He was worried that it was a trap from the enemy to lure them out and had not taken action. But from the current situation, it seemed that the enemy's army was indeed retreating. This time, it didn't seem fake. Immediately contact that Staff Officer 1. Major Lin hurriedly instructed his subordinate. Yes. The operator immediately began to operate. Major Lin turned back to the light screen in front of him. The captured images showed the Ardent Heaven warships frantically retreating from the battlefield. According to the Imperial Division of East, West, North, and South, they were heading west. If it is true that the Imperial 3rd Interstellar Fleet Battleship 1455 killed and defeated the Ardent Heaven commander, that would be remarkable. Just breaking the siege of the 012 Sanitation Space Station would be a great achievement. Major Lin felt a bit uneasy. He had previously rejected the support request from Battleship 1455, which might have offended Wen Yuan. After all, Wen Yuan was a newly rising Imperial general. He might use this incident to hold him accountable and make things difficult for him. After careful consideration, Major Lin decided to establish a good relationship with the commander of Battleship 1455 first. In space, 7 or 8 battered warships gathered together, quietly floating. Some small warships were all damaged. The leading Battleship 1455 had a huge and terrifying wound on its hull. A large number of internal mechanical structures and complex circuit cables were exposed. Electric sparks occasionally flickered from the severed cables. Unlike the dead silence outside these warships, the bridge of Battleship 1455 was filled with jubilation. Lin Nian also took a heavy breath. As the external Ardent Heaven warships retreated, the infiltrating Ardent Heaven repair soldiers were gradually being cleared out. He finally ended this battle. To be honest, his choice was very risky. Knowing the enemy's weaknesses, he still fought very hard. After all, the disparity in numbers between the enemy and himself was the main reason. If it weren't for Han Tianzhu's poor battle arrangements and the enemy's lack of determination during the battle, making a series of wrong decisions, Lin Nian would have had fewer opportunities for victory. He seized this opportunity and ultimately achieved this victory. The only regret was letting Han Tianzhu escape. At that time, Lin Nian really wanted to use a laser beam or missiles to take down Han Tianzhu. But considering that he couldn't explain the situation, he ultimately abandoned that idea. Compared to killing Han Tianzhu, preserving his own secret was more important. His reckless assault on Han Tianzhu's nearly 10,000-strong fleet was already an outrageous act. The motivation was somewhat flimsy. If he had killed Han Tianzhu on the spot, it would have been difficult to explain his command orders. Captain, Major Lin has already agreed to send warships to escort us. Wen Huaiyun addressed him without a surname, directly calling him captain. This was likely due to the series of battles that led Wen Huaiyun to start acknowledging his captaincy. Good. Lin Nian nodded. He now just felt fatigued. The high-intensity battles had pushed not only the crew, but also him to the limit. Even if Major Wen issued any new orders, he wouldn't execute them. There really is no way to hold on any longer. Everyone is stretched to their limits. We must have some time to rest and regain our energy. The flagship of the Second Fleet. Commander, I just received the latest battle report. A liaison officer jogged up to the bridge on the second floor and saluted Wen Yuan. Just speak directly. Wen Yuan's mind is still on the star map. If the Ruangshan sect takes the sanitation space station, they will be forced to use spatial teleportation. This will give the enemy the initiative. Wen Yuan's face was filled with worry. Chapter 45 Review of the 012 Sanitation Space Station, sir. This is news from Colonel Lin of the 012 Sanitation Space Station. The Arhantian fleet has been thrown into chaos after their flagship was destroyed, leading to a rout of the entire army. They are currently retreating towards the western Shuiyun star domain. The 012 Sanitation Space Station is safe now, the liaison officer said immediately. I understand. Wen Yuan nodded, his thoughts still not fully collected. But soon he froze in motion, suddenly turning to look at his liaison officer. Repeat what you just said. The 012 Sanitation Space Station defeated Han Tianzhu's flagship? What about Han Tianzhu himself? And how did Colonel Lin manage that? Wen Yuan's eyes were fixed intently on the liaison officer. The Arhantian sect is a cult that has repeatedly ravaged the imperial territory. As the sect leader, Han Tianzhu is slippery like an eel. Even for himself, it will be hard to catch this guy. Wen Yuan urgently needed to understand more about the situation. Sir, this is the battlefield report, along with relevant on-site video. The liaison officer had never seen Wen Yuan so agitated, even showing signs of losing composure, and quickly uploaded the relevant materials to Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan noticed that his core advisory circle members also wore curious expressions. He decided to project the materials directly onto the holographic screen. Soon, they were all introduced to a stranger. Lin Nian. When they saw the 012 Sanitation Space Station being besieged by the Arhantian fleet, it was Lin Nian who took the initiative to step forward. With a fleet composed of a medium-sized warship and over 30 small warships, he charged directly into the midst of the nearly 10,000-strong Arhantian fleet. At the same time, the No. 1455 warship latched onto an enemy ship and relentlessly pursued that Arhantian medium-sized warship. Wen Yuan and the others immediately sensed something was amiss. The warship that the No. 1455 had latched onto was unusual. This peripheral battle, which should have been inconsequential, had affected the main battlefield. A large number of Arhantian warships actually chose to abandon their attack on a 012 Sanitation Space Station and turn to engage Lin Nian's fleet. The hurricane of the battlefield suddenly erupted. A multitude of Arhantian ships surged towards the eye of the storm like a hurricane. The battle between the No. 1455 and the Arhantian flagship became the focal point of this fight. Ultimately, in the brutal exchange and collision between the two ships, the Arhantian flagship was defeated and then completely destroyed. After the intense brilliance, the Arhantian fleet, having lost its backbone, retreated from the battlefield without any fighting spirit. Once they finished watching the entire video review, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. From their perspective, Lin Nian was impressive, especially in his battlefield command. Although he was not a trained professional, he had an extraordinary sense for the battlefield. This person is strong, Wen Yuan marveled. Steady, precise, and ruthless. These were his greatest impressions. This is definitely a talent. Wait, how did he determine the location of the Arhantian flagship? The flagship's chief of staff was the first to raise a question. After watching the entire battle, the biggest point of confusion lay here. A normal Imperial fleet would never choose to engage upon seeing such a massive Arhantian fleet. Yet Lin Nian not only chose to engage, but actually managed to catch the enemy's flagship. Look here, it should have been a probe, and then the Arhantian flagship panicked, making an unreasonable retreat. This directly solidified Lin Nian's determination to attack. Captain Chun, the flagship's captain, also spoke up to try to explain Lin Nian's intentions. He replayed the video footage. Because it was recorded with a long-range telescope, the images were enlarged and blurry. He emphasized the Arhantian flagship's retreating actions. Everyone inhaled slightly. If he was willing to bet the lives of his entire fleet based on just this, something seems off. They really couldn't accept such reasoning. Liaison officer, is there a more detailed battle report? I want the first-hand battle report of the Imperial warship number 1455 right now. When Yuan, filled with skepticism, was eager to see Lin Nian's personal report, he immediately turned to his liaison officer. Sir, currently there is only Colonel Lin's report, and there is no report from Lieutenant Lin, the liaison officer quickly explained. The fact that both of their surnames are Lin made it a bit confusing for him. Sir, a new report has arrived. It's a message from Major General Wen Rong, commander of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet. It is said to be an important battle report from the number 1455 warship under his command. At that moment, a soldier rushed in from the first floor, calling for the liaison officer. Instantly, all the high-ranking officials turned their attention to the soldier, which made him feel pressured. He had never been under the gaze of so many leaders before. Bring it to me now. The liaison officer's face lit up with excitement, and he hurried downstairs to receive the battle report personally. Soon, everyone had read through Lin Nian's report. After reviewing the more detailed report, Wen Yuan let out a heavy sigh of relief. He lightly patted the command platform, feeling particularly emotional. Lin Nian, we owe it all to him. Wen Yuan firmly remembered this name and looked at the others, waiting for their opinions. Indeed, he actually gleaned Han Tianju's battlefield habits from the recent failures of Yizhua and Yinwan, daring to test the outermost Arhantian medium-sized warship, and as a result, he truly discovered its tricks. The Chief of Staff was also very impressed. This not only required boldness and attention to detail, but also a strong combat determination. Congratulations, sir. May the heavens bless the Empire and His Majesty. Major General Wen Rong has discovered another usable talent for the Empire, Captain Chen said with a smile, also giving Wen Yuan a subtle compliment. Major General Wen Rong's supplementary battle report made it very clear. Lin Nian, the acting captain of the number 1455 warship, is part of his 3rd Interstellar Fleet, which is indeed Wen Yuan's true direct subordinate unit. Furthermore, Lin Nian's previous combat experience is also very commendable. Since becoming the acting captain, he has carried a tremendous burden, holding off the Arhantian sect's plunder of the resource star with just one medium-sized warship. And at the last moment, he forcefully broke the siege of the 012 Sanitation Space Station. Such a talent is indeed worthy of exceptional promotion by Wen Rong. Perhaps it won't be long before he becomes a strong general under Wen Yuan's command. Major General Wen Rong has a good eye for talent. This has nothing to do with me. Wen Yuan rarely showed a smile. His son's keen eye also made him feel proud. The others exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. All right, let's get back to business. The battle at the 012 Sanitation Space Station was unfortunate. We did not catch Han Tianju. Han Tianju is likely to regroup his forces again. After all, their main fleet has not actually suffered any losses. Wen Yuan's expression turned serious. Sigh, if we had been on site, perhaps we could have settled the Arhantian sect in one battle. The Chief of Staff couldn't help but say. Chief of Staff, that's in the past. The battle of the number 1455 warship has demonstrated the might of our empire and has given us more time to regroup. Captain Chen pointed at the star map and said, We need to enter the Central Star region as soon as possible. The direction of the Wild Heaven sect's westward retreat can be regrouped, and we can completely change direction to continue infiltrating the core area of the Empire's Central Star region. For example, we can enter from the 008 Sanitation Space Station. We truly cannot waste any more time. Wen Yuan's expression was unusually serious as he pointed to the next weak point in the Central Star System, the 008 Sanitation Space Station. Chapter 46. The 008 Sanitation Space Station captured by the ruined Heaven sect outside the 008 Sanitation Space Station. The main fleet of the ruined Heaven sect surged in. Han Tianju had returned to a large warship this time. Chief of Staff, can't we take a breather? Han Tianju was still haunted by the previous defeat and just wanted to catch his breath before diving into the next battle. Leader, we can't stop. If we stop, Wen Yuan will bring the Imperial Army back, and we will be in big trouble. A temporary win or loss doesn't affect the overall situation. We have to keep fighting. If we don't, we'll run out of fuel. The Chief of Staff hurriedly persuaded Han Tianju. Lin Nian is fierce, no doubt, but not all of the Imperial Army is as formidable as Wen Yuan and Lin Nian. Otherwise, the ruined Heaven sect wouldn't have reached its current scale. The Chief of Staff's last statement jolted Han Tianju, making him sit up straight. Yes, the Chief of Staff is right. Quickly, tell me, where's our next target? Without fuel, there would be no means of retreat. That can't happen. Han Tianju immediately perked up. Leader, it's right in front of you. The 008 Sanitation Space Station. The Chief of Staff pointed behind Han Tianju. Through the transparent front window of the large warship, they could already see a giant artificial metallic sphere. Its overall gray and white color looked extremely shocking. There shouldn't be any more Lin Nian there, right? Han Tianju was still worried about Lin Nian, haunted by the psychological shadow he cast, mainly because he couldn't win. Not at all. No. Given the condition of Lin Nian's warship, the 1455, it won't be able to fight again in the short term. The Chief of Staff shook his head, not believing that Lin Nian would appear again. At least not anytime soon. Leader, please give the order. The Chief of Staff urged. All right, order. Take down the 008 Sanitation Space Station. Han Tianju waved his hand, and the ruined Heaven warships pressed forward, once again replicating the grandeur of the 012 Sanitation Space Station. However, this time, the ruined Heaven sect's warships seemed to have returned to their normal combat level. The 008 Sanitation Space Station also dispatched Imperial warships to meet the enemy, but they were quickly chased and smashed by the ruined Heaven warships. They were either bombarded by heavy artillery that exploded their energy shields or overwhelmed by concentrated missile beams. A large number of interstellar fighters began deploying ruined Heaven-filling troops for jump support operations, ramping up the intensity in an instant. The Imperial fleet guarding the 008 Sanitation Space Station was directly routed, either killed in battle or surrendering. Only the bare 008 Sanitation Space Station remained. That's right. This is our true strength. Han Tianju was excited to see the frontline victory, dancing with joy and continuously shouting passionately at the 008 Sanitation Space Station. The Chief of Staff watched this scene in silence, saying nothing. He was no stranger to it. But to be fair, although the Imperial 008 Sanitation Space Station appeared to be much stronger, it didn't exert any pressure on the Chief of Staff. Compared to the pressure they felt from Lin Nian, it was hardly worth mentioning. Lin Nian seemed to see through people's hearts, always able to grasp the weaknesses on their side and landing heavy blows. The Chief of Staff had originally felt somewhat hurt, thinking his strategies had become ineffective. But after facing other Imperial fleets, he realized it wasn't the case. It was Lin Nian who was strong, not the Imperial Army. Even the interstellar fleets in the Imperial Central Star region felt mediocre to him. Not strong at all. Chief of Staff, they raised a white flag. The enemy has raised a white flag. Han Tianju suddenly shouted at him. The Chief of Staff quickly collected his scattered thoughts and turned to look at the front. The 008 Sanitation Space Station. Sure enough, the enemy commander had surrendered. The entire bridge erupted in jubilation, finally emerging from the shadow of being defeated by Lin Nian. Leader, we have new weapons, new supplies. The Chief of Staff was also excited. The surrender of the 008 Sanitation Space Station meant they would acquire a large number of brand new Imperial warships, a massive amount of interstellar fighters, and countless warship fuel. Their previous crisis was finally resolved, and they would even power up to the next level. No matter how they proceeded from here, their situation would improve significantly. As ruined Heaven warships began to enter the 008 Sanitation Space Station to take control of this Imperial military stronghold, the Chief of Staff finally felt at ease. The situation was settled. He began to look down at the star map on the command platform, contemplating the next strategic move for the ruined Heaven sect. The 008 Sanitation Space Station had been captured, and their path directly to the Imperial Capital Star was officially opened. The Chief of Staff reached out to point at the Bai Mang Star. Chief of Staff, you can't be serious about this, right? Han Tianzhu noticed his Chief of Staff's action and was shocked to see him pointing at Bai Mang Star. He had never thought he would have a day of charging straight towards the Imperial Capital Star. Why not? A smile appeared on the Chief of Staff's face. Han Tianzhu gulped and swallowed his saliva. At the 012 Sanitation Space Station, the damaged 1455 warship was towed into the port. Lin Nian sat in the bridge, enduring the docking's jolting vibrations along with the other crew members. The vibrations were very intense, even more noticeable than those during exchanges of fire with enemy ships. As the warship stabilized, Lin Nian let out a sigh of relief and began to unfasten his seatbelt. "Captain, Lieutenant Lin from here wishes to see you," when Huayun said proactively to Lin Nian. The respectful attitude made Lin Nian feel as if the other person had become a different person. He remembered the initial distance when Huayun had maintained from him. "All right, Officer 1, thank you for your hard work on this journey." Lin Nian nodded and thanked Wen Huayun. After all, in the early days of the 1455, Wen Huayun was the true highest commander. Without Wen Huayun's support, he wouldn't have gained command of the 1455 warship so quickly. "No, Captain, I should be the one thanking you for bringing us back alive." When Huayun shook his head, suddenly standing up straight and puffing out his chest, solemnly saluting Lin Nian. The other crew members in the bridge immediately stood up straight and saluted Lin Nian as well, creating a spectacular scene. Lin Nian looked at the faces expressing gratitude towards him, and his heart was also somewhat moved. He could clearly feel the respect these people had for him, without any reservations. No need to thank me. This isn't solely my achievement. You are all an indispensable part of it. I just did what I was supposed to do." Lin Nian also returned a solemn salute to them. "Now I command. All of you are dismissed. Everyone, have a good rest." Lin Nian shouted. The crew members stood up straight, and, as he shouted the dismissal, smiles of relief appeared on their faces as they congratulated and embraced each other. The whole scene looked harmonious and joyful. "Captain, there isn't much time left. After all, Lieutenant Lin was an officer, and it was best not to keep him waiting too long." Wen Huayun pulled up the external monitoring screen of the warship, showing that the highest commander here had already brought some people, waiting outside the hatch of battleship 1455. Lin Nian nodded and got up to walk towards the bridge. Chapter 47 Acceptance of the Medal. Lin Nian took a few steps. Suddenly, he felt a vibration in his wrist. It was a communication request. Moreover, it was a high-level communication request. What happened? The leading Wen Huayun also stopped. It was Major General Wen Rong. Lin Nian briefly said something and then switched the communication screen to public mode. "Lin Nian, you did very well. The battle against the Huangtian fleet attacking the 012 Sanitation Space Station was spectacular. After your award ceremony, remember to contact me when you have time." Wen Rong's words came quickly. By the time Lin Nian and Wen Huayun saluted, he had already finished speaking. "Commander, an award?" Lin Nian was a bit surprised. "Lin Nian, keep it up. You have a bright future ahead." Wen Rong on the screen wore a knowing smile. Without explaining much, he actively closed the communication. Lin Nian slowly lowered his hand. He glanced at Wen Huayun beside him, who also had a look of confusion in his eyes. "Captain, it shouldn't be a bad thing. Let's go," Wen Huayun said to Lin Nian. Lin Nian's feelings were similar to Wen Huayun's, and he didn't dwell on it any longer. Not long after, Lin Nian and Wen Huayun disembarked from the 1455 warship. At this moment, Lin Nian noticed that Wen Huayun was deliberately falling half a step behind him, starting to take the lead. On the opposite side, Lieutenant Colonel Lin approached on his own. He was a middle-aged man with a square face. Lin Nian actually had a lot of complaints about this relative. The last battle he fought was extremely perilous, largely because the 012 Sanitation Space Station had not dispatched a support fleet. If only Lieutenant Colonel Lin had been willing to use some strength to delay the return of the Huangtian cult's medium and large warships, it wouldn't have been so difficult. To buy time, he took extreme measures to ram the flagship of Han Tianzhu, maximizing the cancellation of each other's energy shields and creating an opportunity for Liao Fan to land on the enemy flagship. Yet, Lin Nian still had no way to blame Lieutenant Colonel Lin. As long as he used the reason of guarding the 012 sanitation space station, he could openly refuse Lin Nian's request to attack. At this moment, Lieutenant Colonel Lin was beaming with a friendly smile and actively extended his hand to Lin Nian. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone who extends a hand with a smile. Lin Nian also put away his dissatisfaction and shook hands with Lieutenant Colonel Lin. Major Lin, we are grateful for your long journey to support us at the 012 sanitation space station, allowing us to avoid being breached by those Huangtian cultists. I want to thank you properly. Lieutenant Colonel Lin immediately started expressing gratitude. Wait, Major? I'm not. Lin Nian was stunned for a moment when he heard the rank of Major. When did he get promoted? He hadn't received any notification. Major General, when Yurin has already intended to promote you. It is said that he is drafting a report and preparing to submit a proposal to His Majesty. After this battle against the Huangtian army, with your achievements along the way, it is a done deal that you will be awarded a position as a colonel. Lieutenant Colonel Lin immediately interrupted Lin Nian's words and slightly turned his head to explain to him in a low voice. From Lieutenant Colonel Lin's words, Lin Nian could clearly feel his intention to win him over. All right. Lieutenant Colonel Lin didn't wait for Lin Nian to react and suddenly stepped back. Acting Captain Lin Nian of the Empire's 3rd Interstellar Fleet, Medium Warship 1455. Please look at the screen. Lieutenant Colonel Lin's expression instantly became serious. He pointed to his right side. A huge screen popped up, displaying the face of Yurin. Salute. Lieutenant Colonel Lin turned around and stood straight, shouting to everyone. We have seen the commander. Lin Nian quickly followed suit, standing tall and saluting to Yurin on the screen. Lieutenant Lin Nian. Yurin on the other end of the screen also returned the salute and then directly called Lin Nian's name. Here, Lin Nian immediately stepped forward. In the battle of the 012 sanitation space station, your unit performed excellently. You fought bravely and ultimately exceeded the assigned task. You have secured extremely valuable time for the Empire's main forces to return. Now, I'm specially awarding you a first-class Silver Star Medal of the Empire as encouragement. Lieutenant Colonel Lin, please assist me in awarding Lieutenant Lin Nian. Yurin turned to Lieutenant Colonel Lin. Yes, Commander. Lieutenant Colonel Lin immediately waved to his personnel. A soldier approached, holding a box with both hands. The box opened, revealing a silver medal lying inside. The medal has 3 ranks, gold, silver, and bronze, as well as first, second, and third classes. The first-class Gold Star Medal is the highest level of medal. Following that, the others are ranked accordingly. Lin Nian's first-class Silver Star Medal is already a medal that very few can obtain. Lieutenant Colonel Lin carefully picked up the first-class Silver Star Medal and personally pinned it on Lin Nian's chest. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Major General 1. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Lin. Glory belongs to the Empire. Lin Nian immediately shouted according to the requirements he remembered. After shouting the last sentence, he heavily knocked on his right shoulder. The others did the same, their movements perfectly synchronized. Good. Lieutenant Lin Nian, your unit is permitted to rest for 1 day. Tomorrow, you will board the Empire's Warship 378 at the 012 Sanitation Space Station, where you will serve as its acting captain and join our main forces. Do you understand? Yurin's face was serious. Understood, Lin Nian shouted loudly. However, when he heard the number 378, his heart skipped a beat. This is a 3-digit hull number, which only belongs to the Empire's large warships, and he would be the captain of one? Although it was acting, it also meant a bright future ahead. Yurin nodded in satisfaction and then hung up the communication. Phew! Lieutenant Colonel Lin let out a sigh of relief. Lieutenant Lin Nian, do you still think you're just a lieutenant now? I haven't heard of any lieutenant being able to serve as the captain of a large Empire warship, even if it's only acting. That Warship 378 has been on standby for a long time. You will be its next commander. Major General, when assigning it to you, is of special significance. Did you notice? He didn't even assign you a senior officer for the warship, which also means that all the people under you will be promoted by 1 rank, continuing to follow you and become your core team. Major General, one must have put in a lot of effort to cultivate you. Lieutenant Colonel Lin was very clear about the intricacies here. To bring Lin Nian, this potential stock, closer, he spared no effort in enlightening him with a lot of insider information. Come on, I'll take you to see it. Lieutenant Colonel Lin waved to the people around him. A four-seater, open hovercar drove over. "All right. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Lin." Lin Nian nodded and thanked him. Lieutenant Colonel Lin's explanations indeed opened his eyes. He sat in the hovercar with Wen Huaiyun, taking the back seat while Lieutenant Colonel Lin sat in the passenger seat. "No need to be polite. You are the future star. You could be a little arrogant." Lieutenant Colonel Lin made a cold joke. This. Lin Nian could only scratch his head, pretending not to understand. "Major Lin, do you know about the indelible hull number?" Seeing that Lin Nian wasn't engaging, Lieutenant Colonel Lin chose to change to a lighter topic. I know." Lin Nian nodded. "The hull numbers of Imperial warships will not be cancelled. Even if a warship is destroyed, the same hull number will be engraved on a new ship of the same type and scale afterward, as a form of inheritance." Chapter 48. Empire Warship Number 378. The previous number 378 can be considered an old ship. In the battle against the Republic, the entire ship suffered fatal damage. The entire bridge was destroyed, and the captain along with over 1,000 crew members perished together for their country. Colonel Lin recounted this to Lin Nian as if he were sharing precious memories, sensing that Lin Nian would enjoy hearing about it. Unexpectedly, this was still a glorious warship. After listening, Lin Nian also felt a sense of emotion. The former captain's tragic death was equivalent to glory for the Empire. Indeed. However, rest assured, the No. 378 warship given to you is a new ship. The old hull has already been dismantled. What you inherit is only the hull number and the names of all past captains engraved on the hull. Colonel Lin continued to explain to Lin Nian as they quickly passed through several large hoisting sections of the spaceport. A huge and solid metal hull slowly came into Lin Nian's view. There was nothing particularly bright about its paint job, just a simple gray and white color. But it had a tremendous impact on Lin Nian. This was an interstellar warship that gathered a vast amount of cutting-edge technology from the Empire. When witnessing similar large warships in space, Lin Nian didn't feel much. It was only when he looked up at this immobile giant that he could sense the silent pressure it exuded. This was a true steel beast born for war. The airspace side was filled with the warning sounds of hoisting. A large number of consumable parts were being hoisted one by one into this large warship. "Major Lin Nian, you're actually very lucky," Colonel Lin suddenly said meaningfully. However, Lin Nian was unclear about which aspect he was referring to. He vaguely felt it was about Wen Yuan. Because he was favored by Wen Rong, he quickly received a promotion. Now, he was even appointed as the acting captain of a large warship. Such a speed of promotion was comparable to riding a rocket, soaring high. However, Lin Nian also knew that this was something he had fought for. He had to have that strength first to seize these opportunities for promotion. If he had failed or hesitated even once in the battles against the Huatian Sect fleet, he wouldn't have been held accountable, but he would likely have ended up like everyone else, slowly toiling away in the military for qualifications. The military could accept failure, but soldiers could not. A critical failure essentially meant a bleak future with little chance of being utilized again. Lin Nian pulled his thoughts back and continued to gaze up at the large warship before him. Its side was painted with a huge and conspicuous hull number, 378. Lin Nian softly recited its hull number, involuntarily standing up from the vehicle. Colonel Lin and Wen Huaiyun and others silently watched Lin Nian stand. Who would have thought that, just a short while ago, Lin Nian was merely an interstellar line filler, yet now he had become the acting captain of a large warship. Of course, Lin Nian's speed of promotion was actually quite normal. The Empire was in an unprecedented, turbulent era. Internally, there were rampant cults. Externally, there were powerful enemies looming. Many high-ranking military leaders of the Empire had either died or retreated in various battles. Just like this time, when the Huatian sect rampaged through the Yingyun Star region. 3 Imperial lieutenant generals were directly lost along with a large number of frontline combat commanders. The mediocre during peacetime would be ruthlessly eliminated on the brutal battlefield. People like Lin Nian, who adapted to war, would quickly rise and fill the vacancies. It was both a grand opportunity and an incredibly dangerous challenge. Everything spoke for personal strength and achievements. Lin Nian's achievements belonged to the very good category. However, how far Lin Nian could go, Colonel Lin did not know either. The hovering vehicle slowly came to a stop. Lin Nian got out of the vehicle slowly. At this moment, Colonel Lin handed him an electronic writing pad. Lin Nian was taken aback. not understanding the other party's meaning, right? Your signature. All past captains have written their names on this warship. Since the first number, 378. There have been 265 captains. You will be the 266th captain of this number 378 warship. Colonel Lin explained while looking at the large warship. Under the huge hull number, all the names of the previous captains were densely engraved. Following the specifications above, Lin Nian also wrote down his name, Lin Nian. At this moment, a mechanical arm reached into the corresponding position on the hull and quickly etched Lin Nian's name onto the hull. Good, the last ceremony is complete. Get ready, Major Lin. The Huatian Sec has taken down the 008 sanitation space station and is advancing towards the Imperial Capital Star. You shouldn't have much time to rest. I also need to attend to my own matters. Colonel Lin patted Lin Nian on the shoulder and saluted him. Lin Nian was taken aback upon hearing the news. He had just helped defend the 012 sanitation space station, and now there was trouble at the 008 sanitation space station. Han Tianju's actions were too fast. In the outer space of Bema Star, the Empire's first interstellar fleet was engaged in an extremely brutal battle with the Huatian Sect fleet. Warships were being destroyed every moment. In the flagship of the first interstellar fleet, General Wang was anxious. He was the commander of the Capital Defense Command of the Empire. Now, facing the Huatian Sect, he found that he was left with only one force, the Empire's first interstellar fleet. But he had to rely on this force to withstand nearly 10,000 troops from the Huatian Sect. What a hellish joke, seeing more and more of his subordinates dying. Not only could the first interstellar fleet not hold its ground, but even Bema Star might not be saved. Once hailed as the Empire's most elite fleet, it now felt like it was being publicly stripped bare, revealing the fact that its lack of participation in external wars had led to lax preparedness and extremely low combat effectiveness. At present, faced with the disorganized barefoot army of the Huatian Sect, they couldn't even hold out. Communications officer, has when Yurin not arrived yet? Tell them immediately. If they don't come soon, the Empire's first interstellar fleet will be completely annihilated. If Bema Star falls, then I will be the greatest sinner of the Empire. General Wang's face was filled with panic. At the same time, inside the flagship of the Huatian Sect, Han Tianju was extremely excited. The originally tense battle was gradually tilting in their favor. Chief of Staff, we are winning. We are going to win. I can also sit in that old emperor's position, Han Tianju said excitedly. His mind was filled with thoughts of breaking into the Imperial Capital Star and experiencing what it was like to be an emperor. Chief, don't be anxious. Hold steady first, the Chief of Staff said, forcing himself to remain calm, but his hands were trembling. The battle in front of them was exceptionally intense, but the situation was tipping in their favor. The Empire's elite first interstellar fleet was being overwhelmed by them. Just a bit more, just a bit more. The Chief of Staff kept murmuring in his heart. At this moment, on the right flank of the Huatian fleet, a large number of long-range attacks came pouring in. The conspicuous laser beams shot toward them, causing the energy shields of the Huatian fleet to flicker with light. Damn it, it's when you're in. Retreat. Chief, retreat the troops immediately. Panic appeared on the Chief of Staff's face as he urgently ordered Han Tianju to retreat. But Han Tianju looked at the nearby Baimao star, feeling a strong sense of unwillingness in his heart. There was clearly still a little time left. In the end, Han Tianju took a deep breath and commanded, retreat the troops. Compared to capturing the capital star, his own life was more important. Chapter 49, Accountability of the Empire. The warships of the Cult of the Wild Sky received the order to retreat and immediately tightened their formation, urgently following their leader to evacuate. However, the Empire's second and third star fleets had no intention of letting Han Tianju go and continued to pursue relentlessly. Many Wild Sky warships reacted slowly, with energy shields shattered by cannon fire. Some were blown up, while others raised white flags to surrender. The chase continued until the Imperial fleet completely drove the Wild Sky fleet out of the Central Star Domain's defense perimeter, at which point they gradually slowed their pace. Compared to Han Tianju's warships, the Imperial military ships had been on a long-distance operation, spanning 2 star domains and reaching the limits of fuel and supplies. The Wild Sky fleet, however, had no such worries. They had just received military supplies from the Empire's defense base station and were fully stocked. After the Wild Sky fleet accelerated, the Imperial fleet began to fall behind. On the bridge of the flagship of the Second Fleet, Wen Yuren glanced at the 378th warship in the Third Fleet. The 378th warship had performed adequately since entering the battlefield, but was far less impressive compared to its previous standout performance. Wen Yuren understood that in such a large-scale frontal battle, it was unrealistic for the newly risen young General Lin Nian to replicate his earlier remarkable achievements. Lin Nian had already distinguished himself in the mission to intercept the Wild Sky fleet. Wen Yuren quickly collected his thoughts and ordered the dispatch of reconnaissance warships to continue tracking the main fleet of the Wild Sky. Other fleets were immediately ordered to cease their pursuit. Wen Yuren was also aware of the fleet situation and began issuing orders to his 3-star fleets. The originally scattered Imperial warships gradually regrouped to maintain formation. Commander, there SA communication requests from the commanders of the 3rd and 4th-star fleets. Should we connect? The communications officer suddenly said to Wen Yuren. Connect them. Wen Yuren nodded, knowing that the 2 fleet commanders were likely seeking orders for their next actions. There were only 3 fleets providing support this time. He had arranged the 7-star fleet to guard Yanlan Star to prevent the Wild Sky from launching a feint. 2 screens popped up, revealing Wen Rong and Major General Ning. Commander, what is our next objective? Please advise. Both men saluted Wen Yuren simultaneously. You will lead your respective fleets to the nearest Imperial Defense Base Station for rest and resupply and await new orders, Wen Yuren commanded. Understood. The 2 men saluted solemnly again, and the communication screens were soon disconnected. Wen Yuren then turned to his flagship captain, Colonel Chen. Later, you will also lead the 2nd Star Fleet to the nearest defense space station for resupply. I estimate I will need to make a trip to Baimong Star. Wen Yuren informed Captain Chen. Yes, Colonel Chen saluted Wen Yuren before taking over the command position that Wen Yuren vacated. Commander, are you worried about being held accountable by the prince? The chief of staff noticed the gloom on Wen Yuren's face and spoke up. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuren couldn't help but sigh. His Highness has never wanted me to command troops. Now that such a significant breach has occurred, I can hardly escape blame. This trip to Baimong Star is unavoidable. However, I should be able to handle it. You all focus on your work. Don't worry about me. Wen Yuren said to the chief of staff of the 2nd Star Fleet. Understood. The chief of staff stood at attention and saluted Wen Yuren. Wen Yuren said no more and quickly left the bridge with his security team. His watch had already received an Imperial edict. Baimong Star, Imperial Council Chamber. Major General Wang Zhong strode in, and the Imperial dignitaries were already waiting for him. Of course, there was also the young Emperor Zhu Runhe, sprawled out on the wide throne, fast asleep, and the grim-faced Prince Zhu Xianda. Your Majesty, Your Highness, and esteemed ministers. Major General Wang Zhong saluted everyone. Even though it was an imperial state, the custom of kneeling had been discarded, and only basic etiquette was required. Please take a seat, Major General Wang. Zhu Xianda gestured to an empty seat. Wang Zhong noticed another vacant position, likely reserved for Wen Yuren. Not long after, Wen Yuren strode in, following a similar process to Wang Zhong, and took the last empty seat. The purpose of this gathering was to discuss the recent Wild Sky cult's raid on the Central Star Domain. I would like to ask on behalf of His Majesty, is the capital star of the Empire still safe? Zhu Xianda directly addressed the most alarming issue, initially in a calm tone. However, as he reached the last sentence, he slammed his hand on the table, the loud sound echoing in the council chamber, even startling the young emperor, who had been blissfully blowing bubbles, awake. "Wah, nurse, I'm scared." The young emperor began to cry. The nurse rushed over to comfort him, while various dignitaries looked at the crying emperor with varying expressions. Zhu Xianda's expression darkened. The interruption caused by the young emperor significantly diminished his earlier momentum. All right, Major General Wang, you first. What happened with your 1st Star Fleet? How could you not defeat those cultists in a frontal battle? Are you all just slacking off? Where has the once elite 1st Star Fleet of the Empire gone? You're being paid the highest salaries and provided with the best equipment. Is this how you repay the Empire? How do you repay His Majesty? Zhu Xianda's questions regained their previous fierce tone, pressing Wang Zhong into silence, who stammered for a long time, without providing a satisfactory explanation. Now, I propose an impeachment motion to remove Major General Wang Zhong from his position and demote him. Zhu Xianda raised his hand high, signaling the first vote. The other dignitaries exchanged glances, hesitating to cast a second vote, fearing that doing so would bring Wang Zhong's resentment upon them. Suddenly, Wen Yuan raised his hand. 2 votes. Zhu Xianda was somewhat surprised, but quickly responded. As long as we have 10 votes, Major General Wang Zhong will be expelled from the core circle of the empire. With Wen Yuan's hand raised, the other dignitaries, seeing someone take the lead, no longer hesitated and raised their hands one after another. If the Wild Sky fleet truly invaded by Mongstar, it would be a devastating blow for those whose families resided there. This was absolutely intolerable. Someone had to take the blame. Very well. Guards, take this former Major General away. Zhu Xianda, seeing the unanimous agreement, nodded in satisfaction. Major General Wang Zhong, his face ashen, was escorted out. The good news was that he had saved his life. Zhu Xianda did not wish for his death. The bad news was that he would never have another chance to enter the core circle of the empire. So, let's talk about why the main fleet of the Desolate Sky sect appears on the outskirts of the imperial capital star. Zhu turned to Wen Yuan. The recent General Wang was just an appetizer, a warning to others. Now comes the real main course. Chapter 50. Exceptional promotion. The entire Imperial Council chamber fell silent again. Everyone's gaze turned in unison towards Wen Yuan. However, Wen Yuan was not in a hurry to speak, even ignoring the looks from others. He took out a pack of cigarettes and lit one in front of everyone, as if no one else was present. After taking a calm puff, he looked at the others with a face full of surprise. Why is no one speaking? Wen Yuan seemed oblivious to the fact that he was at the center of the storm, retorting to the others. General Wang, as the commander responsible for hunting down the cult of the Wild Sky, you should at least have an explanation, right? Zhu appeared extremely angry at Wen Yuan's attitude. Your Highness, what explanation could I possibly have? General Wang is responsible for the defense perimeter of the capital. Yet the cult of the Wild Sky was able to breach the 008 sanitation space station. This is already a serious failure. I've been diligently hunting down the remnants of the cult in the Shadow Cloud Star Domain for the Empire to reclaim lost territory. Does Your Highness think I did something wrong? That I failed to stop the main force of the cult from advancing north? Wen Yuan continued to retort, his words becoming increasingly harsh and confrontational. Zhu momentarily calmed down. He was not a fool and quickly understood the source of Wen Yuan's confidence. Wen Yuan's loyal fleet, the 2nd and 3rd Star fleets, was nearby White Mang Star, ready to come to his aid at any moment. Realizing this, Zhu felt a bit helpless. His previous intimidation had clearly failed. Wen Yuan was not intimidated by him. Seeing Wen Yuan's defiance, Zhu had no good countermeasures. The 1st Star Fleet was in disarray. The 4th Star Fleet's stance was uncertain, and the 7th, 10th, and 11th Star Fleets were all in worse condition. He had quite a few reserve Star Fleet personnel, but none of them were capable generals. Zhu looked enviously at Wen Yuan. His 2 loyal Star Fleets had plenty of capable, high-ranking officers, but none belonged to the Empire or to him. Ahem, Your Highness, General Wang, I think we should stop the blame game here. This incident is primarily due to General Wang's dereliction of duty, and he has already been punished. We should discuss the merits of those who contributed to this battle. A minister proactively tried to smooth things over. If Zhu and Wen Yuan were to directly tear into each other, it would not be good for White Mang Star, which could not withstand more turmoil. Indeed, Wen Yuan acknowledged, nodding in agreement. He then extinguished his lit cigarette. Everyone, I happen to have a promotion list. Please take a look, Your Highness and esteemed ministers. Wen Yuan sent the data to everyone through his wristwatch. They quickly reviewed the battle recap, noting one individual's outstanding contribution. From discovering the main force of the cult to making a desperate effort to prevent the cult's army from breaking through the 012 sanitation space station. He played a crucial role in successfully delaying the situation until 3 Star fleets could return and relieve the crisis at White Mang Star. This individual was Lieutenant Lin Nian. If the cult had successfully breached the 012 sanitation space station, given the urgency of the situation at that time, it was not hard to imagine the outcome. The entire White Mang Star would likely have been ravaged by the cult before they left, which was absolutely unacceptable for the Empire. I propose promoting Lieutenant Lin Nian to Major and appointing him as the captain of the 3rd Starfleet Ship 378, when Yurin personally recommended Lin Nian. Zhu did not rush to speak, but glared fiercely at the previously talkative minister. He had not yet dealt with Wen Yurin, yet now he was to promote Wen Yurin's subordinate? Your Highness, clear rewards and punishments are the right principle. This allows generals to better serve the Empire with loyalty. The minister quickly chimed in, and Zhu was momentarily stunned before suddenly realizing the minister's implicit meaning. Serving the Empire with loyalty did not mean serving Wen Yurin. What he lacked now was not soldiers, but generals. Zhu quickly looked over the list again, focusing on Lin Nian. Clearly, Wen Yurin had a number of good generals. As for the old generals, Zhu knew he could not recruit them. But Lin Nian was different. He was a rising young general and might be someone he could cultivate under the Empire's banner. However, when Zhu saw Lin Nian's rapid promotions in rank and position, he was taken aback. Lin Nian came from a humble background and had performed brilliantly, achieving continuous victories against the cult. He was like a specialized weapon against the cult. Yet, Lin Nian's identity was very ordinary. Just a few months ago, he was still at the bottom. Wen Yurin might not have had time to build a relationship with Lin Nian, but perhaps now there was an opportunity for mutual benefit. What if he acted on behalf of the Emperor? Moreover, Wen Yurin was indeed not suitable to lead troops anymore. He had previously done so out of necessity, as he did not have a suitable candidate to deal with Han Tianzhu. But now it was no longer needed. They could let Lin Nian try it out. If Lin Nian truly had command talent and succeeded, they could bypass Wen Yurin and promote Lin Nian directly, ensuring his loyalty to the Empire rather than to Wen Yurin. Zhu's eyes gleamed with insight. When Wen Yurin submitted the list, he likely had not considered this layer. Well, that's a good point. I approve of this list, General Wang. Does anyone have any objections? Zhu changed his previously aggressive demeanor and displayed a very magnanimous appearance. When Yurin frowned, Zhu's overly agreeable response made him feel something was off. Zhu was not known for being generous. Especially regarding this Lin Nian, such an outstanding talent. Why is he only promoted to Major? Let's promote him directly to Lieutenant Colonel. Just in time, General Wang and those senior officers of the 1st Starfleet have all been dismissed. Let's appoint him as the acting commander of the 1st Starfleet to continue the hunt for Han Tianzhu. Let the useless members of the 1st Starfleet see some action, so they don't become like domesticated pigs. Zhu took a breath and elevated Lin Nian to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, planning to hand over the 1st Starfleet to him. This fleet had already been demoralized, and Lin Nian could lead them to eradicate Han Tianzhu and restore their morale, which would be beneficial for the Empire. If he could not succeed, it would provide a reason to eliminate Wen Yurin's promising talent. Your Highness, absolutely not. Lin Nian lacks experience and is far from ready to command a Starfleet. This is pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It is detrimental to the Empire and to His Majesty. Wen Yurin quickly reacted. Zhu was clearly planning to transfer Lin Nian away from him. Whether it was to eliminate Lin Nian or to have Lin Nian leave him, it was a situation Zhu was eager to see. Let's vote. Anyone who agrees with my proposal, please raise your hand. One vote. Zhu raised his hand high. The other ministers looked around, realizing that they indeed could not let Wen Yurin go out again. Since Lin Nian has an impressive record against the Huangtian sect, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll talk about it later. Soon, Zhu had gathered the 10 votes he needed. All right, I announce the exceptional promotion of Lin Nian to the rank of Major and appoint him as the acting commander of the 1st Starfleet, with his ship number 378 as the new flagship of the 1st Starfleet. Continue the pursuit of Han Tianzhu, Zhu announced loudly. He had his own hidden agenda. He was reluctant to give up the flagship of the 1st Starfleet. That super-large warship was the most powerful battleship in the Empire. Chapter 51, The Request of Wen Yurin 007 Sanitation Space Station. Imperial 3rd Starfleet Homeport. Lin Nian was invited to the flagship where Wen Rome was located. Wen Huaiyun was still by his side. The two remained silent along the way. Lin Nian was still thinking about his operations on the battleship number 378. He knew very well that he hadn't performed well during the major battle against the cult of the Wild Heaven. After all, it was his first time commanding such a large warship. Moreover, the female voice in his mind provided no hints at all. It was as if it implied that that battle was absolutely safe for him, and there was no need for any suggestions. The subsequent developments indeed confirmed this. After Han Tianzhu saw the main force of the Imperial fleet come to the rescue, he immediately fled. The Imperial fleet left only a small number of Wild Heaven warships behind. He couldn't claim any credit for that. Sir, when Lin Nian arrived at Wenrong's office, the guards outside saluted both him and Wen Huaiyun in unison. Is Major General Wen inside? Lin Nian returned the salute. Yes, Major General Wen has been waiting for you. Please come in. A guard actively opened the hatch for Lin Nian. As he stepped forward, he noticed that Wen Huaiyun beside him did not move and remained standing outside. Captain, I won't go in. Wen Huaiyun shook her head. Lin Nian nodded and said nothing more, stepping into Wenrong's office. The last time he came in was when he was promoted outside the usual criteria, a key moment that changed his life. If he hadn't become a second lieutenant, he wouldn't have had the chance to be promoted to captain and then to major. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Wenrong was his benefactor. Lin Nian, it's finally good to see you. Wenrong had been waiting inside for Lin Nian. Upon seeing him, he broke into a brilliant smile and immediately approached him. Hello, sir. Lin Nian immediately stood at attention and saluted Wenrong. Wenrong could act freely, but he could not. All right, no need for formalities. We're not that far apart in age. I'm just a few years older than you. Let's interact as peers. Wenrong waved his hand to Lin Nian. He already knew that his father was going to recommend Lin Nian to the Empire. Lin Nian's promotion to major was a done deal. Now was a good time to win Lin Nian over and strengthen their relationship. Moreover, Wenrong was the most aware of Lin Nian's achievements along the way. Every time he reviewed Lin Nian's after-action reports, he felt a sense of admiration. If he were in Lin Nian's position, he might not have done better than Lin Nian, especially considering the task he had given to stop the cult of the Wild Heaven fleet at all costs. From today's perspective, it was essentially no different from suicide. But Lin Nian managed to catch Han Tianzhu's true form and seize what might have been the only opportunity to win in a situation with a minuscule probability of success. He successfully crushed the cult of the Wild Heaven siege on Sanitation Satellite 012. If that move had failed, both he and his father would have borne great sins. Yes, sir. Lin Nian did not refute and continued to treat Wenrong with the demeanor of addressing a superior. Wenrong patted his shoulder to help him relax. All right, don't be too stiff. I have quite a few combat questions to ask you. Wenrong turned to get a drink, intending to have a good talk with Lin Nian about how he discovered Han Tianzhu's location. Just then, a communication hologram suddenly popped up in Wenrong's office and automatically connected. Wen Yuan's face appeared on the hologram. Greetings, sir. Lin Nian was taken aback and immediately saluted. Father? Greetings, sir. Wenrong instinctively greeted, but was quickly silenced by Wen Yuan's glare, realizing his mistake. Just right. Lin Nian, your performance in the battle against the cult of the Wild Heaven was exceptionally outstanding. Your merits have been recognized by His Majesty and have been formally approved in the Imperial Assembly. You are officially promoted to Lieutenant Colonel and appointed as the acting commander of the reorganized 1st Starfleet, fully responsible for pursuing Han Tianzhu of the cult of the Wild Heaven. You will depart in one day. Wen Yuan's expression was serious, but the content of his words made Lin Nian tremble all over. He was prepared for his promotion to major, but now being directly promoted to lieutenant colonel and appointed as the highest commander of Starfleet, he was completely unprepared. This was not in line with normal procedures and was not a standard promotion. On the surface, it seemed like a good thing, but Lin Nian had experienced an irregular promotion before. The people around him might not welcome someone like him, making it easy to attract jealousy and targeting. Lin Nian? Wen Yuan rarely saw Lin Nian in a daze and couldn't help but call out. I thank His Majesty for valuing me. Thank the Empire for its cultivation. Thank you, sir, for the recommendation. I will repay all of this with my life. Lin Nian quickly regained his senses and immediately performed the highest form of salute, striking his right hand heavily against his left shoulder. The meaning of this action was straightforward, signifying loyalty until death. Lin Nian, there are no outsiders here. Let me give you a heads up. This is not a good thing. Wen Yuan's serious expression softened a bit, and his tone became more familiar. He had been caught off guard by Zhu Xin this time. After all, he had never been very sensitive to politics. A promising new warrior like Lin Nian could be promoted, but it had to be done with restraint. They also needed to build relationships beforehand. As when Yuren spoke, he observed Lin Nian's reaction. "Thank you for your concern, sir. What should I do?" Lin Nian's mind raced, and in the end, he could only respond with those few words. He had no experience dealing with an imperial lieutenant general, so he chose to pass the buck back. He came from one of Rong's subordinates, and the one family's mark would not be easily erased. Looking at the appointment now, it was equivalent to directly airdropping him into the First Starfleet to become the highest commander. Such an appointment was completely irrational. This matter, in a sense, is because of me. I implicated you. It belongs to high-level struggles. Vin Yuan sighed. However, it's not entirely a bad thing. It's a major crisis for you. But where there is danger, there is opportunity. The First Starfleet is currently in severe disarray. The original high-level leadership has been entirely purged, and the soldiers at the bottom lack morale. Some want to use the cult of the Wild Heaven to wash away the entire First Starfleet. When Yuren also only figured out Zhu Xinda's intentions afterward. General Wang represented the interests of some people. Lin Nian had also become a victim of this purging operation. Zhu Xinda intended to kill two birds with one stone. If you can revive the morale of this fleet, defeat the main force of the cult of the Wild Heaven on the battlefield, and kill Han Tianzhu, I guarantee you will become a new imperial warrior, no longer leading a star fleet in an acting capacity. When Yuren made a request to Lin Nian, compared to Zhu Xinda's task of defeating Han Tianzhu, his request took it a step further. It was necessary to kill Han Tianzhu, requiring Lin Nian to do even better than before. By then, Lin Nian could not only shed the acting title, but when Yuren could also extend his influence into the First Starfleet through Lin Nian, directly reversing Zhu Xinda's arrangements. The three most critical star fleets in the Empire would then be in his hands. Let him gain more power. The only question is whether Lin Nian can meet his demands. Han Tianzhu is an old rival of Wen Yuren. Don't be fooled by his seemingly unremarkable demeanor. The fact that he could stir up such a storm amidst multiple encirclements by the Empire demonstrates his strength. Chapter 52, Meeting Family, Killing Han Tianzhu. Lin Nian clearly heard the key mission. That's right. You must accomplish this task. The position of school officer is not something just anyone can hold. When Yuren's expression was serious, with an implicit meaning in his words. Failing to complete, it would not lead to good outcomes. Lin Nian fully understood the situation. The path before him had essentially narrowed down to two options. Either move forward or face punishment and dismissal. His rapid promotion was undeniable, but the risks behind it were equally significant. The position he was about to take on was inherently risky. Various undercurrents were at play here. The lieutenant colonel rank given to him was merely to qualify him for this position, to bear the consequences, nothing more. A person like him, with no background, was simply the perfect scapegoat. "Chief, I will not let you down." Lin Nian immediately stood up straight and said loudly. Faced with such a situation, what could he do? He could only fight desperately for survival. Fortunately, he also had a trump card that no one knew about. For Lin Nian, this crisis might not be his opportunity. After all, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Very good. This is the kind of momentum we want. Lin Nian, you go prepare. When Yuren praised. By the way, you will still use your ship 378 as the flagship. You need not worry about not being listened to. When Yuren suddenly added to Lin Nian. Yes. Lin Nian saluted again. However, Wen Yuren's last sentence made Lin Nian unable to help but mutter. It can't be that only the people from ship 378 will listen to him. Lin Nian flashed this thought and quickly left Wen Rong's office. He glanced at his watch and found that his rank and position had been updated. He was officially changed to lieutenant colonel and acting commander of the 1st Interstellar Fleet. Looking at this forced appointment, Lin Nian felt uneasy. Was he really stuck with the word acting? Why was he always in an acting position? This time it wasn't like when he was the captain of the 10th Mobile Combat Team, with high rank but low position. Instead, it was clearly a low rank with a high position. Lin Nian could already imagine what kind of treatment he would face in the 1st Interstellar Fleet. Those people might not be willing to listen to him. "Commander, this is your new shoulder insignia." At this moment, Wen Huaiyun stepped forward and voluntarily presented Lin Nian with a shoulder insignia, also changing how she addressed him. "You found out so quickly?" Lin Nian took the insignia and changed it for himself. Usually, such a change of shoulder insignia is done by a superior to a subordinate. But now it was when Huayun handing it to him, showing how superficial his lieutenant colonel rank was. Yes, I just received the relevant notification. My rank has been promoted to major, and I have been officially transferred to your command as your chief of staff. When Huayun saluted Lin Nian voluntarily, her eyes showing helplessness, she was bound to Lin Nian's side. Compared to Wenrong, Lin Nian was clearly not as good. Of course, it wasn't that Lin Nian had personal capability issues, but rather background issues. Wenrong had a lieutenant general father, while Lin Nian did not have such a background. In terms of personal strength, when Huayun still had great confidence in Lin Nian. All right, we have one day to prepare. Just right. I want to go home and take a look. Lin Nian nodded. When Huayun was also an old acquaintance. As long as she didn't encroach on his battlefield command. Lin Nian didn't mind her being his chief of staff. Commander, I have arranged everything for you in advance. Your family has already been brought to the 007 sanitation space station. Your mother is receiving the best treatment at the local military hospital. When Huayun said to Lin Nian with a serious expression, "Wait, why are you still taking care of my personal matters? When did this happen? You actually brought them all here? You didn't even ask me?" After Lin Nian was surprised, he became very angry. His family had been suddenly brought here without his consent. How dare when Huayun act on her own? Who gave her the power? Commander, it was Lieutenant General one who asked me to do this. He hopes you can focus on your mission. When Huayun had a helpless look on her face, she was also forced to do this. Lin Nian fell silent instantly. He immediately understood why. When Yurin did this to have leverage over him, he took a deep breath. The previous goodwill he had towards when Yurin vanished in an instant. When Yurin didn't truly believe in him. Let us go. Take me to see my family. Lin Nian did not show too much emotion. He glanced at the corridor not far away. The two guards were still stationed at the door of Wenrong's office. He said to Huayun beside him, "Yes." When Huayun nodded. In the Yingyun Star region, on the outskirts of Hongzhou Star, the main fleet of the Huan Tian sect was stationed here. After going in circles, Han Tianzhu returned here. To shake off the pursuit of the Imperial fleet, the Chief of Staff initiated a jump transmission. The Imperial pursuit fleet did not dare to follow. If they dared to come, the Chief of Staff wouldn't mind waiting here. One shot, one kill. As the jump transmission gate status disappeared, the Chief of Staff immediately ordered the fleet to land on Hongzhou Star to plunder the fuel resources there. This was the initiative gained by trading the jump skill. At this moment, it was impossible for another Lin Nian to emerge on Hongzhou Star. The Chief of Staff was very assured, boldly allowing the fleet to stay here for a short rest. Chief of Staff, what should we do next? Han Tianzhu started to consult his Chief of Staff again. Secmaster, let us plunder resources here as much as possible. When Yurin is unlikely to come after us immediately. After days of battle, the subordinates need to rest. The Chief of Staff shook his head. They had encountered quite a few thrilling moments along the way. Once they almost got taken out by Lin Nian, the punches had already been thrown. Now it was time to gather strength. Forcefully striking again would only be weak. It would be better to pull back first and wait for the right moment to deliver a swift strike. All right. Han Tianzhu nodded in agreement upon hearing the Chief of Staff's words. He also planned to take a few days off. This plunder was extremely successful. The team had nearly doubled in size and suffered minimal losses. Aside from taking a bit of a beating from Lin Nian, Han Tianzhu was very satisfied with the overall situation. In a military hospital room at the 007 sanitation space station, Lin Nian met his mother, Ning Xiaomon, and his half-brother, Lin Feng. "Mom," Lin Nian called softly. Ning Xiaomon was originally sitting on the hospital bed, allowing Lin Feng to feed her liquid food spoon by spoon. Suddenly hearing Lin Nian's call, she stiffened all over, looking in disbelief at the direction of Lin Nian's voice. "Brother." Lin Feng also immediately noticed Lin Nian, quickly putting down the bowl in his hand, looking at Lin Nian with surprise. Lin Nian nodded at them. A strong emotion surged in his heart. He quickly walked to where Lin Feng had been sitting. Getting closer to see his mother, "Little Nian, it's good that you are back. It's good that you are alive." Ning Xiaomon's eyes gradually turned red, choking up several times. On the other side, Lin Feng had red eyes. They only learned afterwards that they could not stop Lin Nian from choosing to join the most dangerous line fillers. I'm back," Lin Nian said, nodding seriously. At this moment, outside the ward, When Huayun silently watched this warm scene, she suddenly called over a soldier and whispered a few instructions. Chapter 53 Meeting with the main force of the 1st Interstellar Fleet one day later. Empire Battleship Number 378. Lin Nian stepped onto the bridge. When Huayun, Liao Fan, and Chun Xiao were all waiting for him. Huayun, needless to say, was the Chief of Staff of Battleship Number 378, holding the rank of Major. Liao Fan was the commander of the Marine Brigade on Battleship Number 378, holding the rank of Captain. Chun Xiao, the captain of the Mobile Combat Squad of the filling troops on Battleship Number 378, held the rank of Lieutenant. He had once blocked an assault by the filling troops of the Wild Heaven Church against Battleship Number 1455, which was considered an outstanding achievement. He was also one of the 9 survivors from Qianxian Star. Lin Nian took Qin Zhao's hand. After all, this person was quick-witted and had good strength. These 3 were the core figures of his current team. All other crew members from Battleship No. 1455 were also promoted by 1 rank and joined him on this large battleship number 378. Other vacant positions were filled with new recruits. The original members of Battleship No. 1455 served as the skeleton, while the new recruits provided the flesh and blood, completing the new ship as composition. It could be said that Lin Nian had complete control over this large Imperial battleship. He was the absolute leader of this large battleship. Attention! The 3,000 people in the bridge stood up and saluted sharply as soon as they saw Lin Nian enter. Although Lin Nian was only the acting commander, everyone here had already regarded him as the official commander. The reason was simple. They had witnessed Lin Nian's strength firsthand. Good. Return to your positions. Lin Nian arrived at the command position on the 2nd floor and returned their salute while requesting everyone to return to their posts. Preparing to leave the 007 Sanitation Space Station and meet with the main force of the 1st Interstellar Fleet. Lin Nian then issued his first order. Yes. Everyone responded in unison and immediately began to get busy. Commander, we have received a mission directive from the Central Command. We are required to launch a pursuit against the leader of the Wild Heaven Church, Han Tianzhu, starting immediately. The rebellion of the Wild Heaven Church within the Empire must be quelled within 6 months. When Huayun proactively handed Lin Nian an electronic board, his tone serious. Lin Nian quickly scanned the orders on the board. The Central Command's orders had a time limit. If Lin Nian failed to meet this requirement, the end of the 6-month period would be his day of reckoning. Originally, Lin Nian thought that with his promotion, he would no longer have to be ready to face life and death like a filling soldier at any moment. But after seeing this order, Lin Nian realized that the life and death challenges he had to face in a high position were even more terrifying. On the battlefield, he only needed to deal with enemy attacks. But here, he also needed to guard against malice from all sides. The life and death trials brought by this position would still not be diminished in the slightest. It could even endanger his family. Lin Nian took a deep breath to calm the turmoil in his heart. I understand. Chief of Staff 1, prepare the current intelligence on the main fleet of the Wild Heaven Church for me immediately. Lin Nian handed the electronic board in his hand to Wen Huayun. Yes. Wen Huayun saluted and immediately got busy. Report, Commander. We are departing. The liaison officer shouted to Lin Nian from the 1st floor. Good. Broadcast to the entire ship. Lin Nian nodded and took his seat at his command position. In space, a huge gate began to rise from the belly of the 007 Sanitation Space Station. It seemed that battleship number 378, which didn't look very large, was slowly departing through it, gradually entering space. Outside the 007 Sanitation Space Station, a fleet of hundreds of warships was waiting for the flagship, battleship number 378, to rendezvous. At this time, in a secure communication channel within the 1st Interstellar Fleet, the captains of 10 large warships of the 1st Interstellar Fleet were chatting. What does everyone think of this acting commander Lin Nian? One voice spoke first. I remained skeptical. Another voice replied, but very briefly. If Yuan can't do it, how can we? And they parachuted this newly promoted lieutenant colonel to be our fleet's acting commander. Who knows what level this person is at? It's obvious that we can't possibly carry out the mission to eliminate Han Tianzhu. The Central Command wants us dead because we are all loyal to General Wang. A third voice roared. All right, Colonel Zhou, Please maintain basic respect for the acting commander. Colonel Lin is already our fleet's commander. Even if he is only an acting commander now, he is still our highest commander," came a calm and mature voice. All right. Just don't be so hasty, Colonel Mo. He took the position that was supposed to be yours. And you're not even a bit angry? Forget it. The 378th battleship has rendezvoused. Let's stop chatting. See you on the public frequency. Colonel Zhou exited the channel. Soon, the 10 large warship captains withdrew from this internal private channel. Inside the bridge of battleship number 378, Lin Nian had just released himself from the command position. Taking advantage of the time before departure, he quickly reviewed the intelligence on the Wild Heaven Church fleet. Han Tianzhu was currently near Hongzhou Star and should not have gone far. It was highly likely that he was plundering resources from nearby resource stars to replenish his fleet. The previous battle with Wen Yurin on the outskirts of Bema Star must have consumed a lot of resources. Lin Nian planned to initiate a fleet jump directly to the vicinity of the Wild Heaven Church fleet. Since the Central Command had time constraints on him, Lin Nian did not intend to engage in any pretense. He planned to launch an attack on the Wild Heaven Church directly. Of course, he still needed to consult with his 10 new subordinates first. The captains of the 10 large warships of the First Interstellar Fleet were essentially his subordinates. If they collectively opposed him, it would make it impossible for him to execute his orders, and they could even undermine his position as the acting fleet commander. Just like before with the 10th Mobile Team on battleship number 1455. The only power Lin Nian could currently control was this battleship number 378 beneath his feet. Liaison officer, immediately connect me to those 10 captains. Lin Nian issued his command. Yes, sir. The liaison officer immediately set to work. Before long, 10 screens popped up simultaneously, displaying half-length images of 10 individuals, some young and some mature. We greet the acting commander. They all saluted Lin Nian in unison. Lin Nian returned their salute. He didn't waste time and immediately presented his previous thoughts. Acting commander, I oppose. Colonel Zhou was the first to speak up. We have seen the cunning of the Wild Heaven Church. Jumping directly to the vicinity of Hongzhou Star could very likely get us ambushed by the enemy. It would be better to conduct a long-distance interstellar voyage. After all, the Yingyan Star region's northeast area is not far from us. Colonel Zhou proposed a relatively safe plan. Lin Nian remained silent. As expected, after he parachuted into the First Interstellar Fleet, the people below would not easily comply with his orders. Lin Nian glanced at the screen of the speaker. There was a specific identification. He could see the person's name and rank. Captain Zhou Kajin, rank of Lieutenant Colonel. No, I support the acting commander's orders. I would like to remind everyone that the command from the Central Command is to pacify the Wild Heaven sect within 6 months. We actually don't have time to slowly make our way to the Shadow Cloud star domain. At this moment, Colonel Mo interrupted and directly refuted Zhou Kajin's proposal. Chapter 54. Initiating the jump, I agree with Captain Mo. No, I want to side with Captain Zhou. 10 captains were engaged in a heated discussion in front of Lin Nian. In the end, the vote was 6-4. 6 captains chose to stand by Lin Nian's side. This surprised Lin Nian somewhat. Perhaps there were other reasons that led them to choose his plan. In the conversations among these captains, Lin Nian heard a key term, time. Soon, the discussion concluded. All 10 captains turned to Lin Nian. Since that's the case, order. Prepare to jump. Lin Nian issued the command sternly. Yes. The 10 captains saluted Lin Nian in unison. The light curtain disappeared. The operator immediately notified the 007 Sanitation Space Station to open the jump space. The jump coordinates were set to a unit distance outside the Hongzhou Star region. The entire ship sounded the red alert. Combat team members immediately took their positions. Lin Nian ordered the crew beside him. Liao Fan and Chun Xiao exchanged glances, intending to leave the bridge room immediately. They were both part of the combat unit on the warship. Commander, we're heading to our posts as well. Liao Fan and Chun Xiao saluted in unison. Next to them was an Air Force Regiment commander, primarily responsible for the interstellar fighter units, and also a new lieutenant who had just joined Lin Nian's warship. His name was Zhu Tsunshin. Acting commander, I also need to prepare. Zhu Tsunshin spoke up, taking a step forward. He had been very low-key in Lin Nian's new circle until now. All right, You can go. Lin Nian nodded. The three of them quickly left the bridge room, heading straight for their respective units. Report. The 007 sanitation station is opening the jump for us. The jump space is being generated. The liaison officer shouted to Lin Nian. Lin Nian immediately looked up and saw two massive energy devices pop up from the 007 sanitation space station, shooting out red and blue beams of light. The two colors mixed at a certain focal point, gradually unfolding a space in front of the first interstellar fleet. This was the first time Lin Nian faced such a magnificent scene. Unfortunately, his ship, the number 378, was merely a large warship and did not have the capability to initiate a jump. Only the Empire's super-large warships and sanitation space stations had the ability to initiate a jump. Now, to reach Hangzhou Star, he could only rely on the nearby 007 sanitation space station for assistance. The jump space has been formed. We are about to cross. The liaison officer continued to shout. Lin Nian silently gazed at the starry sky ahead. This time, he had to eliminate Han Tianzhu. Lin Nian instinctively clenched his fists. He thought of his family. They should not have been involved. In the outer space of Hangzhou Star, a large number of transport spaceships were shuttling between the planet's surface and the space battleships, continuously supplying resources to the Han Tian sect fleet. Chief of Staff, it should be about time, right? Han Tianzhu felt inexplicably anxious, as if being targeted by his nemesis. Strangely, Han Tianzhu thought of Lin Nian again. Master, please be patient. We still need a little more time to replenish our stock. It's rare to have this opportunity to exploit this resource star. If we don't complete the replenishment now, it will be much harder to obtain such cost-free resources in the future. The Chief of Staff persuaded Han Tianzhu again. Resource extraction is not as simple as just throwing a set of equipment on a planet to obtain materials. The process is very complex. But the resource stars already explored by the Empire are different. They have basically built the framework and are just waiting for the ground extraction equipment to be activated. That is why he wanted to stop Han Tianzhu on Huangyan Star, instead of dropping large-scale lethal weapons there. If the ground mining equipment were destroyed, it would become very difficult for them to extract and plunder resources like this in the future. After all, he wasn't sure when he would come back here again. Report. A jump energy fluctuation has been detected at a unit distance away. Suddenly, a crew member rushed to the two in front of them, shouting loudly. Both Han Tianzhu and the Chief of Staff were taken aback. The Imperial fleet is coming. The Chief of Staff immediately reacted. Quickly, order all collection battleships to cease all extraction activities. Return to the main fleet immediately. This is an order. The Chief of Staff commanded the crew member loudly. Yes. The crew member saluted and hurried away. Chief of Staff, the Imperial fleet has come too quickly, hasn't it? We haven't rested long. Could it be when you're in again? Han Tianzhu said with a bitter face. Previously, he trusted his Chief of Staff's words and directly launched a surprise attack on the Central Star region, resulting in what seemed like poking a hornet's nest. The Empire appeared to be enraged, wanting to eliminate them. No, it shouldn't be. According to Yin Wen's statement, there is internal strife within the Empire's higher-ups. It's unlikely they would let Wen Yuan fight again. The Chief of Staff had learned a lot about internal affairs within the Empire through General Lin Nian. Wen Yuan's ambitions were basically written all over his face. Those people in the Empire would not allow Wen Yuan to gain too much power. So what should we do? Fight or run? Han Tianzhu felt a headache at this question, just wanting his Chief of Staff to give a definite direction. Liaison Officer, tell me how long the jump will last. The Chief of Staff immediately inquired about what he wanted to know. Report, Chief of Staff. The estimated duration is between 30 and 45 minutes, the liaison officer said loudly. Very good. Upon hearing this duration, the Chief of Staff immediately understood. Chief of Staff, what is going on? Han Tianzhu felt confused. Master, with such a duration, only an interstellar fleet can jump. Since the other side is so bold, why don't we counterattack them? A confident smile appeared on the Chief of Staff's face. Having previously defeated 2 Imperial interstellar fleets head-on gave him great confidence. Now that the enemy was only sending 1 interstellar fleet and dared to jump so close, they were clearly underestimating them. So that means we fight? Han Tianzhu finally understood the situation. Yes, the advantage is on my side. Master, please give the order. The Chief of Staff was filled with confidence, eagerly requesting Han Tianzhu to issue the final command. Han Tianzhu had been anxious before, but seeing his chief of staff so confident, he also became bold, standing up and waving his hand vigorously to the crew. Order. The entire army advance. Target. Eliminate the Imperial invading fleet. After Han Tianzhu finished speaking, the crew in the bridge room sprang into action. In space, a large number of Hantian warships began to gather. The warships turned in unison, accelerating toward the location where the jump energy appeared. The massive fleet looked imposing. For the Hantian sect, this was their confidence in confronting the Imperial fleet head-on. In the jump space, the Empire's number 378 warship was the first to complete the crossing, followed by the Empire's first interstellar fleet. In the number 378 bridge room, Lin Nian was still unable to thoroughly examine the wonders of the jump space when a familiar female voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Enemy key battleship detected. Target has been marked. Destroying it can increase current survival chances. Chapter 55, Absolute Command to Battle. A large number of highlighted points continuously appeared in his eyes. But there was still a distance to cover. Report. A large number of ship's silhouettes detected. Sir, what should we do? The liaison officer rushed over. He was a newcomer, facing such a scene for the first time, and his expression was a bit flustered. Don't panic. Operator, immediately contact the captains of the large warships. Lin Nian reassured the liaison officer. He then instructed the crew on the first floor. Sir, we are connected. This crew member had previously served on the warship number 1455. Compared to the unsettled liaison officer, he appeared very composed. A portion of the panicked, new crew members gradually calmed down under the influence of the veteran from Warship No. 1455. Chief of Staff 1. I need you to do something immediately. Lin Nian spoke rapidly, pulling up a light curtain that displayed a magnified view of the enemy ships. A large number of abnormal weather warships were marked by him. Lin Nian began to frame out the highlighted points he saw one by one. Commander, what is it? Please instruct us. When Huayan stood up and saluted, asking Lin Nian. She had a tacit understanding with Lin Nian not to participate in his on-site command. I recognize some of these warships. You lead your subordinates and immediately investigate and verify the reports of past battles. Lin Nian threw out a large number of screenshots of warships in an instant. Each warship had clear identification points. The other members of the staff turned to Lin Nian upon hearing this order. They had never seen someone use the staff as clerk for data checks. Typically, weren't they supposed to provide strategies? Yes, Commander. When Huayan did not hesitate at all, her role was to scout the terrain and provide Lin Nian with the necessary data. Everyone get moving. When Huayan shouted at the other staff members. Seeing their chief of staff act this way, the staff had no choice but to comply with the orders. On the other side, almost simultaneously, 10 light curtains popped up. 10 captains appeared in front of Lin Nian. Greetings, Acting Commander. The 10 saluted Lin Nian. The enemy is rushing towards us. Acting Commander, what is your plan? Fight or retreat? Colonel Mo was the first to speak, his expression serious. The next command from Lin Nian would determine their obedience to him. From Lin Nian's relatively calm expression, it was clear that his emotional management was in place. As soon as they exited the jump point, they encountered the abnormal weather teaching fleet. They were psychologically prepared for this. However, upon seeing the suddenly dense cluster of abnormal weather warships on the radar display, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of pressure. For those responsible for decision-making, this feeling was even stronger. They held not only their own lives, but also the lives of many subordinates in their hands. Fight! Lin Nian's words were exceptionally concise, and his expression was resolute. Oppose. Acting Commander, the enemy has nearly 10,000 warships, while we have only 101. The disparity in numbers is absolute. Zhou Kajin jumped out again. He felt that Lin Nian's battle order was merely pushing them into a fire pit. The first interstellar fleet had fought against the abnormal weather-teaching fleet before. Just recently, under the command of General Wang, they had a fierce battle with the abnormal weather fleet at White Light Star. The situation at that time was extremely brutal. With no way to retreat, they could only grit their teeth and clash with the abnormal weather fleet. After that battle, they lost at least more than half of their forces. The current first interstellar fleet had just replaced nearly half of its new crew and new warships. No one could guarantee the fleet's combat effectiveness in a fight, especially the new recruits, who, under the pressure of death, could even trigger chaos within the fleet. It was not impossible to repeat the mistakes of the 10th and 11th Interstellar Fleets. Indeed, I agree with Colonel Zhou's view. I also support Colonel Zhou. Among the 10 captains, 7 agreed with Zhou Kejin's opinion, while Colonel Mo was one of the 2 who remained silent. He was also watching Lin Nian's choice, observing whether Lin Nian would continue to insist on his opinion in the face of such strong opposition. Lin Nian, to put it nicely, was the highest commander of the First Interstellar Fleet. But if these people were unwilling to listen, he would be nothing. I stand by my opinion. Fight! If you captains are unwilling to act together, I will not force any of you. You several large warships can choose not to engage. But I want to obtain at least half of the fleet's command. Lin Nian did not expect his orders to persuade these captains, but he needed to secure enough concentrated firepower to blast through the energy shields of the abnormal weather warships with extremely high intensity, targeting the enemy's key objectives. Thus, Lin Nian actively proposed an exchange with these captains. His words were extremely firm, and the 10 captains exchanged glances. Giving up half of the fleet's command would allow them to stand by outside the battlefield. It seemed acceptable to these captains. After all, as the highest commander of the fleet, if Lin Nian died, they could return and report back. It would be perfectly normal for them to lose morale and not continue fighting if the commander was gone. They could even shift some blame onto the deceased. If Lin Nian could win, they would not lose anything. In fact, they would gain. If they lost, they would not be held accountable. And if they won, they could earn military merits. There was no better deal than this on the battlefield. Acting commander, will you? Zhou Kejin, who had previously opposed the most, now hesitated. He wanted to agree, but was afraid that this scene would be recorded. This matter will not be recorded in the battle report. You can review it. I only need absolute command on the battlefield. The enemy is coming. Please do not waste my time. Lin Nian was very cold. He had seen the battle report from White Light Star before, and the First Interstellar Fleet's performance in that battle was extremely poor, which was closely related to these captains. Since these captains were afraid of death, he would satisfy their demands. Lin Nian only needed one thing, a fleet that would absolutely obey his command. Orders. Transfer the command of the subordinate warships to Flagship No. 378. One captain was the first to speak. Then, Zhou Kejin and more captains followed suit, issuing orders one after another. After Lin Nian confirmed he received the command, they successively shut down their light curtains. Lin Nian was decisive, and they were also decisive. Acting commander, the Imperial Warship 012 and its subordinate combat ships are awaiting your orders. Colonel Mo suddenly saluted Lin Nian and spoke loudly. Acting commander, the Imperial Warship 008 and its subordinate combat ships are awaiting your orders. Another colonel also shouted at Lin Nian. Lin Nian was a bit surprised by these two. They were the 2 captains who had chosen to remain silent earlier. This time, Lin Nian took a serious look at their names, Mo Yangwang and Wei Renda. Chapter 56. The intense battle begins. Why do the 2 of you want to stay? Lin Nian asked. From a normal person's perspective, his decision to fight was a bit insane. Lin Nian, I've looked over your data. I feel I can trust you. Mo Yangwang spoke first. Acting commander, please give the orders. Wei Renda nodded in agreement. Lin Nian sensed that this was not the true sentiment of the 2 men, but they had chosen to trust him, which was a good thing. With 2 large warships joining, the firepower issue should be resolved. Lin Nian did not want to waste any more time. He immediately turned to Wen Huayan. Chief of Staff 1, have you confirmed the data I requested? Lin Nian spoke rapidly. Commander, just as you thought. They're the core command ships of the Huangtian fleet. In previous battle reports, they have all shown outstanding performance to varying degrees. Wen Huayan's face was filled with surprise. The other staff members shared her sentiment. As this situation was confirmed, everyone's gaze towards Lin Nian began to change. Previously, they had questioned why their acting commander wanted them to do this, but now, all the staff could only express their admiration. That is why Lin Nian could quickly become the acting commander of a fleet, while they couldn't even rise to the position of chief of staff. Very well, captains. I have already sent you the data. Please act according to my orders and coordinate to attack the corresponding combat targets. Lin Nian said loudly to Mo Yangwang and Wei Renda. As soon as they received the data, and Mo Yangwang and Wei Rinda immediately began to examine their respective screens, their expressions changing rapidly. They were seasoned captains. While the First Star Fleet may have been experiencing decay before being reassigned to it, they were both elite personnel in their own fleets and possessed basic tactical acumen. Relying on some on-the-spot observations, Lin Nian surprisingly connected the previous battle data and developed targeted tactical arrangements, which could be considered formidable. Yes, Mo Yangwang and Wei Rinda saluted Lin Nian. Upon seeing the data, the last doubts in their hearts were instantly dispelled. Lin Nian did not blindly believe that the Imperial fleet was stronger than the Huangtian fleet, therefore ensuring victory against them. Instead, he had his own logic and did not underestimate the Huangtian fleet. Now, they could only wait for the results of the real battle. Whether Lin Nian's command would be effective would ultimately depend on the battle outcomes. In space, the Imperial First Star Fleet gradually split into two. Half continued to charge towards the approaching Huangtian warships, while the other half slowly came to a halt. Zhou Kejin, aboard his flagship, was chatting with the captains of the other 7 large warships over a private channel. Guys, how about a bet? Bet on how long this ignorant Lin Nian can hold out, one captain suddenly suggested. Good suggestion. I bet $1 million. Lin Nian won't last half an hour. Another captain chimed in, his words laced with humor. Half an hour? You're too generous. I think at most, he'll last about the same time it takes to woo a woman. 10 minutes. I bet $2 million. Zhou Kejin sharply critiqued the first captain, causing the others to burst into laughter. Wow, Zhou, you're quite the comedian. You're killing me. I'll join in. 2 million. Another captain added, still chuckling. Get lost. You have no idea how long it takes me. Zhou Kejin, you're talking about yourself. The disgraced captain retorted angrily, finally opting for a longer duration. Other captains gradually followed suit with their bets. Without exception, no one believed in Lin Nian's capabilities, thinking he would soon have to retreat in disgrace to join them. The two who actually believed in Lin Nian were already with him at the center of the battlefield. Compared to the mass of Huangtian warships, the number of Lin Nian ships was several levels lower. Overall, it looked like a needle trying to pierce a steel ball. Surprisingly, to the 8 captains, Lin Nian ship number 378 actually took the lead, acting as the spearhead. Not to mention, his courage and valor were quite eye-catching. However, generally in battles, those who acted like Lin Nian often met a tragic end. Huangtian flagship. Report. The enemy's identity has been confirmed. It is the Imperial First Star Fleet. The liaison officer exclaimed to Han Tianzhu's chief of staff. Ha ha, the Empire must have lost its mind. They actually sent this waste fleet to chase us? Han Tianzhu laughed. They are merely defeated foes. We have nothing to fear. Upon hearing it was the First Star Fleet, Han Tianzhu instantly became spirited. This was the opponent they had just fought. Compared to other Imperial fleets, they were ridiculously weak. If it hadn't been for the timely arrival of Wen Yuan's second and third star fleets, Han Tianzhu would have already crushed the First Star Fleet. Now, the First Star Fleet actually dared to come knocking. He would let them off without teaching them a lesson. Liaison officer, have any other star fleets been detected nearby? The chief of staff was calmer than Han Tianzhu. However, upon learning it was the First Star Fleet, he also sighed in relief, while worried about whether it was some kind of bait tactic. Report, chief of staff. No. Moreover, we have discovered that the First Star Fleet suddenly split into 2 fleets. One is attacking us, while the other seems to be on standby. The liaison officer reported loudly. Chief of staff, what is this all about? Han Tianzhu was completely puzzled by the First Star Fleet's movements. I think I understand, the chief of staff said, a confident smile appearing on his face as he believed he had seen through the enemy's strategy. Quickly tell me. I have to say, Han Tianzhu, your comedic timing is impeccable. It's highly likely that there's a split within the First Star Fleet. Some of the old hands don't want to fight, but the new recruits want to. As long as we can take out the part of the Imperial fleet that is facing us, the other half will definitely flee. The chief of staff said confidently. Leader, please give the order. All troops attack. The chief of staff suggested to Han Tianzhu. When the advantage is so great, there's no need for tactics. Just charge in and finish it in one wave. Very well. Order. Attack the enemy. Han Tianzhu proclaimed loudly with great enthusiasm. Yes. The crew responded in unison. Hearing was an advantageous situation. Each of them seemed to be pumped up as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. In space, the two fleets, moving towards each other, quickly collided. Both sides launched their first wave of long-range attacks, with various laser beams striking against the energy shields of the opposing warships, causing the shields to flicker continuously. Chapter 57. As the fierce god descends on one side of the Imperial military formation, the 378th battleship, serving as the spearhead, faced the most intense assault. However, because the 378th battleship was a large warship, its energy shield was also the most robust. Lin Nian was very clear about the situation of his fleet. It was necessary for him, aboard this large battleship, to take on the first assault position. Most of the Imperial warships handed to him by the captains were newcomers. Newcomers could not bear the role of a spearhead. As for Mo Yingguang and Wei Rinda, Lin Nian could not trust them yet, and they might not trust him either. Lin Nian had no choice but to step up himself. He had to step up. Order. Concentrate fire on the three marked medium-sized Arid Sky warships on the right. At the same time, let Lieutenant Zhu Suinshin's Starfighter Squadron launch immediately. Lin Nian's fingers flew across the holographic screen beside him, constantly marking various high-threat warships for his subordinates. He was also adjusting the concentrated fire targets of the warships under his command. The battle became intense as both fleets closed in. In an instant, starships were being destroyed under concentrated fire. The first Star Fleet, personally controlled by Lin Nian, was even more ruthless. The entire fleet in his hands operated like a highly efficient killing machine with a unified mindset, continuously destroying the key cores or important connection nodes of the Arid Sky fleet. What initially seemed like a hopeless situation, where fine needles would break against an iron ball, did not occur. The needle remained firmly embedded in that seemingly solid sphere. Instead, the Arid Sky warships were continuously blown up one by the Imperial fleet, falling into chaos again and again. They struggled to rebuild a foothold, only to have it blown up again by the first Star Fleet, plunging back into disorder. This cycle repeated itself. After several rounds of fire, the momentum was almost overwhelmingly in favor of the Imperial fleet. The frontline Arid Sky warships, after repeatedly falling into a state of leaderless chaos, could no longer maintain morale and began to flee in panic. What should have been a formation like an iron ball now resembled a balloon burst by a needle. On the bridge of the Imperial battleship 012, Mo Yingguang stared in shock at the 378th battleship advancing fiercely. He had never seen such a ruthless command style, sharp and precise. Under Lin Nian's command, the entire First Star Fleet seemed to be reborn, transforming into the most terrifying weapon of slaughter. Wherever they went, there was no opponent left standing. They were either preemptively blown up by Lin Nian or voluntarily withdrew from the center of battle under immense pressure of death, losing their intended roles. From the very beginning, the Arid Sky fleet had been unable to establish an effective command system. Ultimo, it's terrifying. Lin Nian, he's a monster. Wei Rinda's holographic screen suddenly popped up in front of Mo Yingguang. He too bore an expression of indescribable shock. We should be grateful that someone like him is our commander and not the enemy, Mo Yingguang said solemnly, unconsciously giving Lin Nian a new title. In his heart, he had already acknowledged Lin Nian's identity as commander. Lin Nian's performance on the battlefield far exceeded all his expectations. His own colonel rank seemed insignificant in comparison to Lin Nian's strength. Mo Yingguang was certain that Lin Nian would not stop at the rank of lieutenant colonel. Indeed, fortunately, we are on his side. Wei Rinda felt a heavy stone pressing on his chest when he imagined the position of the Arid Sky fleet. It was a suffocating silence. All the warships under their command no longer formed a unified system, being picked off one by the enemy at their critical nodes, then surrounded and divided. All attempts to rebuild this system became futile. They could only watch helplessly as the enemy's flagship pushed through numerous obstacles, step by step advancing towards them. The massive silhouette of the battleship crushed the remains of their warships with unstoppable force, without even glancing back. Wei Rinda's breath quickened uncontrollably. Lieutenant Colonel Wei, I want to replace the 378th battleship and become the new spearhead. Please cover me. Mo Yingguang suddenly said very seriously. Lin Nian had already given a perfect answer. Now was the moment for him to repay Lin Nian. Yes, Colonel Mo. Wei Rinda immediately saluted Mo Yingguang. The holographic screen disappeared. Contact the commander immediately. Request for us, the 012 battleship, to replace the 378th battleship's position and continue to serve as the spearhead of the fleet. Mo Yingguang issued the order with a serious expression. Yes. In the space outside the battlefield, Zhou Kajin had originally been smiling, intending to watch the 378th battleship, which had penetrated almost 10,000 arid sky warships. Expecting to see Lin Nian's subsequent misfortune, the disparity in troop strength was too great. Even if the arid sky warships lacked organization and discipline, Zhou Kajin did not believe Lin Nian had a chance of winning. But soon his smile stiffened. The 378th battleship continued to crush forward. Although the energy shield of the 378th battleship had flickered under the attacks of the arid sky warships at first, after both sides engaged, the arid sky fleet quickly lost its organizational capacity. They could no longer concentrate fire on Lin Nian. They were either dazed by Lin Nian's attacks or blown up in a spectacular display. Everyone, have we all been wrong? A captain suddenly said in a private chat channel. It seems the arid sky is about to collapse. Another captain couldn't help but echo. They could clearly see that although the arid sky fleet was numerous, its lack of organization had been ruthlessly eliminated by Lin Nian's extremely efficient tactics, leaving nothing behind. They had turned into a rabble. Perhaps they had all been mistaken, especially in their views on Lin Nian, which were wildly off the mark. Lin Nian was neither blind nor arrogant, but he was terrifyingly strong. Now, the enemy was being shattered by their own forces, and they were still watching from the sidelines? Certainly, they would share in the credit, but what about the kill counts? That was worth far more than collective military achievements. It was one of the capitals for future promotions, especially since the 8 captains would earn nothing from battlefield kills, aside from Mo Yingguang and Wei Rinda, who chose to join the fight. Battleship 006. Activate. Full engine acceleration. Support our fleet commander. Zhou Kajin suddenly shouted with all his might, directly transmitting through the private chat channel to the ears of the other 7 captains. In the instant the other 7 captains reacted, Zhou Kajin had already rushed out in a blaze of glory. Damn it, you bastard. Hurry, 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 all ships activate. The captains immediately began to curse. Zhou Kajin was truly something else, instantly kneeling with a single shout. Even helped Lin Nian gain a higher status, immediately transforming into the legitimate commander. Each captain hurriedly exited the private chat channel and issued attack orders to their subordinates. Half of the first star fleet, ready for battle, now charged like a ferocious tiger down the hill, directly pouncing towards the arid sky fleet that was showing signs of collapse. Chapter 58. Pursuit of Han Tianzhu Bridge of the flagship of the Desolate Sky sect. Damn it, it's that plague again. Retreat. Immediately order the entire army to retreat. Han Tianzhu shouted with his hoarse voice, directly issuing a retreat order to the entire fleet. The fierce demeanor of the number 378 warship was extremely familiar to Han Tianzhu. Without needing to judge, he knew it was Lin Nian. On the other side, Han Tianzhu's chief of staff was covering his face. He did not stop Han Tianzhu's order to retreat. In the center of the battlefield, Lin Nian was as fierce as a ghost. Moreover, now the bird gun had turned into a cannon. It was no longer about commanding a medium-sized Imperial warship, but rather a fully organized Imperial star fleet. The number of Desolate Sky fleet ships was large, but they feared encountering opponents like Lin Nian. His battlefield instincts were fully charged, terrifyingly inhuman. The first star fleet, which had previously been defeated by them, seemed to have undergone a transformation, beating them to the point of howling in despair. Even more terrifying was that as the battlefield collapse began to take shape, the other half of the first star fleet, which had originally been in a spectator state, was now urgently charging towards them. Chief of Staff, you should say something. Han Tianzhu noticed the changes happening at the front lines and urgently inquired of his most trusted aide. The Desolate Sky warships at the front line were like firecrackers that had been lit, continuously exploding into fireworks and fragments of warship debris. The panic had quickly spread from the frontline troops to the mid and rear fleets, all turning around and fleeing in all directions. Master, there's no way out. We can only abandon the frontline combat troops and accelerate our retreat from the battlefield. Let us retreat to the Red Cloud Star Domain, which we're more familiar with. The Chief of Staff immediately suggested to Han Tianzhu when he saw that all the warships of the First Star Fleet had joined the battlefield. He understood that they had lost this interstellar battle, lost without any anger. He never expected that Lin Nian would become the highest commander of the First Star Fleet. Just not long ago, when he encountered this person, the latter was only a captain. The Chief of Staff had served in the Imperial Fleet and knew that the commander of a fleet, even if acting, should at least hold the rank of a major. The leap from junior officer to senior officer was not something ordinary people should achieve so quickly. Lin Nian's rapid promotion was too abnormal. If Lin Nian was still only in command of a medium-sized warship like No. 1455, the Chief of Staff would still have some confidence in facing Lin Nian. But now, he could only think of preserving his life. All right, everyone, do as the Chief of Staff says immediately. Han Tianzhu waved his hand. The Desolate Sky Fleet moved incredibly quickly. The frontline combat fleet of the Desolate Sky sect was generally composed of newly captured soldiers, followed by the supervisory teams, and then Han Tianzhu's core fleet. The hierarchy was strict, and at this moment, they cut loose without any regrets. The Desolate Sky Fleet no longer pressed forward to attack, but quickly turned around. The exhaust flames of the warships were almost instantly set to maximum. The Desolate Sky sect may not have many points filled, but they were filled to the brim with speed. In just a few breaths, they had completed the separation from the front battlefield, quickly heading towards a more eastern Red Cloud Star Domain. At the same time, in the command room of the Imperial No. 378 warship, Lin Nian issued orders. Command, everyone, abandon the extermination of the powerless and unmotivated Desolate Sky warships. Immediately regroup and increase maximum speed. Han Tianzhu. Lin Nian immediately ordered the First Star Fleet. The point representing Han Tianzhu was rapidly leaving his sight. If he allowed this threatening point to disappear, he might never have another chance to capture Han Tianzhu. Lin Nian could not let this battle end. He had to continue the pursuit at all costs. Commander, we really don't have to push ourselves so hard, do we? We've already won a great victory. We can completely report to the Central Command. Zhou Kajin proactively opened the communication screen, offering his suggestion to Lin Nian, hoping that Lin Nian would terminate the previous pursuit order. After all, rather than painfully chasing the fleeing Desolate Sky Fleet, it would be better to collect the leaderless, defeated Desolate Sky troops here. There is no need to worry about falling into an ambush from the enemy during the pursuit or suffering casualties among the subordinates due to the chase. More captain screens popped up, all of them agreeing with Zhou Kajin's opinion. The main reason was that their warships had too few kills. Just as they were about to show off, the Desolate Sky Fleet chose to flee. This was also one of the specialties of the Desolate Sky Fleet. They never fought against the wind. This is an order. Those who are unwilling to execute it, stay here. Lin Nian was unusually firm. Han Tianzhu's life was related to his family. He would not accept anyone's opinion. Yes, Commander. Mo Yangwang and Wei Rinda saluted Lin Nian together, unconditionally executing his orders once again. In the recent battle, Lin Nian's performance had completely convinced them. Since Lin Nian was determined to pursue Han Tianzhu, there must be personal reasons behind it. Mo Yangwang and Wei Rinda did not know what those reasons were, but they knew they just had to execute. Lin Nian had never made a mistake in his battle command. Their unconditional agreement directly contrasted with the petty calculations of the other captains. Zhou Kajin recalled the last time he did not listen to Lin Nian's advice, which resulted in a significant loss. He had not gained many kills. For Zhou Kajin, not gaining was a loss. Since Mo Yangwang and Wei Rinda had agreed, he had no better reason to oppose it. Yes, Zhou Kajin reluctantly accepted the order and saluted Lin Nian. The other captains followed suit, saluting and accepting the command. In space, the First Star Fleet of the Empire quickly began to regroup the scattered starfighters and reorganize the fleet formation following the transmission of the order. All warships' exhaust flames were instantly set to maximum as they pursued along the direction of the Desolate Sky sect's retreat. 3 months later, Hall of the White Light Star Empire. Zhu Xian walked confidently to the center of the hall, feeling particularly good. This was due to the continuous stream of good news regarding the Desolate Sky sect, especially under the command of Colonel Lin Nian. The first star fleet of the Empire seemed to have undergone a transformation, relentlessly pursuing Han Tianzhu from the Red Casting Star and achieving consecutive victories. They had fought from the Shadow Cloud Star Domain to the Red Cloud Star Domain, and were now continuing to chase Han Tianzhu, reportedly nearing the junction of the Red Cloud Star Domain and the Empty Cloud Star Domain, near the Thousand-Wise Star. The Desolate Sky sect's main fleet had plummeted from nearly 10,000 warships at its peak to now less than 1,000 warships. It was overwhelmingly fierce. His decision to forcibly promote Lin Nian had indeed been the right move. While suppressing Lin Nian, he also revitalized the fighting spirit of the First Star Fleet. The most important thing was Lin Nian's background. It was too clean. He was completely from the lower class of the Empire, with no connections to other imperial families. He was simply the best tool to use. I have seen His Majesty. Zhu Xian greeted the young emperor on the throne, but the young emperor was too busy eating pastries to pay any attention to Zhu Xian. With one chubby little hand, he took a bite from one side, and then from the other. Zhu Xian also noticed that all the other important officials in the conference hall had already arrived, including Lin Nian. Just in time, everyone was present. I want to share some good news about the cult of the Wild Days. Zhu appeared very enthusiastic. Your Highness, there is more important news. There is a big problem over there with General Lu Yili. A minister said to Zhu seriously. Zhu's good mood instantly disappeared completely. Chapter 59. Driving the tiger and swallowing the wolf, Zhu Xian murmured in a voice only he could hear. He truly hated this person. Lu Yili's grandfather was once a great minister of the Empire, belonging to the top echelon of officials who turned the tide and supported the crumbling state. Decades ago, he forcefully halted the Republic's fierce offensive against the Empire. Even the small emperor's father was escorted to the imperial throne by this man. In terms of popularity and reputation, he had reached the pinnacle of being a minister, almost stepping into that ultimate position. Zhu Xian instinctively glanced at the small emperor's backside. Fortunately, heaven had opened its eyes. Just as this person was about to take that step, he suddenly fell gravely ill and died. Everything came to an abrupt halt. It was a stroke of luck for the Zhu family and for the Empire, at least in Zhu Xian's view. Although the man was dead, he still left behind a huge political legacy for the Lu family. What happened to General Lu Yili? At this moment, Lin Nian looked at the minister and inquired. Lin Nian's question brought Zhu Xian back to his senses, and he also turned to look. The minister's words were brief, but clearly outlined Lu Yili's intentions. Lu Yili was in the Guangyun Star Domain on the western side of the Central Star Domain, separated from it by the Shuiyun Star Domain. Previously, Lu Yili had attempted several military protests against the Empire akin to rebellion. However, the strength of the Imperial Central Fleet was still intact. Lu Yili's fleet had only traveled halfway before it stopped, and ultimately, nothing came of it. Moreover, due to Lu Yili's grandfather's tremendous achievements, Zhu Xian had no way to directly deal with Lu Yili. He was only a prince, not the emperor. Acting rashly against Lu Yili would come with a hefty price. It was possible that those noble families of the Empire would turn against him. Additionally, due to the rapid rise of the cult of the Wild Sky, he could only set this matter aside, delaying it until now. The entire Guangyun Star Domain was almost under Lu Yili's control, equivalent to a country within a country in the Empire's territory. The prince had received confidential reports from the governor of the Shuiyun Star Domain that Lu Yili was gathering the 5th and 6th interstellar fleets, intending to advance eastward again. The minister used his watch to deliver a confidential report to Zhu Xian. Zhu Xian silently read it, concealing part of the key names, and then projected it onto the public screen for everyone to see clearly. Everyone, what do you think we should do? Dealing with Lu Yili is clearly more difficult than dealing with Han Tianzhu. Zhu Xian did not intend to make a unilateral decision on this matter. Everyone began to whisper and discuss among themselves. If Lu Yili was not controlled, the threat would not only be to Zhu Xian, but could also pose a danger to them. No one knew what consequences would arise if Lu Yili broke into the Central Star Domain. Your Highness, I suggest sending a special commissioner to specifically deal with and take down Lu Yili. One minister proposed. A special commissioner? Who will do it? Who dares to go? You? Do you believe Lu Ili will deal with you first? Another minister directly retorted. I think we should adopt a policy of appeasement. Promote Lu Ili's military rank and status. Perhaps it could placate him. Another person said, Nonsense. That's appeasement. Do you know that? It will only make Lu Ili's appetite grow larger. This suggestion was immediately dismissed. As more proposals and rebuttals were made, the noise in the entire council chamber grew louder. Yet Zhu Xianda had not heard a unified voice. On the contrary, the entire imperial council chamber was beginning to resemble a marketplace. Bang, bang, bang. Zhu Xianda knocked forcefully on the table in front of him, and the discussion gradually ceased. Everyone, are you just going to repay His Majesty like this? Relying on you to stabilize the empire? Zhu Xianda began to repeat his mantra. He had mastered Zhu Ren's banner to perfection. But as soon as these words were spoken, the entire council chamber fell into silence. Nanny, I want meat buns. The small emperor's demand for food was remarkably loud. Everyone turned to look at the small emperor, but quickly returned their gaze to the ruling Zhu Xianda. Your Highness, I have a suggestion, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate to say. A minister slowly stood up from his seat. When he spoke to Zhu Xianda, his gaze was directed at Wen Yuren. Zhu Xianda was no fool. After the minister's hint, he immediately understood. Drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. Use Wen Yuren to counterbalance Lu Ili. After all, neither side was a good bird. It would be best to let them bite each other. Zhu Xianda's thoughts became clear. It's fine, speak freely. In the Empire's council chamber, we must welcome good advice. For the sake of solidifying the empire and protecting the people, nothing is off limits. Zhu Xianda spoke in a very grand manner. Wen Yuren also noticed the minister's gaze towards him, and his expression darkened instantly. He wasn't stupid. He immediately realized what the person wanted to suggest, having him lead troops to subjugate Lu Ili. A surge of uncontrollable anger welled up in Wen Yuren's heart. He had fought for the empire in various campaigns, yet he hadn't even secured a general position, and now he was to be used as a pawn by Zhu Xianda. However, Wen Yuren couldn't lash out now because the minister had not yet revealed the plan. General Wen Yuren, I hope you won't take offense at the next words, the minister suddenly said solemnly to Wen Yuren. Wen Yuren had been waiting to hear the content, but his face grew darker at this moment. This statement had already made it clear that it involved him. Your Highness, I suggest issuing a proclamation to denounce the traitor, enumerating Lu Ili's crimes. At the same time, summon Lu Ili to the Central Star Domain to confess his sins. If he is unwilling to leave the Guangyun Star Domain, it would indicate his treachery. We would then have the moral high ground. It would be a task for General Wen Yuren to subjugate this rebel. The minister turned to Wen Yuren at the end. Good plan. General Wen, what do you think? Zhu Xianda excitedly slammed the table. Would Lu Ili dare to come to the Central Star Domain alone? Surely he wouldn't. This way we also hold the moral high ground, allowing General Wen to subdue Lu Ili. Killing two birds with one stone. There is nothing better than this. The only issue is whether General Wen will agree. If he does not agree, Zhu Xianda could find an excuse to strip Wen Yuren of his military power. Zhu Xianda's gaze was sharp as he looked at Wen Yuren, waiting for his opinion. Wen Yuren hesitated. Faced with the collective gaze, he had no objections. Ultimately, he opened his mouth to agree. He felt like he was being put on the spot. Today's imperial meeting felt more like a trap set against him. Wen Yuren knew the consequences of refusing. He suppressed the anger in his heart and swallowed his pride. He carefully observed Zhu Xianda and the expressions of the various ministers, deeply imprinting this scene in his mind. Very well. Then let us discuss the next matter. A smile appeared on Zhu Xianda's face. A strong general like Wen Yuren was still a bit inexperienced in playing politics. Every minister present was a seasoned player. It was easy to manipulate a general. Chapter 60. The Death of Han Tianzhu, 007 Sanitation Space Station. A high-speed shuttle from White Light Star slowly arrives. In the internal docking area, Wen Rong is already waiting with the security team. The shuttle opens its door. Wen Yuren steps down slowly. Father. Wen Rong quickly goes to greet him. There are no other outsiders here. He no longer has to address his father by his title. However, Wen Rong soon notices his father's low mood. Just as he is about to speak, he is immediately stopped by Wen Yuren raising his hand. Let us talk in the car. Wen Yuren quickly enters the hovering vehicle opened by his security. After scanning the surroundings, Wen Rong follows him in. Father. Where are you planning to go? As the door closes, Wen Rong turns to Wen Yuan, the military hospital, the one where Lin Nian's family is staying. Wen Yuan's tone is unmistakable. Father, is this? Wen Rong is taken aback by this request. He doesn't quite understand his father. We need to control Lin Nian's family. Wen Yuan's tone is icy, but I think it's unnecessary. Lin Nian and I share a good rapport. He shouldn't side with Zhu Xianda. Wen Rong can't help but defend Lin Nian a bit. Lin Nian can be said to be the first outstanding talent he discovered. He instinctively wants to protect him. No, child. Never overestimate human nature. Compared to interests, friendship is insignificant. I trust the leverage in my hands more. Wen Yuan shakes his head with a stern expression. Do you know? Lin Nian has been confirmed by the council to be promoted to the rank of colonel. He will officially take over the Empire's first interstellar fleet. He just has to wrap up this battle. His performance this time has been exceptional. Han Tianju's cult has basically been severely crippled. In the short term, it is unlikely to pose a threat to the Empire again. But I'm more worried about another matter. Wen Yuan turns to Wen Rong. Father, what on earth happened? Wen Rong quickly asks. Lu Ili. That is the next target the Empire intends to strike. Wen Yuan suddenly sighs. Father, that doesn't concern us. Wen Rong quickly replies. Wen Yuan looks at the outspoken Wen Rong and can't help but shake his head. You are too naive. This is just the surface layer. Those people's true aim could also be our own family. Zhu Xianda and the others have already decided to send us to deal with Lu Ili. This battle, regardless of who wins or loses, will only result in both sides suffering. For us, it is a complete loss. Losing goes without saying. If we win, then Lu Ili will be our future example. Wen Yuan's tone is indifferent as his gaze shifts to the scenery outside the car window. After hearing this, Wen Rong's eyes widen in shock. Father, is there really no way? Wen Rong asks anxiously. He had never anticipated the situation would be so severe. Of course, there is. Right now, there is a ready example. For instance, Lu Ili. Now you understand why I want to act against Lin Nian's family. Only by grasping military power, more military power, can we maintain autonomy. Wen Yuan snorts coldly, shifting his gaze back from the view outside the window. Wen Rong stops speaking and takes a deep breath. If Lin Nian becomes the commander of the first interstellar fleet, then controlling Lin Nian's family would be equivalent to soft control over the first interstellar fleet. This could be greatly beneficial for the future of their own family. Before long, the vehicle stops outside a large military hospital. Wen Yuan and Wen Rong quickly walk in. All obstacles along the way are cleared by his security personnel in advance. Arriving at the hospital reception, the attending nurse, seeing such a large entourage, quickly perks up. Several officers, what brings you here? The nurse starts to speak, but when Yuan's aide has already handed over a photo. We are looking for Ning Xiaomon. She reportedly received treatment at your hospital. The aide continues to negotiate with the nurse, while Wen Yuan silently waits for the outcome. The aura of the high-ranking official puts pressure on the nurse, making it difficult for her to breathe. The nurse hurriedly checks the medical records. Sir, this lady has already completed her discharge procedures. However, the nurse's expression suddenly freezes halfway through her statement. Then she hands the information over to the aide for review. The aide quickly flips to the person who assisted with the discharge, also a soldier. The name reads Wen Huaiyun. Upon seeing this name, Wen Yuan's expression darkens. He glances at Wen Rong beside him. He remembers Wen Huaiyun is one of Wen Rong's subordinates. But evidently, that is no longer the case. Wen Rong looks innocent. He has no idea about this. Wen Huaiyun had only recently been promoted to his side to handle some staff affairs. Wen Yuan shakes his head and finally lets out a long sigh. Let us go. He doesn't have time to find out where Lin Nian's family has been hidden. There are more important matters at hand. For example, Lu Ili. In the empty cloud star field, a heavily damaged, large warship of the cult is quietly floating in space. Behind, it is the Empire's first interstellar fleet. The leading ship, number 378, slowly reduces its speed. Inside the bridge, Lin Nian turns to his aide, Wen Huaiyun. Chief of Staff 1, send a message. Tell Han Tianju inside to surrender immediately. Lin Nian issues his command. Yes, Commander. Wen Huaiyun salutes and immediately sets to work on this matter. Lin Nian looks at the cult warship, feeling somewhat emotional. It has been 4 months. He has finally caught this slippery eel. In his eyes, there are no longer any highlights regarding Han Tianzhu, because the Han Tianzhu before him no longer poses a threat to him at all. Lin Nian has deeply learned what it means to be a master of escape. If it weren't for the Empire's supply stations along the way, he wouldn't know how long this pursuit of the cult fleet would last. He truly had no way to capture Han Tianzhu without forcing him into this desperate situation. Commander, the enemy ship has requested communication. When Huaiyun suddenly says to Lin Nian, "Let them in," Lin Nian is somewhat surprised but nods. For him, whether it's capturing or killing Han Tianzhu, there is no difference. He only wants his family to be safe. A screen pops up, and Han Tianzhu and his chief of staff appear on the screen. "I am Han Tianzhu, the leader of the cult. Which one of you is Lin Nian?" Han Tianzhu's expression is serious. "I am," Lin Nian responds. Finally seeing the real person. "I have no regrets now." Han Tianzhu looks at Lin Nian's face and finally lets out a sigh. He does not expect Lin Nian to let him go. From the very beginning, Lin Nian has been relentlessly pursuing him, which makes this clear. Lin Nian wouldn't even pursue the decoy warships he sent out, only focusing on this large warship. He may have discovered some clues in a certain battle, leading to his complete lock on Han Tianzhu. Han Tianzhu's mind is racing with thoughts. "Chief of Staff, do you have anything to say to him?" Han Tianzhu turns to his chief of staff. The chief of staff shakes his head. "Commander." Suddenly, a large number of escape pods were detected overflowing from the enemy's ship. The communications officer suddenly shouted to Lin Nian. Lin Nian was slightly distracted. Just as he was wondering why, Han Tianzhu and his chief of staff were engulfed by an explosion. The entire Arid Sky battleship underwent an extremely violent self-detonation. The once great pirate Han Tianzhu met his end here. Chapter 61. The military persuasion of Lin Nian silently watched the dying Han Tianzhu. This man could be considered a tough guy to some extent. At this moment, the bridge was filled with glowing screens showing the 10 fleet commanders under Lin Nian. Now that Han Tianzhu is dead and the cult of the Wild Sky has basically been suppressed, we can return to the Central Star region of the Empire. Mo Yangwang spoke first. The 4 months of high-intensity pursuit had left the entire army exhausted. Lin Nian's command was indeed strong, but the entire First Fleet had truly reached its limit. Originally, Mo Yangwang planned to persuade Lin Nian to stop after entering the Void Cloud Star region. They had completely shattered the cult of the Wild Skies fleet, and everyone had earned enough merit to report back to the Central Command. There was no need to continue pursuing Han Tianzhu. Fortunately, the result was that Han Tianzhu couldn't hold on any longer and was driven to the point of exhaustion by Lin Nian, ultimately choosing to commit suicide. "All right, prepare to return," Lin Nian solemnly ordered. "After all fleets complete the collection of prisoners from the cult of the Wild Sky, return to the Central Star region immediately." "Yes." Mo Yangwang and Zhou Kejin saluted Lin Nian in unison. Lin Nian had led them to victory, which had earned him their full recognition as commander. Although officially, he was still the acting commander, everyone had already tacitly accepted his position as the legitimate commander in their hearts. As the 10 screens disconnected one by one, Lin Nian felt as if he had shed a heavy burden. His body relaxed heavily. 4 months of high-intensity pursuit had drained him both physically and mentally. However, to prevent his fleet from becoming lax, Lin Nian had been holding himself together. Now that Han Tianzhu was dead, he had finally met Wen Yorn's requirements. And his family. As Lin Nian thought of this, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. If Wen Yuan dared to use this to threaten him, he wouldn't mind doing something about it. "Stand up," Wen Huaiyun suddenly shouted. Liao Fan, Chun Xiao, Zhu Xuanxin, and others immediately stood up. The entire bridge, over 3,000 people, stood up in unison. "Salute." "Commander, you've worked hard," Wen Huaiyun shouted. "Commander, you've worked hard," followed the unified roar of thousands, which was both impressive and moving. Lin Nian felt touched by this scene and slowly returned the salute. Throughout this journey, the unconditional support he received came from everyone on this ship, number 378. They had executed his orders without complaint, carrying them out without any discount. "At attention," Lin Nian shouted again. Everyone immediately stood tall. "Dismissed," Lin Nian commanded. "Yes," the crew responded loudly. After that, the entire bridge erupted in cheers. "Oh, we won. Long live the commander." Many people jumped and danced, freely expressing their emotions. For months of hard work had not been in vain. They had achieved a final victory over the cult of the wild sky. Under Lin Nian's leadership, they had been unstoppable and undefeated. Most importantly, they were still alive. The commander had once again brought them back from the battlefield alive. "Commander, how about having a drink with us? You've been too tense during this time. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. After all, you're the fleet commander and absolutely cannot fall." Liao Fan stepped forward and put his arm around Lin Nian. In a non-combat state, there was no hierarchy between him and Lin Nian. "Forget it. I don't have as much energy as you. I'm planning to catch up on sleep. After all, without a jump, it will take us nearly 4 months to return. There's plenty of time to have a drink." Lin Nian shook his head. "All right. This battle was really well done, brother," Liao Fan said seriously to Lin Nian and then bumped fists with him. "Chen Xiao, Sun Xin, since the commander isn't drinking, let us go." Liao Fan turned to stop the other two. The two looked a bit helpless. Turning back, they saluted Lin Nian. Lin Nian nodded. "Major Lin." At this time, when Huayun had just disbanded his staff team and then called out to Lin Nian. Normally, after the battle, they wouldn't refer to titles. Major One, is there something?" Lin Nian was a bit surprised that when Huayun called him. When Huayun opened his mouth, but the original words seemed to have turned around and taken on another meaning. "Rest well. Everyone on the 378th warship relies on you. You are our spiritual pillar." When Huayun's expression was serious. Thank you for the compliment." Lin Nian felt a bit confused but still nodded, stepping out of the bridge. He was too tired and didn't want to think about anything. In the Void Cloud Star region, on the core planet Tianjiang Star, within the governor's mansion, Lu Yili looked at the message just delivered by his subordinate. It was a public edict from Bai Mang Star, directly announcing that he had committed treason and demanding that he return to Bai Mang Star for trial. Lu Yili was furious. "Zhu Xinda, you bastard. When did the Empire become your Zhu Xindas?" Lu Yili continued to roar at Zhu Xinda in his office, spewing various foul language. "Governor, what should we do now?" The adjutant stepped forward and asked Lu Yili. "What to do? Of course, find someone to respond to that edict and curse them back one by one. Then gather the 5th and 6th Star fleets. Immediately head toward Bai Mang Star in the Central Star region with me. I want to see who dares to judge me," Lu Yili said, as if using all his strength to say the last word. "Yes, Governor." The adjutant and other officers saluted. Before long, at the ground military port base of Tianjiang Star, numerous small warships began to take off. These warships had been secretly built by Lu Yili. Now, as they were heading to the Central Star region, there was no need for concealment. Lu Yili brought them all out from underground to rendezvous with the 5th and 6th Star fleets in the outer space of Tianjiang Star. Lu Yili also took a space shuttle to fly directly into the clouds, crossing through Tianjiang Star's atmosphere and reaching the largest ship of the 5th Star Fleet. With 2 Imperial Star fleets and a large number of small warships that Lu Yili had assembled, this area of space appeared densely packed. Though this fleet might not compare in number to the nearly 10,000 warships of the Cult of the Wild Sky, which sounded impressive, most of those were small warships. They only appeared more imposing. In terms of combat power and organization, they were far inferior to the fleet group Lu Yili commanded. After all, this fleet included 2 of the Empire's most legitimate star fleets. Chapter 62. The Bitter Fruit of Zhu Xinda in the Deep Night of Baima's Star. In the Imperial Council chamber, Zhu Xinda's face was filled with anxiety. The First Star Fleet had brought good news. Han Tianzhu had been eradicated, and the Wilderness Sect had been initially subdued. However, he could not feel happy about it. A heavy sense of worry was entangled in his heart as he awaited the arrival of his ministers to discuss the pressing matter at hand. The most pressing issue was, of course, Lu Yili's rebellion. Lu Yili had indeed rebelled, raising a large army that advanced like a raging tide, capturing multiple important imperial planets one after another. This time, it was not like the previous military admonitions that were merely for show. He directly attacked the core planet of the Shuyun star domain, Badong Star. Zhu Xinda was woken up in the middle of the night to be informed of Badong Star's fall. Lu Yili had even killed the imperial governor of Badong Star and made a public declaration across the entire empire, calling for the removal of the corrupt officials and threatening to kill his entire family as a prince. Although half a month ago, Wen Yuan had received an urgent order to lead the second and third star fleets to confront Lu Yili. Lu Yili's speed of advance was completely beyond his expectations. Furthermore, Wen Yuan's subsequent military actions had been slow and passive, plunging Zhu Xinda into great anxiety. A previously unthought-of problem gradually surfaced and presented itself before him. Lu Yili's reactions were largely anticipated, but Wen Yuan's attitude needed to be scrutinized. Wen Yuan had decisively accepted the order to attack, yet when faced with Lu Yili, his hesitance was entirely uncharacteristic of him. Zhu Xinda began to realize that many things were amiss. For instance, the minister who advised him on the drive the tiger away and swallow the wolf strategy was very suspicious. Previously, he had been preoccupied with thoughts on how to strike at Lu Yili's separatism and weaken Wen Yuan's military power. Indeed, the strategy was useful, but it had a prerequisite. His own strength needed to be sufficient to suppress that tiger. What if Wen Yuan also rebelled against him? This thought suddenly flashed through Zhu Xinda's mind, causing his face to turn pale and his body to sway unsteadily. Prince, a servant hurried over to support the nearly collapsing Zhu Xinda. Quick, go find Xie Yunzhan and bring him to me. I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Zhu Xinda grasped the servant's arm, instructing him to find Xie Yunzhan, the minister who had proposed to drive the tiger away and swallow the wolf strategy. Yes, yes. The servant quickly agreed and was pushed out of the imperial council chamber by Zhu Xinda. Zhu Xinda felt somewhat powerless as he sat back down in his position, his eyes filled with a struggle. It can't be, it can't be. Things shouldn't be as bad as I think. This isn't a trap. This isn't aimed at me. Zhu Xinda kept muttering to himself softly. However, whenever he thought of the military forces at his disposal, his whole body could not help but tremble. The 10th and 11th star fleets had been annihilated by Han Tianzhu and had yet to be rebuilt. The 2nd and 3rd star fleets were under Wen Yuan's control and had already been dispatched to garrison the Shuiyun star domain. The 7th star fleet was still at Yinlan star. Because of the annihilation of the 10th and 11th fleets, the fleet commander had been dismissed, and there was no formal commander to take over the position, leaving it in the hands of an acting commander. Meanwhile, the 1st star fleet had also been sent to hunt down Han Tianzhu and was now far away in the Hongyan star domain. Due to his own overconfidence, he had left the flagship of the 1st star fleet stuck at the 001 sanitation space station, causing the entire fleet to lose its ability to jump actively. It would take at least 3 months for them to return to the Empire. In the present central star domain, only the 4th star fleet remained. The commander of the 4th star fleet, Colonel Ning Xiaoting, was somewhat similar to Lin Nian, being a newly promoted officer. He usually kept to himself, and Zhu Xinda was unsure if this Colonel Ning could be relied upon. As Zhu Xinda calculated, he discovered an extremely terrifying fact. In just this short year, he had emptied all 7 reorganized star fleets of the Central Army. At this moment, on the vast Bama star, only the 4th star fleet remained for protection. If Wen Yuan chose to side with Lu Yili, he might have to face 4 enemy star fleets. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Zhu Xinda suddenly screamed, his expression twisted in rage. He abruptly stood up, grabbing objects to throw and smash. Prince, it's bad. Xie Yunzhan has run away. We can't find him anywhere. At this moment, the servant rushed back in a fluster and shouted at Zhu Xinda. Zhu Xinda felt as if he had been struck hard, constantly retreating. Xie Yunzhan's escape confirmed something. The drive the tiger away and swallow the wolf strategy was aimed at him. Even when Yuan was part of the plot. Lu Yili. Zhu Xinda's heart was filled with fury as he hoarsely uttered Lu Yili's name. No, I haven't lost yet. Immediately send a message to Lu Yili. Tell him I'm willing to negotiate. I can make him a general of the Empire, even a marshal of the Empire, as long as he halts his advance. Zhu Xinda anxiously grabbed his servant, intending to try to salvage the situation once more. As long as he could buy time, the 1st and 7th star fleets could return, and the situation wouldn't be considered out of control. Until when you're in, let him not trust Lu Yili. Once I'm taken down, he'll be the next. Please don't be swayed by Lu Yili. Whatever Lu Yili can offer him, I can offer too. I can even give him more. An imperial general, even an imperial marshal. Anything. Zhu Xinda shouted at his subordinates, offering Wen Yuan the same conditions as Lu Yili. Yes, yes. I'll do it right away. The servant nodded repeatedly. Zhu Xianda watched the servant hurriedly leave, feeling as if all his strength had been drained, swaying unsteadily. At that moment, outside the Imperial Council chamber, the ministers of the Empire were arriving one after another, all looking somewhat surprised. It was the first time they had seen Zhu Xianda in such a disheveled state, so lost and forlorn. The floor nearby was still in disarray, with robots cleaning up. "Prince, what happened?" A few ministers gathered their courage to ask a couple of questions. "Xie Yunzhan has defected. He is Lu Yili's inside informant," Zhu Xianda said, somewhat dejected as he returned to his position. The ministers exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with fear. After Zhu Xianda's words, they began to realize, "We have lost our initiative. The initiative is now in Lu Yili and Wen Yuren's hands." Zhu Xianda felt immense pain and regretted sending out the first star fleet. No matter how poorly it had performed before, it was still the most solid force of the Empire. If the 10th and 11th star fleets had not been carelessly dispatched, could either Lu Yili or Wen Yuren have ridden over him like this? But there were no remedies for regret in this world. Zhu Xianda had to swallow this bitter fruit himself. Chapter 63. Lu Yili takes command of the White Light Star 4 space units away from the Padong Star in the Snow Cloud Star domain. The second and third interstellar fleets of the Empire are gathered here, quietly floating in space. In the command room of the second interstellar fleet, Wen Yuren is in deep conflict. Both Zhu Xianda and Lu Yili have sent messages, with promises from both sides being very enticing. One side is the Marshal of the Empire, while the other is the Prince of the Allied Kingdom, his father. "Father, don't hesitate any longer. Let's attack. Do you really believe in Lu Yili? We have betrayed people once already. If we betray Zhu Xianda again, what will the world think of us?" When Rome, appearing anxious on the screen, tries to persuade his father, but when Yuren remains completely unmoved, still silent. When Rome feels despair, he knows his father well. When it comes to education, his words are always sweet, but when faced with major decisions, he becomes indecisive, lacking the decisiveness and bravery he shows on the battlefield. One Rome, go meet Lu Yili in person. When Yuren slowly raises his head, looking at Rome on screen, as if he has just made up his mind. He recalls the humiliation Zhu Xianda had inflicted on him. When Zhu Xianda wanted him to betray his old leader, he had also promised him a general's rank. But what was the outcome? He worked diligently for the Empire, serving as Zhu Xianda's firefighter multiple times. He couldn't even guarantee his current position as a lieutenant general. This time, when Yuren plans to take a gamble on Lu Yili, the title of Prince of the Allied Kingdom sounds more appealing. "Father, you can't." When Rome's eyes flashed with disbelief, his father actually plans to turn against him again. Now asking him to negotiate means making him a hostage. When Rome, "You know I have no choice." When Yuren repeats what he had said during the previous betrayal. "How can there be no choice? We should attack and face the enemy, not betray Zhu Xianda. Betray the Emperor. Father, you've already made a wrong bet once. Do you want to gamble again?" When Rome speaks loudly to dissuade him. His father is always like this, never makes mistakes in small matters, but is always confused in major ones. When Rome, "I am your father. How dare you speak to me like this? Moreover, I am still your superior. Now, I order you to set out immediately. This is an order." When Yuren seems to be hit at a sore spot, his attitude extremely firm, even invoking his authority as a father. When Rome on the screen finally lets out a long sigh, silently saluting Wen Yuren. Not long after, when Rome takes Wen Yuren's handwritten letter and heads straight to Padong Star, where Lu Yili is located. 10 days later, an immensely large fleet slowly enters the Central Star domain. On the flagship of the 5th Interstellar Fleet, Lu Yili is full of vigor. "Our Lu family has finally returned. This time I will reclaim everything my grandfather lost. It's been many years since the Lu family returned to the Central Star domain. Lu Yili has always been troubled by the unexpected death of his grandfather. Their family should have been the emperor long ago. The Zhu family, a once declining house, should have been ousted long ago. Now, armed with the strength of 4 Imperial interstellar fleets, if the 4th interstellar fleet of the Empire at White Light Star is blind, Lu Yili won't hesitate to crush them with overwhelming force. Lieutenant General Lu, welcome home." Xie Yunjian smiles and congratulates Lu Yili. "I owe you a lot for creating such a good opportunity." Lu Yili butts Die Yunyan. "Lieutenant General, I just provided insignificant help. Xie Yunjian continues to be humble, downplaying his role. Don't worry, your contribution will not be overlooked. Lu Yili turns to Wen Rong, who remains silent as a hostage left behind by Wen Yuan. Lu Yili is quite satisfied with successfully persuading Wen Yuan to switch sides, saving him a lot of time. Commander. The commander of the 4th Interstellar Fleet has sent a communication request, the communications officer says. Put them through, Lu Yili nods. He also wants to hear what the last force in the Central Command has to say. Is it war or surrender? Soon, a screen pops up, revealing the face of Ning shouting. Lieutenant General Lu, the entire 4th Interstellar Fleet is willing to obey your orders. Zhu Xianda is controlling the situation, favoring his own, being disloyal to the Empire and the Emperor. He should have been executed long ago. Ning shouting solemnly salutes Lu Yili, expressing his loyalty. After when Yuan chose to switch sides, everyone could see that Prince Zhu Xianda's power was waning. Ning Colonel, you are very understanding. Now, help me clear the way. Lu Yili nods with a smile. He is now in a position of power where everyone submits to him. The noble families of the capital star are perceptive, knowing who the new person of destiny is. With the guidance of the 4th Interstellar Fleet, the sanitation space stations responsible for guarding White Light Star also sent signals to Lu Yili, expressing their loyalty. Lu Yili's flagship, under the escort of the massive fleet, finally arrives above White Light Star. Along the way, apart from encountering resistance on Padong Star, after he dealt with the treacherous governor, Lu Yili faced no further obstacles. On the other side, in the Imperial Council Hall of White Light Star, Zhu Xianda walks out in despair. The entire council hall is empty. He looks up at the countless ships in the sky. Everyone has betrayed him. In an instant, he went from being a prince of the empire to a man on the verge of death. Zhu Xianda had tried to organize a resistance. But once Lu Yili's massive fleet arrived, all efforts became futile. His subordinates scattered like birds and beasts. Prince, we should escape, a loyal servant advises Zhu Xianda. Escape? Where to? Zhu Xianda smiles helplessly. He knows very well that Emperor Zhu Renhe might survive, but he is doomed. Not long after, a group of soldiers rushes in from outside, surrounding Zhu Xianda and his servant. A few days later, amidst the sound of drums and gongs, Lu Yili officially takes office as the Marshal of the Empire, commanding the Imperial Central Command. He also becomes the chairman of the Imperial Council, holding military and political power, just like Zhu Xianda. Zhu Renhe remains the emperor of the human empire, but the position Zhu Xianda once occupied has been filled by someone else. Lu Yili, filled with ambition, looks at the entire Imperial Council, where the imperial ministers bow and submit to him. He then glances at the young emperor behind him. The young emperor, clearly aware of the situation, clings tightly to his nurse, looking cautious on the throne, his eyes filled with a hint of fear. Everyone, I want to announce something. The Empire's military system can no longer cope with the current situation. I plan to carry out military reforms. Lu Yili had a smile on his face. However, when Yuan, sitting in his seat, immediately frowned, feeling a bad premonition rise in his heart. The promises Lu Yili had made to him had not materialized at all. The so-called joint kingship was non-existent. Even Lu Yili himself did not want to be a king. Everyone could see that Lu Yili wanted to be an emperor. Chapter 64. The Last Order of Zhu Xian. Somewhere in the Red Cloud star domain, the 1st Interstellar Fleet is slowly advancing. On the bridge of the large warship number 378, Lin Nian sits in his command seat, taking a sip of coffee. Interstellar travel is still quite boring, with endless stars and unending roads. Lin Nian thinks back to their departure, when the sanitation space station opened up space jumps for them. With that, it was so convenient, unlike now, which feels distant and difficult to endure. The round trip has already taken 8 months. Warship number 378 lacks a space jump device. During this idle time, Lin Nian has reviewed the differences between large warships and super-large warships. In terms of size, super-large warships are slightly larger. In terms of armament, super-large warships have slightly more. Essentially, they are an upgraded version of large warships, with performance improvements of about 15% across the board, though not as impressive as the name suggests. Lin Nian also thinks about his family and wonders how they are doing now. Are they safe? When Yuan is somewhat of a lieutenant general in the Empire, so he shouldn't be too reckless. Lin Nian silently prays in his heart. Commander, we have received new information from the Central Command. It's a bit strange. This time, it's point-to-point transmission. At this moment, the communications officer steps forward and salutes Lin Nian. Using point-to-point transmission generally indicates confidential information. Lin Nian nods. Soon, he feels his wristwatch vibrate. As he opens it, a holographic screen pops up before him, displaying a video waiting to be played. Lin Nian is a bit surprised, but presses the play button, only to find no response. Huh. Lin Nian is momentarily stunned. Then a string of subtitles appears. Required permissions missing. Unable to open. Current number, 111. Seeing the 111, Lin Nian realizes that 10 more people are needed, likely the 10 captains under his command. Communications officer, this video requires a number confirmation. What's going on? Lin Nian inquires about this encrypted video. The officer briefly explains, this is information for the entire fleet and belongs to an authorization document. Generally, it requires a specified number of people to open it. 11 people, which corresponds to a fleet commander plus 10 captains of large warships. Please notify the other captains. Seeing this, Lin Nian stands up and quickly tells the communications officer, the previous boredom and discomfort of the journey has vanished. This video is unusual. It actually requires all 11 of us to be together to open it. Commander, do you need something? The first to arrive, Colonel Mo Yinguang, salutes Lin Nian. Commander. Then came Wei Rinda and Zhou Kejin, along with a series of captains. Lin Nian returns their salutes. Everyone, I just received new orders from the Central Command, but it requires all of our authorization to confirm before we can open it. It should be a new mission for the first interstellar fleet. Lin Nian explains the situation. I understand. Commander, I have authorized you. Go ahead and open it, Mo Yinguang says seriously. Commander, authorized, Wei Rinda replies succinctly as always. Ugh, I hope it's not another tough job. Can't the Central Command give us a break? Zhou Kejin, as usual, expresses his disdain for hard labor. Before long, everyone has authorized access, and Lin Nian places the video on the main holographic screen for the entire fleet to see, as this is a requirement of the authorization document, not allowing private viewing. Once Lin Nian sees the video display 1111, he presses the play button publicly. Inside is a young man dressed in lavish clothing, sitting at a podium, but Lin Nian does not recognize this person. Lanyan Colonel, Zhuge Xiande, a prince of the human empire. This will be my last order during my lifetime. Zhu Xiande's expression is calm, but his opening catches everyone off guard, especially Mo Yinguang and the others, who exchange glances. They frequently see Prince Zhu Xiande, but what does his statement mean? Is he dying? The human empire is facing an unprecedented crisis. Liu Yili has risen up, claiming to eliminate traitors, and is engaging in treasonous acts. He started his rebellion from the Kong Yin Star Domain and has already captured Badong Star in the Shui Yin Star Domain, advancing towards the Central Star Domain. The officers I dispatched, Lieutenant General Wen Yurun, Major General Wen Rong, and Colonel Ning Xiaoting, have all defected to Liu Yili on the battlefield. Given the current situation, it's only a matter of time before Liu Yili takes control of Badong Star. Zhu Xiande's tone becomes slightly heavy. Suddenly, he looks seriously into the camera, as if breaking through the lens and directly gazing into Lin Nian's eyes, engaging in a face-to-face conversation. Lin Nian, Colonel, you have performed exceptionally well in the mission to eliminate the Arid Sky sect, achieving numerous military exploits. I am now officially promoting you to the rank of Major General in the Empire on behalf of the Central Command and appointing you as the commander of the Empire's first interstellar fleet. Everyone else will also be promoted by one rank. As Zhu Xiande's words fall, everyone's eyes widen. Not only Lin Nian, but they too are receiving promotions. However, many look towards Lin Nian, especially Mo Yinguang and others, because only Lin Nian is receiving an exceptional promotion, jumping directly from colonel to major general, a feat unheard of. But according to Zhu Xiande's statement, if Liu Yili has taken control of Badong Star, Zhu Xiande should be facing reckoning. This order somewhat resembles a posthumous order that might not be recognized, at least not by Badong Star under Liu Yili's rule. Now, I officially issue the final command to the first interstellar fleet. Liu Yili has betrayed and forgotten his loyalty, intending to overthrow the empire which is an unforgivable crime. You must execute Lu Yili. Restore the rule to his majesty. Restore the human empire. Glory belongs to the empire. Fusiande Salim Likenkluz, heavily striking his right shoulder. The video ends, and the entire fleet falls into a deathly silence. The news Zhu Xianda revealed is explosive. Bai Mang Star has undergone a political upheaval. The second, third, and fourth interstellar fleets, originally responsible for guarding Bai Mang Star, have all defected to Lu Yili. Zhu Xianda was forced offline, and Lu Yili has taken the stage. What will they do? Of course, theoretically speaking, they can completely choose to ignore this order. After all, Zhu Xianda is dead, and the command of this prince does not have compulsory effect. The entire fleet looks towards Lin Nian, as he is the biggest beneficiary of this order. Everyone is waiting for Lin Nian's stance. Lin Nian does not rush to speak. He can feel the focused gazes of those around him, bringing immense, invisible pressure. The pressure is great, and it feels heavy. Most importantly, it's people like Zhou Kejin. Lin Nian doesn't he know what they think deep down? If he chooses to publicly accept this order, will he be reported to Lu Yili by others? This directly concerns his own safety. Lin Nian should not be underestimated in the slightest. It's a normal return journey. We'll talk about it when we get back, Lin Nian said lightly. At the same time, he reached out to wipe the video from the main screen. The other 10 captains seemed to unload a heavy burden in that instant. Fortunately, Lin Nian was not a fool. If he had publicly expressed his stance, or even demanded that they do so, it would have put everyone in an awkward position. A delay tactic was the best approach. Whatever issues there were, they would discuss them once they returned to the Central Star region. Each of them was completely unaware of the situation, especially the newly appointed Lu Yili. Whether he was worth their loyalty was already a big question mark. Chapter 65. Seeds of Rebellion on White Light Star in a private conference room. Lu Yili gathered his trusted subordinates. Among them were the most important figures. Major General Gu Hanzhou, commander of the 5th Starfleet, Major General Xiao Lin, commander of the 6th Starfleet, and several close advisors, including the newly joined Xie Yunjian. I want to be emperor. What else do I need to do? Lu Yili said directly to his subordinates without any pretense. Commander, you need to consolidate military power. You still have a prominent tail that hasn't been dealt with. Gu Hanzhou spoke straightforwardly. Lu Yili wanted to become emperor, and they also want to take it a step further to gain the merit of supporting him. This would be very beneficial for them. Lu Yili had already reached this position. Even if he didn't want it, they would still push him towards it. A tail. Just a dying man, Lu Yili thought, planning to assign him to a nominal position and formally take over the 2nd and 3rd Starfleets. He recalled Wen Yuan, who had strongly opposed military reforms when Lu Yili proposed them in the Imperial Conference Hall. At that time, the situation in the newly established White Light Star was not stable, and Lu Yili chose not to push it. But now things were different. He had been in control of White Light Star for quite some time. It was time to change Wen Yuan's position. Your Excellency is wise, everyone said in unison to Lu Yili. Once you completely take military power, the next step is to follow the normal procedures, shape public opinion, and confer the 9 seals. Xie Yunjian also suggested, very well. You all get started on these matters immediately. I want to ascend to that position as soon as possible. Lu Yili's eyes were filled with an uncontrollable desire. He was eager to sit on the throne of the emperor. Sir, those local aristocratic families are not very obedient. Many of your orders are met with compliance on the surface, but defiance behind your back. What should we do? One of the advisors asked. It's those guys again. They only know how to undermine me from behind, Lu Yili said angrily. These people were clever, seeing his growing power. They understood how to act low-key in formal settings, but would start soft resistance against some of his policies in private. They would resist his actions as long as they could do it secretly, never openly. I'm fed up. If I find this happening again, kill. Kill to warn the 100. Lu Yili declared fiercely. I don't believe I can't deal with these people. After consolidating power, Lu Yili didn't want to suppress his true nature any longer. Sir, that might not be wise, Xie Yunjian frowned upon hearing this. He felt that Lu Yili was being too radical and overly offending the local powers of White Light Star, which could lead to backlash. Enough. My mind is made up. Kill them all. Lu Yili was not in the mood to listen to any arguments. He had come all the way from the Guangyun Star region to seize control of the entire empire for the sake of the true dragon's fate. He was now set on creating his own empire. Anyone who wanted to be a stumbling block or had objections would be dealt with in one word: kill. Lu Yili's expression was resolute. Xie Yunjian fell silent. He felt that Lu Yili was even more brutal than Zhu Xianda. Xie Yunjian began to doubt his previous choice. He had helped Lu Yili because Zhu Xianda wanted to deal with his family, but it was very likely that he was now shooting himself in the foot. From the current performance, Lu Yili was not a person worthy of his loyalty. Guhanzhou, you go notify Wen Yuan. Tell him to resign as the commander of the second and third star fleets and immediately take office in the Imperial General Staff. Lu Yili ordered Guhanzhou. Commander, wouldn't it be better if you announced it personally? Guhanzhou hesitated a bit. His rank was only Major General, while Wen Yuan was a Lieutenant General. It was unusual for a lower rank to announce changes to a higher rank. There's no need. If Wen Yuan has any objections, let him come to White Light, Star to find me. He's just a traitorous dog of a second-rate family. Now that I have taken control of the entire Central Star region, a wild dog like Wen Yuan is no longer worth my effort, Lu Yili said arrogantly. Since becoming the Marshal of the Empire and President of the Conference Hall, Lu Yili found it increasingly difficult to suppress the brutality in his nature. He was now one person beneath the Emperor, with everyone else beneath him. The only thing standing between him and the Emperor's throne was a procedural step, and there was no need to hide his ambitions any longer. Yes, Guhanzhou straightened up and saluted Lu Yili at the 002 Sanitation Space Station. Damn it, Lu Yili, you actually betrayed me. You want to take my military position? Do you really think I won't dare to resist? Wen Yuan angrily smashed things around him. He had just received a message from Guhanzhou, and the content was hard for him to believe. After several protests fell on deaf ears, the suppressed anger in his heart became uncontrollable. The key point was that his son, Wen Rong, was right. Lu Yili was not worthy of trust. This made Wen Yuan feel even more uncomfortable. After all, he had been a strong advocate for surrender initially, and now he had sold everything, but received not a single penny. He felt completely taken advantage of by Lu Yili. Father, why not just rebel? Lead people to directly raid Lu Yili in White Light Star. I can help you contact them. After all, Lu Yili has made many enemies in White Light Star. Many people dare to be angry, but don't dare to speak out. They're just waiting for a reason. When Rome persuaded Wen Yuan again, Lu Yili had killed many people recently, carrying out large-scale purges, which made the people of White Light Star anxious. When Rome, it's not that simple. Wen Yuan hesitated again when he heard Wen Rome was genuinely planning to take action. Lu Yili was indeed reckless, but he had not directly targeted high-ranking officers from the start. Instead, he was gradually inserting his own loyalists among the mid and lower-ranking officers of the Imperial fleet. Like boiling a frog in warm water, slowly wearing down Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan wanted to change his current difficult situation, but was afraid of the consequences. He had built everything from scratch over many years, and the accumulated power and wealth made it hard for him to let go of everything and take the risk of fighting Lu Yili. Father, don't hesitate any longer. If you hesitate, you will suffer. When Rome saw his father's attitude and realized he was once again planning to retreat. Father, if we retreat this time, is there really a way out? Don't you remember Lu Yili promised to stand shoulder to shoulder with the king? There is no place for us with Lu Yili. When Rong urged his father passionately, when Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted, Lu Yili was indeed untrustworthy. Fine, you contact Commander Chun of the 2nd Star Fleet for me, and also Commander Ning of the 4th Star Fleet. The acting commander of the 7th Interstellar Fleet finally made up his mind to take a gamble with his 3rd Interstellar Fleet. Lu Yili did not regard him as a person, so he would not sit idly by. Lu Yili had replaced quite a few mid and lower-level officers, but these people were not without solutions. Chapter 66. Communication with Wen Rong father. What about Lin Nian? The 1st Star Fleet he commands is on its way back. Should we contact him? Wen Rong thought of Lin Nian and couldn't help but say, How confident are you? Wen Yuan hesitated a bit. He wasn't familiar with Lin Nian. What they were about to do was to rebel. If the news got leaked prematurely, not only would their plans be exposed, but it could also provoke a backlash from Lu Yili. Lin Nian, I trust him. Wenrong replied after thinking for a moment. From his interactions with Lin Nian, even if he didn't join them, he shouldn't report their actions. This was just his intuition with no evidence. If it weren't for what his father had done to Lin Nian before, Wenrong would have been more confident. Forget it. The risk is too great. Wenrong shook his head in refusal. This concerns rebellion, a matter that could cost them their heads. He had to be very cautious. Lin Nian was indeed the captain of the First Star Fleet, but his subordinates might not necessarily listen to him. Father, with an extra force comes an extra hope of winning. The First Star Fleet can quickly reach the Central Star region through the space jump initiated by the Seventh Star Fleet. Let's ask him, even if it doesn't work. The First Star Fleet won't pose a threat to us in the short term. Wenrong continued to persuade. After hearing this, Wenrong thought it made sense. Lin Nian was the acting commander. Without the super-large warships of the First Star Fleet, if the Seventh Star Fleet didn't actively initiate a space jump, Lin Nian could only continue with his steady interstellar travel. Then let's give it a try. Wenrong finally agreed. Wenrong nodded immediately. In the Ingyun Star region, the First Star Fleet had just completed refueling at the Imperial Supply Space Station and was continuing toward the Central Star region. Lin Nian sat with his arm resting on the command console, propping his forehead with one hand. Commander, can you give us a hint about what you plan to do? Lin Nian heard Zhou Kejin's voice in his ear. Ever since receiving the video from Zhu Xinda, these 10 captains had pulled him into a private chat channel, avoiding public channels to prevent being recorded. If Lin Nian hadn't been brought in, he wouldn't have known about this at all. So these guys have been discussing him behind his back. Let's talk about it later. Lin Nian still replied with the same phrase. He didn't dare to accept the major general rank that Zhu Xinda had given him. Lin Nian was very clear about his shortcomings. He was a total political novice, and he had only reached his current position due to strength and opportunity. His rapid promotion and the short time he had spent in the military left him without any real influence at the grassroots level. Zhu Xinda wanted him to attack Lu Yili, which didn't make sense at all. Was Zhu Xinda being a bit unrealistic? With everything online, why would he harm him? Lin Nian simply couldn't understand. The most terrifying part was that this video had been broadcasted to the entire fleet. Everyone knew about it. All these senior officers, one and all, couldn't escape. If any crew member from the First Star Fleet had connections to Lu Yili, they could directly expose this situation. Lin Nian could already imagine that once the First Star Fleet entered a certain sanitation space station, these senior officers would be arrested by a large number of military police and taken to a military court for trial. Compared to the major general rank that Zhu Xinda mentioned, Lin Nian cared more about his own life. Such a rank would only be worth pursuing if he was alive to claim it. Lin Nian now felt that the rank of lieutenant colonel was quite good. He had already reached a high enough position and shouldn't expect more. Commander, why is it still this line? It was said to be a private channel and wouldn't be recorded. We can talk freely. We're all in the same boat now. Let's lay everything out. Otherwise, when we return, we might end up being credited for the achievements of our subordinates. Zhou Kejin wailed again in the channel, and his broken voice was extremely uncomfortable to listen to. Colonel Zhou Kejin, shut your crow's beak. Wei Rinda also rarely shouted. Yes, be quiet. Your duck-like voice is too unpleasant. Mo Yingguang couldn't help but say, no, I refuse. I still have a great future ahead. I got into trouble for no reason because of an imperial prince. Help. Zhou Kejin continued to wail. Commander, there's a communication request. When Huaiyun suddenly said to him, Lin Nian quickly stood up from his command position, conveniently exiting the private chat channel. Zhou Kejin's noise immediately stopped. Who is it? The Central Command? No, it's Wenrong. When Huaiyun shook his head, his expression a bit complicated as he spoke. Lin Nian clenched his fists in an instant. He hadn't forgotten how Wenrong had bypassed him and tied his family to the 007 sanitation space station. Was Wenrong going to use this matter to threaten him? Right? Can we communicate directly at this distance? Lin Nian quietly asked when Huaiyun. Commander, there's no problem. The Central Star region is adjacent to the Ingyun Star region, so normal communication can still be established. When Huaiyun replied, then connect me. Lin Nian said. It didn't take long for a communication message to come through. This contact port also required private authorization, and only Lin Nian himself could authorize it. He took a deep breath and chose to authorize it. A hologram appeared, and the connection was established. Wenrong appeared on the screen. General Wenrong. Lin Nian actively saluted Wenrong, as he was the one who had helped him. Lin Nian would maintain basic respect. Lin Nian, this time it's a communication between friends. No need for salutes. Wenrong first glanced at Lin Nian, then looked past him at Wen Huayun. It seems that Wen Huayun has put everything on you, even arranging for your family in advance. Lin Nian was taken aback. He couldn't help but glance at Wen Huayun beside him. What did Wenrong's words mean? His family was now in Wen Huayun's hands? Wen Huayun, catching his gaze, seemed to shy away for some reason. Of course, Wen Huayun couldn't hear his conversation with Wenrong. Lin Nian couldn't afford to ask too many questions right now and continued to look at Wenrong. All right, let's get back to the point. Lin Nian, Lu Ili is brutal and ruthless. My father plans to rise up against Lu Ili's rule. He is currently gathering the forces of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 7th Star fleets. Of course, we also hope that your 1st Star Fleet can join us in this uprising. Lin Nian, what do you think? Wenrong asked Lin Nian the question he was most concerned about. Lin Nian fell silent. He remembered Zhu Xianda had said in the video that Wen Yuan had switched sides very decisively before. But what was he trying to do now? Why attack Lu Ili at this time? Was it because of unequal distribution of spoils? Why didn't they do this sooner? Lu Ili has already occupied Bema Star. Wen Yuan has just said he wants to resist Lu Ili. This is too unreliable. Lin Nian suddenly had this thought. Sorry, Major General Wenrong. Allow me to refuse. I only accept orders from the Imperial Central Command. Lin Nian's tone was extremely flat. After speaking, he saluted Wenrong, wearing a businesslike expression. Chapter 67. The suicide of Wen Yuan, is that so? I understand. Then goodbye, Lin Nian. Wenrong sighed upon hearing this, shaking his head helplessly. But when he said the last sentence, it felt like a farewell. Goodbye, Major General Wenrong. Lin Nian saluted Wenrong again in a standard manner. Strictly speaking, this was something he owed Wenrong. The favor of being understood had not yet been repaid. But that aside, Lin Nian had a very poor impression of Wen Yuan, Wenrong's father. To Lin Nian, Wenrong was Wenrong, and Wen Yuan was Wen Yuan. Of course, the reason Lin Nian directly refused Wenrong was not only because of Wen Yuan. More importantly, he did not want to fight. Especially, he did not want to get involved in this political storm, nor did he want to contend with a leader like Wen Yuan. Especially after he learned about Wen Yuan's past, Lin Nian was even more firm in this thought. Wen Yuan had continuously backstabbed his superior. If he were to add this betrayal of Lu Ili, Wen Yuan's actions were no different from that of El Bu, a traitor to 3 surnames. Such behavior was something he found utterly shameful. Since Wen Yuan would backstab his own leaders for his own interests, what about those of them under him? If he were to turn against them, would he not be even more reckless? Lin Nian silently watched as the light screen in front of him disappeared, slowly lowering his hand. Commander, what happened to Major General Wenrong? Wen Huayun asked at that moment. Lin Nian did not answer. He could not disclose the content of his conversation with Wenrong. He shook his head. Chief of Staff Wen, my family is with you, right? Lin Nian turned back to look at Wen Huayun, countering his Chief of Staff's question. I'm sorry. Please forgive my presumptuousness. Wen Huayun stood straight and saluted Lin Nian seriously. No, I didn't mean to blame you. On the contrary, I want to thank you for helping us avoid a great disaster. Lin Nian was now covered in cold sweat. If his family were in Wen Yuan's hands, then the one who had just come to negotiate with him might not have been Wenrong, but Wen Yuan. Using some form of coercion, he might demand that Lin Nian obey orders, such as leading the 1st Star Fleet to attack Lu Ili. He would be forced to get entangled in the political struggle of the empire. Lin Nian could not see the situation clearly at this moment. Whether to side with Wen Yuan or Lu Ili was not his intention. He originally just wanted to survive on the battlefield, but without realizing it, he had already become the highest commander of a fleet, possessing the power to change many people's fates. Now he had to think about how to use this power. Lin Nian had a strong premonition that the empire's political storm would soon engulf him. Lin Nian turned and looked at the transparent porthole in front of him. The bow of the battleship number 378 was still moving forward vigorously. In the empty cloud, star domain, at the wreckage of the flagship of the ruined Heaven Sect, hundreds of warships slowly approached. Dozens of people were released into space, and a group of personnel with thrusters slowly flew towards the flagship wreckage. At the same time, inside the flagship of the ruined Heaven Sect, Han Tianzu was silently observing everything before him. Master, the exploration team has returned with news. They have discovered the bodies of Master Han Tianzhu and the Chief of Staff. They're on their way back, a crew member said quietly. Han Tianzhu's hand grabbed and then released, and then grabbed again. Lin Nian had already left a deep impression in his mind. He wanted revenge, but the shadow Lin Nian left on him was too strong. The ruined Heaven Fleet could not defeat Lin Nian, no matter what. Moreover, they were too weak now. The urgent task was to strengthen their own power. The first Starfleet had already left the Red Cloud star domain. Now was the time for him to show his strength. Let's go. Order. Target, Red Cloud star domain. Depart. Han Tianzhu waved his hand. He needed to plunder the population of the Empire again, turning those people into his soldiers, followers of the ruined Heaven sect. He also needed to find someone similar to his brother, the Chief of Staff, to strategize for him. In short, everything was not over. The ruined Heaven sect was not over. Han Tianzhu was not over. Central Star Domain, Space Station 007. In a certain secret room, many influential people gathered together. When Yurin looked at them, they were the commanders or chiefs of staff of the four fleets, most of whom were his old subordinates who had followed him for many years, especially the acting captain of the 7th Star Fleet, who had specifically teleported from Yaman Star. Gentlemen, I have called you here today to discuss an important matter. When Yurin said with a serious expression, unconsciously carrying the momentum of the former commander-in-chief, looking down at the others. Chief, what is it? The commanders exchanged glances. When Yurin had brought all of them here, clearly indicating that there was something very urgent. Lu Ili is acting recklessly on Bamus Star, brutal and unkind, extravagant and debauched. I am determined to overthrow Lu Ili. When Yurin expressed his thoughts, but what he received in return was dead silence. Commander, why now? Why didn't you do this when you were in the Snow Cloud Star Domain? Why didn't you do it when Prince Zhu ordered you to strike? Why did you choose to do this after you surrendered to Lu Ili? Why? Colonel Chun from the 2nd Starfleet was the first to speak, his gaze sharp. The rapid-fire questions came one after another. When Yurin opened his mouth, but said nothing. Commander, you have betrayed us for the 3rd time. How can we trust you? Colonel Chun shook his head, not intending to say anything more, and strode away. Ning shouting and the others exchanged glances, and finally, they all left the secret room, leaving only Wen Yurin and his son, Wen Rong. Father, what should we do now? Wen Rong did not expect such a result, especially the negative impact brought by his father's surrender to Lu Ili. His father was already isolated and rejected. What should we do? Wen Yurin's face showed bitterness. Child, you must escape quickly. Go to Intian Star immediately. Take all our family members and head to the Northern Star Domain at once. Wen Yurin's tone was somber. Since his old subordinates were no longer willing to listen to him, there was no telling if someone might report him to Lu Ili. Staying in the Central Star Domain of the Empire would be very dangerous for them. Lu Ili would definitely pursue them, just as he had done to Zhu Xian. 3 days later, you will depart from here. Someone will take you out of the Empire. Do not delay. Wen Yurin pulled out a star map in front of Wen Rong and pointed to a location in the Northern Central Star Domain. From there, they could head straight to the Human Republic. Father, what about you? What will you do? Wen Rong hurriedly asked. Don't worry about me. You go quickly. I have one more thing to deal with. Wen Yurin suddenly pushed Wen Rong away. Wen Rong left, looking back 3 times. Wen Yurin then walked slowly toward his office. When he sat down in his usual office chair, he gently stroked the surface of the desk in front of him. He had lived a life of military glory, once so brilliant, strategizing within the tent and achieving victory from thousands of miles away. Yet, when faced with choices that concerned his own future, he had never made the right choice. This time, he didn't want to choose anymore. When Yurin pulled out his drawer, took a handgun that was placed there, and slowly pointed the muzzle at his head. After a long while, the sound of a gunshot echoed in the office. Chapter 68. Everyone is on edge in the Imperial Council chamber. Lu Li furiously slapped a piece of news onto the holographic screen. It was about Wen Yurin's failed conspiracy to revolt, leading to his own demise. I felt a deep pain. Among you, there are bad people. These individuals want to overthrow the Empire. They want to undermine the hard-won stability. Furthermore, some of them are already conspiring to rebel. The highest commander of the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets, Major General Wen Yurin. I never expected he would be one of them. Liu Yili's expression was extremely cold. Wen Yuan's rebellion plan made him break out in a cold sweat. If Wen Yuan successfully gathered the 4 Imperial Star fleets, his chances of winning would be uncertain. Fortunately, Wen Yuan's multiple betrayals had already destroyed his reputation. Although the rebellion failed, it served as a wake-up call for Liu Yili. He had been too lenient, allowing people to entertain thoughts of rebellion against him. This was something Liu Yili absolutely could not tolerate. This time, he would carry out a thorough purge. He wanted to install his people throughout the entire military and government system. Anyone associated with the Wen family would be held accountable. Bang! Liu Yili slammed his fist on the conference table. Bring Colonel Chun of the Second Star Fleet to me. With a roar filled with anger, Colonel Chun, injured all over, was dragged in by the military police. Liu Yili stepped forward and grabbed Colonel Chun by the hair. Tell me, who else is mentioned in this anonymous letter regarding the secret meeting? Liu Yili sternly questioned in front of numerous imperial officials. Bah! Colonel Chun, with a mocking glare, spat blood at Liu Yili. Liu Yili was caught off guard and was thoroughly sprayed in the face. Bastard! This made Liu Yili furious. He immediately drew his pistol and aimed it at Colonel Chun's head. Bang! The gunshot echoed in the Imperial Council chamber, causing all the Imperial officials to tremble. Everyone had witnessed Liu Yili's brutality during this time. And now, Liu Yili actually killed someone in public in the Imperial Council chamber. Even when Prince Zhu Xian was in power, such a thing had never happened. Even when dealing with Admiral Wang, who was unfavorable to the defense of Baimong Star, Zhu Xian did not choose to kill. He maintained the last shred of dignity for the Empire. But Liu Yili clearly had no such intentions. Take him away. Liu Yili waved his hand dismissively, then took the handkerchief offered by his aide to wipe his face clean. Colonel Chin's body was dragged out by the military police, leaving a trail of blood. The heavy smell of blood lingered in the Imperial Council chamber for a long time. Everyone was silent, heads bowed, not daring to look at Liu Yili. Listen carefully, everyone. Anyone can report to me. As long as the information is confirmed to be true and effective, I will promote them immediately, no matter who it is, as long as they have any association with Wen Yuan, regardless of their position or rank. Arrest them all. Execute them immediately. Liu Yili dropped this statement without giving anyone a kind expression and quickly left the Imperial Council chamber. Only at this moment did the ministers dare to raise their heads. Their expressions resembled that of the young emperor when he first saw Liu Yili, trembling with fear. Xie Yunjian remained silent. He looked at the bloody trail on the floor. The bright red was so glaring. The empire needed someone to overthrow Liu Yili's brutal rule. Xie Yunjian silently made up his mind. He planned to select potential candidates from the commanders of the Imperial Star Fleets who could overthrow Liu Yili. Liu Yili's biggest reliance was on the 5th and 6th Star Fleets, and to deal with the Star Fleets, only the Star Fleets could do so. Xie Yunjian began to account for the forces that could be used. The 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets had already been crippled. All officers above the rank of captain in these 2 fleets, which were once directly under Wen Yuan, had been arrested by the Central Military Police and executed without any trial. These excellent mid-level military commanders did not die in war, but rather in the extreme political purges within the empire. These 2 fleets no longer needed to be considered. Xie Yunjian sighed inwardly. Wen Yuan's personal character might not be great, but his troops were among the few strong forces in the Imperial Central Army. Now they were being ravaged by Liu Yili, and Xie Yunjian found it hard to bear. After mourning for those excellent generals for a moment, he continued his assessment. Next, his target was the 4th Star Fleet. Ning Xiaoding had not been caught up in this turmoil, remaining low-key as always. Although Ning Xiaoding had once been under Wen Yuan, Liu Yili ultimately chose to remain silent on how to deal with the 4th Star Fleet. Even though everyone knew about the superior subordinate relationship between Wen Yuan and Ning Xiaoding, Xie Yunjian felt that, in the end, it was because the 4th Star Fleet under Ning Xiaoding was very powerful and was currently stationed at the farthest 020 sanitation space station for Baimong Star. Much like the 7th Star Fleet, basically out of Liu Yili's control and could retreat at any moment. Xie Yunjian nodded slightly, feeling this was a force. He then turned his attention to the next target, the 7th Star Fleet. Its acting commander was also an old subordinate of Wen Yuan, the original fleet commander. General Shun Liang had been parachuted into the 7-star fleet by Zhu Xian to change the situation. However, that General Shun was ineffective and was directly defeated and killed. There might be a chance to contact them. Xie Yunjian noted this in his mind. There was still one last force, but it was an incomplete force. The Empire's 1st-star fleet was on a mission to suppress the rebellion under Han Tianzhu and had not yet returned to the Central Star region. The only drawback of this force was the lack of a core battleship, a super-large battleship. However, the acting commander, Lin Nian, was said to be very capable. Zhu Xian had also shot himself in the foot. If he had provided adequate support to Colonel Lin Nian back then, the 1st-star fleet would have at least returned early and not been pierced through the defense line by Lu Yili. Xie Yunjian regretted this thought. His previous decision to bring in Lu Yili to counter Zhu Xian had already been determined to be an extremely wrong choice. In short, this barely counted as a force. Xie Yunjian noted down this last fleet. Other imperial fleets were either guarding remote territories or had been completely annihilated and had not had time to restore their formations and personnel. There was basically no hope. Master Xie, what are you thinking? At this moment, a minister approached him. Xie Yunjian pulled back his wandering thoughts. He noticed that behind that minister, there was not just one person. Without Lu Yili in the Imperial Council chamber, people began to gather and chat in small groups, mostly discussing trivial matters. Lu Yili could leave at will, but they could not. It wasn't time for them to leave yet. Don't you have any interest in meeting with us after leaving here? The person probed, speaking in a completely normal tone, but the gaze already carried a different meaning. Xie Yunjian almost understood in seconds. Lu Yili was bloodthirsty by nature, making everyone here feel insecure. They were all the same as him, planning to overthrow Lu Yili's rule. Once the internal opinions of the civil officials reached a consensus, they would need to fill in that final and most crucial link, military force. Chapter 69. A certain death trap, warship number 378. In short, repair the damage to the warship as soon as possible. Bring the 1st interstellar fleet back to the Central Star domain. Marshal Lu Yili is on Bamus Star, waiting to reward you for your achievements. Gu Hanzhou looked serious on the screen. There were also screens showing Mo Yangwang and others in the bridge. Yes, Lin Nian and Wen Huaiyun stood at attention and saluted Gu Hanzhou on the screen. As Gu Hanzhou's image disappeared, Lin Nian lowered his hand. Good news. Lu Yili in the Central Star domain finally remembered them. Bad news. Those who are on Lu Yili's mind are basically doomed to die. 1 year in suicide made every officer associated with him feel uneasy, as Lu Yili had gone insane with killing in the Central Star domain. Literally gone insane. As long as someone was found to have any connection to Wen Yuan, they would be executed on the spot with no trial whatsoever. Lin Nian was unfortunately one of those deeply connected to the Wen family. Wen Rong was his mentor, and Wen Yuan was Wen Rong's father. He was truly a direct descendant. Therefore, Lin Nian had deep concerns about Gu Hanzhou's urging. This proactive contact from the Central Command might just be Lu Yili trying to lure them back to the Central Star domain, only to systematically purge these mid-level officers when they return to the home port. Lin Nian's previous premonition was confirmed. They had been forced into this political storm because of Wen Yuan. If they didn't handle it well, they would all die. Commander, you come from the 3rd Interstellar Fleet. Lu Yili's invitation for us to return is definitely not for our good. The entire Central Star domain is now talking about Lu Yili's brutality. We cannot go back. Going back is a dead end. Zhou Kejin directly stated without any cover, in front of all the captains and crew on the bridge. The Interstellar Fleet is a very special group, with a strong sense of unity. Once personal interests are involved, it's basically a case of one for all and all for one. There has never been a situation where someone is singled out for discussion. This is due to the nature of interstellar warfare. In the face of battle, everyone's life is tied together. Once a warship is blown up by the enemy, they essentially die together with no one escaping. This makes all crew members from top to bottom easily unite as one after a battle. From Lu Yili's purging actions, this new Imperial Marshal is also well aware of this point. Now, as soon as he takes action, it is a systematic attack on the mid-level officers of the entire fleet. Moreover, Lin Nian comes from Wen Yuan's faction. Once they take action against Lin Nian, they will definitely also take action against Zhou Kejin and other ship commanders. No one can escape. Indeed, although Major Zhou likes to complain, The probability of this outcome is very high. Mo Yangwang couldn't help but agree with Zhou Kajin this time. Perhaps they could never return, right? Commander, why don't we choose another place? Let's not go back to the Central Star Domain. Some captains even suggested this to Lin Nian. Yes, we can find a place to hide and wait. When the situation changes, we can come out. Many captains agreed with this proposal, even thinking it was a good idea. Lin Nian remained silent, gripping the railing in front of him, deep in thought about their future path. This was no longer just about him. The future of the entire crew was tied to him. According to Lu Yili's current stance, he would basically face reckoning upon returning. Escaping was not an option either. Not only would his family be implicated, but also the families of his subordinates would face repercussions. We can't escape. If we run, what will happen to our families? Lin Nian said slowly, causing the captains who thought they had found a solution to immediately fall silent, then sigh in despair. What is going on? They returned from battle, and the empire has changed. They have become part of those who will be purged. Although Major Gu Hanzhou spoke nicely, who now dares to trust Lu Yili's words? People are being killed in the Central Star Domain. Political struggles are bloody and cruel. They are not witnessing this for the first time. Commander, there is an unfamiliar signal incoming. Identity verification shows it is from Imperial Council member Xie Yunjian. When Huayun suddenly jogged over to him and said, "This," Lin Nian looked confused. He had never heard of this title or name before. Commander, I know this person. He is part of the central decision-making body. Lu Yili just sent someone to contact us on behalf of the Central Command. There is no need for him to come again. Perhaps we can listen, Mo Yangwang said proactively. All right, Lin Nian nodded. They were extremely unfamiliar with the situation in the Central Star Domain and indeed needed real internal information. As for whether Xie Yunjian could be trusted, Lin Nian decided to listen first. After all, they were currently in a dilemma. Moving forward likely meant death, while retreating left them with nowhere to go. As the authorization information was entered, a new screen popped up in the center. A middle-aged man appeared inside. I am Xie Yunjian. May I ask, who is the acting commander Lin Nian of the 1st Interstellar Fleet? Xie Yunjian glanced around the screen and quickly noticed the 10 captains also present. I am. May I ask, what is the matter? Lin Nian slightly nodded to Xie Yunjian. Everyone, you are doomed. Do you know that? Xie Yunjian opened with a bombshell. Mo Yangwang and others' expressions changed dramatically as they confirmed that Lu Yili would take action against them. The difference between being possible targets and confirmed targets is immense. They felt the last glimmer of hope in their hearts burst like a bubble in an instant. What evidence do you have? Just now, Major Gu Hanzhou contacted us and told us to return normally, saying it was to commend us for our achievements in quelling the cult of the wild sky. Zhou Kajin jumped up as if his tail had been pulled. Evidence, of course, I have. You can see for yourselves. Xie Yunjian held up an order beside him. Once the 1st Interstellar Fleet returns to the 001 Sanitation Space Station, all senior officers above the rank of school will be arrested and executed on the spot, without trial. At the bottom of the order, the signatory clearly states Lu Yili's name in handwritten signature. Xie Yunjian verified the authenticity of the order in front of everyone. Such an order cannot be fake. Lin Nian immediately heard his subordinates collectively gasp. The color drained from every face in an instant. Why? We didn't participate in one Yoren's rebellion at all. Why would Lu Yili treat us this way? This is unfair. Zhou Kajin's voice shot up, and the other captains stared at Xie Yunjian intently. Ridiculous. Have you forgotten your other identity? For example, the direct descendant of Prince Zhu Xinda? A hint of sarcasm appeared on Xie Yunjian's face. As soon as he said this, all the captains fell silent. Lin Nian could only shake his head in despair. If that's the case, he would be in an even worse situation. He belonged to both Wen Yoren's direct faction and Zhu Xian's direct faction. Essentially, his name was already on the list to the King of Hell. He was doomed. Chapter 70, The Only Path, so what do you want to do? Lin Nian interrupted Xie Yunjian's roundabout talk and directly asked for his purpose. He certainly wouldn't believe that Xie Yunjian secretly contacted the 1st Interstellar Fleet just to tell them that he and his people were going to die. The Prince Zhu Xinda must have given you an order, right? The last order he issued before his death. Xie Yunjian still did not directly answer Lin Nian's question, but instead pulled out Zhu Xinda's order. We are warriors, not as scheming as you scholars. Get to the point. Lin Nian was already feeling impatient. Colonel Lin Nian, I hope you can fulfill the prince's last order, to execute Lu Yili. Xie Yunjian said seriously. He understood that by saying this, he was essentially leaving a handle for Lin Nian. However, from their interaction, Lin Nian gave him a better impression than Ning Xiaoding and Fu Qinyuan. Fu Qinyuan was the acting commander of the 7th Interstellar Fleet. Both of them had their own escape routes, one in the 020 Sanitation Space Station and the other on Yemon Star. But Lin Nian had no escape route. The entire 1st Interstellar Fleet had no escape route. It was either fight or die. Of course, Lin Nian's current behavior was not mindless. When faced with his insinuation, he was always playing it cool, which was quite a wise approach. Aren't you afraid that I will pass your words to Marshal Lu Yili? Use your head to exchange for a way out for us? Lin Nian continued, his gaze fixed on Xie Yunjian. Sure, but you will still die. This is not alarmist talk. You could try it. Xie Yunjian nodded lightly. He was very clear about Lu Yili's nature. As long as Lin Nian was not foolish, he would understand. Lin Nian fell silent, knowing that Xie Yunjian had more to say. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Xie Yunjian continued. So, I am your only chance for survival right now. Let's work together. I will strategize for you. Of course, I can't provide help in combat. In any case, you're already in a dead end. It depends on whether you can carve out a path for yourselves. Your fate is not in my hands, but in your own. Xie Yunjian said seriously, started to discuss deeper topics with Lin Nian, because Lin Nian's attitude had already shown signs of loosening. What do you mean? Are you asking us to kill our way back? Lu Yili has at least 4 Imperial Interstellar fleets. How the hell do you expect us to fight? Zhou Kejin suddenly jumped in. Xie Yunjian glanced at Zhou Kejin, but did not speak, feeling that this person seemed not very clever. Do you have contact with others? Do we have reinforcements? Is it the 4th and 7th Interstellar fleets? Lin Nian immediately asked upon seeing Xie Yunjian's attitude. Colonel Lin Nian, you are very perceptive. You even guessed this. A smile appeared on Xie Yunjian's face. He preferred to talk to someone like Lin Nian. It was very relaxed. Much easier than with someone like Zhou Kejin. Not hard to guess. I was forced into a dead end because of my relationship with Prince Zhu Xinda and General Wen Yuan. The commanders of the 4th and 7th Interstellar fleets are also connected to Wen Yuan. With the purges in the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar fleets, naturally, everyone feels threatened. Lin Nian expressed his thoughts, causing several people to look at him sideways, especially the captains like Mo Yangguang. No wonder Lin Nian could be recommended by Wen Yuan and even promoted by Zhu Xinda. His brain works quickly. Thus, Lin Nian's command ability skyrocketed. You are right. Major, General Ning Xiaoding, and Colonel Fu Qinyuan will be your reinforcements. After you enter the Central Star domain and fire the first shot against Lu Yili, their respective fleets will also appear to support you. Xie Yunjian said seriously. What if they don't show up? Lin Nian immediately saw through the flaw in this plan. So, you need to make them think they can show up. Xie Yunjian still wore a smile, but it was quite irritating. Lin Nian understood what Xie Yunjian meant. The 1st Interstellar Fleet would be the vanguard, leading the charge against Lu Yili, and would inevitably become Lu Yili's primary target. Therefore, they must win that battle by all means. If they can't win, then there will never be any reinforcements. How many interstellar fleets do we have to deal with? Lin Nian took a deep breath and asked again. 2 or 3. Honestly, I don't have high hopes for you, Xie Yunjian said, shaking his head candidly. You bastard. You don't have high hopes but still want us to go. Zhou Kejin got anxious again. But Lin Nian raised his hand to stop him from saying more. We have no other options left, do we? Lin Nian looked at Xie Yunjian seriously. Yes, this is the only way you can survive. Since you're going to die anyway, why not give a shot? Xie Yunjian finally posed a rhetorical question. All right, I understand. Are we setting off now? Lin Nian nodded, directly agreeing to this demand on behalf of the entire 1st Interstellar Fleet. All the expressions of the others became complicated. This meant they had no retreat left. Their next opponent would no longer be the cult of the Wild Sky, but the regular Imperial military, the same type of interstellar fleet. Fighting among themselves would be the hardest. No, not now. The timing is not right. You need to wait and continue to delay your advance. Wait until Lu Yili completes his usurpation. At that point, the order from Prince Zhu Xinda in your hands will be able to exert its maximum effect. Only then can you have a justified cause for action. Xie Yunjian said solemnly to Lin Nian. All right, I understand. We will wait for this news. Lin Nian nodded. He truly hadn't considered the importance of having a just cause. He only thought about going straight into battle. After all, the only path left was to fight. This one path. Take care, Colonel Lin Nian. We look forward to welcoming you at Baimong Star, the heroes of the Empire. Xie Yunjian gently stood up straight and bowed 90 degrees to all of them. We will. Lin Nian immediately straightened his body and saluted Xie Yunjian. The others followed suit. Xie Yunjian's hologram disappeared, and Lin Nian also lowered his hand. Commander, do we really have to? Mo Yangwang was the first to speak. Just thinking about the battles they would face in the future made him tremble all over. This time, they would face an Imperial interstellar fleet with combat power equal to their own, and not just one. Mo Yangwang did not have that confidence of certain victory. Everyone's expressions were filled with a similar sense of fear. Kanan Montak and everyone else. Lin Nian looked around at all of them. He could see the fear and unease in their eyes. We will win. Please believe me. Lin Nian spoke up, his voice calm and powerful, yet carrying a certain magical strength that immediately settled Mo Yangwang. The confidence conveyed in Lin Nian's words not only calmed Mo Yangwang, but also dispelled the fear among the crew, allowing their gazes to become resolute once more. They looked solemnly at Lin Nian in the center of the bridge. Yes, Commander, Mo Yangwang shouted. Everyone immediately stood up straight and saluted Lin Nian with their heads held high. Chapter 71. The Usurpation of Lu Ili White Light Star. In the Empire's conference hall, Lu Ili walked in with his head held high. He greeted the speaker. All the ministers, upon seeing Lu Ili, lowered their bodies and showed respectful attitudes. This was because all those who refused to show respect had already been taken away to be executed, with blood flowing like rivers. Moreover, the recent rebellion of One Yurin directly provided Lu Ili with an excuse to cleanse dissenters. The anti-subversion campaign was in full swing. High-ranking officers of the Imperial Central Army were falling one after another. Even General Wang, who had been spared by Prince Zhu Xian, was deliberately brought out by Lu Ili and executed on the spot. The situation was similar for civil officials. The gendarmerie under Lu Ili's control was launching attacks everywhere, causing chaos and destruction. Finally, there was no one left on White Light Star who dared to oppose Lu Ili. Everyone sang his praises and adored him. Recently, auspicious signs appeared frequently on White Light Star. What do you think this is about? Lu Ili sat on his speaker's throne and addressed his ministers. He intentionally raised the topic of auspicious signs, naturally attributing it to divine will and gratitude for the speaker's grace. If it weren't for the speaker's righteous act of resisting tyranny and overthrowing the brutal Zhu Xian, we and His Majesty would have to live in a blood-soaked terror for a long time. It is the speaker who has brought us light and hope. Xie Yunji was the first to stand up and speak, picking up on everything Lu Ili wanted to hear. Of course, some hidden thoughts also lay beneath the surface, such as the metaphor of blood-soaked terror, which Zhu Xian had never committed such shameless acts. Ha ha ha, you flatter me too much. I should not take credit for this. Lu Ili quickly waved his hand in modesty. He was now looking down on everyone, fully in control of both military and political affairs. In the most inflated moment of his life, completely oblivious to Xie Yunji's subtle remarks. No, my lord certainly has this qualification. Moreover, Xie Yunji took the initiative to stand up and turn to face the ministers. Everyone, Speaker Lu Ili has great merit towards His Majesty, us, and the Empire. I want to recommend Speaker Lu Ili to His Majesty for a royal title. Xie Yunji's expression was filled with passionate fervor, yet every word struck at Lu Ili's heart, making him feel extremely pleased. This was his best mouthpiece. The entire Empire's conference hall became restless upon hearing the proposal to recommend Lu Ili for a royal title, with whispers echoing throughout. Among them, as Lu Ili's loyal followers and relatives, everyone was overjoyed, wishing they could elevate Lu Ili to the throne the very next day. Meanwhile, the ministers who had witnessed Lu Ili's blood-soaked terror were filled with anger, but dared not speak out. If Lu Ili were to be titled king, the next step would undoubtedly be to receive the 9 seals, followed by kicking Zhu Rinhe aside to ascend to the supreme position of the human empire. Many gazes turned towards the emperor's seat. The young emperor was still in the arms of his wet nurse, no longer indulging in the previous excesses. Only fear was evident on his face. Silence. What? Do you have any objections? As the discussions grew louder, some unpleasant remarks could be heard. Gu Hanzhou also took the initiative to stand up and shouted at everyone. He was a staunch loyalist of Liu Yili, commanding the strongest fifth-star fleet under Liu Yili. If Liu Yili officially became emperor, he would have the opportunity to become the marshal of the empire. Whoever obstructs my progress is my enemy. Upon Gu Hanzhou's outburst, the ministers fell silent. They suddenly remembered that this conference hall was already Liu Yili's territory. If Liu Yili were displeased, he could eliminate them all. Therefore, I propose and formally request His Majesty's approval to grant Liu Yili the title of Peace King, to express our gratitude for bringing us peace and hope. Xie Yunji immediately pushed for Liu Yili's usurpation. He turned and spoke loudly to the young emperor. Liu Yili remained silent throughout, but the corners of his mouth were always upturned, especially satisfied with Xie Yunji, his newly acquired mouthpiece. Look, this is what it means to understand the higher-up's intentions. I will set an example. I agree to grant the royal title. One vote. Xie Yunji raised his hand high. The other ministers exchanged glances, while Gu Hanzhou watched them closely. Anyone showing even a hint of dissent would find themselves dragged into the ongoing anti-subversion campaign. I agree. One minister raised his hand, then the third, fourth. Soon more than the required 10 votes were reached. Under Liu Yili's pressure, it swiftly passed unanimously. Oh dear, what merit do I have? Everyone, are you trying to frame me? Liu Yili began his feigned performance, pushing back modestly. Everyone quietly watched Liu Yili's poor acting. A few days later, Liu Yili officially issued a proclamation to the entire empire, announcing his replacement of Zhu Renhe as the new emperor of the human empire. I will continue to lead the human empire, protect our subjects, and bless the world. Glory belongs to the empire. Liu Yili solemnly took an oath in front of numerous cameras, shouting the loyalty words unique to the empire at the end. These were words that countless imperial generals would only shout at the end of their lives, now deliberately added by Liu Yili to make his ascension appear more dignified. Thunderous applause erupted, echoing throughout the grand hall. Liu Yili reveled in this moment that belonged solely to him. The dense crowd slowly made way, and the red carpet extended upward. At the end of the red carpet stood the former emperor, Zhu Renhe, alone and shivering, holding in both hands the object symbolizing imperial identity, the Jade Seal. As long as Liu Yili took the Jade Seal from Zhu Renhe's hands, he would complete this grand usurpation ceremony. A proud smile spread across Liu Yili's face as he walked step by step towards Zhu Renhe amidst the cheers of the crowd. Liu Yili looked down at the somewhat dazed Zhu Renhe. Faced with Liu Yili's pressure, Zhu Renhe's hands trembled uncontrollably. Nurse! Zhu Renhe turned his head, looking at his wet nurse in the distance, calling out softly in his childlike voice. The wet nurse's eyes were filled with tears, looking fearfully at Liu Yili. She repeatedly gestured with her hands, trying to guide Zhu Renhe to mimic her actions. Zhu Renhe seemed to finally understand. Trembling hands reaching out to pass the tray, holding the Jade Seal, to Liu Yili. Liu Yili appeared to grow tired of pressuring an ignorant child and forcefully seized the Jade Seal from Zhu Renhe's hands. Turning to face everyone, he raised the Jade Seal high with one hand, both to display and to declare, "Congratulations to the new emperor on his ascension." The crowd bowed and shouted in unison. Xie Yunji was among them, but with his head bowed, a cold glint was evident in his eyes. Liu Yili had already betrayed his original slogan when marching into the Central Star region. This man was not here to clear the court of corrupt officials, but to fulfill his personal ambitions. The legitimacy of Liu Yili on Beima Star has vanished with this coup. Liu Yili is too anxious and has openly revealed his wolf-like ambition. At this time, Xie Yunjian is looking forward to Lin Nian, hoping that the first interstellar fleet on the way home will stand up and fulfill that promise, to kill Liu Yili. Chapter 72. The declaration against the usurper in space. A small asteroid was aimlessly drifting. At that moment, a massive warship suddenly intruded into its core area. The enormous hull was rapidly moving forward, with a gray-white tone that carried a profound pressure. The colossal bow of the warship collided directly with the asteroid, leaving a brand new dent on the ship's skin, while the asteroid spun away, flying into the more distant reaches of space. The enormous warship continued to advance at high speed. Beside the rotating asteroid, a large 378 insignia suddenly streaked past, followed by a series of slightly smaller names. Among these names, the last one clearly read Lin Nian. After the warship passed, more large warships followed, trailing yellow-white flames. They were heading straight for the nearby Central Star region. Following them were more medium-sized and small warships, forming a complete Imperial interstellar fleet. Each warship was flashing lights, and the hulls were covered with countless white dots of light, with busy figures faintly visible among them. On the bridge of the flagship of the First Interstellar Fleet, the crew members were engaged in high-intensity operations. Report: the power system has been fully checked. Normal. All interstellar fighter jets have been repaired. Normal. Energy shields have been preloaded. Normal. Heavy laser cannons, heavy ship-mounted cannons, and other weapons have all been verified. Normal. One report after another was shouted out by the crew on the bridge. Lin Nian stood at the command position on the second floor, silently watching the busy crew. At the same time, his gaze shifted to a central screen, which continuously played footage of Liu Yili's ascension to the throne. Liu Yili had, as Xie Yunjian had said, executed a usurpation. Next, it was time for them to take action. Lin Nian's heart trembled a bit, feeling a sense of emptiness about the uncertain future. However, he did not let anyone see it. He needed to set an example for others. Since he had already decided to act, he would not choose to back down. Originally, Lin Nian did not care who became the emperor. Everything felt too distant for him. But now it was different. As Xie Yunjian had said, even if he acknowledged Liu Yili as emperor, Liu Yili would not spare their fleet. The mid-level and high-level commanders of the warships would be executed on the spot, and the lower-level and ordinary soldiers would not fare any better. They would be labeled and used as frontline cannon fodder. No one would pity their lives. Since the First Interstellar Fleet had been targeted by Liu Yili, there was no retreat for anyone. Commander, the 012 warship and its attached warships are ready. Mo Yingguang's screen popped up as he saluted Lin Nian with a serious expression. Commander, the 008 warship and its attached warships are ready. Wei Rinda also shouted loudly. Then came Zhou Kajin and more commanding officers of large warships, all reporting the situation to Lin Nian with solemn expressions. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Nian returned their salute. Next, it will be my responsibility. Lin Nian turned to Wen Huaiyun beside him. Wen Huaiyun also nodded seriously at Lin Nian. Xie Yunjian had prepared a full broadcast signal for them. Next, Lin Nian's declaration would reach the entire imperial territory, just like Liu Yili's usurpation declaration. Wen Huaiyun reached for a button next to her, a microphone slowly rose from the first floor to the second floor, finally stopping in front of Lin Nian at the command position. Commander, it's time to act. Mo Yingguang spoke first. The other captains also nodded at Lin Nian. Even Zhou Kajin had put away his earlier casual demeanor and nodded solemnly at Lin Nian. Lin Nian took a deep breath, leaned slightly forward, and stood in front of the microphone. Chief of Staff 1, please turn it on. Lin Nian instructed Wen Huaiyun. Yes, Wen Huaiyun pressed another button. A screen popped up in front of Lin Nian, displaying a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Lin Nian's gaze was steady as he looked straight ahead. He did not rush to speak, but remained silent for several seconds, as if transcending the lens to directly face Liu Yili. Lin Nian raised his hand and pulled out Zhu Xian's edict. After it finished playing, Lin Nian turned back to the central screen and spoke solemnly. Citizens of the Empire, I am Lin Nian, Major General and Commander of the First Interstellar Fleet. I hereby solemnly declare that I will never recognize Liu Yili as the Emperor of the Empire. Liu Yili has usurped the throne under the pretense of military advice. Since Liu Yili took control of the capital star, he has killed indiscriminately, causing rivers of blood. Countless innocents, dissenters, and opposition figures have become his victims. Liu Yili and his ilk are disloyal to His Majesty, unkind to their colleagues, and unjust to the people. We will inherit the will of Prince Zhu Xianda and lead the First Interstellar Fleet of the Empire to eradicate the usurper Liu Yili. We, the First Interstellar Fleet, vow to repay His Majesty's kindness with our lives. Glory belongs to the Empire. Lin Nian's eyes were resolute as he shouted the last sentence, striking his right shoulder with force. We vow to repay His Majesty's kindness with our lives. Glory belongs to the Empire. The 10 captains also solemnly shouted along with Lin Nian. In the bridge room, the crew members stood at attention in an instant, uniformly striking their right shoulders and shouting in unison. Meanwhile, Lin Nian's image was rapidly spreading throughout the entire Imperial territory. On Yanlan Star, in the bridge room of the 7th Interstellar Fleet, all crew members witnessed Lin Nian's final oath and deeply remembered his youthful face. The reason was simple. Lin Nian was the first person to publicly oppose Lu Ili since his ascension. During Lu Ili's control of the Central Star region, the entire empire harbored immense resentment towards this tyrannical ruler. Many people had died under Lu Ili's senseless persecution. Yet, no one dared to stand up publicly because everyone knew that the one who stuck their head out would be shot first. And Lu Ili held a loyal interstellar fleet in his hands. One could easily find themselves reporting to the underworld. But in this situation, Lin Nian still chose to step forward, leading his first interstellar fleet directly towards the Central Star region. As the acting commander of the 7th Interstellar Fleet, Fu Qinyuan was also watching Lin Nian. He could see further than the ordinary crew members. Lin Nian was a direct subordinate of Wen Yuren and had connections with Prince Zhu Xianda. Reaching this point was purely out of desperation. The first interstellar fleet would also face a major purge upon returning. Although Fu Qinyuan understood the reasons, he still admired Lin Nian's choice. In a decision that would determine the future, he chose the hardest path. If he were Lin Nian, he would never take on the role of the one to stick his head out. He would simply abandon his family, disband the fleet, or leave the empire with the fleet. Fu Qinyuan respected Lin Nian's courage. If only the literary friends had a bit of courage like Lin Nian. How could their Imperial Central Army have fallen to such a state? The 7th Star Fleet. Fu Qinyuan suddenly stood up, shouting at his subordinates. Everyone immediately stopped watching and turned to their acting commander. Order: leave Yanlan Star and head towards the Central Star domain. Fu Qinyuan issued the command directly. Acting commander, are we? The chief of staff was shocked, thinking Fu Qinyuan was getting carried away and wanted to follow Lin Nian to his death. No, we're going to watch a show. Whoever wins, we help them. It's a profitable deal, isn't it? Fu Qinyuan said with a slick smile on his face. Chapter 73. On the eve of Great War 020 Sanitation Space Station. Flagship of the 4th Interstellar Fleet. Bridge room. Ning Shouting finished reading Lin Nian's declaration in one breath, feeling very emotional. Xie Yunjian had also advised him to support Lu Ili's uprising, but he had directly rejected it. Ning Shouting was not Lin Nian. He was not that foolish. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Since ancient times, those who stand out first rarely have good endings. Xie Yunjian and his group of officials liked to point fingers at the military officers when they had nothing to do on Bema Star. They would be crying for help when Lu Ili killed them. He began to think of them again, when they previously submitted proposals to cut the officers' treatment and salaries. Or were they to speak a fair word for the officers? They only knew how to talk about the big picture and for the sake of the emperor. When it came to raising the tiger's skin, they were all very slick. Major General Ning, now that someone has taken the lead, what should we do? At this moment, the fleet's chief of staff and others looked at Ning Shouting. Ning Shouting twirled a pen with his fingers, but did not rush to speak. The others waited patiently, knowing this was how Ning Shouting thought. Suddenly, the pen spinning in his hand came to an abrupt stop. He had made a decision. He immediately ordered the entire fleet to enter a state of readiness. First, they would observe the clash between Lin Nian and Lu Ili. If Lin Nian won, they would support Zhu Renhe. If Gu Hanzhou won, they would support Lu Ili. This way, both sides would have room for choice. Ning Shouting said seriously, Major General Ning, how do you know it will be Gu Hanzhou facing Lin Nian? The chief of staff couldn't help but ask. Because Lu Ili has no choice. If this bird that sticks its head out is not knocked down with thunderous force, there will be many following suit. A smile appeared on Ning Shouting's face. So, Lu Ili will only directly send the 5th Interstellar Fleet, using his strongest general, Gu Hanzhou. This person is someone even General Wen Yuren is reluctant to face. His strength is formidable. As Ning Shouting said this, he seemed a bit emotional. If Wen Yuan had been a bit tougher, perhaps the one sitting in Lu Yili's position would have been Wen Yuan. And we, the former direct subordinates, wouldn't have to be so fearful as we are now. We could even advance further. Thinking of this, Ning Xiaoding could only let out a sigh. He looked at Lin Nian, who was speaking with righteous indignation on the screen. The footage still replayed Lin Nian's speech. This rapidly promoted young man indeed had commendable personal courage, but he was somewhat reckless. Was it the fearlessness of a newborn calf? Or did he truly believe he could rise to the next level based on his strength? Was it really worth risking his life for the minor general title in Zhu's will? If it were Ning Xiaoding, he certainly wouldn't do it. Lin Nian might have performed well against Han Tianzhu, but that was just against the cult of the wild. Once exposed, they were merely a group of peasant soldiers. How much organizational capability and combat power could they have? Ning Xiaoding was skeptical of Lin Nian's achievements in pacifying the cult of the wild, especially considering the opponent Lin Nian would face was Guhanzhou. Ning Xiaoding compared the strengths of both sides directly and felt there was simply no comparison. Lin Nian's flagship was a large warship with hull number 378, serving as his flagship in the First Interstellar Fleet. In contrast, Guhanzhou's flagship was a proper Imperial super-large warship with hull number 38. As for the quality of the fleet personnel on both sides, the overall quality of the First Interstellar Fleet could be described as useless. After all, they had been suppressed and nearly defeated by Han Tianzhu. With such personnel quality, how good could they be? As for the number and scale of warships, that was even less worth comparing. Lu Yili must have gone crazy to let the Fifth Interstellar Fleet directly engage the First Interstellar Fleet one-on-one. He should have sent multiple fleets to encircle the First Interstellar Fleet. For instance, bringing in the newly incorporated Second and Third Interstellar Fleets. They wouldn't even need to be the main force. As support, that would be sufficient. After analyzing it all, Ning Xiaoding could only shake his head. In his view, Lin Nian had no chance of winning at all. Major Ning, shall we act now? The chief of staff patiently waited for Ning Xiaoding to finish thinking. Let's act. It doesn't affect us anyway, at least not for now. If the Empire's trend is to recognize Lu Yili as the new emperor, then I don't mind using Lin Nian as a gift of loyalty to him. By the end of his last sentence, Ning Xiaoding had already thought of Fu Qinyuan. No need to think, this old fox must have the same idea. Famous star. In the Imperial Council Hall, Lu Yili sat in the position once held by Zhu Renhe. He suddenly stood up and smashed the teacup in his hand. Damn it, that Lin Nian and the First Interstellar Fleet. How dare they bring out Zhu's false edict? The human empire now belongs to the Lu family. These people must be killed. Lu Yili urgently said to his servant, "Come, bring me General Guhanzhou and General Shaoling." "Yes, Your Majesty." Just as the servant was about to leave, he was immediately called back by Lu Yili. "Wait, bring Xie Yunzhan as well." "Yes." The servant nodded respectfully and quickly exited. Before long, the three entered the Imperial Council Hall together. The large council hall was sparse with only a few of them, making it seem particularly empty. "Xie Yunzhan, the First Interstellar Fleet has raised the flag of rebellion, and they even have the ability to broadcast throughout the territory. Someone on Famous Star has allied with them. I need you to find out who has the audacity to do this behind my back." Lu Yili was extremely angry, his voice even threatening to blow the roof off. "Yes, Your Majesty." "You will get an answer." Xie Yunzhan respectfully bowed. "Guhanzhou, I need you to defeat Lin Nian. Crush this jumping clown. Let everyone know the consequences of defying me. I will not allow a second person like this to appear. Tell me, what support do you need?" Lu Yili turned to his chief general. "Lin Nian's actions are very bad. He has dared to openly declare his opposition to me, the new emperor, just 5 days after my ascension. What kind of behavior is this? It's a slap in the face." Lu Yili was very clear about how many were opposing him beneath. What had previously stopped them through slaughter relied on absolute force. But now Lin Nian had taken the initiative to oppose him, and from the aspect of force. If he could not demonstrate his own might and forcefully suppress Lin Nian's rebellion, eliminating this bird that stuck its head out, there would soon be a second or third person appearing. "Your Majesty, I need the Fifth Interstellar Fleet, as well as the Second and Third Interstellar Fleets to assist. I will definitely bring back Lin Nian's head and present it to Your Majesty in person." Guhanzhou stood up straight with a loud clap, and said to Liu Yili, "Very well. Then you should lead the fleet to set off immediately. I don't want Lin Yan's head. I only want Lin Yan dead." A fierce expression appeared on Liu Yili's face. "Yes." Gu Hanzhou immediately stood straight and saluted. Chapter 74. Gu Hanzhou's Persuasion to Surrender 005 Sanitation Space Station. The spaceport was bustling with activity. A large number of lifting equipment were being transferred from one side of the spaceport into various Imperial warships. Gu Hanzhou's convoy rushed towards the flagship of the 5th Interstellar Fleet. A super-large warship stood quietly at the edge of the spaceport, its hull number boldly marked as 38. A team of guards had long been waiting at the spaceport dock. "Salute." As Gu Hanzhou got out of the vehicle, the head of the guard shouted. Dozens of guards lined up in formation, saluting Gu Hanzhou in unison. However, Gu Hanzhou was not in the mood for a review. After simply saluting his head guard, he hurriedly made his way to the boarding entrance. He needed to depart quickly to intercept Lin Nian, who was rapidly approaching. Before long, Gu Hanzhou arrived at the bridge. The commander and the staff of the warship number 38 stood up in unison and saluted Gu Hanzhou. "Sit down. Chief of Staff. Get the warship ready to leave port immediately. Also, tell me the position and status of the 1st Interstellar Fleet. I need all the information on Lin Nian." Gu Hanzhou waved his hand to signal everyone and stated his requests. "Yes." The chief of staff immediately nodded. A large amount of information about Lin Nian was quickly placed in front of Gu Hanzhou. Just as Gu Hanzhou began to review it, the super-large warship number 38 slowly freed itself from the constraints of the spaceport, being pushed away into space by a small, towing spacecraft. Around the 005 Sanitation Space Station, numerous warships gradually converged towards warship number 38. The entire 5th Interstellar Fleet was slowly taking shape. Not only the 5th Interstellar Fleet, but the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets had also just completed their departure and assembly from other sanitation space stations. The 3 Imperial fleets gradually formed a triangular formation, heading towards the 1st Interstellar Fleet. On the bridge of warship number 38, Gu Hanzhou suddenly put down the information in his hands, his expression changing slightly. He initially thought that Lin Nian was just a minor figure among Wen Yuan's many subordinates. But after quickly reviewing Lin Nian's personal resume, Gu Hanzhou was still quite surprised. It was not because of Lin Nian's strength, but rather his speed of promotion, which could only be described as meteoric. He seemed to have accurately seized every opportunity, rising straight to the top amidst waves of chances. But at the same time, Gu Hanzhou felt somewhat relieved because Lin Nian's achievements were not convincing at all. They mostly relied on the experience package of defeating Han Tianzhu. If he were to face a different opponent, whether Lin Nian could still perform as brilliantly as now was a big question mark. Just a guy who got lucky," Gu Hanzhou said disdainfully. "Lin Nian, this is where you stop, because the person you are about to face is me." A cold light flashed in Gu Hanzhou's eyes. "Chief of Staff, tell me the position of the 1st Interstellar Fleet immediately." Gu Hanzhou wiped away all the information about Lin Nian. Upon seeing that all of Lin Nian's achievements were against the Arid Sky sect, Gu Hanzhou lost interest in continuing to read. Such a person was most likely just a weakling, with no solid achievements to show. He had neither accomplishments against the Republic Army nor within the Imperial Army. It was all just a record against the Arid Sky sect, written from start to finish. Gu Hanzhou also wondered who gave Lin Nian the courage to challenge His Majesty Liu Yili, to challenge his 5th Interstellar Fleet, especially someone like him who even wanted to become a major general. It was simply wishful thinking. Military personnel must speak with strength, and he would make Lin Nian feel what an absolute gap in strength is, what despair is. Report to the commander. The 1st Interstellar Fleet has entered the heart of the Central Star region and is advancing rapidly towards the 012 Sanitation Space Station. Based on the current speeds of both sides, the estimated time of encounter is 40 minutes. The Chief of Staff said seriously to Gu Hanzhou. "Good. Have everyone immediately take their combat positions. Prepare for battle with the 1st Interstellar Fleet." Gu Hanzhou issued his first order. "Yes." The liaison officer immediately saluted. "Chief of Staff, get me in touch with Lin Nian. If his former superior was Wen Yuan, perhaps I can scare this guy into surrendering just like His Majesty did. Let this rebellion he stirred up become a complete joke." Guhanzhou, based on the comparison of strengths between both sides, believed that his side had a significant advantage. He planned to try to persuade them to surrender. After all, when Yuan had been successfully persuaded to surrender before, directly leading to their victory without a fight, that feeling was actually very satisfying. Guhanzhou didn't mind spending a little time to try again. Even if he failed, it would cost him nothing. If successful, it would greatly enhance his reputation in front of His Majesty. Yes, sending out the communication request now. The Chief of Staff immediately got to work. In the first interstellar fleet, warship number 378 was positioned in the belly of the fleet, enjoying the treatment befitting a flagship. Outside the fleet, a starship fleet that had launched from the 012 Sanitation Space Station was being successively destroyed. The remaining warships all raised white flags. Lin Nian's concentrated fire tactics were as sharp as ever. Report. The enemy ship's commander has been captured. Is that Colonel Lin? Wen Huaiyun turned to Lin Nian and said loudly. Detain him, Lin Nian said, taken aback. He remembered the previous Colonel Lin, who had treated him like a close comrade. Now turning hostile was quite direct. Lin Nian had already intended to bypass the 012 Sanitation Space Station. He had witnessed the defensive strength of the Sanitation Space Station and didn't want to engage with it unless necessary. Unexpectedly, Colonel Lin led his fleet to attack them. Yes, Commander, Wen Huaiyun immediately instructed his subordinates. Commander, radar shows the large number of warships appearing ahead of us. According to the data, they are the second, third, and fifth interstellar fleets of the Empire. The liaison officer rushed up and shouted loudly to Lin Nian, his voice clearly tense. When this moment arrived, everyone could hardly conceal their pessimism about the future. They weren't blind. The enemy's strength was far greater than their own. Here they come? Lin Nian nodded slightly, feeling as if a heavy stone had landed. At this point, there was no turning back. Commander, the 5th Interstellar Fleet has sent a communication request. Should we connect? When Huaiyun suddenly shouted to Lin Nian. Connect. Lin Nian turned from the command platform and walked towards the nearby second-floor command position. A large screen popped up, showing Guhanzhou's face. Lin Nian, considering that everyone here was once part of the Imperial Army, I can give you one last chance. If you want to keep your life, surrender to me now, Guhanzhou said, his expression proudly looking down on Lin Nian, showing no hint of concealment. Lin Nian shifted his gaze away from Guhanzhou. He glanced at everyone in the bridge room, seeing the panic and fear on their faces. But Lin Nian remained unwavering. He knew very well that surrender also meant death, and a more humiliating one at that. For a leader, nothing is more feared than indecisiveness. No, the ones who should surrender are you. Otherwise, just wait to die. Lin Nian turned back to Guhanzhou and said very solemnly. Chapter 75, Engaging the 5th Interstellar Fleet. Very good. I have remembered your wild words. Orders. Launch a full-scale attack immediately. Annihilate the incoming enemy. A fierce look flashed across Guhanzhou's face as he issued the attack order in front of Lin Nian. The light screen immediately cut off. At the same time, 10 other light screens popped up on their own. Commander, please give the order. Mo Yangguang and others saluted him. Lin Nian nodded seriously and turned to his bridge room. Order. Target the 5th Interstellar Fleet. Advance. Lin Nian waved his hand vigorously. Yes. The crew stood up in unison and saluted Lin Nian. Everyone understood. From this moment on, there was no retreat. They could only follow Lin Nian, walking down a dark path until death. Report. The enemy's 3 interstellar fleets are spreading out. The 2nd and 3rd interstellar fleets plan to encircle us from both flanks. Lin Nian silently watched everything. He could hear the crew shouts and the female voices' alerts. Warning. Although combat markings have been made, the current combat win rate is below 50%. Immediate withdrawal is recommended. Your survival chances are rapidly decreasing. The female voice made Lin Nian's heart sink. This was a statement the female voice had never made before. But Lin Nian was very clear about one thing. He had no way back. Retreat meant death. The only way was forward. Forward. Lin Nian pulled up a light screen and began to mark the concentrated fire targets for his fleet. Lin Nian raised his head, and his finger paused. The highlighted points dazzled him a bit, compared to the highlighted points of the cult of the wild sky. The front-facing 5th Interstellar Fleet was almost all highlighted points. Most of them were strong threats. Moreover, there was a warship that shone like the sun in his eyes. The 38th warship of the 5th Interstellar Fleet, Gu Hanzhou's flagship. To him, it was the most threatening warship. Order. The entire fleet accelerate forward. Release interstellar fighters. At the same time, activate all long-range firepower. Entering range, attack immediately. With Lin Nian's commands, the crew moved rapidly. The entire bridge room became chaotic. In space, the first interstellar fleet gradually spread out from its original shuttle-shaped formation. 10 large warships began to layer themselves, directly forming a pyramid-shaped point array. This formation could maximize the efficiency of concentrated fire. The 378th warship was protected at the center. As the leading ship of the attack arrow, it would also be the point most fiercely targeted by the enemy. This time, it was the 012 warship of Mo Yangwang that took the lead. In space, the tail flame of the 012 warship burst forth. At the top of its massive hull, numerous vertical launch units opened their covers in succession. Missiles roared into the sky. Heavy laser launchers continuously popped out from both sides. After energy loading was completed, thick laser beams were shot out. Countless interstellar fighters swarmed out from each warship. They penetrated the energy shields of the warships without obstruction. The unique friend or foe identification system of the energy shield would block everything that did not belong to the ship. For the two fleets moving towards each other, both sides' attacks almost arrived simultaneously. Every Imperial warship's energy shield flickered and exploded. The battle reached its peak from the very beginning. 5th Interstellar Fleet. Bridge room. Report to the commander. The enemy's firepower is exceptionally fierce. The frontline combat fleet requests support. The liaison officer hurriedly ran over, shouting at Gu Hanzhou, "These bastards! Can't they hold for half an hour? When did the 1st Interstellar Fleet become so strong? Let them hold on for a few more minutes." The 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets are constructing a pocket formation. Gu Hanzhou angrily slammed the command platform. In the heat of battle, one can tell immediately who has the capability. As soon as the 5th Interstellar Fleet engaged with Lin Nian's 1st Interstellar Fleet, Gu Hanzhou immediately realized Lin Nian was a tough opponent. The first punch he threw made him feel like his fist was stabbed and bleeding. Gu Hanzhou regretted his order to split his forces for encirclement, to ensure Lin Nian had nowhere to escape. He had the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets maneuver to the flanks first, attempting to cut off Lin Nian's retreat. His own 5th Interstellar Fleet would engage in a frontal melee with Lin Nian's 1st Interstellar Fleet. As long as they could hold out until the encirclement was complete, he would win this battle. After all, his forces were 3 times that of Lin Nian's. Gu Hanzhou thought he could be a bit reckless and that it would be no problem. Generally, if an interstellar fleet's rear is surrounded, their morale would collapse, leading them into the garbage time of being hunted down. But Gu Hanzhou quickly realized he had underestimated one point. When Lin Nian was about to be cut off from retreat, he did not choose to retreat. Instead, he accelerated forward towards Gu Hanzhou's fleet. Moreover, the 1st Interstellar Fleet's offensive was exceptionally fierce, completely beyond his imagination. His elite frontline combat fleet, within just a few minutes, reported to him that the front line was about to collapse. This was something he had never heard of. Gu Hanzhou absolutely could not accept this. In a one-on-one confrontation with Lin Nian's fleet, he was the one at a disadvantage. "Commander, why not let the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets join the battle immediately?" The Chief of Staff urgently suggested to Gu Hanzhou. "No, we must ensure the 1st Interstellar Fleet has no way to retreat, no way to escape. His Majesty's order is for Lin Nian to die." Gu Hanzhou firmly rejected his Chief of Staff's suggestion. He insisted on waiting for the successful deployment of the pocket formation of the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets to completely encircle the 1st Interstellar Fleet. "Liaison officer, immediately connect me to the frontline combat fleet system. I want to command personally. Those guys have been indulged for a few days, and their skills have dropped to this level. They're all asking for a beating." Gu Hanzhou shouted at his liaison officer. He felt his subordinates had been dazzled by the glamorous world of the White Light Star, resulting in a sharp decline in performance. But Gu Hanzhou would never admit that it was the immense pressure from the 1st Interstellar Fleet that was too great. "Yes, Commander. Connection has been completed," the liaison officer shouted. Gu Hanzhou quickly made on-the-spot command adjustments. With him personally taking control, the exchange ratio between both sides was instantly pulled to 1-2. Previously, it was 1-4. Even more, his side had to pay 4 times the losses of warships to exchange for 1 enemy warship. Gu Hanzhou had never seen anyone who could put such immense pressure on his fleet. Since the formal engagement began, Lin Nian had continuously refreshed his inherent impression of this person. Gu Hanzhou had previously thought Lin Nian was a weakling. Once they got into it, even he had to admit that Lin Nian was indeed a tough character. Lin Nian's past battle achievements could not explain this person's abilities. The reason for his previous record being against the Cult of the Wild Sky was not that Lin Nian was weak, but because at that time, he faced only one opponent, the Cult of the Wild Sky. Gu Hanzhou was no longer surprised by Lin Nian's terrifying speed of ascension. Instead, he was curious about how he possessed such terrifying command capabilities. Why is it only now that it has emerged? Chapter 76, The Only Missing Super Battleship, First Starfleet. Mo Yangwang's large battleship number 012 has exited the aero position. At this moment, Wei Rinda's battleship number 008 takes over. A large number of medium and small battleships are continuously being attacked, shattering their energy shields, and then detonated by the subsequent fierce firepower. A large amount of skin fragments and mechanical parts splatter and float freely in space. Some battleships are hit in key areas. Although there are no explosions, they have completely turned into motionless coffins, announcing their exit from the battlefield. The 5th Starfleet, which was originally retreating step by step, suddenly stabilized its line at a certain moment. Meanwhile, the combat losses on Lin Nian's side immediately soared to an unacceptable level. Chief of Staff Wen, connect me to the highest command system immediately. Lin Nian quickly sat down at his command position. Manually inputting strike targets was still too slow. It was better for him to directly control the strikes. Commander, will this? When Huaiyun hesitated a bit, Lin Nian's actions were equivalent to telling the frontline commanders that their command was too poor, which would severely hurt their pride. Chief of Staff Wen, right now, immediately. Didn't you see the 2 star fleets pressing in from behind? Lin Nian turned and shouted angrily at Wen Huaiyun. He understood Wen Huaiyun's thoughts. But Lin Nian was even more aware of the consequences of failing to break through the 5th Starfleet. Compared to the pride of the frontline commanders, the lives of everyone were far more important. Yes, Commander, connected. When Huaiyun no longer hesitated and forcibly connected to the main systems of all battleships, Lin Nian instantly quieted down. He had no choice but to be quiet because a large number of command operations awaited his input. Warning. Current survival probability is below 48%. Please evacuate the current battlefield as soon as possible. The female voice once again popped up with a prompt. Lin Nian didn't listen to it closely anymore. He didn't have the energy to care. As long as the female voice highlighted the threats for him, that was enough. As for whether they could win, the female voice didn't count. What he said counted. Lin Nian's gaze became extremely sharp in an instant. As Lin Nian officially took over, the consumption rate of battleships in the 1st Starfleet immediately plummeted, while the consumption rate of Gu Hanzhou's battleships surged again. The entire defensive line fell into an uncontrollable collapse once more. In the bridge of battleship number 378, 10 light screens popped up almost simultaneously. When Mo Yangwang and other captains saw Lin Nian, they fell silent. The other crew members in the bridge were the same. They were all watching Lin Nian, who was frantically operating their commander, fighting with all his might for the entire 1st Starfleet. On the periphery of the battlefield center, 2 Starfleets were watching from the sidelines. Among them, the flagship of the 4th Starfleet, Ning Shouting, was leisurely sitting in the command position. His gaze shifted from the front battlefield to a side communication screen, which displayed the face of Colonel Fu Qinyuan. Colonel Fu Qinyuan, your moment to shine has come. Go ahead. Ning Shouting spoke first, his tone relaxed and teasing. Major General Ning, your rank is higher than mine, and you are the real fleet commander. You should go first. Fu Qinyuan retorted directly. Hee, I can't go up now. Ning Shouting turned to look at the front battlefield screen. He could see Gu Hanzhou had initiated a flanking tactic. The 2nd and 3rd Starfleets were maneuvering to the sides to surround Lin Nian's 1st Starfleet's rear. Meanwhile, Gu Hanzhou himself was in the front, preparing to complete the encirclement. Once completed, it would be Gu Hanzhou's turn to close in. Moreover, who would he help by going up? Help Gu Hanzhou? He might not even be able to protect himself from being beaten by him. Help Lin Nian? That would be assured deadlock. How to help? Seeing the situation on the front battlefield, Ning Xiaoting also knew that he probably had no chance to fish in troubled waters. Once Lin Yan's first fleet was defeated, Lu Yili would basically secure the emperor's position. At that time, it would be his turn to think about his future path. Ning Xiaoting unconsciously frowned. He didn't want to see such a situation. Wait, the situation seems to be changing. It seems that the 5th Star Fleet is unable to defeat the 1st Star Fleet in one-on-one combat on the front battlefield. Fu Qinyuan's voice suddenly changed dramatically, rising to a high pitch, expressing his surprise. What? Ning Xiaoting immediately stood up from his command position and approached the railing at the front. Zoom in on the front battlefield for me immediately. Ning Xiaoting immediately ordered his crew. Soon, the situation on the front battlefield was magnified. They could see that the 1st Star Fleet, which was about to be surrounded, was actually advancing instead of retreating, crashing into the defensive formation of the 5th Star Fleet. The intensity of the battle between both sides instantly peaked. A large number of battleships were rapidly turned into space debris in the exchange. However, the 5th Star Fleet, which was originally stable as a rock, began to show signs of instability on the front line. The 1st Star Fleet continued to advance with its head held high, displaying a momentum that was hard to resist. No way. Is Lin Nian really going to break through? That's Gu Hanzhou. Fu Qinyuan looked at this scene in disbelief. No, not yet. Gu Hanzhou is still organizing a counterattack. Moreover, the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets are about to join the battle. Ning Xiaoting immediately shook his head. Although his heart had wavered for a moment, his rationality quickly regained control. Lin Yan's previous madness seemed more like a last-ditch struggle before death. Gu Hanzhou of the 5th Star Fleet had already engaged in frontline combat. That super battleship number 38 was approaching the frontline combat zone, and its effect was immediate. The originally collapsing front line stabilized again due to the presence of this terrifying battleship. The 1st Star Fleet was not weak. On the contrary, reaching this situation had already exceeded everyone's expectations. One must know that a super battleship could very likely determine the outcome of a battle in evenly matched combat. But the 1st Star Fleet in Lin Nian's hands was missing the most crucial battleship, that super battleship number 01, the true flagship of the 1st Star Fleet. It's over. They're missing the backbone. If Lin Nian had that battleship, he might really have been able to break through with a 1-against-3. Is Lin Nian really that fierce? Fu Qinyuan on the other side of the screen also exclaimed, while simultaneously lamenting Lin Nian's performance. Old Fu, what do you think the situation will be like next? Will Lin Nian collapse? Ning Xiaoting asked anxiously. The outcome of the battlefield was about to be decided, and he needed to determine the timing of the next move. I don't know. Strangely, I feel Lin Nian can still fight. But Fu Qinyuan just shook his head. If he really had to go down to help Lin Nian, he couldn't do it. Chapter 77. Comprehensive disadvantage the 5th Star Fleets know. 38 supersized battleship charged directly into the front line of the battlefield. Multiple super heavy cannons on the top and bottom of the ship slowly turned towards the flagship of the 1st Star Fleet. Fire! Gu Hanzhou waved his hand fiercely. Lin Yan's offensive was too sharp, forcing his flagship to reveal itself from the rear line to stabilize the front. Otherwise, once the 1st Star Fleet broke through the front line, his pocket formation strategy would end up as a huge joke, just like the 10th and 11th Star Fleets. Gu Hanzhou would never allow such a situation to occur. He had already seen through the greatest disadvantage of the 1st Star Fleet. There was not a single ship on the opposing side that was of the same level as his flagship. By exploiting this point, he could achieve an incredible turnaround. With Gu Hanzhou's command, the super heavy cannons fired in succession. The energy shield of the 1st Star Fleet's flagship immediately showed terrifying explosions. Laser heavy cannons, apocalypse missiles, fire at that flagship. Gu Hanzhou no longer directed his frontline combat units, focusing solely on the attacks of his supersized battleship. The number 38 battleship continuously unleashed a frightening arsenal of weapons. A massive amount of long-range weaponry was fired at the 1st Starfleet's flagship, bombarding it relentlessly. Within just a few minutes, the energy shield of the large battleship had become unstable. Order. Continue maximum attack. Gu Hanzhou instinctively clenched his fists, his expression becoming particularly fierce due to the immense pressure. He did not want to lose to Lin Nian. In space, an extremely intense light suddenly erupted. Under the tremendous assault, the first Starfleet's flagship was suddenly detonated. In the moment the energy shield was completely depleted, a powerful energy beam from the number 38 battleship pierced through the flagship's weapon storage, triggering a terrifying chain explosion. The explosion's light instantly engulfed the entire large battleship. Beautiful! Gu Hanzhou immediately raised his arm and shouted, "Target the next one. Still attack with full force. Fire!" Gu Hanzhou quickly selected the next battleship. This was a medium-sized battleship, which could not withstand even 3 minutes before being blown apart by the overwhelming firepower. The hull instantly became riddled with holes, and a large amount of white pressurized gas leaked from the hull. Amid a few flashes of explosions, it was completely reduced to a massive moving coffin. As the number 38 battleship swept through, the situation of the first Starfleet's line immediately underwent a 2-level reversal. From a great advantage, it instantly turned into a great disadvantage. The 5th Starfleet stabilized its position, and the battlefield situation tilted back towards the 1st Starfleet. In contrast, the 1st Starfleet fell into chaos as a result of the flagship's destruction. Just as the chaos was about to spread throughout the entire Starfleet, a large battleship suddenly surged out from the inner formation. It was the flagship of the 1st Starfleet, hull number 378. Inside the bridge, "Commander, we cannot advance. This is a gap in ship performance. The enemy's strength difference is at least 15%. Our large battleship cannot compete with a supersized battleship. If our flagship is destroyed, the entire 1st Starfleet will also declare defeat." Wen Huaiyun looked at Lin Nian, who was determined to advance, and could not help but shout in persuasion. It must be understood that the flagship was not only related to their own safety, but also to the morale of the entire fleet. Once the flagship was destroyed, the blow to the entire fleet's morale would be extremely significant. "Chief of Staff Wen, don't you understand yet? This is a fight to the death. We have no more options. We must spare no effort to destroy that enemy supersized battleship. Otherwise, everyone will die," Lin Nian explained to Wen Huaiyun. But his orders would not change. The number 004 large battleship had already been detonated by Gu Hanzhou. If they did not stop the enemy's supersized battleship now, every ship in the 1st Starfleet would be blown up one by one. Even if the 378 battleship was blown up by Gu Hanzhou's number 38 battleship on the spot, it still had to advance, because this was the only chance he saw to fight for victory. In Lin Nian's eyes, the No. 38 battleship's brightly colored edges had already changed from yellow to the most terrifying red. "Warning! Warning! Current survival probability below 27. Please evacuate from the center of the battlefield as soon as possible." The female voice's call became increasingly urgent, but Lin Nian remained unmoved. "Order. Continue to advance at full speed. All battleships target the enemy's supersized battleship number 38. Hull 378. Immediately unleash all long-range firepower." Lin Nian stood at the command platform, vigorously waving his hand towards the supersized battleship. "Yes, Commander," the crew shouted in unison. At the same time, inside the bridge of the number 38 battleship, "Good. Next target. Hull 378. All firepower aimed. I want to see its explosion immediately." When Gu Hanzhou saw the flagship represented by Hull 378 finally reveal itself, he could hardly contain his excitement. Gu Hanzhou had to admit that Lin Nian was the strongest opponent he had encountered in his military career. No one had ever put such pressure on him, nor had anyone made him want to defeat them so badly. "Yes, Commander." The crew immediately took their orders. With a lot of operations underway, all the heavy cannons on the number 38 battleship began to adjust. The cannon muzzles flickered with cold metallic light as they slowly aimed at the charging Hull 378. The heavy laser launchers were also rapidly charging energy. The laser cannon muzzles continuously displayed green, yellow, and red energy loading bars. A large number of vertical launch silos replaced the new Apocalypse missiles again. All firepower was prepared to launch in the shortest time possible. "Commander, all firepower is loaded. Shall we fire?" The fire control crew members suddenly turned around, quickly asking Gu Hanzhou. "Fire!" Gu Hanzhou shouted loudly. Before him was only the hull 378. He stood at the command position, vigorously waving his hand. The full firepower attack of the No. 38 battleship could only withstand the energy shield of a large battleship 3 times at most before being blown apart by their abundant firepower. Gu Hanzhou knew what Lin Nian was thinking. He wanted to get close and make a final desperate fight. But he would not give Lin Nian that opportunity. Given the distance between the 378 battleship and them, the 378 battleship would have to endure at least 4 full power strikes from his side. Lin Nian had no chance left. Gu Hanzhou's gaze was sharp. At the moment the entire ship opened fire, the entire number 38 battleship trembled uncontrollably. This was the side effect of the full power attack. Outside the bridge, a massive amount of long-range attacks bombarded the enemy ship. Gu Hanzhou watched very clearly as the energy shield outside the 378 battleship continuously flashed and exploded, while his own number 38 battleship was also flashing and exploding with light. The attacks from Lin Nian were directed at him. Almost simultaneously, both sides launched their full force strikes at each other. All of this firepower was absorbed directly by the energy shield of battleship number 38. But Gu Hanzhou didn't care. He knew that on his side, they at least had to withstand one more round of firepower than battleship number 378. That was more than enough for him to send Lin Nian to the skies first. Lin Nian. Command. Continue the attack. Gu Hanzhou roared at battleship number 378 in front of him. Chapter 78. The standout battleship 012 inside the bridge of battleship 378. Warning. Warning. Enemy fire incoming. All personnel assumed defensive positions. Wan Huaiyun took the microphone and continuously reported the current situation to the entire ship. Lin Nian remained silent, his gaze fixed on the front observation window of the bridge. The energy shield of battleship 378 perfectly intercepted the attack from battleship 38. The barrage of attacks fell like a torrential rain. Commander, the energy shield's power level has dropped by 34%. At our current speed and distance, there's no way we can safely reach battleship 38. When Huayan tried once again to persuade Lin Nian, she couldn't understand. Lin Nian's previous orders didn't seem like they were for combat, but rather a simple way to seek death. Other officers, seeing their chief of staff trying to persuade him, quickly nodded in agreement, voicing their support. Lin Nian did not respond to Wan Huayan again. He had said what needed to be said and did not want to repeat it. He remained silently inputting high-threat targets into the display beside him. Besides Gu Hanzhou's super-large battleship, he was also recording other threatening targets one by one. Commander, are you even listening to me? Wan Huayan couldn't help but raise her voice. All ships, maintain direction and speed. We only have this one chance. It's our only opportunity. Lin Nian remained resolute in his demand for battleship 378 to charge directly at battleship 38. He firmly believed that since the female voice had identified the greatest threat, his task was to destroy the most threatening enemy at all costs. That super-large battleship numbered 38. Report. The enemy's second wave of firepower is about to arrive. Amid the slightly distorted shout of the communications officer, Lin Nian once again witnessed that terrifying yet magnificent scene. A barrage of various long-range attacks surged toward his battleship 378. Amid countless explosions, Lin Nian's gaze shifted to the side display, where the energy shield's power level was plummeting at a rapid rate. In a very short time, 36% of the energy value disappeared. Commander, we only have 30% power left. When Huayan warned Lin Nian loudly, she no longer tried to persuade him. If they were to die, they could only do so accompanying their commander. Lin Nian's heart sank. They could still endure one more frontal attack. Given the remaining distance, Battleship 38 could at least launch 2 more strikes against them. Help me contact Captain M.O. Lin Nian gritted his teeth, intending to give instructions for the aftermath. If Battleship 378 were to be destroyed, then it would be up to the other large ships of the First Star Fleet to deliver the final blow. Commander, I'm here. For the next strike, let my ship 012 take the hit. M.O. Yangwang's display suddenly popped up, even anticipating Lin Nian's thoughts. However, he turned Lin Nian's intention of clearing the path for them into a mission for himself to clear the path for Battleship 378. Captain M.O., Lin Nian was momentarily stunned and wanted to stop him. He knew how much energy was left in the 012's energy shield. It might not be able to withstand an enemy attack. Mo Yangwang taking the hit for 378 was likely a suicidal act. Commander, I know you must have a way to take down that battleship. If I die, please take care of my family, Mo Yangwang said with an extremely serious expression. After saluting Lin Nian solemnly, in the next moment, he did not give Lin Nian any chance to refute and forcibly closed the communication. Commander, the enemy ship is launching a new round of strikes. The crew in the bridge shouted urgently. At that moment, everyone noticed a massive shadow suddenly cast from above the bridge. It was Mo Yangwang's large battleship 012. After completely passing over 378, the body of 012 suddenly sank down. The firepower strike from the super-large battleship 38 arrived once more. But this time, all of the firepower struck battleship 012. The energy shield of battleship 012 almost instantly shattered. Terrifying explosions continuously erupted around battleship 012, threatening to tear it apart. In an instant, the entire 012 was riddled with holes. Captain Mo. Lin Nian's eyes turned red in an instant. Damn it. Continue to accelerate. At all costs. Get close to attack battleship 38. Lin Nian could no longer contain his emotions and roared at the crew. When Huayun also covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Yes, Commander. The crew entered the control with a sense of indifference. A tragic atmosphere pervaded the bridge, filled with sadness for the sacrifice of battleship 012 and a strong determination for revenge. Battleship 378 did not evade the wreckage of 012. Forcing its way through the shattered body of 012 with its energy shield and continuing to move forward at high speed. Lin Nian gritted his teeth, watching the fragments of the battleship pass by him. There was no more time for battleship 378 to avoid 012. This time, battleship 378 held nothing back. Everyone did not want their comrades to shield them from the enemy's fire any longer. The engines of battleship 378 let out an unprecedented roar as it charged toward the flagship of the 5th Star Fleet. At the same time, in the bridge of battleship 38. Crazy. So close. Lin Nian should have died. Who the hell is so eager to die? Hurry. Increase the loading speed. Continue to strike that battleship 378. Gu Hanzhou couldn't help but shout in anger. Seeing battleship 012 suddenly step up to take the fatal hit for Lin Nian only made him feel frustrated. He was so close to taking down battleship 378 and achieving his final victory. It was just this last strike that was missing. Gu Hanzhou felt a surge of unwillingness within him. Commander, we should retreat for now. The 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets have completed the encirclement. We don't need to be on the front lines. The Chief of Staff suggested to Gu Hanzhou. No, retreating now would be equivalent to admitting that I'm afraid of Lin Nian. The advantage is clearly on my side. Why should I retreat? Gu Hanzhou flatly refused and did not give the Chief of Staff any time to speak, immediately turning around to return to his command position. Order. Have the other large battleships immediately intercept the enemy's large battleships. At the same time, complete the loading at the fastest speed. I want the next strike to see the explosion of battleship 378. Gu Hanzhou shouted. He could not allow Lin Nian to gain any more time to shield himself. All crew members in the bridge operated with unprecedented speed and focus. Report. Enemy ship 378 is approaching the 3-kilometer zone. Report. All weapons are fully loaded. Please give instructions. Crew members stood up one after another, shouting at Gu Hanzhou. Fire. In Gu Hanzhou's eyes, only the fast-approaching battleship number 378 remained. This time, there were no large battleships like number 012 beside it. All large battleships were currently engaged in one-on-one combat. On the other side, in the bridge of battleship number 378. Commander, all weapons are fully loaded. A crew member shouted at Lin Nian. Fire. Lin Nian, with red eyes, shouted angrily, waving his hand forcefully at battleship No. 38 in front of him. This time, he wanted Gu Hanzhou dead. Chapter 79. Boarding battle. The bridge room of the battleship number 378, originally protruding, quickly sank into the ship's body along the sliding track. Before the impending strike, layers of protection were established in this core area. In space, two warships were approaching each other, unleashing their fiercest firepower without any reservation. A multitude of explosions erupted instantly against each other's energy shields. Inside the bridge room of battleship number 378, energy levels dropped to 15%, 10%, 5%. Everyone immediately prepared for the impact. When Huayun loudly warned each crew member, as her voice fell, the energy shield of battleship number 378 shattered in an instant. The residual shockwave from the attack of battleship number 38 violently struck the unprotected body of battleship number 378. Every area on the surface of battleship No. 378 was comprehensively covered by terrifying firepower. A large amount of the ship's skin was blasted to pieces, and all remote weapons along the way were engulfed by explosions. Those tri-parallel super cannons were even blown off into the sky along with their bases. Just the residual shockwave directly put battleship number 378 into a near-death state. Yet, the speed of battleship number 378 remained unchanged as it charged straight towards battleship number 38. Inside the bridge room of battleship number 38, Gu Hanzhou stared intently at battleship number 378, watching its miserable state fully covered by his fire. He couldn't help but raise his arms in exultation again. Although he couldn't kill Lin Nian with a single strike, it was almost there. The future of battleship number 378 was about to reach a dead end. Nearly half of the firepower turrets on the ship had been destroyed. Lin Nian could no longer afford to continue the fight against him. Gu Hanzhou acknowledged Lin Nian's courage. But courage could not bring victory. This battle was his win. Warning: the enemy ship is still charging at us. Based on the distance calculations, no way to evade. No way to evade. A crew member suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening in realization, then let out an extremely shrill shout. Gu Hanzhou instantly snapped back from his previous joy, staring blankly at the increasingly larger battleship. Even without any weapons, battleship number 378 was still charging at them at high speed. Damn it! Turn the rudder right now. Maximum tilt angle. Hurry! Gu Hanzhou urgently urged his crew. At the same time, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Knowing that Lin Nian couldn't defeat his super-large battleship, why was he so determined to charge over? To break the shield? From the beginning, Lin Nian had been coming over to break through his energy shield. While he aimed to take Lin Nian's life, the other side was also plotting against his battleship. Gu Hanzhou immediately turned his attention to the energy shield's value display. A terrifying number appeared before his eyes. 8%. Gu Hanzhou was stunned. When did the flagship's energy shield drop to such an outrageous level? A chill ran through Gu Hanzhou. One possibility quickly became crystal clear in his mind. Lin Nian wanted to execute a boarding battle against him. Evade! Get us out of here immediately! Gu Hanzhou had completely lost his composure, forcing his ship to avoid Lin Nian's ramming attack at all costs. Gu Hanzhou turned to the observation window of the bridge room. An incredibly ugly and battered battleship was charging towards him with unstoppable momentum. The grotesque wounds on its hull seemed like a declaration of a desperate determination. In space, the massive body of battleship number 38 slowly twisted to the right, but it was unable to evade the charging battleship number 378. The two warships converged from a V-shape into a point. The energy shield on battleship No. 38 shattered like a bubble at the moment battleship number 378 collided with its rear hull. The bow of battleship number 378 penetrated deeply into the rear of battleship No. 38 without reservation. The areas of collision between the two ships twisted and dented like crumpled paper, with explosions flashing intermittently at the contact zones. The entire process was silent. At the same time, a large number of hair-thin steel wires suddenly shot out from the bow of battleship number 378. The ends of these wires, once launched, were firmly pinned to the hull of battleship number 38, preventing the two ships from easily separating. Inside the bridge room of battleship number 378, Lin Nian had already donned his kinetic battle armor. From now on, the battleship number 378 will rely on your command. No matter what, please hold on until the last moment. Lin Nian said solemnly to Wen Huayun. No, I can't. Do this. Commander. Why do you have to personally engage in a boarding battle? Can't you leave it to Chun Xiao and Liao Fan? When Huayan couldn't understand at all, her eyes already red from crying, and she shook her head repeatedly. That's right. Commander, let us handle this. It's too dangerous. Liao Fan also stepped forward and said loudly. No, Liao Fan, I need you and your ground troops to stay here. Countless interstellar fill-line soldiers will land on battleship number 378 soon. I need you to hold this flagship for me. As long as the flagship is still here, the first interstellar fleet hasn't lost. The morale of the other battleships can also be maintained to continue fighting. Lin Nian directly rejected Liao Fan's proposal. The boarding of the super-large battleship No. 38 could only be done by him. It had to be him. This was a matter of life and death for the first interstellar fleet. He could not entrust it to anyone else. But when Huayan still wanted to say something, but Lin Nian had already stuffed an electronic panel into her arms. Go. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Lin Nian gave a firm push to win Huayan's back. Then he turned to Chun Xiao, the commander of the mobile combat team, beside him. Chun Xiao, let's go. Lin Nian shouted, striking his protective helmet hard. The helmet immediately lowered its cover, fully enclosing Lin Nian. Yes, Commander. Chun Xiao immediately saluted Lin Nian seriously. Lin Nian no longer lingered in the bridge room and rushed towards the bow with Chun Xiao. At this moment, the bow of battleship number 378 was already embedded in battleship number 38, even eliminating the need for a forced landing. Lin Nian took the lead, and behind him, more and more silent followers joined in. They were all mobile team soldiers or ordinary interstellar fill-line soldiers, following their highest commander into the assault on the enemy ship. It was truly unprecedented. They were witnessing history. The morale of everyone gradually rose as they ran, all closely following Lin Nian's back. At the same time, inside the bridge room of battleship number 38, Gu Hanzhou was sitting on the floor, clutching his forehead, where a strong pain was radiating. The impact from battleship number 378 had sent their entire bridge room into a frenzy, and he nearly fell from the second floor to the first. Report the damage situation. Report the enemy situation. Gu Hanzhou struggled to get up from the ground and shouted at the crew in the bridge room. Report. The rear part of our ship has sustained severe damage. The first-level airtight isolation has been implemented. The enemy flagship has pierced into our hull. A crew member reported loudly to Gu Hanzhou. Before Gu Hanzhou could say anything, another crew member exclaimed, Report. The monitoring shows that a large number of enemies are engaging in jump combat along the contact point of the two ships. The crew member's voice even carried a hint of panic. Chapter 80. The battle approaches its conclusion. What are we panicking for? It's just some invading interstellar fill-line soldiers. Let our mobile combat team move out immediately. Let's wipe out those rats. Gu Hanzhou covered his swollen head while giving orders to his crew. Yes, Commander. The crew members saluted and then got to work on the new orders. Order. Have those interstellar fighters launch immediately. Blow those steel cables apart. Cut off the rat's escape route. Gu Hanzhou shouted again at his crew. Yes. More crew members stood up to take orders. Gu Hanzhou quickly looked around the battlefield. The first interstellar fleet and his fifth interstellar fleet were completely mixed together. Both sides were intermingled, and everyone was holding their breath. The battle had reached its final phase. Whoever couldn't hold on first would hand over the impending victory. Gu Hanzhou felt he had been a bit too reckless, giving Lin Nian the chance to jump in. But it wasn't a big deal. Gu Hanzhou didn't believe Lin Nian's jump soldiers could be that formidable. After all, his flagship was equipped with 20,000 mobile combat soldiers and 30,000 interstellar fill-line soldiers. 50,000 soldiers as the frontline combat force. No matter how fierce Lin Nian's mobile combat soldiers were, could a few thousand really break through so many defensive soldiers? Gu Hanzhou didn't believe such a thing would happen. He quickly shifted his attention to the 378 ship on his port side. Helmsman, change course immediately. Shake off the enemy ship. Fire control operator. How long until the next full power reload? Gu Hanzhou spoke rapidly, issuing commands one after another. The 378 ship was currently stripped bare, lacking even the power to counterattack. As long as he fired another shot, he could destroy the enemy's flagship, and his fifth interstellar fleet would officially claim victory in this battle. Commander, It will take about 3 minutes. The operator shouted back at Guhanzhou. Hurry, complete the loading as quickly as possible. Guhanzhou roared angrily, feeling pushed into such a predicament. Lin Nian was the first. But Guhanzhou hoped he would be the last. He didn't want to face Lin Nian anymore. He was a madman. Commander, the enemy's other large warships are recklessly approaching us. Why don't we retreat for a bit? The chief of staff anxiously advised Guhanzhou at this moment. Since the beginning of the battle with Lin Nian, Guhanzhou had not been able to hear their opinions anymore. His unilateral decision-making was terrifying. Every word they suggested was ignored by Guhanzhou. It was as if he considered them non-existent. Chief of staff, retreat? Don't you see I'm about to take down Lin Nian? His flagship is right next to us, and it's completely unprotected. Now is the time to shatter the backbone of the first interstellar fleet. If you want to leave, then go by yourselves. Guhanzhou coldly rebutted his chief of staff, feeling that the staff was just adding to his troubles. Not a single useful opinion. Order. Require all warships to spare no effort to block the approaching enemy ships. Guhanzhou stood at his command position again, loudly directing. In his eyes, it was just a bit more. As long as he detonated that 378th ship, he would completely secure victory in this showdown. In space, numerous interstellar fighters surged from all directions towards the two entangled flagships. Constantly, interstellar fighters were hit by the warships' close defense cannons or critically damaged by the enemy's interstellar fighters, then exploded like meteors trailing flames. But more interstellar fighters managed to survive. While attacking, they also dropped a large number of landing pods. Interstellar fill-line soldiers were widely deployed onto the two flagships, starting their most brutal jump battle. On the periphery, all warships were spontaneously converging towards their flagship, whether to defeat the enemy or to protect the flagship. Various chaotic firepower scattered everywhere without a focal point. Both sides were fiercely attacking the enemies nearby. Occasionally, warships would break through energy shields and then explode in fireworks. There were massive casualties every moment. The battle had completely reached a fever pitch. On the bridge of the 378th ship, several screens actively popped up. Commander, we can't hold on any longer. Should we retreat? Colonel Mo is missing, and we've done our best. As long as we're alive, there will be other opportunities to rise. Zhou Kejin couldn't wait any longer. He began to speak rapidly to the entire bridge. But soon, his expression turned to shock. Because he didn't see Lin Nian, but instead, when Huayun had taken Lin Nian's command position. Deputy Commander went? Where's the commander? Did he run away? Zhou Kejin's tone suddenly rose. This battle was initiated by Lin Nian. If Lin Nian fled during the battle, what did that make their previous efforts? Zhou Kejin could not accept this at all. No, Commander. Commander is not here, he is. When Huayun spoke with a trembling voice, pointing at a side screen, there was the enemy's 38th super-large warship. At this moment, the steel cables shot from the 378th ship were breaking one by one under various fire attacks, like strands of hair. Then, with the engine boost of the 38th warship, the two ships began to separate. Insane, insane. Commander, Wei Rinda's scalp went numb in an instant. He felt like his head was about to explode. Other captains also wore expressions of disbelief. Jumped in? Are you kidding? He asked the commander. Why didn't you stop him? Zhou Kejin jumped up, angrily scolding when Huayun. Lin Nian personally jumping in was a death sentence. He originally thought there was nothing more terrifying than Lin Nian fleeing the battle, until he heard that Lin Nian had abandoned the command of the warship and ran off to jump in. The degree of betrayal made Zhou Kejin babble incoherently. There was no way out now. The commander had led the charge. They had to fight. Order. Protect our flagship with all our might. Wei Rinda immediately understood Lin Nian's intention. They had to find a way to protect their flagship before Lin Nian took down the enemy's flagship. This was crucial for the final victory. After Wei Rinda spoke, his figure disappeared with the screens. All right, so this is how we're playing it, huh? No one cares about their lives, right? Then I'll go all in today. Zhou Kejin's expression twisted in rage as he said fiercely. The commander was the backbone of the military. With Lin Nian, the commander, jumping in, they had even less reason to back down. Other captains solemnly saluted when Huayun, their expressions as firm as Wei Rinda and Zhou Kejin. As the screens disappeared, when Huayun lowered her head, looking at the electronic board in her hands. It displayed the targets Lin Nian had previously marked for them. When Huayun's gaze was no longer hesitant. Taking a deep breath, she ordered, "Continue full-force attacks on the 38 warship." She wiped the tears from her eyes and stood incredibly straight. She was determined to inherit Lin Nian's fighting spirit and continue commanding the battleship number 378 in battle. "Yes, Chief of Staff." The crew responded in unison. Although they could already hear the intense gunfire coming from outside the bridge, everyone was focused on their own tasks. Chapter 81 High-Speed Advancement inside warship number 38. Boom! An explosion directly opened a new path for Lin Nian. However, intense gunfire immediately erupted from within. Dense bullets flew in, and everyone hurriedly shrank their heads. "Chen Xiao! Smoke bombs!" Lin Nian shouted. Several smoke bombs were thrown in, and a large amount of thick smoke instantly obscured everyone's vision. But it did not obscure Lin Nian's sight. He clearly saw the high-contrast figures and quickly took out several key targets with his sniper rifle. "Charge!" Chen Xiao was aware of Lin Nian's sniping ability and immediately shouted to all the mobile team members. He was the first to rush in. The sound of gunfire erupted instantly. With Lin Nian beside him, Chen Xiao knew he didn't have to think about anything. He just had to follow his orders. Without the command connection, the mobile soldiers of warship number 38 were like a scattered sand pile. Soon, under Lin Nian's orders, they were taken down one by one. "Go to the next compartment." Lin Nian didn't waste time. He lowered his head and checked his wristwatch, where his timer popped up. 60 minutes countdown. 3 minutes had passed. Optimistically estimating, they had at most 57 minutes to breach the bridge room. Once this time was exceeded, his flagship number 378 would definitely be unable to hold on. By then, even if he successfully stormed warship number 38, it would be meaningless. While Lin Nian was worried about the progress, the super-large warship beneath their feet suddenly shook violently. "What happened?" Chen Xiao exclaimed. "Sir, it should be the enemy ship launching an attack." A soldier from the mobile combat team explained to Chen Xiao. "I see." Chen Xiao nodded immediately. He had previously been just an ordinary interstellar line soldier, belonging to the Planetary Combat Division. He wasn't very clear about the details of space combat. Lin Nian's heart sank upon hearing this. Warship number 38 was attacking, and it was obvious who they were targeting. He could only hope that his chief of staff, one, could withstand the pressure for him. He also thought that warship No. 38 currently had no energy shields. Wei Rindao and Zhou Kejin were not fools. They would definitely attack the exposed weapons of this flagship. With energy shields, this super-large warship would be a weapons depot. Without them, all warships were the same. They were all targets. "Keep moving." Lin Nian's expression hardened. Their advancement speed was still too slow. They needed to accelerate. "Yes." All the soldiers saluted Lin Nian in unison and continued to follow him quickly. Lin Nian's choice of direction was very simple. As long as he scanned with his eyes, he abandoned all areas with many threats and headed straight for the next easier-to-pass area. Only when there was no way to avoid it did they re-enter the assault battle. Even in the assault, with Lin Nian's command, the battle was fought exceptionally sharply. They always seized the enemy's vital points ruthlessly. In the bridge room of warship number 38. "Sir, all ammunition is loaded." A crew member shouted to Gu Hanzhou. In these 3 minutes, Gu Hanzhou finally heard the first good news. "Launch immediately. No need to wait for a simultaneous shot." Repeat, no need to wait. No orders needed. Let the fire control operator initiate the attack. Gu Hanzhou shouted at his crew. Warship number 378 was in a vulnerable state. His warship No. 38 was also in the same predicament. Pursuing the maximum attack method like before would be suicidal. The enemy would not give him that opportunity. Gu Hanzhou immediately felt the entire warship shaking violently. It was the vibration caused by the attack. He quickly turned to look at the nearby warship number 378. A large number of lasers and missiles bombarded warship number 378, causing its already damaged hull to undergo a brutal bombardment again. A large amount of debris gradually drifted into the surrounding space after the explosions. Not enough. There are still heavy shipborne cannons. Fire them immediately, Gu Hanzhou shouted excitedly. They had just dealt a heavy blow to the enemy ship. However, warship number 378 was also a large warship, only slightly inferior to super-large warships like number 38. It wasn't so easy to destroy. Sir, the automatic fire control system of the heavy artillery has been destroyed by the enemy's interstellar fighter aircraft. It is switching to manual targeting. It will take time to adjust the cannon. A crew member shouted at Gu Hanzhou. Boom! Upon hearing this news, Gu Hanzhou couldn't help but kick the railing in front of him. It was precisely the most powerful, triple-linked super-heavy artillery that had lost its automatic fire control system. He took a deep breath to suppress his agitated emotions. Gu Hanzhou turned back to the front of his ship. He could see dozens of triple-linked super-heavy artillery slowly adjusting their cannon direction. The huge black cannon muzzles were gradually aimed at the retreating warship number 378. Loaded. According to the commander's instructions, no need to confirm the fire order. Fire. The operation crew member shouted while pressing the fire button. The cannon muzzles of the triple-linked super-heavy artillery flashed with fire continuously. The massive recoil during firing even caused the solid cannon base to tremble. The might was overwhelming. Gu Hanzhou immediately turned to the side of warship number 378. Just when he thought that warship number 378 would soon be reduced to rubble by the fierce artillery fire, a large warship moving at high speed suddenly appeared, rushing to the side of warship number 378. The powerful and sustained firepower of the heavy artillery bombarded that large warship, which still had energy shields. Its massive hull number 006 was clearly visible. It was Zhou Kejin's ship from the 1st Interstellar Fleet. Ah, damn it. Are those captains just sitting around? Why can't they stop that large warship over there? In just a second, Gu Hanzhou deeply felt what it meant to experience an emotional reversal. From absolute joy to extreme defeat, it was hard for him to accept the current outcome. If he could destroy warship number 378, the already weakened 1st Interstellar Fleet would likely collapse under the weight of this last straw. But just now, he missed the best opportunity. Reload. Fire. We still have a chance. Gu Hanzhou fell into a state of extreme madness. He was angry, both at his subordinates who acted like foolish pigs and at himself for not performing better, constantly giving Lin Nian opportunities to bite back. Commander, it's bad. The line soldiers of warship number 378 have already broken through our encirclement. Wait, that person. Is Lin Nian? It's the team personally led by Lin Nian. The chief of staff's eyes widened in disbelief as he spoke to Gu Hanzhou. A corner of the monitoring captured Lin Nian's face as he deployed commands while lowering his helmet. The hologram of the warship's interior on the command platform showed that under Lin Nian's command, the thousands of soldiers advanced at a terrifying speed. While everyone was focused on the battle outside, these invading line soldiers of the 1st Interstellar Fleet were breaking through their internal defense forces at an unprecedented speed. What are you saying? Lin Nian is on my flagship. Gu Hanzhou's voice instantly rose. Immediately pounced on the command platform, his eyes fixed on that screenshot. No mistake. It was indeed Lin Nian. Captain, shouldn't we retreat? The chief of staff once again made his suggestion. Retreat? Where do we have the chance to retreat? It's either victory or death. Guard team, move forward for me. Give me another half hour. I need time. Precious time. If you can't hold him back, don't bother coming back. Gu Hanzhou once again rejected the chief of staff's proposal. Retreating means losing. Lu Ili would not accept him as a defeated rear admiral, especially under such favorable circumstances, losing to Lin Nian. Moreover, his pride would never allow that to happen. He just needed a little more time. He was close to encircling and annihilating number 378. He needed just a little more time. By then, even if he died, he would have won. Yes. The guard team leader immediately saluted and strode out of the bridge room. Chapter 82. Cutting down generals and seizing flags in space. The two outer fleets began to speed toward the center of the battlefield. Old Fu, weren't you going to hold your position? Why are you coming over to compete with me? Ning shouted at Fu Qinyuan on the other side. The situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly. The entire 5th Interstellar Fleet and the 1st Interstellar Fleet officially entered the most intense phase of combat. The energy shields of both flagships were detonated, entering the most dangerous, unprotected state. If he was going to join the fray, it was now. But Ning Shouting was still a bit hesitant about which side to choose. However, whoever won, he would definitely help them. Stop talking nonsense. Who wants to compete with you? I'm here to support the king. Fu Qinyuan shot back directly at Ning Xiaoding. However, Ning Xiaoding was not angry. His gaze returned to the center of the battlefield, especially on the 378th battleship. The last charge through blood made his heart race. Lin Nian actually succeeded in pulling the 5th Interstellar Fleet into a chaotic brawl. Such a battle was extremely dangerous, with people dying every second. It was akin to a close-quarters battle, relying solely on sheer willpower. All right. You're so great and noble. Then tell me, which king are you supporting? Ning Xiaoding began to counter with sarcasm. Fu Qinyuan fell silent. They were bickering, but it was clear that this battle was nearing its end. Now they only needed to focus on those 2 flagships. Whichever flagship exploded first, or whichever one changed its main flag first, would declare victory in this battle. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Yan's name was already deeply etched in both their minds. Inside the flagship of the 38th battleship, as they gradually approached the core area of the bridge, Lin Nian could feel the enemy's will to resist becoming increasingly resolute. Many times they were fighting to the death. Chun Zhao's troops began to suffer heavy casualties. Continue the attack. Advance. Don't stop. But Lin Nian had no intention of stopping. He even took the lead in charging forward. Compared to others, he was more aware of the greatest threats posed by the enemy. As Lin Nian personally led the assault, the soldiers following him erupted with equally powerful combat effectiveness, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Lin Nian glanced at his watch. The set time had already reached 40 minutes. He could wait no longer. The image of Mo Yangwang's 012 battleship flashed through Lin Yan's mind, especially the scene where Gu Hanzhou had battered it to pieces. Lin Yan silently made up his mind. Everyone, follow me. Lin Yan charged out from cover once again, his kinetic gun firing continuously. One high-threat target after another was taken out by Lin Yan at lightning speed. Occasionally, any gaps in defense were quickly followed up by Chun Xiao and others, who provided cover fire. Meanwhile, inside the bridge, Commander, we need to leave now. The guard unit has collapsed. If we don't evacuate, we will all become prisoners. The chief of staff begged Gu Hanzhou desperately, but Gu Hanzhou remained unmoved. He continued to watch the giant screen in the bridge, which displayed the 378th battleship. Just moments ago, a large battleship that had come to its aid was destroyed by their firepower. Chief of staff, we're going to win. Do you understand? We are going to win. Gu Hanzhou shouted at his chief of staff, his eyes bloodshot. He was like a gambler who had bet everything, refusing to leave the table. 3 more minutes. No, 1 minute. My fleet will blow up Lin Yan's flagship. At that time, even if I die, Lin Yan will accompany me to the grave. Gu Hanzhou's feet felt like they had grown roots. No matter how the chief of staff pulled him, he remained completely unmoved. Report. Commander. The commanders of the 2nd and 3rd Fleets report that they are in position and are joining the encirclement of the 1st Interstellar Fleet. The liaison officer suddenly stood up and shouted at Gu Hanzhou. Good. Keep pushing forward. Attack with all your might. Gu Hanzhou waved his hand vigorously. His gaze was fixed on the front line of the battlefield. The 378th battleship was the epicenter. Surrounding it were all the warships of the 5th Interstellar Fleet. This time, the 378th would not have any chance. Boom! At that moment, the door of the bridge was suddenly blown off by an explosion. The once busy crew members immediately halted all actions. A large number of mobile battle team soldiers surged in. Don't move. Everyone cover your heads. Chun Xiao shouted angrily. Soldiers pointed their kinetic guns at any potential threats. Gu Hanzhou instinctively gripped the railing tightly, his expression complex. He then slowly turned around, looking unwillingly at the blown-open door. Amidst the crowd of mobile soldiers, Lin Nian strode in. Lin Nian! Gu Hanzhou suddenly shouted in anger, pulling out a gun from his chest. On the other side, Lin Nian also drew his handgun. In the process of drawing, he completed loading and aiming in one smooth motion. Both fleet commanders aimed at each other. Bang! After the gunshot, Gu Hanzhou fell backward, a huge blood hole visible on his head. Meanwhile, Lin Yan's helmet was also embedded with a bullet in space. The 378th battleship was now surrounded by their large battleships. The most threatening 38th battleship of the 5th Interstellar Fleet had completely ceased fire. With its energy shield gone, all its weapons were nearly destroyed. Like the 378th battleship, It was left with just a breath. However, the other large battleships of the 5th Interstellar Fleet still maintained full firepower, continuously bombarding the 378th battleship. These attacks were beyond what the 378th could withstand, forcing it to rely on the remaining large battleships to absorb the damage with their hulls. A dazzling flash of light appeared as another large battleship of the 1st Interstellar Fleet was detonated. The intense brightness made it impossible to look directly for a moment. Inside the 006 large battleship, Old Li, Zhou Kajin let out a heart-wrenching wail. The tension inside him was gradually reaching a breaking point. They had endured here for almost 50 minutes, trying to protect their flagship from destruction. 2 large battleships had already been blown up. Now, the 006 battleship was nearing its end as well. Zhou Kajin looked at the energy shield's dangerously low value, despair swelling within him. Lin Nian had jumped to help the enemy's flagship, but there was still no news coming back. Zhou Kajin felt that this battle was lost. No other forces would join them. With the arrival of the 2nd and 3rd fleets, they would be trapped in an absolute siege, waiting to be overwhelmed by fierce firepower. Warning: energy shield energy is about to run out. Almost depleted, the ship's chief of staff issued a piercing call. The normally boisterous Zhou Kajin was unusually silent at this moment. He took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the large battleship that was attacking them fiercely. Since they were destined to die, he planned to take down one last battleship as a buffer. 006 target, the nearest large battleship. For your majesty, for the Empire. Charge! Zhou Kajin roared. All the crew members' hands, which were moving rapidly, suddenly froze. They sensed that something was about to happen. Yes, Captain. Everyone stood up in unison and saluted Zhou Kajin. Just as they were about to act, on the enemy ship, the battleship number 38, the newly raised Imperial flag was suddenly replaced with the old Imperial flag. Zhou Kajin's expression was stunned. Then he heard a familiar voice coming through his communicator on the public frequency. I am Lin Nian, the commander of the 1st Star Fleet. The commander of the fake army fleet, Gu Hanzhou, has been executed by me. The 5th Star Fleet, please cease fire immediately. Lay down your weapons and surrender. Chapter 83. The Empire does not need defeated generals inside the bridge room of the number 38 warship. There are also the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets. You should not have suffered such unfair treatment. The matters involving General Wen should not implicate you. Everything is caused by Lu Ili. He is the real culprit. I was once under the command of Major General Wen Rong of the 3rd Star Fleet. Let me give you justice. We are all Imperial soldiers and should not waste our lives in a civil war. Lin Nian held the microphone and continued to shout loudly to the outside. The previously fierce battlefield suddenly came to a halt at this moment. Lin Nian did not know how effective his persuasion would be. After all, it was his first time doing this. He planned to just express his intentions. Not long after the No. 38 super-large warship suddenly launched a large number of starfighters and transport airships. The former members of the 5th Star Fleet began to flee from this flagship, seeking refuge with friendly ships nearby. The remaining main forces of the 5th Star Fleet took action. They did not choose to surrender or continue fighting, but instead chose to turn around and withdraw from the battlefield. Commander, they are fleeing. Should we order an attack? Chen Xiao leaned over and said to Lin Nian, No, let them go. We no longer have combat capability. Pursuing them would only add to our casualties. Lin Nian did not issue a pursuit order. He was very clear about the situation of the 1st Star Fleet. The remaining combat power was actually very scarce. Of the 11 large warships, only 7 remained, and each was basically damaged. Commander of the 1st Star Fleet, I am Major General Ning Xiaoding of the 4th Star Fleet. I have come to lend you a hand and eliminate the false Emperor Lu Ili. Commander Lin Nian, I am Colonel Fu Qinyuan, acting commander of the 7th Star Fleet. I'm also here to assist you. The 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets, you have already been surrounded by us. Be sensible and surrender. You are all subordinates of General Wen, and we are all part of the Imperial Army. There is no need to meet in battle. At this moment, Lin Nian suddenly heard the voices of Ning Xiaoding and Fu Qinyuan from the ship's broadcast. The words that Xie Yunjian had said to him before were quite true. The 4th and 7th Fleets would only be willing to come out as reinforcements once he had taken the 5th Star Fleet. Lin Nian turned his gaze to the surrounding space of the number 38 warship. As the 5th Star Fleet gradually retreated towards the White Radiant Star, the large warships of the 1st Star Fleet had already closed in. The situation was more tragic for the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets. They had gone from being the encircled to being encircled by the 1st, 4th, and 7th Star Fleets. At this time, the 2nd and 3rd warships raised white flags and the old Imperial flags, re-expressing their positions. "Commander, do we win? Why are those 2 fleets not fighting anymore?" Chen Xiao looked at the white flags raised by the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets, unable to contain his excitement. He also voiced his confusion. "Because the backbone of those 2 fleets is gone," Lin Nian whispered. The backbone he referred to was not Guhanzhou, but Wen Yuan. Liu Yili's purge had completely stripped these 2 fleets of their combat capability. Lin Nian could roughly understand Guhanzhou's layout. Why he had the other 2 fleets conduct flanking maneuvers while he personally confronted Lin Nian. If the 2nd and 3rd Star Fleets had engaged him directly, perhaps they would have surrendered under the pressure of battle. Guhanzhou ultimately chose a relatively safe encirclement plan. However, Guhanzhou did not expect to be broken through at a single point. Now, with Guhanzhou, the supreme commander, gone, the fighting spirit of the 3 fleets sent out by Liu Yili was instantly lost. Lin Nian took one last look at the heavily damaged number 378 warship. Wen Huaiyun and Zhou Kejin had done very well, buying him precious time to successfully take down Guhanzhou. He could not ask for more from them. Lin Nian withdrew his gaze, bent down to pick up the helmet he had casually thrown aside earlier. A bullet was still embedded in the visor of the combat helmet, leaving spiderweb-like cracks. He did not understand why Guhanzhou had shot at him. Guhanzhou was not wearing any armor. "Commander, how should we deal with them?" Chen Xiao turned to the captives, who were all core crew members of the flagship of the 5th Star Fleet, including the Chief of Staff and a series of senior officers. Lin Nian walked up to the Chief of Staff. "Why didn't you escape? You clearly had the opportunity in time." Lin Nian asked his question. If Guhanzhou had acted like Han Tianzhu and fled at the first sign of trouble, he truly would not have been able to kill Guhanzhou or even pursue him. "Lin Nian, how do you think Liu Yili would treat the fleeing Major General Gu?" The Chief of Staff countered Lin Nian. "All right, I understand." Lin Nian nodded, his hand once again brushing over the deformed bullet on the helmet. The moment Guhanzhou chose to seek death actively when Lin Nian stormed into the bridge room might have been better for him than dying at the hands of an unknown person. Lin Nian sighed at this thought. "Lin Nian, do not be complacent. You better hope you will never be defeated. Otherwise, the fate of Wen Yuan and Guhanzhou today will be your future." The Chief of Staff suddenly shouted loudly at Lin Nian. The death of Guhanzhou had a significant impact on this Chief of Staff. "Chen Xiao, take them all down and imprison them." Lin Nian did not respond to the Chief of Staff and turned to Chen Xiao. "Yes, Commander." Chen Xiao immediately saluted Lin Nian. The Empire does not need defeated generals. Lin Nian tightly gripped the dysfunctional helmet in his hand. The Chief of Staff's earlier words were emotional, but he felt no problem with the statement about the Empire. The Empire indeed would not tolerate defeated generals. And now, he was already a general. He no longer had the opportunity to turn back. It was either continue forward or fall into the abyss. There would be no second path. Wen Yuan was the best example. Lin Nian turned and walked slowly to the command position of this flagship, overlooking the empty bridge room. "I am destined to belong only to the battlefield. Only here can I maximize my value." Lin Nian whispered in a voice that only he could hear. In the Imperial Council chamber, Liu Yili sat alone on the Emperor's throne, his expression extremely gloomy. 10 minutes ago, they suddenly received the bad news. His strongest fleet commander, Major General Guhanzhou, had lost. He was defeated by an unknown rookie. Moreover, he had directly handed over the recently surrendered 2nd and 3rd Star fleets to the enemy. That Lin Nian was still a direct subordinate of Wen Yuan, if such a person were to come out to rally them. The 2nd and 3rd fleets would soon become Lin Nian's subordinates. His originally favorable situation, and even the Emperor's throne that he had not yet warmed, would be completely buried because of this defeat. Why? Useless. All of you are useless. Guhanzhou, can you justify my cultivation of you? You lost to an unknown junior like this. Even died at his hands. Liu Yili suddenly stood up from the throne, roaring hoarsely in the empty Imperial Council Hall. Chapter 84. The escaping Lu Ili. At this moment, Xie Yunjian hurriedly arrived with Lu Ili's attendants. After greeting His Majesty, Xie Yunjian bowed and expressed his respect to Lu Ili. Lu Ili, who had originally been venting his anger, was taken aback. Seeing Xie Yunjian was like seeing a lifeline. Xie Yunjian, quickly save me. Zhu is about to attack Baimong's star. Lu Ili stepped forward, gripping Xie Yunjian's shoulders tightly. The pain in Xie Yunjian's shoulders made him unconsciously frown as he endured the sharp ache and calmly looked at Lu Ili. Your Majesty, with Gu Hanzhou's defeat, you only have the 6th Interstellar Fleet left. The rebel army is powerful. If Your Majesty continues to stay at Baimong Star, it is absolutely unsustainable. Moreover, there are so many who want you dead at Baimong Star. Xie Yunjian quietly analyzed the situation for Lu Ili in a steady tone, which gradually loosened Lu Ili's grip. The best course of action now is to evacuate Baimong Star immediately. You should take the young emperor back to the Guangyun Star Domain, back to your real stronghold, and plan again. Xie Yunjian thoughtfully provided a strategy for Lu Ili. Yes, right? Indeed, we can't stay here any longer. Lu Ili nodded repeatedly. After careful consideration, he felt that Xie Yunjian's analysis was quite reasonable. He really couldn't stay at Baimong Star any longer. Those who hated him would become a terrifying vulnerability in his defense. Baimong Star was absolutely unsustainable. He needed to leave as soon as possible. As long as he was alive, he need not fear the chance to make a comeback. Moreover, the Guangyun Star Domain was his true lair. He didn't need to stubbornly fight for a meaningless title at Baimong Star. Xie Yunjian, you come with me. I still need you to strategize for me. After making up his mind, Lu Ili turned to Xie Yunjian. During this time, Xie Yunjian had been incredibly useful. Not only was the administration well managed, but he also continually provided various good ideas. In Lu Ili's mind, he had become his Zhuge Kongming. Your Majesty, I cannot leave yet. Someone needs to hold off your enemies at Baimong Star to buy time for the evacuation. Otherwise, once your enemies realize you are not at Baimong Star, they will immediately inform the rebel army, which will abandon everything and come after you directly, making your evacuation difficult. Moreover, my family is at Baimong Star. I cannot escape. Let me do this last thing for you. Xie Yunjian shook his head, politely refusing Lu Ili's proposal, while conveniently concocting a plausible excuse to push him away from the doomed Lu Ili. Xie Yunjian would not engage in such foolishness. Of course, his previous suggestions were made sincerely. Only in certain key areas would Xie Yunjian insert a few falsehoods. However, it was a consensus among all factions at Baimong Star that Lu Ili should leave as soon as possible. With Lu Ili's previous murderous demeanor, it was better to send this plague away early to avoid him going on a rampage at Baimong Star in a moment of despair. As for whether Lu Ili believed him or not, Xie Yunjian didn't care. This was Lu Ili's only opportunity to leave. If he didn't leave now, he would be trapped at Baimong Star. Lu Ili remained silent for a long time. He stared intently at Xie Yunjian, who seemed sincere. His eyes flickered between murderous intent and the desire to escape. He could sense Xie Yunjian's intention to leave him. Lu Ili wanted to kill this clever man immediately, but was worried it would affect his subsequent escape plan. With Xie Yunjian's intelligence, if he dared to appear before him, he must have some confidence that would make him pay a price for this thought. Very well, Xie Yunjian, take care of yourself. If you can also escape Baimong Star, I will wait for you in the Guangyun Star Domain. Lu Ili put on the demeanor of a good monarch and solemnly patted Xie Yunjian's shoulder, presenting a harmonious image of ruler and subject. Your Majesty, Xie Yunjian exclaimed loudly. Someone, go bring Zhu Renhe. We are leaving. Lu Ili took one last look at Xie Yunjian and suddenly found this person quite terrifying. Perhaps he shouldn't have trusted Xie Yunjian too much before. However, the suggestions Xie Yunjian provided were indeed too useful. Lu Ili was reluctant to give up consulting him, naturally allowing him to enter his inner circle. Lu Ili extinguished all chaotic thoughts. His only major concern now was to escape. This trip to Baimong Star felt like a dream. Lu Ili was unwilling, but helpless. After all, he couldn't overpower them militarily. Everything was reduced to zero. On the bridge of Ship 378, Lin Nian returned to his flagship with his soldiers. The captured Ship 38 had already been taken over by Zhou Kejin's troops, who boarded the ship to gain control. Stand at attention, Salute. Wen Huaiyun led thousands of crew members, along with the remaining Marines of Liao Fan, shouting loudly at Lin Nian. The uniformity of their actions deeply moved Lin Nian. After all, they had borne the brunt of the most difficult defense battle for him. Lin Nian also straightened his body, his eyes reddening as he returned the salute to his subordinates. "Commander, we did not disgrace our mission." Wen Huaiyun pursed his lips, also with red eyes. The First Interstellar Fleet had fought to the end, while other large warships had truly risked their lives to shield them. Especially the four sacrificed large warship captains, which made everyone feel sorrowful. "Commander, we have new contact. It is the commanders of the 4th and 7th Interstellar Fleets." At this moment, the communications officer suddenly received a signal and ran to Lin Nian to report. "Patch them through." Lin Nian took a deep breath, calming his sad emotions. "Yes." The communications officer immediately acted. Soon, 2 screens popped up, and Lin Nian walked to his familiar command position. Only on this ship 378, surrounded by familiar crew members, could Lin Nian feel that sense of belonging. The people on the screens were Ning Xiaoding and Fu Qinyuan. Major General Lin Nian both greeted Lin Nian in unison. Lin Nian returned their salute. He did not rush to speak, waiting to hear their intentions. "The current leaders of the 2nd and 3rd Fleets have specified that they will only accept your personal surrender. They refuse our entry and the takeover of the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets. Therefore, the matter of surrendering these 2 fleets can only be left to your unit." Ning Xiaoding spoke first. His expression was also one of frustration when he mentioned that the 2nd and 3rd Interstellar Fleets had actually rejected their surrender. Originally, he and Fu Qinyuan planned to take over 1 fleet each to expand their strength. Now is the era of seizing territory. How could they do it without troops? After all, they were originally direct subordinates of Wen Yuan. Yet, they had been rejected. Those bastards even aimed their cannons at them, shouting that they would only surrender to 1 person. "Major General Lin Nian, no one will surrender." Ning Xiaoding was furious but felt helpless. After all, Lin Nian was the one who fired the first shot in the resistance against Lu Yili. He was the true flag bearer. He and Fu Qinyuan had failed in their attempt to seize opportunities. However, they had come this time not only for this, but also for a promise. They can't let Lin Nian have all the benefits to himself. They need to get a share of the soup, right? "I understand. I will handle it personally. Thank you for informing me." Lin Nian nodded, a bit surprised. He originally thought that these 2 surrendering fleets were not his to take over. "Do you have anything else?" Lin Nian saw that Ning Xiaoding and Fu Qinyuan had not closed the holographic screen. He guessed there was more to discuss and couldn't help but ask again. "Major General Lin Nian, your unit has suffered significant losses. Therefore, you should not participate in the upcoming battle at Bamistar." Ning Xiaoding stated the real purpose of his contact this time. Chapter 85, Taking Credit. Lin Nian remained silent. Ning Xiaoding's words just now were very impolite, even carrying a hint of provocation. Lin Nian quietly stared at Ning Xiaoding, who was also glaring back at him. "Major General Ning, how would you like me to respond?" Lin Nian chose to throw the question back at Ning Xiaoding. "Major General Lin, one should not be greedy. You already have 2-star fleets under your command. Do you really want to take credit for defeating Lu Yili?" Ning Xiaoding was also unapologetic, directly expressing his thoughts. Interesting. Lin Nian simply smiled, but had no intention of directly answering Ning Xiaoding's implication. When their 1st-star fleet was engaged in a bloody battle, where was Ning Xiaoding's 4th-star fleet? They were watching from the sidelines. If either the 4th or 7th-star fleet had come out to support, he wouldn't have had to fight so hard. Even Mo Yingguang and the others wouldn't have died. Lin Yan's gaze suddenly sharpened. "Lin Yan, are you really planning to be this greedy? Your 1st-star fleet has already suffered so much. Do you think you can continue fighting? Don't sacrifice their lives to satisfy your own ambitions." Ning Xiaoding directly brought up moral arguments against Lin Yan. "All right, both of you, there's no need to be so confrontational. We are all part of the resistance against Lu Yili's tyranny. We can discuss matters amicably. Major General Lin Nian, it really isn't suitable for your 1st-star fleet to continue fighting. Let's leave the next battle against Lu Yili to our 7th and 4th-star fleets." At this moment, Fu Qinyuan also began to mediate, trying to ease the atmosphere. "Commander, we can still fight. Please give the order." At that moment, when Huayan suddenly shouted out, "That's right. Please give the order, Commander." Other crew members also shouted in unison, their voices booming. Lin Nian turned to look at the determined faces, knowing that his subordinates were fighting for him. "No, we won't fight anymore." Lin Nian directly shook his head, refusing his subordinate's request. Previously, it was just a matter of pride between him and Ning Xiaoting, but when it involved his subordinates, Lin Nian didn't want to waste their lives and chose to take a step back. Major General Ning Xiaoting, Colonel Fu Qinyuan, regarding the battle against Lu Yili. Our first star fleet will temporarily withdraw and return to Motherport 001 for rest. I wish you victory. After saying this, Lin Nian saluted the two. Ning Xiaoting and Fu Qinyuan exchanged glances, knowing that Lin Nian's retreat was due to concern for his subordinates. But since Lin Nian chose to withdraw, Ning Xiaoting felt it inappropriate to continue being forceful. No achievements made, but eager for credit. No matter how you looked at it, it was a poor show. Major General Lin Nian, please forgive my previous rash and unfriendly attitude. I was just worried about the current situation being overturned by Lu Yili. I spoke out of anxiety. Please don't take it to heart. I was thinking of you. Given your situation, it really isn't suitable for you to continue participating in a battle. However, in our hearts, you are the heroes of the Empire. We salute you. Ning Xiaoting made an effort to mend his words, softening his attitude and actively saluting Lin Nian and the others. Indeed, we salute you, heroes of the Empire. Fu Qinyuan also saluted Lin Nian. In a sense, he truly felt astonished by the First Star Fleet. Whether it was Lin Nian withstanding Gu Hanzhou's Fifth Star Fleet or fighting fiercely, Lin Nian had won. The First Star Fleet had become a genuinely strong military force. Thank you for the compliment. Farewell. Lin Nian returned the salute once more and then watched as the two figures disappeared from the screens. Commander, what shall we do next? When Huayan spoke first, deploy all personnel to search for survivors and recover the remains. Lin Nian paused as he said this. He thought of Mo Yingguang, but didn't know how many people from the 012th fleet might still be alive. And I need to immediately go accept the surrender of the second and third star fleets. Lin Nian had to set off. If he fell out with the fourth and seventh star fleets, the second and third star fleets might develop other thoughts. Lin Nian had to ensure the surrender was implemented properly. Yes, Commander. The crew members saluted Lin Nian in unison and began to get busy. On Bamistar, a high-speed space shuttle landed on the flagship of the six-star fleet stationed in outer space. Shaolin personally welcomed them in the flagship's flight area. Lu Yili was the first to descend the gangway, followed by the wet nurse holding Zhu Ren's hand. This was Zhu Ren's first time leaving Bamistar, and he was extremely curious about the outer space environment, constantly looking around. Your Majesty, Shaolin led all the senior officers of the fleet to salute Lu Yili. Arrange them properly. We will leave the Central Star region immediately and return to the Guangyun Star region. Lu Yili was now completely devoid of confidence. Gu Hanzhou's death was a huge blow to him, mainly because he had wasted the opportunity to control the second and third star fleets. From originally having 4-star fleets, he was now left with just one. The situation between him and Lin Nian had completely flipped 180 degrees. The advantageous side now belonged to Lin Nian and his rebels. Yes, Your Majesty. Shaolin immediately accepted the order. In space, the flagship of the 6-star fleet began to gather its subordinate warships, merging with the defeated fleet that had just returned from the 5th-star fleet, heading grandly towards the Guangyun Star region. 2 beams of transition light shot out from the flagship of the 6-star fleet. A transition portal slowly opened. Lu Yili, in the bridge room, took one last look at the technologically advanced Bamistar. His rule over this empire had lasted only a few months before it was declared over. Lin Nian, Lu Yili growled softly. He would forever remember this nameless rookie who had toppled his new regime. As the transition portal opened, warships began to make the jump. Due to the small distance between the Central Star region and the Guangyun Star region, only one jump was needed. Lu Yili's fleet could directly return to their homeland. In the Empire's Council Chamber on Bamistar, Xie Yunjian, along with the officials of the Empire's Council Chamber, each held high-powered telescopes, watching the white sky and the almost invisible traces of the fleet. One by one, warships began to pass through the open transition portal. Lord Xie Yunjian, It was you who sent away the plague god, Lu Ili. One official proactively flattered Xie Yunjian. With Lu Ili's retreat, the entire power center of the empire would begin a new round of power redistribution. Xie Yunjian had undoubtedly secured a few key positions. Whether he could sit in the speaker's position that Zhu and Lu Ili once occupied would depend on the distribution among several powerful individuals. As for who those powerful individuals were, Lin Nian, Ning Xiaoting, and Fu Qinyuan, the three commanders, were absolutely unavoidable. Chapter 86, accepting the second and third interstellar fleets. After the discussions concluded, the fourth and seventh interstellar fleets slowly made their way toward White Light Star. It would take some time to reach White Light Star from their current position. However, aboard the flagship of the two fleets, Ning Xiaoting and Fu Qinyuan silently observed a warship, the 378th warship. Its exterior was severely damaged, yet Lin Nian had relied on this very ship to forcibly defeat Gu Hanzhou, who commanded a super-large warship, creating a new history. Major General Ning, this Lin Nian's future is not simple, Fu Qinyuan remarked. His first interstellar fleet managed to defeat Gu Hanzhou without a super-large warship. I can't imagine what he would be capable of once he acquires one. Fu Qinyuan felt a deep sense of admiration for Lin Nian's previous battles. If it were him, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such feats. At least in terms of determination and strength, he recognized the vast gap between himself and Lin Nian. Fu Qinyuan was very clear about his own position. He was just someone who was getting by. He did not want to face an opponent like Lin Nian personally. Colonel Fu, why do you lack ambition? Ning Xiaoting scoffed. Lin Nian merely took advantage of Gu Hanzhou's ignorance of him. I've reviewed all of Lin Nian's battle records. He primarily wins through ambush tactics. What kind of high-level fleet commander is that? Just brute force. If it were me, I would never give Lin Nian the opportunity for an ambush. Ning Xiaoting said confidently, but his gaze remained fixed on the flagship. The 378th warship was gradually becoming smaller as their fleet advanced until it was completely out of sight. Yes. I'm hanging up now. Fu Qinyuan was unwilling to continue this conversation. Ning Xiaoting's belief that Lin Nian could handle the situation was his own concern, unrelated to him. As the communication screen turned off, a liaison officer suddenly jogged over. Acting Commander, we have a communication from the Central Command of White Light Star. Should we connect? The liaison officer said solemnly. Which Central Command? Fu Qinyuan asked, not in a hurry to connect, and added, is it the command under Zhu Runhe for His Majesty, or the one under Lu Ili? These two were worlds apart. It's the old Central Command, the liaison officer quickly confirmed, having seen the old Empire insignia. Has Lu Ili already fled? Fu Qinyuan thought this, but quickly dismissed the idea. Connected. He nodded to the liaison officer. Yes, sir. The liaison officer retreated, and soon a communication screen popped up, revealing the face of Xie Yunjian. Seventh Interstellar Fleet, Acting Commander Fu Qinyuan. I've met with the Speaker of the Council. Fu Qinyuan said loudly to Xie Yunjian. Xie Yunjian represented the local forces of White Light Star. Fu Qinyuan did not want to actively create trouble and wished to avoid being embroiled in it, so he treated everyone politely. Major General Ning Xiaoting, Colonel Fu Qinyuan. The fake Emperor Lu Ili has fled with the Emperor into the space domain. The Imperial Council has just voted unanimously to revoke Lu Ili's titles as Imperial Marshal and Speaker of the Imperial Council, nullifying all of his illegitimate appointments. Due to the massive purge conducted by Lu Ili, the original Central Command has lost all functionality. We are temporarily acting as the Central Command and officially issuing new orders to the 7th and 4th Interstellar Fleets to pursue the traitor Lu Ili and bring back His Majesty. Xie Yunjian said with a serious expression. Understood. Acting Commander of the 7th Interstellar Fleet, Fu Qinyuan, receives the order. Fu Qinyuan saluted solemnly to Xie Yunjian. Commander of the 4th Interstellar Fleet, Ning Xiaoting, receives the order. At the same time, Fu Qinyuan heard Ning Xiaoting's voice coming from the communication screen. Very well. I wish you both victory and safe return. Xie Yunjian nodded in satisfaction before disconnecting the screen. Fu Qinyuan then glanced back at the 1st Interstellar Fleet behind him. Xie Yunjian had not left any position for the 1st Interstellar Fleet in the mission to pursue Lu Ili. This meant that Lin Nian and his first interstellar fleet were now being suppressed. For the people of White Light Star, having one dominant force was a very frightening prospect. With Zhu dominating, the local forces of White Light Star would be suppressed. With Lu Ili dominating, their local forces would still be suppressed, and even more harshly. Lu Ili liked to use violence to intimidate the opposition. Lin Nian, as the one who fired the first shot against Lu Ili, stood out particularly. Having taken on a 1-against-3 situation, not only did he defeat Lu Ili's top general, Guhanzhou, but he also seized the legacy of Wen Yuan, the second and third interstellar fleets. Lin Nian already had the potential to become a new Lu Ili. Regardless of whether Lin Nian had such intentions, it was highly likely that White Light Star would no longer allow him to engage in battles, at least for the foreseeable future. Thinking of this, Fu Qinyuan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, feeling a mix of emotions for Lin Nian and the state of the Empire. On a shared warship of the second and third interstellar fleets, Lin Nian walked down the gangway of the space shuttle. The soldiers from both fleets had already bound their original senior officers and stood them to the side. These were all new fleet commanders appointed by Lu Ili. A large communication screen was broadcasting the events live to everyone in both fleets. Salute! Representatives of the entire second interstellar fleet. Representatives of the entire third interstellar fleet. We greet the commander. The leading soldier shouted loudly to Lin Nian, standing in front of a perfectly aligned formation of soldiers. Lin Nian immediately stood upright and returned the salute. At ease, Lin Nian looked at their faces and felt a wave of emotions. He had once been a member of the third interstellar fleet, a direct subordinate of Wen Rong. But now, when Yuan had committed suicide and when Rome was missing, the once highly combat-capable second and third interstellar fleets had been reduced to their current chaotic state. Everyone, thank you for your trust in me. I will also fulfill my promises to you. There will be no more purges in the second and third interstellar fleets. Everyone who is wronged by Lu Ili will be vindicated. They are absolutely not traitors of the Empire. On the contrary, they are the heroes of the Empire. They are heroes for all of us. Lin Nian said earnestly, raising his voice at the end. Without any orders, as soon as his words fell, all the soldiers in formation stood at attention and saluted Lin Nian, expressing their gratitude. Their eyes were red, having witnessed their commanders being arrested one by the military police without any reason or trial, executed on the spot without distinction. This left them anxious and unsettled. Why had the Empire they pledged loyalty to repaid them in this manner? Now disperse. I need you to give me a new list. They will become your new commanders, the new captains of the warships. And under their leadership, you will continue to be the sharpest blades of the Empire. Lin Nian said with utmost seriousness. Yes, Commander. The soldiers shouted in unison, and then they began to jog away. Lin Nian looked at their backs. He knew he couldn't directly appoint a new commander. Restoring order to the two fleets and stabilizing the morale of the people was essential. Promoting someone from their ranks directly would yield better results. Of course, Lin Nian himself didn't have any loyal subordinates. For him, it didn't really matter who he used. Lin Nian had already experienced battles on the number 1455 and No. 378 ships. He felt that the leaders under him were more concerned about who could lead them to victory. Winning meant promotions and salary increases, rather than simply being loyal to a specific person. Chapter 87 New appointment. Lin Nian looked at the soldiers in front of him. He also planned to start building his own team. If there were people willing to listen to him and trust him, he also had to ensure the interests of his subordinates. The representatives of the two fleets, you will now collect opinions. Give me a list of your internal nominations immediately. I will be waiting here for you. Lin Nian walked up to the two fleet representatives at the front and saluted them. These two had been elected as representatives of their respective fleets, clearly trusted by the lower-ranking officers and soldiers. Yes, Commander. The two were a bit taken aback and immediately returned a formal salute to Lin Nian before quickly leaving. Commander, how should we deal with these people? Chen Xiao jogged over to Lin Nian, saluting him as he spoke. Take them back to Battleship 378. Detain them together. When we reach the vicinity of White Mang Star, hand them over to Xie Yunjian and the others. Lin Nian instructed Chen Xiao. Yes, Chun Xiao complied and began to have his mobile combat team soldiers escort those people onto the transport airship. Commander, we just received a message from Battleship 378. Lord Xie Yunjian is looking for you. At that moment, when Huaiyun descended from the space shuttle and handed Lin Nian a message on his watch, which displayed Xie Yunjian's contact identifier. It was 10 minutes ago. Lin Nian frowned slightly. Let's wait a moment. I intend to personally receive the officer nominations from the two fleets. He explained to Wen Huaiyun. In the eyes of the personnel from the two fleets, every move he made represented the attitude of the Empire. If he just drew up a plan and left, it would likely give them bad ideas. The second and third interstellar fleets had gone through a lot of turmoil, and the trust given to them was extremely weak. Fortunately, Lin Nian didn't have to wait long. Perhaps seeing that Lin Nian was indeed keeping his promise by standing in place waiting for the new internal officer nomination list. The representatives of the two fleets hurriedly ran back. Commander, sorry to keep you waiting. Here is our initial list. The remaining vacancies will be assigned by the Empire and the Commander. Our second and third interstellar fleets will execute without conditions. The two representatives saluted Lin Nian in unison. They could feel Lin Nian's respect for them, and their attitude was always very good, even a bit cautious. Very good. I have indeed received it. Now you will follow my unit as we move forward. The Empire should soon issue new orders. Rest assured, I promise you that your matters will be implemented as soon as possible. Lin Nian solemnly saluted the two. Yes, thank you, Commander. We await your good news. The two stood up straight and saluted Lin Nian. Lin Nian personally took the list and placed it in his chest before returning the salute. Chief of Staff Wen, let's go. Lin Nian quickly boarded the space shuttle. After taking one last look at the two fleet representatives, he entered the shuttle. The space shuttle spewed a light blue tail flame and quickly left the internal parking area of the battleship. In no time, it entered space. In the vastness of space, 3 interstellar fleets were advancing in parallel. The first interstellar fleet was in the center with the second and third interstellar fleets on either side. The battleship at the heart of it all was Battleship 378. The creases at the bow and the countless battle scars told the tale of the ferocity of the previous battle. The captured super battleship number 38 was also nearby. However, when they reached the sanitation space station, this flagship of the 5th Interstellar Fleet would be reclaimed by the Empire. Waiting for the day when the Empire would reorganize the entire 5th Interstellar Fleet around it again. The space shuttle was tiny among the fleet, quickly entering Battleship 378. In the bridge of Battleship 378, Lin Nian, along with Wen Huaiyun and Chun Xiao, quickly walked in. Commander, the busy crew members in the bridge room immediately stopped their work and stood straight to salute Lin Nian. In their eyes, Lin Nian had become a god of war. Especially for those crew members who had followed Lin Nian since Battleship 1455, they had witnessed how Lin Nian had led them step by step to their current status. There was no jealousy towards Lin Nian's rapid promotion because what he had done along the way was not something ordinary people could achieve. Time and again, he had fought against overwhelming odds, dancing on a tightrope. If Lin Nian made one wrong step or lost even one battle, he would surely die. All right, everyone get back to work. Lin Nian simply returned their salute and then moved to his command position. Commander, Lord Xie Yunjian just contacted you. He asked you to get in touch with him as soon as you return. An officer jogged over to Lin Nian and said, I know. You go ahead and contact him now. Lin Nian nodded while picking up a large stack of documents that had just been placed on the command desk. They were all various applications and requests for orders. Lin Nian felt a bit overwhelmed. As his position rose, the number of documents requiring his signature increased. General Lin Nian. A voice came from behind him. It was Xie Yunjian. As soon as the contact request was received, the other party connected immediately. Counselor Xie Yunjian. Lin Nian turned around and saluted Xie Yunjian. He belonged to the Central Command, which in turn was under the Emperor. However, all orders from the Emperor had to be reviewed and voted on by the Imperial Council before they could be issued. Lin Nian found this aspect quite perplexing. He wasn't very clear about who was actually in charge. Moreover, because the current Emperor was too young, power was dispersed between the Central Command and the Imperial Council. There's no need for formalities, General Lin Nian. We are actually not part of the same system. The reason I contacted you this time is that the Central Command is incapacitated, and we in the Imperial Council can only temporarily step in to make contact. General Lin Nian, Lu Yili has fled with the Emperor to the Void Star Domain. The entire Central Star Domain has been liberated thanks to the First Interstellar Fleet. Your performance in the resistance against Lu Yili's usurpation has been outstanding, and you single-handedly defeated the pseudo-commander of the Fifth Interstellar Fleet, Gu Hanzhou, significantly undermining Lu Yili's ambitions to rule the Empire. The Imperial Council has unanimously decided that you are the primary contributor in this turmoil. You are officially appointed as the commander of the First, Second, and Third Fleets, overseeing these 3 interstellar fleets of the Empire. And you are awarded the Empire's first-class Golden Star Medal in recognition of your achievements. Xie Yunjian announced solemnly, directly granting Lin Nian the title of Fleet Commander. They at White Mang Star had no other choice. He had already understood the situation from Ning Xiaoding and Fu Qinyuan. The Second and Third Interstellar Fleets only listened to Lin Nian's orders. Any disorder could even force Lin Nian to rebel. And the Lin Nian before him was definitely more decisive and courageous than Wen Yuan. If a riot were to break out, it wouldn't be easily resolved. The Empire truly could not afford any more turmoil. Lin Nian did not rush to accept the order because Xie Yunjian's words were quite strange. Earlier, it was still mentioned that Lu Yili was on the run. Then it was directly announced that he was the one who achieved the greatest merit. Lu Yili didn't even take down the enemy, and it was already time to discuss rewards and honors. Chapter 88, the final tribute, Major General Lin Nian asked. Do you have any questions? Seeing Lin Nian not responding, Xie Yunjian immediately retorted. Lord Xie Yunjian, could you please refrain from using formal language? Lin Nian grasped the railing in front of him with both hands. Okay, what do you want to know? Xie Yunjian, facing Lin Nian, did not want to hide anything. Lin Nian was very clever and not someone to be easily fooled. Regarding the campaign against Lu Yili, are you not planning to use the First Star Fleet? Lin Nian directly inquired. That's right, Major General Lin. You should be aware of your fleet's situation. The subsequent matters will be left to Major General Ning Xiaoding and Colonel Fu Qinyuan. Xie Yunjian spoke frankly. Lin Nian fell silent again, merely watching Xie Yunjian quietly. He intended to get a bit more. He could choose not to participate in the subsequent campaign, but he needed a satisfactory outcome from Bema Star for himself and his subordinates. Xie Yunjian also remained silent, trying to pressure Lin Nian. Lin Nian's attitude clearly indicated he wanted more. Xie Yunjian was reluctant to give. Lin Nian, what exactly do you want? As long as it's not too excessive, we can find a way to meet your demands. But after a long standoff, it was still Xie Yunjian who sighed first, choosing to relent. There's no way around it. Lin Nian has 3 Imperial Star Fleets in his hands, all elite fleets. Sending Lin Nian to campaign against Lu Yili could very likely lead to an unsealable situation. Not letting Lin Nian go, but sending Ning Xiaoding and Fu Qinyuan's 4th and 7th Star Fleets instead, fine. However, it essentially leaves Bema Star exposed. These 3 Star Fleets in Lin Nian's hands could strike at any moment. No matter how shrewd Xie Yunjian was, he had to soften his stance in front of Lin Nian. As long as Lin Nian's demands weren't outrageous, Xie Yunjian planned to agree first and discuss later. All right, Lord Xie Yunjian, I have a casualty list here. They are loyal ministers who serve the Empire and deserve the best compensation. Lin Nian took out a list. When he saw familiar names like Mo Yangwang, his eyes involuntarily dimmed, although he had not known Mo Yangwang and the others for long. Lin Nian did not expect them to be willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the 378th battleship. Yes, that's reasonable, Xie Yunjian nodded. Lin Nian's first request was not excessive. The Empire should compensate the fallen. Otherwise, in the future, no one would be willing to serve the Empire. And there is also a list of promotions for meritorious service. After Xie Yunjian nodded, Lin Nian slowly pulled out another new list. All right, the Empire will not mistreat those who have made contributions. Xie Yunjian's expression was somewhat unsightly, but he still chose to nod. Here is another list for the exoneration of officers and recommendations for appointments. Lin Nian, like performing a magic trick, pulled out 2 more lists from his chest. Major General Lin Nian, please don't go too far. Xie Yunjian's lips twitched. Lord Xie Yunjian, the last 2 lists are for officers who were wrongfully executed by Lu Yili. I sincerely request the Empire to grant them the treatment they deserve. This is my final request, Lin Nian said solemnly. Ugh, Xie Yunjian took a deep breath, roughly understanding Lin Nian's maneuver. Once Lin Nian played this card, unless the second and third star fleets were completely annihilated, Lin Nian's influence over these two fleets would persist. Xie Yunjian did not want to agree, but the mess created by Lu Yili had to be swallowed hard. Who let Zhu show that when Yurin and the others had played each other out, while Lu Yili had created a massive pit. All officers of note in the Central Star region were bloodily purged by Lu Yili, leaving the Empire with no one. Lin Nian was a new batch of combat-oriented officers, having fought his way up through personal strength and talent. Although he did not come from the Imperial Command Academy, Lin Nian's abilities were beyond discussion. He had defeated Han Tianzhu, who came from a non-traditional background, and Gu Hanzhou, who was a former top student of the Empire. In the realm of commanding starship warfare, everyone had to acknowledge Lin Nian. All right. This is the last request I can agree to. Please send the list back. Our Imperial Council will review and verify them. Xie Yunjian shook his head, conceding to Lin Nian. Thank you, Lord Xie Yunjian. Lin Nian saluted respectfully to Xie Yunjian. All right, Major General Lin Nian. Your 3 Imperial Star Fleets will return to the 001 to 003 sanitation space stations for comprehensive rest and await the next order from the Central Command. Xie Yunjian said solemnly to Lin Nian. Yes, Lin Nian, who had just put his hands down, had to raise them again. He felt that Xie Yunjian was doing it on purpose. Major General Lin Nian, thank you for the contributions made by your first Starfleet to the Empire. On behalf of the Imperial Council, I express our heartfelt gratitude to you. Glory belongs to the Empire. Xie Yunjian suddenly mimicked a military gesture, tapping his left hand against his right arm. Glory belongs to the Empire. Inside the 378th battleship, all crew members witnessed this scene and immediately stopped their work, standing straight and performing the same gesture. Lin Nian watched the hologram of Xie Yunjian disappear, and he finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. At least, he had accomplished what he promised regarding the second and third star fleets. In the short term, his first star fleet should not have any combat operations. Lin Nian felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, sitting down heavily in his command position. He had finally made it back alive to see his family. In the tranquil space, a gap opened up on the surface of the damaged 378th battleship. A large number of soldiers marched out in unison. The surrounding warships did the same. Everyone held a canister of ashes, forming a neat array and waiting quietly for the last group of people to exit. Finally, Lin Nian, accompanied by his senior officers, slowly walked out. Each of them held a canister of ashes in their arms. Lin Nian was the first to reach the highest point of the battleship's surface. The ashes he held were none other than Mo Yangwang's. Every person here, upon boarding the starship, would be required to write a will and specify the disposition of their remains. However, when it came to the disposal of remains, most people would choose to have their bodies turned to ashes and then scattered into the starry sky by their commanding officer or colleagues. After all, there were times when the ship might not have the time to bring the remains back. Rest in peace, Major General Mo Yangwang, Lin Nian said softly. He opened the urn and personally took out the ashes, scattering them towards the endless starry sky. Wen Huayun, Zhou Kejin, Liao Fan, Chen Xiao, and others did the same. The soldiers also held their former comrades, watching them gradually disappear into the boundless starry sky. Salute. Moment of silence. When Huayun shouted loudly, the soldiers of the 3 star fleets saluted towards the vast sky filled with white ashes. After a few minutes of silence, Lin Nian, in his capacity as the commander of the fleet, issued orders to all the warships. The 3 parallel super heavy cannons of all the large warships began to move slowly. The heavy cannons pointed in unison towards a unified direction. The enormous barrels were raised high, aimed at the brilliant starry sky beside them. Fire! Lin Nian shouted as if he had exhausted all his strength. His eyes were filled with tears. The cannon muzzles flashed with concentrated bursts of fire, again and again. Everyone's eyes were filled with tears, yet they stood tall and straight, solemnly saluting the starry sky. This would be their last farewell to their comrades. Chapter 89. Lu Yili's defense arrangement in the Guangyun Star Domain at Tianjiang Star. Lu Ili has returned to the central city here. The young emperor has also been brought to this location. At the same time, Lu Ili summoned all members of the Lu family. In the meeting hall, a war meeting was convened. He kept a few eyes on the central star domain of the empire, which had reported the latest situation from there. For specific intelligence, Lu Ili was listening to his personal secretary's report. Very good. After I left, Xie Yunjian chose to betray us at the first opportunity, Lu Ili said, angrily slapping the podium. Although he had long anticipated Xie Yunjian's betrayal, he still felt infuriated when it actually happened. He looked at the large group of Lu family members in front of him. If there were anyone useful among them, he wouldn't be so angry. There were hardly any trustworthy people under his command. If they were reliable, why would he need to hand over the 5th and 6th star fleets to outsiders? Originally, Lu Ili thought Gu Hanzhou was a rare talent, but he was directly eliminated by Lin Nian. It should be noted that before Lin Nian rose to prominence, he was just a damn private. Next, Lu Ili, feeling powerless, urged his personal secretary to continue. Your Majesty, the 2-star fleets under Ning Shouting and Fu Qinyuan have just made a jump and arrived at Badong Star in the Shuoyin Star Domain. They are advancing rapidly towards the Guangyun Star Domain. We need to prepare our defenses as soon as possible, the secretary reported, looking at Lu Ili. Isn't that Lin Nian? Lu Ili was somewhat surprised. Hearing that the 4th and 7th star fleets were coming to pursue him, he found it strange that the 1st star fleet was not involved. Not using Lin Nian? Yes, Your Majesty. Those people from Bema Star are probably worried about another. The personal secretary's words trailed off. Lu Ili understood what the secretary was implying, that they were concerned about another him. All right, let's change the subject. Where should we set up defenses? Lu Ili didn't want to discuss this topic any longer. He had already been driven out of the central star domain. If he couldn't hold onto the Guangyun star domain, then his so-called position as the new emperor of the empire would be nearing its end. Your Majesty, I suggest contacting Major General Shaolin. He is a professional and should be able to provide you with very good advice, the personal secretary respectfully suggested. All right, contact Shaolin immediately, Lu Ili nodded. He indeed needed more professional opinions on military arrangements. With this thought, Lu Ili looked around at the other people in the meeting hall. One by one, aside from sharing his surname, none of them could provide him with useful advice. They remained silent throughout, all useless. Not a single one could help. Lu Ili couldn't help but curse them angrily. But no one dared to respond, all of them like ostriches, burying their heads in the sand. Lu Ili shook his head, no longer paying attention to them. He turned to his personal secretary, who immediately began contacting Shaolin. A holographic screen popped up. I have met Your Majesty. Shaolin respectfully saluted Lu Ili. The relevant information has been sent to you. I need your opinion, Lu Ili said solemnly to Shaolin. Yes, Your Majesty. I need some time to review and think, Shaolin replied seriously. That's fine, Lu Ili nodded. Shaolin did not keep him waiting long. Your Majesty, I plan to set up defenses from Jinzhou Star. At the same time, the personal secretary immediately pulled up a star map and pointed to the location of Jinzhou Star. Located at the junction of the Shuoyin Star Domain and the Guangyun Star Domain, there is a planet there, which the personal secretary highlighted. Why choose this location? Lu Ili found it hard to understand. Your Majesty, according to intelligence, the enemies we are facing this time are the 4th and 7th star fleets. Since it is not the 1st star fleet, the remnants of the previously defeated 5th star fleet can be utilized. Additionally, in the entire Guangyun star domain, only the area around Jinzhou Star can support us in long-term operations. If the 4th and 7th star fleets come near Tianjiang Star to attack, our supply space stations, warship production lines, and recruitment of soldiers, as well as all logistical supply chains, will be severely disrupted. Once we fall into a standoff, it will be very easy to become powerless afterwards, Shaolin said seriously. Placing the battlefield near Jinzhou Star will mitigate these issues. The enemy fleet cannot directly cross over our main forces to appear in our rear. Numerous practical cases have shown that without specific intelligence on enemy defenses and main forces, jumping into a confrontation is a certain act of suicide. Moreover, if we can block these 2 old imperial fleets here, we at least retain the hope of winning. If we can defeat Ning Shouting and Fu Qinyuan, advancing back into the Central Star Domain is also not impossible. Xiao Lin finally said what Lu Ili most wanted to hear at that moment. Very good. Let's do as you say. Find a way to defeat these two-star fleets. Whatever you need, I will do my utmost to provide it for you. Anything, Lu Ili shouted excitedly. He seemed to see himself returning to Bama's star, enjoying the worship of thousands. He hadn't enjoyed such days enough. They had been too short. He wanted to kill his way back to rule the empire. As Lu Ili thought of this, a fierce look flashed across his face. Your Majesty, what I need most right now. Xiao Lin hesitated slightly, unsure if his next words would anger Lu Ili. You don't need to have any worries. Just speak freely. I said I would meet all your demands as long as you can help me win this battle. Lu Ili expressed himself with great generosity. Your Majesty, for well-known reasons. The morale of our fleet is very low and urgently needs a strong backbone to support it. Therefore, I sincerely request your Majesty to board the ship. Xiao Lin's words were hesitant, especially when he reached the last sentence. He stumbled over his words. When Lu Ili heard Xiao Lin request him to personally oversee the frontline battlefield, his face turned pale. Lu Ili's chest heaved violently. He feared dying unexpectedly on the battlefield. He had heard too many stories like this, especially in star battles. Even being on a super-large warship could not guarantee safety. Previous figures like He Zhuo and Yin Wen, plus now Guhan Zhou, who among them had not been killed on their ships due to defeat. Your Majesty, please do not retreat. This is your empire. Xiao Lin sensed Lu Ili's reluctance and quickly added weight to his words. The subtext was clear. If Lu Ili did not board the ship to oversee the front line, he, Xiao Lin, could replace the new imperial holographic flag on the flagship with the old imperial flag. I understand. Lu Ili nodded with great difficulty. Chapter 90. Zhenzhou Star in the Shuiyin Star region. On Badong Star, two well-organized interstellar fleets were advancing steadily. Two supersized battleships stationed in the center were continuously communicating. Old Fu, Badong Star doesn't have Lu Ili's people. Where do you think they will ambush us? Ning Tiaoting, along with his chief of staff and others, gathered around the command platform, where a large star map was displayed. While asking for Fu Qinyuan's opinion, he kept zooming in and out of a specific location, Zhenzhou Star. This planet was the best entrance to the Guanyin Star region. On either side were vast fields of small asteroid zones. The larger the battleship, the harder it was to evade the chaotic collisions in the asteroid field. Of course, Ning Xiaoting could choose to take a detour and enter the Guanyin Star region through another route, but that would take a lot of time, which he could not afford right now. Aside from direct jumping, Zhenzhou Star was an unavoidable point. As the thought of direct jumping crossed Ning Xiaoting's mind, he quickly dismissed it. Everyone knew that the Guanyin Star region was Lu Ili's stronghold. If they dared to jump directly in, it would likely be a one-way trip. Jumping had time limits and required a stable surrounding environment. Otherwise, a missile could come in and obliterate not only the jump gate, but also all the surrounding battleships with the resulting energy shock. Such a location in the center of the battlefield clearly did not meet the conditions for jumping. Zhenzhou Star it is. This is the only place. If they chose another location, Lu Ili would have no way to deploy defenses. Fu Qinyuan's voice came through. Then we need to speed up. Now that Lu Ili's morale is low, we should aim for a quick victory. Ning Xiaoting had great ambitions. He wanted to personally take down Lu Ili, not to mention becoming a general. At least he wanted to earn a major general rank to match his former superior, Wen Yuan. Lin Nian's first interstellar fleet had already confirmed it would not participate in the battle. Ning Xiaoting understood Fu Qinyuan's character. He was an honest man who wouldn't compete with him. Right now, it was a stage set up just for him. Wen Yuan had previously feared Guhan Zhou, but now Guhan Zhou had been killed by Lin Nian. As for Lu Ili's other general, Xiao Lin, Ning Xiaoting thought little of him. This person had only gained some reputation by teaming up with Guhan Zhou. When it came to commanding battleships, Ning Xiaoting believed Xiao Lin was far from competent. Major General Ning, Xiao Lin may not be that easy to deal with. After all, he is known as one of the twin stars with Guhan Zhou. Fu Qinyuan's tone carried a hint of confusion. Do you really believe that hype? Right now is our best opportunity. Lin Nian has already crushed the morale of the 5th Interstellar Fleet. Lu Ili is like a crumbling house, just waiting for us to give it a kick to make it collapse completely. Are you sure you don't want this tremendous merit? At least a promotion in rank and a position in the Central Command with decision-making power over imperial military operations. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Ning Xiaoding did not hide his ambition at all. All right. You are the Major General. I will follow your lead. This colonel will obey orders. Fu Qinyuan said helplessly. A rank higher is a crushing weight. He had been a colonel and acting commander for ages and had long wanted to make it official. Preferably like Lin Nian, quickly becoming a key figure that everyone would pay attention to. It has to be you, old Fu. You understand the bigger picture. Don't worry. You won't miss out on the merits. Ning Xiaoding immediately gave a thumbs up. He had been waiting for Fu Qinyuan's words. Regarding the situation on Lin Nian's side, Ning Xiaoding also received information sent by Xie Yunjian. Lin Nian's rank remained unchanged. The people from Beimastar had reluctantly accepted that Zhu Xian had randomly given out a major general rank before his death and even awarded him a first-class Imperial Gold Star medal. They mainly dared not give Lin Nian a major general rank again, as Lin Nian's speed of promotion was already astonishing. Of course, these honors lacked persuasive power. However, in terms of key appointments, Xie Yunjian had made considerable concessions, granting Lin Nian substantial actual power without a rank increase. Lin Nian was already the commander of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Interstellar Fleets, controlling 3 fleets under his command. The commanders of the 1st Fleet, Lin Nian, also served as the commander of the 2nd Fleet. Colonel Zhou Kejin and the 3rd Fleet, Colonel Wei Rindao, were all loyal subordinates of Lin Nian. The Imperial Council granting Lin Nian such power would inevitably seek to compensate from other areas, such as supporting a new force to counter the rapidly rising Lin Nian. Ning Xiaoding was well aware of this. He and Fu Qinyuan were among the candidates. As for the upcoming battle against Lu Yili, if he could achieve a great victory, he too would possess powers similar to Lin Nian's, and even his rank might be a step higher than Lin Nian's. Meanwhile, his subordinates would no longer be limited to just the 4th Interstellar Fleet. Xie Yunjian had already revealed that the 10th and 11th Interstellar Fleets were undergoing reorganization, and those who had performed well under him would have new positions reserved. The only prerequisite was that he needed to win this battle against Lu Yili. All right, the entire 7th Interstellar Fleet is awaiting orders from Major General Ning Xiaoding. Fu Qinyuan's halfling hologram suddenly enlarged and saluted Ning Xiaoding. Very well, I won't be overly verbose. Ning Xiaoding also stood up straight and commanded, the 4th and 7th Interstellar Fleets advance at full speed. Occupy Jinzhou Star. Ning Xiaoding also solemnly saluted Fu Qinyuan. Yes. Fu Qinyuan returned the salute before closing the communication. In space, the 2 interstellar fleets began to change formations, merging into one entity. The diamond formation gradually took shape, and at the same time, all battleships' exhaust flames emitted a strong yellow-white glow as they accelerated towards the not-so-distant Jinzhou Star. In the star region near Jinzhou Star, battleships of 2 fleets were also accelerating forward. On the flagship bridge of the 6th Interstellar Fleet, Xiao Lin lowered his head, gravely studying the star map of the area surrounding Jinzhou Star. According to the intelligence just received from Badong Star, Ning Xiaoding had not even paused to rest after recapturing Badong Star and was directly accelerating towards Jinzhou Star. The 2 fleet commanders across from him were also well aware of Jinzhou Star's significance. Chief of Staff, given our current speed, how much longer will it take us to reach Jinzhou Star? Xiao Lin turned to ask his Chief of Staff. Commander, we will need about a month. The Chief of Staff replied solemnly to Xiao Lin. A star region is not too big, yet not too small. Without using a jump, reaching it quickly still required a considerable amount of time. Too slow, although we are much closer to Ning Xiaoding's fleet. He must also be finding ways to gain time against us. Order the fleet to move at full speed immediately. We must reach Jinzhou Star and complete the corresponding defense before the enemy arrives. Xiao Lin said earnestly to his subordinates. Yes. Everyone saluted Xiao Lin in unison and began to get busy. With nothing to do for the moment, Xiao Lin noticed that he hadn't seen Lu Yili. He looked around. I don't even know where His Majesty has gone. Lu Yili really has arrived, but it feels almost like he hasn't. If only he could say a few words to mobilize and boost morale, it would be much more effective coming from him. His position as the fleet commander simply cannot compare to Lu Yili, who is a true leader. Communications officer, where is His Majesty? Xiao Lin suddenly called out to the communications officer. The officer's expression was somewhat complicated. After a pause, he finally spoke. Commander, His Majesty is in the strike zone of Hangar 01. After finishing, the communications officer saluted Xiao Lin and quickly left. Xiao Lin was not a fool. The officer's actions had already revealed a lot. He hurriedly took his seat at the command post and pulled up the monitoring of the strike zone of flagship Hangar 01 on the screen. Xiao Lin finally saw His Majesty, but Lu Ili was focused on practicing something with his guard unit. Sigh. Xiao Lin glanced once and immediately felt disheartened. He covered his eyes with his left hand and let his head droop. At such a critical moment before the battle, instead of thinking about how to boost morale, Lu Ili was actually practicing how to escape. Chapter 91. Re-encounter with Colonel Lin 001, Sanitation Space Station. The remaining warships of the First Star Fleet slowly entered the docking area. The soldiers responsible for docking all focused their attention on a large battleship that was incredibly damaged. The once clear hull number 378 could now only vaguely be seen as an 8. The original 37 had been replaced by a huge breach. In the bridge of ship 378, Lin Nian was talking with Wei Renda and Zhou Kejin during the docking interval. Congratulations to you both. You are now fleet commanders, Lin Nian said with a smile. No, we're just lucky ones, fortunate to be subordinates of the commander, relying on his command to survive. Unfortunately, Old Mo is the one who truly deserves a promotion. Zhou Kejin said, his expression serious. He had genuinely experienced life and death moments. If Lin Nian's report had been just a moment later, he would have died for his country. That's right. Colonel Zhou is right. Without the command and leadership of the commander, we probably wouldn't have survived to return here. Wei Renda and Zhou Kejin exchanged glances and saluted Lin Nian again. All right, you both need to manage your respective fleets. Go ahead, Lin Nian said with a wry smile. He had intended to lighten the mood, but the two of them pulled him back. Yes, take care, Commander, they both said in unison to Lin Nian. As the light curtain disappeared, Lin Nian slowly lowered his hand. Major General Lin, the 378th battleship has completed docking. We should go down too. Wen Huaiyun quickly walked into the now empty bridge. In the large bridge, only Lin Nian remained. All right, Lieutenant Colonel 1, Lin Nian nodded. He took one last look at the bridge. This would be his final time on the 378th battleship. By the way, when did we dock? How come I didn't feel the shaking of the docking? Lin Nian asked Wen Huaiyun. The noise during docking at the 007 Sanitation Space Station and the 012 Sanitation Space Station was quite significant. Major General Lin, this is the 001 Sanitation Space Station, the closest to Baimong Star. The equipment is always the latest, so naturally, there wouldn't be any shaking when Huaiyun shook his head, explaining the situation to Lin Nian. After all, Lin Nian had returned with the fleet, going from a private to a major general. This experience was already an irreplaceable legend in the Empire. I see. Lin Nian nodded. He finally walked out of the bridge, personally lowering the bridge's light lever. Lin Nian also gathered his emotions and followed Wen Huaiyun. Along the way, crew members stood at attention and saluted Lin Nian, who frequently returned their salutes. Commander, thank you for bringing us home. Commander, thank you. Occasionally, Lin Nian would hear heartfelt words of gratitude from his crew. He wanted to say something, to express that he had team managed to bring everyone home. At least many had died because of him. But in the end, all of Lin Nian's words caught in his throat and remained unspoken. He could only silently return their salutes. When Lin Nian reached the battleship's gangway, a large group of high-ranking officer prisoners was being escorted down by soldiers. We've seen the commander. Why don't you two go down first? The captain of the mobile combat team said to Lin Nian and Wen Huaiyun. At this point, he did not expect the two highest fleet commanders to still be on the ship, and he spoke a bit nervously. No need. You all finish your tasks first. We're not in a hurry. Lin Nian shook his head, allowing the mobile combat team captain to continue with his duties. Yes. The mobile combat team captain saluted and began to speed up the transfer of prisoners. Major General Lin, my brother, help me out. Just as Lin Nian was about to check some holographic documents, a familiar voice suddenly came. Lin Nian turned towards the sound and was surprised to see Colonel Lin from the 012 Sanitation Space Station. It suddenly hit him that his first star fleet had been attacked by the scattered fleet of the 012 Sanitation Space Station while passing through. But that battle had been easily dealt with by the fleet. This matter had long been forgotten by Lin Nian, but now he encountered Colonel Lin again. One must say, fate is strange. Lin Nian remembered that this 378th battleship had been personally delivered to him by Colonel Lin. Now, fate had turned things around. Was he now sending Colonel Lin away? Seeing Lin Nian react, the mobile combat team captain quickly instructed his men to pull Colonel Lin forward and bring him to Lin Nian. Colonel Lin, long time no see, Lin Nian said earnestly to Colonel Lin. However, their roles had reversed. He was still an imperial officer, while Colonel Lin was now a captive. Major General Lin, from the moment I handed you the sign electronic panel, I sensed you were not an ordinary person, Colonel Lin sighed. Major General Lin, I had no choice when I launched my attack. Pseudo-Emperor Lu Yili and that fake General Gu Hanzhou forced me to act. I was also trying to seek a way to survive by pretending to attack you and then surrendering. This way, I wouldn't offend either Lu Yili or the Empire. At least I could hope for a way out. Major General Lin, I hope you can say a word for me in the Imperial Council. The situation was chaotic then. We lower-ranking officers had no idea whom to listen to. Lu Yili is known as a god of death. What could we do? Were there not enough people in the Imperial Council who sided with Lu Yili? Why weren't they held accountable? They just changed sides and became avatars of justice? Where were they when Lu Yili usurped power? Colonel Lin spoke urgently, fearing Lin Nian would not listen to the rest of his words. He poured out his long-held grievances to Lin Nian. That's right. Those bureaucrats just know how to show off their power. When it comes to a fight, they all shrink back, pushing us to the front to fight and die. Yet when Lu Yili usurped power, they were untouched while we were all guilty. Many captured officers echoed his grievances. The true hardliners had all been cleaned out by Lu Yili. They had also been forced by the situation to become commanders under Lu Yili. Lin Nian did not rush to speak, but glanced at Wen Huaiyun beside him. Wen Huaiyun subtly shook his head at Lin Nian, indicating that the waters here were too deep and it was best not to get involved. Major General Lin, please help me. Colonel Lin begged, tears in his eyes. Others also pleaded in succession, their voices rising and falling. Let me see the situation. Lin Nian thought for a moment and finally said, Xie Yunjian likely won't agree. Someone has to take responsibility for this. Perhaps these people are that price. Thank you. We will definitely remember your kindness. Colonel Lin doesn't care whether Lin Nian's words are a promise or not. He directly treats it as an agreement. When Huaiyun couldn't help but cover her face. Lin Nian is still too young. If he forcibly protects these people, Lin Nian will definitely become a target for criticism. Chapter 92. Delivering coal in the snow. Lin Nian finally descended the suspension ladder. A newly formed guard regiment was already waiting for him here. Sir, I am Huang Feng, the newly appointed commander of the Central Command's Direct Guard Regiment for the 1st Star Fleet. I will be fully responsible for your security during all your outings. Huang Feng proactively stepped forward, stood straight, saluted Lin Nian, and shouted. Lin Nian was taken aback. He glanced at Wen Huaiyun beside him, who shook her head slightly to indicate that she hadn't arranged for this person. Lin Nian then fell silent, deep in thought. Since it wasn't Wen Huaiyun who prepared it for him, it must be Xie Yunjian. He had actually forgotten about the personnel appointment for the guard regiment. Generally, such personnel must be trustworthy and extremely loyal to him. If Chun Xiao were in this position, it would be very appropriate. But now, Bai Mong Star had seized this loophole and directly inserted someone beside him. Lin Nian found it difficult to oppose. Well, it's nice to meet you, Lieutenant Huang Feng. I will rely on you for my personal security in the future, Lin Nian said, glancing at Huang Feng's military rank. He wasn't worried that Xie Yunjian would act recklessly against him. Now he had 3-star fleets that only trusted him personally. If anyone dared to do that, what would his people think? What signal would the Empire be sending by doing so? Did it mean that the Empire was going to act against the entire faction led by him? To harm him would be equivalent to forcing the 3 elite Imperial Star fleets to turn against them, especially now that the 2nd and 3rd Star fleets were just stabilizing at a critical juncture. Anyone with a bit of sense would not do such a thing. Rest assured, sir, we will not let you down and will do our utmost to ensure your safety, Huang Feng said solemnly. He was already aware of Lin Nian's achievements and regarded him as a very formidable and respectable person. Moreover, Xie Yunjian had ordered him to do everything possible to protect Lin Nian's safety and not let any danger touch him. Lin Nian's personal safety was already related to the 3-star fleets of the Empire and could not be neglected in the slightest. Then I look forward to your performance. Lin Nian lightly patted Huang Feng's arm, which made Huang Feng stand even straighter. Lin Nian smiled helplessly, deeply feeling the fact that he had become a significant figure. Huang Feng's subordinates proactively opened the car door for Lin Nian, welcoming him inside. Major General Lin, please, just say a word for my old buddy. Just one word. Thank you. At this moment, another person waiting to escort Colonel Lin shouted toward Lin Nian. Other captives echoed with cries of despair. Lin Nian, who was originally about to get into the car, paused his steps. Major General Lin, don't do anything reckless. Wen Huaiyun quickly walked to Lin Nian's side and whispered to him. She felt that this action had no benefits and could even provoke trouble. Don't worry. I have it under control, Lin Nian reassured Wen Huaiyun. He activated his watch and opened Xie Yunjian's private contact, turning away from the car door area. Others also gathered around Lin Nian. As the signal connected, a communication screen popped up that only Lin Nian could see. Xie Yunjian almost immediately answered Lin Nian's call. Major General Lin, is there something you need? Xie Yunjian's expression remained unchanged as he inquired about the purpose of Lin Nian's call. I want to ask about that Gar regiment, Huang Feng. What's going on? Lin Nian casually chatted while approaching the 378th battleship. He needed to confirm Huang Feng's background and whether he was indeed someone arranged by Xie Yunjian. Not far from him, Huang Feng's Guard regiment members began to disperse voluntarily, giving Lin Nian enough personal space while forming a protective circle around him, vigilantly watching the outer surroundings, very much in the posture of protecting an important person. This is something we took the liberty to decide on. Major General Lin, given your current importance to the Empire, it is essential to have professional security personnel for safety precautions. Rest assured, they're the most elite and qualified personnel in the Empire. Of course, if Major General Lin is not satisfied, you can provide us with a usable list, and we will make arrangements accordingly. Xie Yunjian's expression was a bit awkward. This was indeed a situation where they had inserted themselves. Generally, the personnel for the Guard regiment should be designated by the person being protected. Let us use them for now. I just want to confirm the situation first. Whether they are your people, Lin Nian said, looking at Huang Feng, who had a serious expression. Just by looking at Huang Feng's robust build, he could tell that this person should be quite professional in terms of security. That's good. Major General Lin, your Guard regiment can be changed at any time according to your wishes. That is your right, Xie Yunjian emphasized again. All right. Lin Nian nodded and casually mentioned, Counselor Xie, a former high-ranking imperial military commander among the captives, has said some things to me. Lin Nian's gaze turned toward the captive area, where several prison vehicles were approaching from a distance. Major General Lin, what have you heard? Xie Yunjian's expression slightly darkened as he considered what Lin Nian wanted to express. Regarding the rebellion of Lu Yili, the personnel involved couldn't be summed up in just a few words. A new round of purges was also unfolding on Baimong Star, especially for those who had previously allied with Lu Yili and assisted in the large-scale purge. Now, they were all facing reckoning, such as the personnel from the Central Gendarmerie. Nothing much. I believe the Empire will handle these matters properly. They won't wrong a good person nor let a bad person go. I have no other questions. Lin Nian briefly stated. There was only so much he could help with concerning Colonel Lin. If it came to him having to stick his neck out, Lin Nian would not do it. He subtly conveyed a message to Xie Yunjian, fulfilling his obligation to Colonel Lin. After all, he had given Colonel Lin a detailed introduction to the 378th battleship, which Colonel Lin had worked hard on. Well, if there's nothing else, remember to keep in touch. Major General Lin, Xie Yunjian nodded, pretending everything was fine. Okay, Lin Nian hung up the call. Wasn't it said that you shouldn't get involved? When Huaiyun had already come closer, Lin Nian didn't avoid her, so she had heard the entire conversation, her face showing concern. Colonel Lin, it was just a subtle remark. If it doesn't work out, it won't affect us. If it does succeed, everyone will think it was my doing. It's just a small effort. Why not do it? Maybe we can use this support in the future, Lin Nian explained to Wen Huaiyun. Wen Huaiyun thought for a moment. It seemed to be the case. Lin Nian was gaining prestige at no cost. After all, the deed was done, and it had no impact on him personally. However, The people who could be saved here would only feel that it was Lin Nian's actions today that gave them a second chance at life. Thus, they might feel grateful to him. After all, many people do things that add a finishing touch, but delivering coal in the snow is rare. Where are we going next? When Huayan no longer dwelled on the matter and asked Lin Nian about his next plan. I need to ask you, my family, where are they now? Lin Nian turned to Huayan, his gaze serious. He had not forgotten what Wenrong had said. Chapter 93. The Battle of Jinzhou, Star 1 month later. Near Jinzhou Star, inside the flagship bridge of the 4th Star Fleet. Report, Commander. We are about to reach the vicinity of Jinzhou Star. Radar has detected an unidentified, large-scale fleet approaching us. A crew member stood up and shouted to Ning, shouting. Next to him, crew members were busy operating their stations. Their movements swift and frantic. Good. Immediately dispatch a reconnaissance ship. Confirm whether that unknown fleet is indeed Lu Yili's fleet. Ning Xiaoting's expression was excited. A month of full-speed travel was for this very moment. He had to secure this victory, and he must secure it. Only then would he have the capital to rise to a higher position. The people from Bema Star had already paved the way for him. Now all he had to do was walk up. Major General Ning Xiaoting, what are your plans for the battle? A hologram of Fu Qinyuan appeared, actively inquiring about Ning Xiaoting's tactics. How does a defeated general plan to fight? Of course, we will launch a direct full-scale assault. We will take down the enemy in one swift motion. Ning Xiaoting stood at the command position, his momentum like a rainbow. Report. The reconnaissance ship has sent back a message. The identity of the unknown large-scale fleet has been confirmed. It is a mixed formation of Lu Yili's 5th and 6th Star fleets. The liaison officer shouted loudly to Ning Xiaoting. Good. Chief of Staff, give me the data immediately. Based on both sides' speed, is there any possibility that the enemy has set an ambush for us? Ning Xiaoting shouted at his Chief of Staff, speaking rapidly. This battle was crucial for his future, and he could not afford to be careless for a moment. Upon hearing this, the Chief of Staff hurriedly began to work with his aides. Commander, please instruct us. At the same time, in front of Ning Xiaoting, new holograms kept appearing. 10 faces surfaced consecutively. They were the captains of large warships under the 4th Star Fleet, a key part of Ning Xiaoting's command chain. Chief of Staff, is there still no answer? Ning Xiaoting was a bit anxious. Before launching the charge, he needed to confirm whether the enemy had just arrived. If they had arrived early, then their full-scale assault would be a trap. If not, then it would be an aggressive offensive operation. The difference between the two was astronomical. He had to confirm this immediately. Commander, no problem. We have calculated multiple scenarios. No matter what, Shaolin's 6th Star Fleet cannot arrive at Jinzhou Star before us. The enemy has also just arrived at Jinzhou Star. The Chief of Staff's tone was very confident, even pounding his fist heavily on the command platform. Ning Xiaoting had already told them that after winning this battle, there would be huge rewards waiting for everyone. Now is the time for the entire 4th Star Fleet to fight for their futures. Good. Order. Ning Xiaoting turned to his fleet captains. All the captains stood straight, awaiting Ning Xiaoting's command. Full-scale assault. Focus on striking the flagship of the enemy's 6th Star Fleet. I can guarantee that Lu Yili is on that warship. We will determine our fate in this battle. Ning Xiaoting shouted with immense excitement. Their star fleet had worked day and night and finally earned this critical moment. Since Shaolin could not arrive before him to secure the defense of the vicinity of Jinzhou Star, they had to rely on hard power to speak. In a direct confrontation of star warships, Ning Xiaoting did not believe he would lose to Shaolin. Yes, Commander. The 10 captains, receiving the precise orders, saluted Ning Xiaoting. The holograms then disconnected, leaving only Fu Qinyuan's hologram. Major General Ning Xiaoting, what are your arrangements for our 7th Star Fleet? Fu Qinyuan listened to Ning Xiaoting's passionate command. His own emotions stirred a bit. He was also considering whether to join Ning Xiaoting in the assault. Colonel Fu Qinyuan, don't rush to charge. We need you to provide support attack from the middle and rear. If our assault fails and we have to retreat, your unit will cover us. Wait for us to regroup before proceeding cautiously. Ning Xiaoting did not rush to confirm his victory. Instead, he began to make contingency plans for the possibility of failure in his fleet's actions. But what if the assault succeeds? Are you just going to let us watch? Fu Qinyuan's tone suddenly elevated. He was already a bit dissatisfied. It seemed all the benefits would go to Ning Xiaoting's 4-star fleet. If they won, the 7-star fleet would have no credit. If they lost, the 7-star fleet would still have to cover them. There was no such logic. No, that's not what I mean. Colonel Fu, we are one entity. I ask you to keep a close watch on the flagship of the 6-star fleet. Once that super large flagship is taken down, it will also be your call to charge. You will share the glory with us. Ning Xiaoting solemnly saluted Fu Kenyuan. All right, I'll trust you this once. Seeing that Ning Xiaoting's arrangements and command were without issue, Fu Qinyuan nodded in approval of Ning Xiaoting's plan. If he were the overall commander, he wouldn't necessarily do better than Ning Xiaoting. In space, the originally unified 4th-star fleet and 7-star fleet began to slowly layer apart, becoming 2-star fleets that did not interfere with each other. The 4-star fleet reformed into a 3-dimensional diamond shape, while the 7-star fleet took on a relatively defensive, semicircular formation. The two fleets advanced and retreated, all warships igniting their thrusters with high intensity, charging towards the incoming 5th and 6-star fleets. On the other side, the flagship of the 6-star fleet. Report. We have suddenly spotted the enemy 4th and 7-star fleets directly ahead. They are not slowing down and are charging towards us at full speed. The liaison officer turned back in shock, his eyes filled with fear. What? What about the news from Jinzhou Star? Why didn't they report the situation to us in advance? Xiao Lin immediately stood up from his command seat. Based on both side speeds and distances, they should not have encountered the enemy fleet here. Chief of Staff, immediately calculate the possibility. Xiao Lin quickly requested his Chief of Staff to make the calculations. Commander, what should we do? At the same time, numerous captains' holograms appeared, all awaiting Xiao Lin's orders. Order. All ships immediately assume battle formations. Prepare to engage the enemy. Xiao Lin simultaneously turned to his captains and issued commands. Yes. The captains saluted in unison before the holograms quickly disappeared. Commander, the enemy must have activated full-speed travel. That's the only way they could have arrived at the same time as us. I'm certain they must be low on fuel. We can use this point to strike. The Chief of Staff quickly reported to Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin paused. The Chief of Staff had just given him an extremely critical piece of information. The enemy was low on fuel. Then they can choose to gradually withdraw after engaging in battle. They can slowly exploit the fuel difference between both sides to conduct long-range hit-and-run tactics, trying to exhaust the enemy's already limited fuel during the fight. By the time the enemy reacts, they will either be out of fuel to continue attacking or will expend their last bit of fuel for a desperate strike. At that point, they will hold the initiative, able to attack or pursue as they wish, similar to a cat teasing a mouse. Ultimately, they can incapacitate the enemy's main fleet and achieve a complete victory at minimal cost. Chief of Staff, is it possible to engage in a war of attrition? Xiao Lin with the Chief of Staff. That's right. The Chief of Staff nodded solemnly to Xiao Lin. Chapter 94. The Escaping Emperor. The two fleets were locked in fierce combat in the star region near Jinzhou Star. Warships were continuously exploding, either from self-detonation or being overwhelmed as their energy shields were breached by interstellar boarding troops. On the bridge of the flagship of the 6th Interstellar Fleet, the commander shouted to Xiao Lin, "We're almost there." The key to a tug-of-war is to engage actively. If we don't pull, the enemy won't be on edge. This means we need to take the initiative and engage the attacking 4th Interstellar Fleet. When the battle reaches its peak, we can retreat. We'll use a fishing strategy to draw them in. Very well. Order the fleet to turn back immediately. Xiao Lin felt the timing was right and commanded the entire fleet to retreat. The order spread throughout the joint fleet and reached the deployment area of Hangar 01. Retreat? What's going on? Is Xiao Lin not going to fight anymore? Are we going to lose? How could such an important matter not be communicated to me? Lu Ili looked at the glaring red light flashing above him, and with the retreat order being broadcasted, his anxiety intensified. He had never intended to be on the front lines, and hearing Xiao Lin's retreat order made him lash out at his guard regiment. "Your Majesty, what should we do?" The leader of the guard regiment asked anxiously. To the guard regiment leader, Lu Ili was the one in charge, not Xiao Lin. "What do we do? We've been defeated. Retreat. Saving our lives is the priority." Lu Ili shouted angrily and immediately boarded his specially designed high-speed space shuttle without looking back. Your Majesty, shouldn't we contact Commander Xiao Lin first? The guard regiment leader shouted to Lu Yili, who was already inside the shuttle. What's the point of informing him? He didn't even tell us we were retreating. Set sail immediately. Saving our lives is the priority. Lu Yili's voice was quieter, but still loud enough to be heard, though it was somewhat muffled by the shuttle's exterior. Meanwhile, in the bridge, the chief of staff said, "Did we forget someone?" Xiao Lin suddenly thought of someone he had overlooked, his emperor, Lu Yili. Panic immediately crossed Xiao Lin's face. Would his earlier retreat order be misunderstood by Lu Yili, prompting him to flee in that flashy high-speed shuttle, declaring to his joint fleet that Emperor Lu Yili had chosen to run away in the face of battle? As this thought crossed his mind, cold sweat broke out on Xiao Lin's back. He turned to his chief of staff, who shared the same look of horror. "Communications officer, connect me to Hangar 01 immediately. We cannot let His Majesty leave. Please tell His Majesty this is just a tactical withdrawal, not a retreat." Xiao Lin's words were filled with urgency. He wished he could rush over personally to explain the situation. Yes, the communications officer was about to contact Hangar 01 when he suddenly saw a brilliant golden tail flame appear in the front viewport of the bridge, shooting up into the sky and speeding away into the distance, followed by a multitude of high-speed shuttles. The busy crew members in the bridge halted their actions, staring in disbelief as they witnessed their emperor leave everyone behind and decisively retreat from the battlefield. Xiao Lin's head buzzed as if it had exploded. It was over. He slumped into his seat, realizing that his earlier order had, with the help of his emperor, transformed into a command for the entire fleet's route. No one would be willing to serve an emperor who fled in the face of battle. On the other side, in the bridge of the 4th Interstellar Fleet, the communications officer excitedly showed something to Ning, shouting, "Commander, look, what is it?" Ning shouting asked, confused. He was worried that Xiao Lin's sudden retreat was aimed at his tactical maneuver. He was well aware of his fleet's only flaw. They were low on fuel in their desperate attempt to reach Xinzhou Star. If Xiao Lin managed to hold them back, his fleet would be in danger. However, upon seeing the high magnification image from the communications officer, an unprecedented joy spread across Ning Shouting's face. He waved his hand, issuing orders. The entire army, at all costs, charge forward and maintain continuous interstellar broadcasts. Inform the 5th and 6th Joint Fleets that their emperor, Lu Yili, has fled. Ning Shouting spoke rapidly, issuing commands one after another. In space, an unprecedented collapse of the interstellar battlefield unfolded. After witnessing Lu Yili's cowardly escape, the last remaining interstellar fleet lost all morale. They either raised white flags or turned around and fled at high speed. The 4th and 7th Interstellar Fleets immediately charged in, ruthlessly attacking the crumbling Lu Yili fleet, swallowing and absorbing the defeated ships. On Baima's star, Lin Nian leaned against the railing by the riverbank, gazing at the gently flowing water. "Brother, I've made my decision. I want to apply to the Imperial Military Academy. I want to be like you, to become the commander of the Empire's interstellar fleet." Lin Feng's youthful face showed a certain determination. "Little brother, the interstellar battlefield is not what you think. It is very dangerous." Lin Nian paused, wanting to dissuade Lin Feng from following his path. Surviving on the interstellar battlefield is not an easy feat, no. "I want to go. If brother can do it, I can too." Lin Feng shook his head stubbornly. "What does mom say?" Lin Nian, seeing he couldn't sway his brother, had to bring up Ning Xiaomon. "Brother, I'm asking for your opinion, not mom's." Lin Feng shot back. "Sigh." Lin Nian sighed and fell silent, turning back to watch the river flow by. In the Empire, he faced not only war but politics, and the battlefield of politics was far more brutal than war. He was now a member of the Empire's Central Command and held a vote in war decisions. However, over the past 2 months, Lin Nian felt his situation was not good. He sensed he was being sidelined, even though he was a major general, commanding 3 elite interstellar fleets. There was no stage for him to showcase his abilities here. He was firmly held in the Central Command, where he only reviewed various daily documents and attended various events, as if war had nothing to do with him anymore. "Brother, give me your opinion. Mom will definitely oppose me. I'm counting on your support." Lin Feng's voice brought Lin Nian back to reality. He looked seriously at Lin Feng, who was equally resolute, determination in his eyes. Seeing that look, Lin Nian understood. It was the same as the look Mo Yangwang had given him at the end. Little brother, you've grown up. You can decide your own matters. Lin Nian paused. I support your decision, he said earnestly to Lin Feng. Just then, a square military vehicle came rushing from a distance and suddenly stopped in front of Lin Nian. Huangfeng's security personnel were about to step forward to block it, but were immediately refused by Huang Feng shaking his head. Lin Nian recognized the vehicle when Huayun, dressed in a fitted military uniform, got out of the car. Having experienced life-and-death battles, when Huayun carried a sharp and imposing aura as she walked. Commander, the Central Command is summoning you. She quickly walked up to Lin Nian and saluted him solemnly. Lin Nian nodded. Upon seeing Wen Huayun's expression, he immediately understood that something significant had happened. Lin Nian turned to look at his younger brother, Lin Feng. Since you want to do it, then do your best. I will be waiting for the day I personally award you. Lin Nian reached out and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Lieutenant Huang Feng, please take care of my brother. Safely send him back. Lin Nian turned to Huang Feng beside him. Yes, Commander. Huang Feng immediately saluted Lin Nian. Chapter 95, The Return of Zhu Renhe Imperial Council Chamber. Many ministers had gathered here early, chatting in small groups. This was Lin Nian's first time in this place. Major General Lin, this is your first visit to the Imperial Council Chamber, right? Xie Yunjian approached him proactively to greet him. Yes, indeed, Minister Xie. Lin Nian nodded to Xie Yunjian, acknowledging him while also voicing his question. Wen Huayun asked me to return to the Central Command, but the Central Command didn't inform me of anything specific. Instead, they instructed me to immediately represent the Central Command and attend an important meeting at the Imperial Council Chamber. Major General Lin, you are now one of the highest representatives of the Central Command, equivalent to the military representative at the Imperial Council Chamber. Naturally, you will need to attend the Council Chamber sometimes to participate in discussions of significant matters. Your vote can determine the future of the Empire, so please use it wisely. Xie Yunjian gestured for Lin Nian to follow him. Important matters? Is there something significant happening today? Lin Nian caught the key phrase and asked curiously. Major General Lin. Major General Ning shouting and Colonel Fu Qinyuan just sent back news. Finally, they have lived up to the Empire's expectations and successfully defeated Xiao Lin's 6-star fleet a month ago, rescuing His Majesty and restoring the entire Guanyin star domain.